The Grand Secretary's Pampered Wife Chapter 863 to Chapter 913. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. Please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that can't be found online are available here. Gu Jiao was not the only one who was confused. Tang Yueshan was also completely surprised. This old ghost king named Xianxia was obviously on the same side as Gu Jiao. They got along well. One was the general of the Xianyuan family, and the other was the new commander of the Xianyuan cavalry. Ah, I almost forgot that Xiaoheng is the son of the crown princess. Then this girl is actually a relative of Xianyuan. Hey! Stop fighting. Tang Yueshan rushed over to stop them. However, Xianyuan's second attack was too fierce. He was one step too late, and the power of that attack had already fallen on Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao raised her silver spear again to block it. The moment the weapons collided, even sparks were created from the friction. Tang Yueshan didn't know whether to worry about Gu Jiao's safety or whether the Jin army outside would hear them. Girl, hold on for a while. I'll go and take a look. Tang Yueshan held the child in his arms in a very clumsy posture and ran all the way to the crack outside the cave. He carefully listened to the movements behind the mountain. The patrolling Jin army had already left. They were probably transferred to the village to dig a tunnel. He took a deep breath. Okay, you two continue to fight. No, why fight? They were all on the same side. Tang Yueshan continued to go back to the cave to persuade them. In such a short time, Gu Jiao and Xianyuan had already exchanged 7 or 8 moves. Except for the first 2 moves, she was beaten down by Xianyuan in every move. When Tang Yueshan came in, she had just been hit by Xianyuan. Her whole body hit the rock wall behind her and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Tang Yueshan's body shook. No way, this girl didn't even suffer such a serious injury when she was fighting at the border of Zhao country. Was Xianyuan serious? Did he want to kill this girl? Was he crazy? Tang Yueshan's eyes darkened. He flew up and raised his palm to attack Xianyuan. Xianyuan glanced at him from the corner of his eye and turned around with a swoosh. His palm met Xianyuan's palm wind. The terrifying force was like gunpowder, exploding wildly within Tang Yu's body. The child in his arms cried out. His eyes trembled, and he hurriedly used half of his inner energy to protect the baby in his arms. As a result, Xianyuan's inner strength invaded his dantian unstoppably. When he landed on the ground, he also felt pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't come over. Gu Jiao used her silver spear to support her body and stood up. There was no fear in her eyes. She casually wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and pointed her silver spear at Xianyuan. I will defeat him myself. This was probably the most arrogant thing Tang Yueshan had ever heard in his life. Defeating a freak like Xianyuan? Girl, are you sure your brain isn't damaged? Tang Yueshan's strength was archery. In terms of archery, even 10 Xianyuan were no match for him. However, in terms of one-on-one combat, Tang Yueshan was inferior to Xianyuan. This was not because Tang Yueshan's martial arts were weak, but because Xianyuan's martial arts were too terrifying. During these years in Ghost Mountain, he had already entered an unbelievable realm. Even if Long Yi came, it would be impossible for him to hurt him easily. Gu Jiao panted and looked at Xianyuan with an unyielding gaze like a wolf. In any case, I managed to withstand 2 moves from you. Earlier in the graveyard, I couldn't even take 1 move. Next, I'm going to be serious. You'd better not. Pa. Before she could finish speaking, she was sent flying by Xianyuan's sword. Gu Jiao, seeing that she was about to hit the stone wall again, Gu Jiao turned around and stepped on the stone wall. Borrowing the force, she jumped and attacked Xianyuan with her spear. From this moment on, she did not need to defend. Attacking was the strongest defense. Gu Jiao attacked again and again, displaying the 7 styles of Xianyuan to the extreme. Tang Yueshan was dumbfounded. This little girl's martial arts were much more powerful than when she was in Zhao country. Speaking of which, what kind of spear technique was this? It was so powerful. Even Xianyuan was forced to retreat. Xianxia only retreated for a short while, and in the next moment, he launched an even more violent attack on Gu Jiao. All her escape routes were blocked. If Gu Jiao could not take this move, she could only die under his Qingfeng sword, but she had already used up the 7 styles of Xianyuan. She had no more moves. Did Xianxia really want to kill her, or was he just trying to scare her? If it was the latter, then he should have seen that she had reached her limit. She would definitely not be able to take this move. Xianxia did not have the slightest intention to stop. His sword was like a rainbow, and he suddenly slashed towards Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao smelled the scent of death. She could already see her blood splattering 3 feet away, and her head flying out and rolling on the ground. Gu Jiao, when you come back, let's get married. Jiao, are you going to war again? But war is very tiring. I don't want Jiao to be so tiring. You can only eat 3 pills a day. You can't eat more. When you finish eating all of them, I will be back. She wanted to go back, she could not die here. A cold glint appeared in Gu Jiao's eyes. Heat waves rolled across her chest, and her mind exploded. It was as if it was driven by instinct, or as if she had practiced it countless times. She suddenly held the silver spear in her hand and spun it above her head. Then, she slashed down at Xianxua's longsword with a force that could split mountains and seas. Tang Yuashan's breathing stopped. With a crisp sound, the weapons collided, and sparks flew everywhere. Gu Jiao's spear slashed across Xianxua's Qingfeng sword. She stepped on the stone wall behind her, flipped in the air, and went straight for Xianxua's glabella. Her speed suddenly became unbelievably fast. Even Tang Yuashan could only catch a glimpse of her afterimage. Clang, Xianxua blocked her spear and grabbed her neck with his bare hands. You lost. Gu Jiao said, no. Xianxua frowned and looked down. He saw that Gu Jiao's other hand was holding a dagger, and it was pressed against his dantian. Xianxua's murderous aura faded, and he said calmly, it's already good that you can reach this step. Gu Jiao was exhausted. She used the silver spear to support her body. In fact, she still lost. Her dagger pierced his dantian, which would only cause him serious injuries. If he broke her neck, she would die on the spot. Tang Yuashan came back to his senses. He held the child and looked at Xianxua with an ugly expression. After all this time, you were just testing her martial arts? You were too cruel, weren't you? If she couldn't use the last 2 moves, she would have died under your blade. Xianxua didn't say anything. He just turned around and walked into the depths of the cave. All the mechanisms in the passage have been activated. We can go now. The Black Wind King came over and rubbed his head against Gu Jiao to comfort her. Gu Jiao took a deep breath. She looked at Xianxua's back without looking back. An indescribable sense of strangeness surged in her heart. Xianxua didn't hold back at all just now. It was as if he was sure that she could use the last 2 moves. However, the Xianyuan family's spear technique only had 7 moves. The last 2 moves were forced out by her in a hurry. Was this guy trying to stimulate my potential? Other than that, I can't think of any other possibility. After Gu Jiao recovered a little bit of strength, she turned around to pick up the things that had fallen on the ground during the fight. Eh? Why is it missing? She looked around. What's missing? Tang Yuashan asked. A small booklet, Gu Jiao said. It was the information that she had memorized from Gong Sun Yu's study. She was afraid that she would forget it, so when Xianxuan woke up, she drew out all the pictures in her mind. It was very important. It was related to the victory of the entire battle and the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Pu City. Found it. It's here. Gu Jiao bent down and picked up the booklet from a crack in a stone. She opened it and checked it. After making sure that she didn't miss any page, she and Tang Yuashan led their horses and caught up with Xianxuan. They entered a relatively tall passage through a stone door. However, it was still very narrow and couldn't accommodate 2 people walking side by side. In addition, the Black Wind King and the Black Wind Rider had to lower their heads. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to move forward. The 2 horses had never been trained to go through tunnels. After entering, the 8-year-old Black Wind Rider started to feel uneasy. The Black Wind King also felt uncomfortable. Gu Jiao turned around and stroked the horse's mane to comfort it. It's okay, boss. The Black Wind King forced himself to calm down. Tang Yuashan also comforted his horse in a low voice. He didn't even comfort his own son like this. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the exit. Xianxia pressed the switch. The cold moonlight shone in and the cool night wind blew. Everyone breathed in the fresh air that they hadn't had in a long time. There was a vent in the tunnel that was connected to the ground. It was covered by bushes and thorns. However, the ventilation was poor. They were all sweating. The 3 people and 2 horses came out of the tunnel. This was an abandoned village. It was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The official road was in the north. They came out of a cowshed less than 100 meters away from the official road. Then, goodbye. Gu Jiao said goodbye to Xianxia. Xianxia didn't say anything. He came to the Black Wind King's side, stepped on it with 1 foot, and sat on it. Gu Jiao blinked. Xianxia reached out to Gu Jiao expressionlessly. Gu Jiao was stunned. She stretched out her little paw arrogantly. Didn't you say that you don't want to go with us? Why? Aren't you going to stay in Ghost Mountain? I changed my mind. Xianxia said lightly. He pulled Gu Jiao onto the horse. Gu Jiao sat behind him. It was quite sudden. Digression, Black Wind King, Master, you should lose weight. Xianxia, I want to eat horse meat tonight. Black Wind King. I made a mistake. Again. Little Xianxiao, you should lose weight. Jiao Jiao, oh, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that can't be found online are here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1054943777. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Biku Pavilion mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. Gu Jiao and Xianxia were riding on the same horse, so it was inconvenient for her to hold the child. She was afraid that the child would be squashed into a meat patty if she suddenly braked. Old Tang, here you go. Gu Jiao handed the child to Tang Yuashan. Tang Yuashan stretched out his arms, wishing he could take the child as far away as possible. Can I refuse? Gu Jiao raised her chin and said proudly, no. Tang Yuashan looked at Xianxia, who was like a ghost king guarding the mountain, and held the child in his arms. It's okay, I'm going to have a godson soon. Although my godson doesn't practice martial arts, he's smart. After I save him, I'll let him deal with you big and small devils. Tang Yuashan was full of confidence, feeling that life was wonderful. They thought of 2 plans to get out of the city. One was to disguise themselves as merchants or commoners, but this plan was abandoned when they arrived in the city. The reason was that the city was under martial law. The number of patrolling Jin soldiers had doubled, and they could see the Jin soldiers on every street. Gu Jiao thought, did the news of Ghost Mountain spread to the Castellan mansion? They thought we escaped from Ghost Mountain, so they suddenly increased the security in order to prevent us from leaving the city? In any case, if the situation was so tense, it was basically impossible to get out of the city gate. Then they could only implement the second plan. You guys, wait here, Xianxia said. Gu Jiao and Tang Yuashan nodded. Xianxia jumped and disappeared into the night. About an hour later, he came back with a big bag, which contained 3 sets of warm Jin soldiers' armor, as well as their talismans and identity iron plates. I don't know the Jin language. What's the name written on it? Gu Jiao muttered. Don't look at me, I don't know it either, Tang Yuashan said. Gu Jiao sat on the horse and tilted her head to look at Xianxia. Her eyes seemed to be saying, you should know it, right? the knowledgeable and talented second Lord of Shadows? Xianxia took the iron plate and let go of it exaggeratedly, letting the iron plate fall into the ground. It's gone. Gu Jiao was speechless. You. Really? Don't. No. Bah. Well. This kind of iron plate was usually used to identify corpses after death in battle. Normally, it wasn't checked, so it didn't matter if it was dropped. In addition, Xianxia had gotten a small basket from somewhere, and it just so happened to fit the baby inside. However, it was clear that the small basket was not enough. The cries of the newborn came as they wished. Gu Jiao had just put the child into the basket cushioned with cotton wool when the child began to cry. This shout caused the three of them to tremble. It was so loud that the top of her head was about to be overturned by the child's cries. Tang Yueshan's face paled. Don't cry. Little ancestor. In a while, you'll make Jin Jun come crying. Wah wah, wah wah, wah wah, he clenched his little fists and cried loudly. Benefactor. Suddenly, a woman holding a lantern appeared at the entrance of the alley. She walked towards Tang Yueshan with small steps. It's really you. Tang Yueshan was dumbfounded. Gu Jiao recognized her. She was one of the people who were bullied by Jin Jun in the alley yesterday. Gu Jiao didn't show up at that time, so she only knew Tang Yueshan. Benefactor, you saved our young lady. Have you forgotten? She said, looking at the baby in Tang Yueshan's arms and asked, is he just born? Gu Jiao said, his father was killed by Jin Jun. His mother is hiding from Jin Jun's pursuit. We want to take him away. Let me do it. The woman handed the lantern to Tang Yueshan and reached out to take the child from Gu Jiao. He must be hungry. My little miss was just born not long ago. We have a wet nurse at home. I'll carry him to feed him. Gu Jiao said, thank you. The woman hurriedly said, if you don't mind, please come with me. They followed her into the house. This was a wealthy family. It was a pity that all the men in the family had been taken away. Only the women and a few maids and servants lived in fear and trepidation. The woman took the baby to the upper room. The baby stopped crying in a moment. It seemed that he was drinking milk. About half a quarter of an hour later, the woman came out of the upper room. She came to the parlor and bowed to Gu Jiao and the other two. Then she said to Tang Yueshan, my lady is still in confinement. It is inconvenient for her to come out and thank you for saving her life. But my lady said that if you don't mind, you can leave the baby here first. When you are done with your work, you can come to pick him up. The woman was not stupid. Her lady was not stupid either. They were wearing the armor of Jin Jun. It was obvious that they were going to cause trouble. Gu Jiao asked, will it bring you danger? The woman said pleasantly, no, the wet nurse's children are also in the house. The two little guys cry all day long. It doesn't matter if there is one more. No one will notice. Besides, the Jin army is just robbing. They are not interested in a few babies. Gu Jiao thought about it carefully and felt that it was feasible. What did she say? Tang Yueshan asked. Gu Jiao said, she asked us to leave the baby here first and come to pick him up in a few days. Will it be exposed? Tang Yueshan asked. Gu Jiao said, it is very unlikely. There is a wet nurse's child and a newborn baby in the house. Tang Yueshan was relieved. After the problem of the baby was solved, the three continued on their way. In the meantime, Xianxia took away, robbed, a warhorse from the Jin Nation army and forced the Jin Nation soldier to teach him a few words of the Jin Nation language. Then he killed the soldier and took Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan to the city gate. He put down the mask of his helmet and showed his token. His aura was fully released. The guards trembled in fear and hurriedly saluted, General Liu. Gu Jiao was speechless. You actually made yourself a general. It is not dawn yet. Is General Liu going out of the city? The guard asked. Xianxia put on airs and glanced at Gu Jiao ostentatiously. Gu Jiao said in the Jin language that she had just learned, General Secret Order. Open the city gate. Yes. Yes. Getting out of the city was smoother than expected. Gu Jiao wondered what kind of powerful person he had robbed. Could it be that he had robbed the city lord's mansion? No. After Gu Jiao expressed her doubts, Xianxia denied it seriously. He had left the city lord's mansion. He had robbed them at the gate. It was dawn soon after they left the city. They didn't dare to delay for even a moment. So, they rushed in the direction of Chuyang City. The Black Wind King was an excellent lead horse. Under its leadership, the Black Wind Cavalry and the Jin Army horses ran at the maximum speed. Gu Jiao pulled the reins tightly. "Boss, we have to get to Chuyang City before dark." The Black Wind King faced the strong west wind and galloped on the official road. They took the shortcut that they came from. After getting off the official road, they entered the shady forest. They bypassed the winding paths and steep mountain streams and went all the way to the east gate of Chuyang City. The last time they rushed like this was during the last round of the selection of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander. The distance from Puching to Chuyang City was less than 300 miles, but the road was not easy to travel. When they came out of another forest, the 3 horses were all injured. The Black Wind King did not dare to stop. Xianxia chased after it and looked at it from afar. He did not expect little Ayu to be like this. Little Ayu almost died when it was just born. He once thought that it would not grow up. However, not only did it grow up, but it also became the new Black Wind King who defeated the male horse. It was the most powerful Black Wind King. It was even more powerful than his big brother's Black Wind King. It had only participated in its first battle at the age of 16, and it was likely to be the last battle of its career. After this battle, it should be retired. Due to the high training intensity of the Black Wind Cavalry, its lifespan was shorter than that of ordinary warhorses. In order to ensure the maximum combat power, there were no warhorses older than 12 years old in the Black Wind Cavalry. Normally, they would stop serving at 13 years old. However, it was almost 17 years old and was still serving. Xianxia looked at it and also looked at the valiant little figure on its back. They were the most suitable companions in the world. The sun gradually set in the west. The Black Wind King took the lead. The 2 warhorses followed from afar. The distance between them was getting bigger and bigger. When Gu Jiao turned around, she could not see them anymore. "It's okay, Chuyang City is just in front, it's the same if I send the message first." "Boss. After we finish this official road, we'll see the city tower." As soon as she finished speaking, the Black Wind King suddenly slowed down. Gu Jiao frowned and pulled the reins to stop. The sound of hurried horse hooves came from the official road, and the sand on the ground shook. This sound of horse hooves. Could it be that a cavalry is coming? As they got closer and closer, Gu Jiao saw the flags they were raising high. It was the Jin army. They had avoided the Jin army in Puching, but they encountered another Jin army here. What was going on? Gu Jiao first ruled out the possibility that the Jin army from Puching overtook them on the main road and then turned around. The main road was much farther than the small road, and their horses could not outrun the Black Wind King. The Jin army seemed to be coming from the direction of the new city. The new city was the territory of the Namgong family. The Jin army had hidden in the new city a long time ago. Now that the imperial court's 120,000-strong army was coming to take back the new city, they did not have enough soldiers to defend it, so they abandoned the city and fled. They were going to the main camp in Puching, so they met Gu Jiao who came from Puching. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Gu Jiao looked at the Jin army and roughly estimated that there were at least 10,000 soldiers. Their movements were so big and they were so close to Chuyang City, but they were not stopped by Chuyang City's soldiers. There was only one possibility: Chuyang City's soldiers had split into 2, and almost all of them were mobilized. The only ones left in the city were the Black Wind Cavalry who could not fight, and a portion of the garrison that was just enough to defend the city. This arrangement was correct. They could obtain the greatest victory with the least casualties and leave enough soldiers to deal with the 200,000-strong Jin army in Puching. No one expected Gu Jiao to encounter the Jin army. After all, if not for the urgent situation at Ghost Mountain, Gu Jiao would not have chosen to travel in the day. Gu Jiao did not have time to hide because the Jin army had already discovered her. "Who's there?" a Jin cavalry shouted. "Digression, it's almost the end of the month. Little cutie who has monthly votes, please vote. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/10549226/10549263. HTML Genius memorized this website's address, www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. Please scan the QR code below to download the app for more exciting content. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet can be found here. Gu Jiao was wearing the Jin army armor, so the other party should just be asking a normal question. Gu Jiao gently patted the back of the Black Wind King's horse. The Black Wind King retracted his king's chi and lowered his head, looking very tired. In terms of acting skills, no one could be more eye-catching than Gu Jiao. Except Xianxia. The cavalryman sped up and ran towards Gu Jiao. He stopped about 6 feet away from Gu Jiao. He looked at Gu Jiao from head to toe and asked, "Which battalion are you from? Who's your subordinate?" Coincidentally, there were a few sentences in the Jin language that she had just learned. Gu Jiao answered his second question without changing her expression, "I'm under General Liu." She didn't know which battalion she was from, but she was afraid that he would mention which General Liu. The cavalryman looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. "Are you under General Liu Wei's command? I've never seen you before." Gu Jiao said, "I was just transferred from General Min Hongyi's army." General Min was killed. The key was the last sentence. As expected, the cavalryman's expression changed immediately after hearing the news. What? General Min was killed? Min Hongyi was killed the night before yesterday. It seemed that the news hadn't spread to the new city yet. Gu Jiao said, "Yes." The cavalryman asked, "How did he get killed?" Gu Jiao said coldly, "I can't say much." It was mainly because she didn't know enough Jin language that she had learned at the last minute. Otherwise, she would be exposed. This was an experienced cavalryman and obviously wouldn't be fooled so easily. He frowned again and looked at Gu Jiao. "Then what are you doing here? Are you here to catch the murderer? If I say that I'm here to catch the murderer, won't all of you follow me? Then how can I go back to Chuyang City?" Gu Jiao was a woman of few words. "It's a secret order. I can't say much." Once the word secret was involved, it would have a sacred and inviolable color. In addition, Gu Jiao looked magnanimous. She didn't look guilty at all, so the cavalry believed her. Just as he was about to tell him to leave, another cavalryman came over. Judging from the red tassels on his armor, he was a small leader. "What has happened?" he asked. The cavalryman saluted him and said, "Vice General Zhang, he was a soldier under General Min. After General Min was killed, he was transferred to General Liu. He is now out of the city to carry out a secret order." Vice General Zhang's eyes turned cold. Secret orders are executed by at least 2 people. Was there such a thing? Since when did your Jin army become so advanced? Coincidentally, Xianxia and Tang Yuashan arrived at the same time. Xianxia's aura made people feel like strangers were not allowed to get close to him. He coldly glanced at the 2 Jin soldiers, and the 2 instantly felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on them. "General Liu." Gu Jiao saluted Xianxia. The mask on Xianxia's helmet was down, so people couldn't see his face clearly. However, with their status, they didn't dare to look directly at General Liu's appearance. The 2 also saluted. Xianxia simply said, "Let's go." Gu Jiao quickly replied, "Yes." Then, the 3 went back the way they came. The 2 cavalrymen were confused, but they didn't dare to make them stay. The 2 rode their horses back to meet up with the rest of the army. They also reported the situation to General D, who was leading the army this time. General D noticed 2 important points. Min Hongyi was in trouble, and his subordinates were taken away by General Liu Wei. "That's impossible," General D said. The 2 were stunned. General D frowned and said, "Liu Wei is in the scout camp. He is in charge of collecting intelligence. He is General Gongsuan's spy." Why would he want Min Hongyi's men? Min Hongyi's soldiers were used for war. They weren't professional scouts. Lu Wei had no use for them. Most importantly, why would Lu Wei come to Xiyang City in person? Was he carrying out some secret order? He came here, but he turned around and left after encountering his cavalrymen. He felt that something was wrong. Are you sure that person is General Lu Wei? General D asked. Well. The two exchanged a look. Vice General Zhang thought carefully and said, he was wearing a helmet and had his mask down. We didn't see his face clearly, but his figure did seem to be bigger than General Lu Wei. Subordinates didn't dare to question their superiors. However, General D and General Lu Wei were of the same rank. He was the one who questioned General Zhang, so Vice General Zhang dared to say something strange. General D said, something is wrong. Zhang Ren, you lead the cavalrymen and chase after him. Yes. Vice General Zhang immediately led 500 cavalrymen to lead the way and outflanked them from the main road and the small roads. When they heard the sound of horse hooves behind them, the three of them knew that their identities had been exposed. Unfortunately, there was no forest on this road that they could hide in. There was only a sparse little village. Gu Jiao held the reins tightly and said, we can't go to the village. The Jin army was not easy to deal with. They would do anything, Tang Yuashan said, we can't keep going forward. If we keep going, we will go back to Puching. We will be attacked from the front and back. We will be finished. Gu Jiao also understood this. The current situation was too unfavorable for the three of them. There were nearly 1,000 lives waiting for reinforcements in the tunnel. Every second they were delayed, they would be in more danger. It wasn't easy for them to get here. Would they be forced back by the 10,000 Jin soldiers? Gu Jiao held the reins tightly and said, we can't go forward. They couldn't go any further. Their horses had been through a long journey for a whole day. They were already exhausted. It was only a matter of time before the cavalrymen of the Jin army caught up. The three of them stopped their horses. The sound of galloping horse hooves came from the front and the side. The Jin army had split into two and blocked their escape route. They only had one choice left. Break out of the encirclement. The situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. Any perfect plan would encounter unexpected situations. This was exactly the case. The Imperial Army was out in full force. There were no extra soldiers in the city. They could only rely on themselves, but could the three of them really kill their way out of 10,000 soldiers? Tang Yuashan joined the army at the age of 12. He had fought countless battles in his life, but he had never fought such a difficult battle. It was not 2,000 against 20,000, but 3 against 10,000. Gu Jiao held the red tasseled spear and said, we don't have to kill them. We just need to rush out. As long as we enter the city, they can't do anything to us. Although that was the case, it would definitely be a fierce battle. The sound of horse hooves was approaching. The murderous aura was endless. The sun was hidden in the clouds, and only the gray sky could be seen. Xianxia looked at the incoming cavalrymen of the Jin state and the black mass of infantrymen behind them. He urged his horse to take a few steps forward and stood in front of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was used to rushing at the front. She was slightly stunned when someone suddenly took over this dangerous position. Xianxia pulled out the long sword at his waist. The 3-foot sword reflected a cold light in the twilight. It was like a dragon out of the sea, eager to eat the bones and blood of the enemy. Who is in front? Get down from your horse and follow me. Before the cavalryman could finish his sentence, Xianxia rode forward and cut off his head with his sword. This scene happened so suddenly that the cavalrymen behind did not have time to change their route. The horse hooves crushed the head that rolled down, and the brain matter fell out. Xianxia raised his sword and slashed down fiercely. He opened a path for Gu Jiao with the power of thunder. Count me in. Tang Yuashan raised his hand and took the big bow on his back. He took out the arrows from the quiver and shot 3 arrows at the same time. Gu Jiao took advantage of the situation and rushed all the way with the Black Wind King. The cavalrymen of the Jin state were in a mess. If all 500 cavalrymen were here, they might not have succeeded so easily. However, they divided half of their forces and went to the official road on the side. The 3 of them did not continue to fight. After rushing out of the encirclement of the cavalrymen, they continued to rush in the direction of Zhujiang City. Compared with more than 200 cavalrymen, the more than 9,000 soldiers in front of them were the real difficulties they had to face. Xianxia took the lead and opened a path in front. Tang Yueshan and Gu Jiao each formed the left and right wings respectively, and they rushed into the dense army of the Jin state. As Gu Jiao said, their goal was not to defeat them. They would win if they rushed over. "Get into formation!" General D shouted. The well-trained Jin nation army held shields and quickly formed an impenetrable iron wall. "Shoot the arrows!" Along with General D's stern shout, the archers behind the shield stood up and shot a rain of deadly arrows towards the three of them. Xianxia pulled the reins and changed his direction. He ran diagonally in front of Gu Jiao and directly in front of her. He used his long sword to cut down all the arrows that were flying towards Gu Jiao, building a wall that no weapon could penetrate. Tang Yueshan also pulled out his long sword and quickly brandished it. Xianxua's murderous intent was like thunder. He came to the front of the first formation and used his fierce killing move together with his powerful internal energy. He broke the shields of the Jin state army with one sword and the soldiers fell to the ground. Xianxia jumped on his horse and flew over the heads of the Jin state army. A powerful warhorse could make its master even more powerful. Similarly, a powerful master could also make the warhorse perform incredible combat power. It stood proudly among the heroes like a beast in the abyss. Under Xianxua's control, it suddenly stepped into the Jin state army. The Jin state army was terrified as if they had seen the ancient god of death. However, this god of death was not enough. There was also a little god of death behind him. They cut through all obstacles and wherever they went, the Jin state army was defeated and blood splattered. Tang Yueshan also killed to his heart's content. "Awesome! Ha 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 ha! Come and kill me! Come on! Come on!" He shouted to attract more soldiers to attack him so that Gu Jiao and Xianxia could be relieved. "I'll take you on." General D drew out his saber and urged his horse to charge at Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan and General D of the Jin state fought fiercely. General D was also a powerful general of the Jin state and was skilled in martial arts. Tang Yueshan looked down on him at first, but after a few moves, he realized that General D was a tough opponent. Tang Yueshan was forced to take him seriously. On the other side, Xianxia and Gu Jiao were also surrounded by the Jin state army. They learned from their previous failure and gave up the defensive formation to attack. The situation suddenly became more serious. Everyone was losing their strength. The difference was that the Jin state army always had a constant supply of fresh blood, while Gu Jiao and Xianxia were losing less strength. Gu Jiao was in a killing frenzy. Soon, they were about to rush out. F***CKU. Tang Yueshan was almost stabbed in the back. He thrust his sword backward and pierced General D's abdomen. He leaned back on the horse, curled his stomach and raised his legs. He wrapped his legs around General D's head and twisted him hard. With a cracking sound, General D screamed miserably and fell down. One of the Jin soldiers was shocked. "General D! General D!" Tang Yueshan gritted his teeth and sat back on the horse. "Who attacked him just now?" He got a dart in his thigh. He pulled out the dart and threw it away. He killed his way and caught up with Gu Jiao and Xianxuan. The three of them rode side by side. Gu Jiao noticed the blood on his thigh. "You're injured." Tang Yueshan said, "It's just a small injury. It's okay." General D's fall made the Jin state army's morale drop for a moment. It was a great opportunity for them to rush out of the encirclement. However, at this moment, a terrifying murderous aura came from behind. Gu Jiao's heart skipped a beat. Clang! It was Xianxuan who cut off the arrow. It was not an ordinary arrow. The moment it broke, countless poisonous needles burst out. Xianxuan waved his sword and used it as a shield to block all the poisonous needles. A woman's bell-like laughter came from behind. "Ha, ha, ha. Amazing. Really amazing." This voice, she was the only female general under Gong Sunyu. She was good at using hidden weapons and setting up formations. She was the same age as Gu Jiao. She was 16 this year. He did not expect her to submit to Gong Sunyu so early. She was a Turkic. She had a pair of beautiful light brown eyes. Her appearance was bright and beautiful, but she did not lose the innocence of a young girl. She wore a graceful pink dress. Her waist was slender and her body was light. She reminded people of the butterfly spirits among the flowers in the misty forest. She was riding a beautiful white horse. The horse was beautiful and pleasing to the eye. It did not fit in with the bloody battlefield. "Miss you." A Jin soldier recognized her. At this moment, Yu Liui was not a general of the imperial court. She was just a master recruited by Gong Sunyu. However, she was not a general, but it did not mean that the other person was not a general. A burly man riding a tall steed caught up to them and said in a rough voice, "Little Luer, this is a place where men fight. It's better for you to move aside so that you don't get hurt. If the Lord blames me, I won't be able to bear it." Yu Liui said carelessly, "Oh, the Lord blames you, not me." "I don't care." A Jin soldier said excitedly, "General Zhu. General Zhu is here." That was right. This person was none other than another fierce general under Gong Sunyu, Zhu Zhongquang, known as the Iron Palm. His position in the army was much higher than General D's. His arrival undoubtedly boosted the morale of the Jin soldiers. Yu Liui looked at one of the three with a smile and said, "That fatty." "Yes. It's you. You were hit by my poisonous dart. Without the antidote, you will die in less than an hour." Tang Yuashan was furious. "F***CKU, fatty." He was Zhuang. He was as strong as a yak. Zhu Zhongquang and Yu Liui's arrival reignited the Jin soldiers' blood. They rushed forward and surrounded Gu Jiao and the other two. If this continued, the three of them would be exhausted to death. Shan Yuanqi looked ahead. At the end of the official road was a pass. After passing through the pass, they could see the tower of Xuyang City. "Don't fight. Run at full speed," he said. "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. "Boss." The Black Wind King ran at a speed that he had never run in his life. He did not know how many swords and sabers had cut him, but he did not hesitate at all. He rushed all the way to the pass with Gu Jiao. Zhu Zhongquang led the soldiers to chase after them, and Yu Liui assisted with hidden weapons. Shan Yuanqi's warhorse was hit by a poisonous dart. The poison had invaded its internal organs, and it could not run anymore. Gu Jiao reached out to Shan Yuanqi. "Get on the horse." Shan Yuanqi reached out to Gu Jiao, but he did not want to hold her hand. Instead, he slapped the Black Wind King with his palm. The huge internal force sent the Black Wind King and Gu Jiao forward. Gu Jiao frowned and looked back at him. "Shan Yuanqi." Shan Yuanqi sent Tang Yuashan and his warhorse out with another palm. He did not do this because he had lost his mount. From the moment he gave the order to rush to the pass, he had already made this decision in his heart. His life was about to come to an end, but he did not know what his mission was. He often thought that he might not be able to wait any longer. Yu Liui said disdainfully, "Humph. You want to stop my Jin country's 10,000-strong army by yourself? Dream on." She flew up and slashed at Shan Yuanqi with the folding fan in her hand. Silver needles shot towards Shan Yuanqi like flying flowers. Shan Yuanqi's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Yu Liui. So fast. Yu Liui's expression changed, and a chill ran down her spine. She hurriedly turned around to defend, but she was a step too late. Shan Yuanqi stabbed her right wrist. A sharp pain came from her wrist, and blood spurted out. Her folding fan fell to the ground, and her beautiful face turned pale. "What's the point of bullying a little girl? If you have the ability, fight with me." Zhu Zhongquang slammed his palm towards Shan Yuanqi. His palm actually forced Shan Yuanqi to take a few steps back. Zhu Zhongquang snorted proudly. "I don't kill nameless people." "Who are you? Tell me your name." Shan Yuanqi's eyes were cold. "You, scoundrels, are not worthy." He looked like he was forced to retreat, but it was actually a feint. This distance was more suitable for him to use the Ghost Mountain sword chi. Zhu Zhongquang was sent flying by his sword, and fell to the ground heavily. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Liui said fiercely, "Attack together." Zhu Zhongguang ordered, don't just stand there. Kill them. Who can charge through today? The reward is 1,000 taels. Brave men were bound to appear when there was a great reward. The Jin country's army madly rushed towards the mountain pass. Xianxia held a 3-foot-long sword in his hand, and domineeringly guarded the mountain pass. One man could hold back 10,000 men. Tang Yuashan's poison spread in his body, and he vomited blood while lying on the horse's back, losing the ability to fight. The sound of fighting came from behind. The Black Wind King did not turn back. It exhausted all its strength and rushed forward without caring about its life. Gu Jiao held the reins tightly. Xianxia. Hang in there. The Black Wind cavalry is coming, the Jin country's army is coming. On the observation tower, a guard noticed the figure rushing towards the city gate. Wait. It doesn't seem like it. Open the gate. Gu Jiao shouted. The one guarding the east gate today was General Ji. He recognized Gu Jiao's voice. Commander Xiao. Commander Xiao is back. Open the gate. Black Wind Cavalry. Gu Jiao shouted again. What's wrong? Why did they suddenly call for the Black Wind Cavalry? Could it be General Ji? Look. A guard pointed at the mountain pass in the distance. The mountain pass was not directly facing the tower, and it had to be turned right. The mountain blocked most of the Jin country's army, and it also blocked Xianxua's figure. However, the Jin country's army behind the mountain was decreasing. They rushed into the mountain pass, but none of them came out. It was as if they were all swallowed by the mountain pass. General Ji said, inform the Black Wind Cavalry to fight. The guard said awkwardly, only the reserve camp can fight. General Ji said, go to the reserve camp not because they are weak, but because there are some things that must be done. Don't underestimate any soldier. Yes, 200 meters. 150 meters. 100 meters, I am about to enter the city. The capstan on the city gate tower turned with a rumbling sound. The two gates in the city gate hole were pulled open one by one, and the last city gate rose up slowly. Bang! Tang Yuashan's Black Wind Cavalry fell. A man and a horse fell heavily to the ground. Gu Jiao gritted her teeth and did not stop at all. She quickly ran towards the city gate. Xianxia, hang in there, you have to hang in there. Xianxia was covered in blood as he stood in the middle of the mountain pass. His Qingfeng sword was dripping with blood. His stamina and life were also rapidly depleting. Yu Liui said, their city gate is open. There are less than 10,000 soldiers in Xuyang City that can fight. Why don't we take the chance to kill our way in? Zhu Zhongguang held his chest and said, but this guy is not dead yet. Yu Liui wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at Xianxia whose arm was cut by a Jin country soldier. She said, I think he is almost out of stamina. When we enter the city, we will first kill that kid, and then kill their city guard. This is a good opportunity to take down Xuyang City. The heavens are on our side. Zhu Zhongguang also felt that this idea was feasible. He attacked Xianxia again, but he never expected that Xianxia could still send him flying with one strike after being exhausted like this. He gritted his teeth and said, damn it. Yu Liui panted and said, I calculated that we must kill him within 10 moves, or we won't be able to make it in time. Zhu Zhongguang said with lingering fear, but with our strength, not to mention 10 moves, we can't do anything to him in 20 moves. Yu Liui was so angry that she vomited blood. What a monster. It was no wonder that Yu Liui said that. That guy was not afraid of death or pain. He was like a living dead that crawled out from the ground. He could not be beaten down or killed. Yu Liui clenched her fists and coldly glanced at Zhu Zhongguang who was about to retreat. She snorted and said, if you want to hide, then hide. I won't hide. Today, only one of us can live. After saying that, she pulled out the soft sword at her waist and used her qinggong to stab at Xianxia, her soft sword entangled with Xianxua's qingfeng sword. She curled her lips and a poisonous needle flew out from between her fingers, stabbing straight at Xianxua's vital point. Xianxua pulled back his long sword, and the sword chi sent Yu Liui flying, shattering her silver needle. Yu Liui crashed into the stone wall behind her and was bounced back by the huge force. She fell beside Xianxua's feet in a sorry state. Xian Yuanqi's sword stabbed towards Yu Liui's forehead. Yu Liui was so scared that she closed her eyes and turned her face away. She heard the sound of a sharp blade entering her body, but the pain that she imagined did not come. A drop of hot blood dripped onto her face. She opened her eyes and saw that Xian Yuanqi's long sword had stopped in front of her forehead. It was only half an inch away from stabbing her. She looked up. Xian Yuanqi's chest was pierced by a long spear that was shining with cold light. That long spear looked a little familiar. She turned around and saw a man in a white brocade robe riding a majestic dark brown warhorse under the drooping curtain of the night. The man had an unparalleled aura in the world, and his eyes were calm and steady. Yu Liui's eyes lit up. Master. Zhu Zhongguang also hurriedly bowed. Master. Gongsun Yu calmly raised his hand. Yu Liui kicked Xian Yuanqi. Who asked you to be so arrogant? You dare to be arrogant again. Blood dripped from Xian Yuanqi's chest. He gripped his long sword tightly, supported himself, and slowly stood up. The well-trained archers behind him drew their longbows and aimed at Xian Yuanqi in unison. There was a long spear in Xian Yuanqi's body. He did not spend any effort to pull the spear out. Instead, he dragged his long sword and walked towards Gongsun Yu step by step. The long sword made an ear-piercing sound on the cold hard stone ground. The Black Wind King leaped into the city gate. Gu Jiao did not turn around. Her heart was beating uncontrollably, and her hand that was holding the reins began to tremble. Commander Xiao. Zhao Dangfeng called her from the back of the horse. She did not seem to hear him. She let go of her stiff hand and dismounted from the horse. She calmly walked up the city gate tower. Only Wen Renchong noticed that her entire body was trembling slightly. Some of the soldiers wanted to attack Xian Yuanqi, but Gongsun Yu raised his hand and stopped them. Xian Yuanqi's vision was blurred by the blood. He had overexerted himself, and his dantian had already exploded. All the bones in his body were broken, and blood flowed out of his orifices. Intense pain gnawed at his body. He walked towards Gongsun Yu with great difficulty, but his will was firm. Yu Liui stood beside Gongsun Yu's horse and looked up at him in confusion. Master, let him come over, Gongsun Yu said. Xian Yuanqi seemed to have walked his entire life in just a few short steps. Xian Yuanqi used all his remaining strength to raise the Qingfeng sword in his hand and launch a final attack at Gongsun Yu. Puchi, the long sword pierced through his body. It was Gongsun Yu's sword. Bang, the city gate closed. Gu Jiao stood on the towering city gate tower. She gripped the city wall tightly with both hands and scratched a large patch of blood. Show the flag. Show what flag? General Ji was stunned. Wen Renchong rushed up. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and jumped onto the city gate tower. He unfurled the eagle flag in his hand. The Great Yan flag and the Xianyuan commander's flag fluttered in the west wind. Xian Yuanqi knelt on the ground powerlessly and looked in the direction of the city gate tower. Was that the commander's flag of the Xianyuan family? He could still see it before he died. How nice. He had no regrets. Jing'er, forgive your father. I can't wait until the day I reunite with you. The Lord of Shadows, Xian Yuanqi, had completed his mission. See you in the next life. Father, a heart-wrenching cry came from the official road behind him. Xian Yuanqi closed his eyes and lowered his arms. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1054705553. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. He's dead? Yuli looked at the lifeless Xianxia and pulled out her sword. She snorted, "He hurt me. I'm going to cut off his hand." "Liuyi," Gongsun calmly called out to her. Yuliui's dagger-wielding hand paused in midair. "What's wrong, my lord?" Gongsun listened to the approaching sound of horse hooves and said, "Let's go." Yuliui looked at the man galloping towards them from the end of the road. Behind him was a large army. She frowned unwillingly and put away her dagger. This guy got lucky. She quickly mounted her horse. Gongsun didn't bring a large number of troops, only 20 archers. They didn't have the advantage in numbers. However, this man looked very powerful. Killing him would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the Yin kingdom. Yuliui followed Gongsun. "My lord, who's that big guy?" Gongsun looked at the rolling dark clouds in the sky. "Yan Kingdom's general. Xianxia." "Xianxia? Didn't the Xianyuan family all die?" Yuliui muttered to herself. She looked up and saw that Gongsun and the 20 archers were already in front of her. She quickly whipped her horse and caught up. She said to Gongsun, "My lord, your horses are very powerful. I've never seen them before." Gongsun said calmly, "The Yan Kingdom's Han family sent the Black Valiant Cavalry." Yuliui said mischievously, "Black Valiant Cavalry? The Xianyuan family has the Black Wind Cavalry. The Han family has the Black Valiant Cavalry. Interesting. My lord, I want one too." Gongsun said, "There are more in the city lord's residence. Go back and pick one." Yuliui smiled brightly. "Okay." The group of people left. The last ray of light dimmed. Dark clouds swallowed the entire night sky. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The biting cold west wind instantly turned into a storm. The grass and trees at the pass swayed, as if tens of thousands of heroic souls at the border were sobbing silently. Yuliui was drenched and snorted disdainfully, "Today is not a good day to attack the city. We'll fight them another day." Gongsun didn't say anything as he rode on his horse. His expression was cold and solemn, like a god from the 9 heavens. In the end, the last great general of the Xianyuan family had fallen in his hands. The legend of the Xianyuan family came to an end. Sooner or later, Great Yen would fall into Great Jin's hands. By the time Liao Chen's horse reached the mountain pass, Gongsun had already left with the Jin army. He almost jumped off the horse and fell heavily into the mud that was soaked by the rain. Braving the cold rain, he rushed over on his knees and arrived in front of Xianxia. He looked at the man who was covered in blood and had his chest pierced by a spear. Tears immediately flowed out of his eyes. Why, the wound that he had taken 20 years to heal was once again cruelly torn open, and his heart felt as if it had been torn in half. He raised his hand and wanted to hug his father, but he was worried that he would hurt him, such a serious injury, so painful. He knelt in front of his father, and his entire body was trembling uncontrollably. He suppressed the pain in his heart, and his tears fell onto the ground. Why can't I see you after so long? Why can't you wait for me? Why must you leave me behind every time? Open your eyes, look at me, look at Jing'er. Jing'er has grown up." Liao Chen knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. His fingers dug into the mud, and blood spread from his fingertips and flowed all over the ground. The heavy rain broke a big tree that had been cut by the sword energy at the mountain pass. Without the cover of the big tree, everyone on the city tower saw the scene. They had all thought that there was a small army at the mountain pass, and that was why they didn't let the Jin army charge over. Who knew? It was just one person. That person used his own flesh and blood to guard the mountain pass, and stop the 9,000 soldiers of the Jin army. His body was full of arrows and knives, and there was even a spear that pierced through his chest. What kind of tenacious and unyielding willpower was this? What kind of willpower could make a person forget life and death, or even surpass life and death? Everyone had tears in their eyes. They didn't know who that person was, but they all felt the powerful willpower coming from him. That was the undying war spirit of the great Yin. Yi Qing stood on the city tower, and stared at the father and son kneeling in the rain without even saying goodbye. His heart was filled with countless complex emotions. "Master, your divination has come true. Everything is exactly the same as what you said." The soul of Xianyuan has fallen under Gong Sunyu's sword. But master, since you already know the result, why did you still send me to the border, so that I can witness this tragedy with my own eyes? With my ability, I can't change anything. I didn't even have time to take precautions. The soul of Xianyuan shouldn't have fallen. The state teacher's disappointed voice flashed through his mind. Yi Qing's eyes turned cold, as if he had made some kind of decision. He clenched his fists, flew up, and jumped down from the city tower. Master Yi. General Ji's expression changed. He reached out to grab him, but he was too late. He didn't even touch a corner of Yi Qing's clothes. The blue robe of the state teacher's palace fluttered in the wind and rain, like an ink-stained green lotus blooming. Yi Qing jumped down from the city tower. General Ji's face was solemn. Master Yi, what do you want to do? Yi Qing used Qinggong to rush through the wind and rain. Master. Since the soul of Xianyuan shouldn't have fallen, then please forgive me, for making this decision without permission. I'm very sorry for going against your will. When I return to the state teacher's palace, I'm willing to accept any punishment. I don't know if this can save him. Maybe I can't save him, and I'll waste the most precious thing you gave me. But no matter what, I want to try my best. If I'm wrong, please let me use the rest of my life to make up for today's mistake. Wen Renchong jumped down and came to Gu Jiao's side. Commander Xiao, that person is. Gu Jiao looked at Yi Qing's figure flying in the rain, and her eyes moved. General Xianyuan Qi. Wen Renchong was stunned. General? General? He's not. Could it be? No, it's him. Gu Jiao concisely answered his question. Prepare the stretcher. Finished speaking, she turned around and quickly went down the city tower. The rain was getting heavier. When Yi Qing came to the father and son's side, the three of them were all soaked. Yi Qing knelt down on one knee and took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms. Xianyuan Jing, help me support your father's head. Liachen was slightly stunned. He hadn't heard anyone call his name for many years, so he didn't react for a moment. My name is Yi Qing, the eldest disciple of the state teacher's palace. Yi Qing said, and his eyes were cold. If you don't hurry up, when your father is completely dead, even Deluo Jin Xian won't be able to save him. Tears rolled down Liachen's face as he held his father's head that was gradually losing its temperature. He could no longer feel his father's pulse and breathing. Like this? Can he really be saved? Yi Qing pulled out the cork. In the state teacher's palace, there are many patients who have stopped breathing and pulse. Not everyone can be saved, but as long as they aren't completely dead, there is still a glimmer of hope. Liachen choked and asked, what is considered completely dead? Yi Qing poured out the only pill left in the bottle, pried open Xianyuan Qi's mouth, and fed it to him. If your breath and pulse stop for half an hour, then you're basically completely dead. An expert like your father may be able to delay it a bit. This kind of pill didn't seem to melt in the mouth. Yi Qing then slapped Xianyuan Qi's abdomen, and used his internal energy to slide the pill into his stomach. Liachen carefully avoided the weapons on his father's body, and let his father lean on his chest. In the past, his father was his support. In the future, he hoped that he could become his father's support. There are 2 points. Yi Qing glanced at him and said, first, I'm not sure if your father is dead or not. If he's dead, then it's useless for him to take this pill. Second. Saying this, Yi Qing paused. Even if your father isn't completely dead, this pill may not have any effect. Liachen looked at him with a complicated expression. The pill you gave my father is purple grass poison. Yi Qing met his gaze and honestly said, you should have heard of this poison. It has a 99% chance of directly killing your father, making him completely dead. Liachen squeezed his fingers and murmured, in other words, the chance of survival is only 1 out of 100. Not that much. Yi Qing pondered for a moment, then said, with your father's situation, 1 out of 10,000 is the most. Gu Jiao arrived at the scene, and found that Xianyuan Qi's situation couldn't be carried on a stretcher. That is, if Xianyuan Qi had any hope of being saved. Gu Jiao began to deal with the weapons on his body, starting with the spear. Yi Qing, as the state teacher's direct disciple, was also not weak in medical skills, so he cooperated very well. Wen Renchong and the others held up their raincoats, blocking the pouring rain from the sky. What did you give him? Gu Jiao asked Yi Qing. Purple grass poison. Yi Qing said. Gu Jiao understood. Since coming to the Yan kingdom, she had heard of this poison more than once. Last time, Gu Chongqing was stabbed by an Hun and was sent to the intensive care unit, almost becoming a cripple. The state teacher also intended to give him this poison. It's just that the poison had expired. Gu Chongqing used his own willpower and psychological suggestion to pull himself through. This was a miracle in the history of medicine, but Xianxia's situation was very different from Gu Chongqing's. Gu Chongqing had already woken up, and his life was no longer in danger. He just didn't want to become a cripple. But Xianxia, he really breathed his last. Gu Jiao put on the silver silk gloves, and cut the spear in Xianxia's chest with the golden silk. This won't expire again, right? It won't. The state teacher had told him about last time before he left. He hurriedly explained, the medicine master gave Gu Chongqing was left many years ago. This medicine was found in the Han family's mansion a few days ago. Han family? Gu Jiao cut the spear in her back with the snow sky silk. Yi Qing said, yes, master said that the Han family is likely to control a large purple grass garden. They have a lot of purple grass in their hands. The Han family's Black Valiant Cavalry and 5th Master Han's Black Demon Horse were all fed with purple grass poison. Black Valiant Cavalry. Gu Jiao frowned slightly when she heard the name, but this also explained why 5th Master Han's horse was so powerful. Then didn't a lot of horses die? She asked. Yi Qing nodded. Animals are much more resistant to purple grass poison than humans, but there is still a 70% failure rate. A large number of young horses are poisoned to death, and only those who survive are qualified to become Black Valiant Cavalry. Gu Jiao didn't speak anymore. In order to strengthen themselves, the Han family was really willing to do anything. If it wasn't for Yi Qing's master mentioning it before he left, he wouldn't have known that the Han family had so many crazy secrets. He coldly said, they're worse than animals. Gu Jiao glanced at him and disagreed, don't insult animals. Yi Qing was stunned, oh. Gu Jiao's hand that was treating Xianxia's wound suddenly stopped, and solemnly asked, Yi Qing, will the purple grass poison lessen his pain? Yi Qing quickly realized that she was referring to Xianxia. Liachen supported his father in his arms, and also carefully looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't hide anything from him. As a son, he had the right to know his father's real situation. He has very serious internal injuries, and suffers great pain every day. Living is a kind of torture for him, but death is a kind of relief for him. Liachen clenched his fists, and his body slightly trembled. He didn't expect his father to be like this all these years. He will. Yi Qing firmly said. Either he will be poisoned to death, and the pain will end. Or he will endure the poison and be reborn. Thinking of something, Yi Qing added, after being poisoned by the purple grass poison, he will enter a state of suspended animation, and will look no different from a dead person. It will last for different hours. Some people will last for 6 hours, some for 14 hours. If he still can't wake up after 24 hours, then he is really dead. Gu Jiao's eyes fell on the man's face. Xianxia. You have to survive. No matter who you've been waiting for all these years, and what kind of agreement you have with him, I think he doesn't want you to die here. Your mission is not complete. Go through all the pain in the world, live on as the spirit of Xianxia, live on as Liachen's father, live on as Jing Kong's uncle, and witness the new dynasty in peace. That is your true mission. Xianxia was brought back to the wounded barracks, and Yi Qing personally guarded him. Liachen pulled himself together. Whether or not his father could be saved, he couldn't wallow in the pain for too long. Is it Gong Sunyu? Liachen asked faintly under the awning outside the tent. Other than him, there was only Gu Jiao in the tent, looking at the map. Gu Jiao grunted, yes, it's him, the main general of Jin's expedition to the east, General Shenwei. Liachen said coldly, I will kill him with my own hands. Gu Jiao looked at him. Liachen had changed out of his monk robes and put on the black robes of the Shadow Division, which made him look a bit murderous. Okay. Gu Jiao said, he is yours. The lights under the awning reflected in Liachen's eyes, like two burning flames of vengeance. What are the other two called? Gu Jiao flipped through the map and said, Zhu Zhongquang and Yu Liui. They are both Gong Sunyu's confidants. Liachen said, if they are here, I will kill them as well, no one will take your head, but... Gu Jiao said, handing him the map with the key points. We may have to split our forces. They may not all gather in one place. You have to think carefully about who to deal with. Liachen said without hesitation, Gong Sunyu. A medical officer came out from another camp. Gu Jiao called out to him, how is old Tang? The medical officer hurriedly said, Commander Xiao, he has taken the antidote pill you gave him. He is fine now. He will recover after a few days of sleep. Yu Liui was a master of concealed weapons, but she didn't use poison. The antidote pill given by Madame Nan could cure all poisons. Except for Shang Wanqing's poison. Thinking of Shang Wanqing, Gu Jiao closed the map and said to Liachen, Shang Wanqing is still trapped in Ghost Mountain. We must attack Puqing as soon as possible and draw the Jin army away. How many soldiers do you have in your shadow division? 20,000, Liachen said. Not all of them are from the shadow division. There are also some old subordinates of the Xianyuan family. Gu Jiao said, the Black Wind Cavalry can fight for 10,000 soldiers. Altogether, there are 30,000 soldiers. The Imperial Army is attacking the Liang Army. I sent Wenren Chong to send a message. I don't know how many soldiers they can send. The Imperial Army had 120,000 soldiers. 80,000 of them were soldiers, while the rest were supplies and logistics. The Jin Army claimed to have 200,000 soldiers. It was unknown whether that was true or how many soldiers they had. Gu Jiao called for Teacher Hu, how many of the translations have you done? Teacher Hu hurriedly said, half. I will go and urge them. Gu Jiao reminded him, remember, not a single word is wrong. Teacher Hu patted his chest, yes, sir. Don't worry, I have found 4 true descendants of the Jin army. I have checked them carefully. There will be no mistakes. Gu Jiao said, that's good. I need accurate information about the Jin army. On the other side, Shang Guanyan was in charge of the rear. Marquis Xianping led his troops to kill the Jin army. Wang Man led his troops to besiege the Namgong family and recapture the new city. Marquis Xianping drove the Liang army out of the border. But that was not enough. He directly killed his way to the border of the Liang country and planted the flag of the Great Yan on the territory of the Liang country. In the rear tent, spies constantly sent in reports of victory from both sides. Shang Guanyan was very satisfied. At this rate, it will be over in 3 to 5 days. Outside the tent, a man's voice came, Your Highness. Wenren Chong of the Black Wind Battalion requests an audience. Shang Guanyan sternly said, Come in. Wenren Chong hurried into the tent, cupped his hands and bowed. He presented the letter in his hands. Huaner took the letter and opened it and handed it to Shang Guanyan. After Shang Guanyan looked at it, she stood up with a swish sound. Her crown princess aura was fully released. Someone come. Go and inform General Xiao and General Wang Man. They must end the battle tonight. Tomorrow, we will set out to attack Pu City. Digression, when I said 2 chapters, it meant that the 2 chapters were combined into one. My daily update was at least 4,000 words or more, and it had nothing to do with the number of chapters. In addition, Himalayas released a multiplayer version of Yuxing. You can search for the host, run for Yuxing, and click on his homepage. On the right of the first row, there is Grand Concubine. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find on the internet are available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/896428964286/10545029 HTML Genius will remember this site's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. Marquis Xianping was planning to order the soldiers to rest and continue the siege tomorrow morning, but he received an order from the rear. He frowned. Why are you in such a hurry to finish tonight? The best way to deal a heavy blow to the Liang army's vitality was to attack all the way into Bian City. Of course, this was impossible. Neither the military strength nor the provisions would allow it. But at least, he had to seize a few border cities to hurt the Liang army. Tonight, he would reorganize. Tomorrow, he would attack Li County and harvest more heads of Liang dogs. The guard presented a letter with both hands and said, "This is a letter from Her Highness the Crown Princess, please take a look." Marquis Xianping casually took it. A message is a message, why write a letter? There were no superfluous words in the letter, only 6 words, Qing'er was trapped in Pu City. Marquis Xianping's expression instantly turned cold. In order to make it easier for him to lead the troops to war, Shang Wanyan fabricated an identity for him as an old subordinate of the Xianyuan family. He had been working secretly for years and temporarily conferred him the position of Dingyuan general. Although everyone was unfamiliar with this person, it was an indisputable fact that he killed Chu Feiping. In addition, the 4 of them defeated the Liang army's thousands of soldiers and horses. There was no doubt about their prestige and strength. In addition, everyone only thought that the crown princess wanted to take the opportunity to support her henchmen. They were not too surprised by his sudden appearance. This time, he was with the great Yan imperial court's General Zhao Guoping. Did General Zhao also get the letter? Marquis Xianping asked. It seems, no. The guard braced himself and said. Marquis Xianping's expression was as calm as ever, but there was a bit of chilling murderous aura around him. I know. You go and reply to the crown princess. Not tomorrow morning, at midnight, I will take Li County. The guard opened his mouth wide. At midnight, there were only 2 hours left, right? Can they really take it? Shang Wanyan paced back and forth in the tent. She vaguely felt that she had missed something, but she couldn't remember it at once. Her mind was full of the news that her son was besieged in Ghost Mountain. She couldn't believe it was true. Why did her son come to the border all of a sudden? He even fell into the Jin army's territory. What the hell is going on? There was limited space in the letter. Gu Jiao only picked out the main points. Everything would have to be discussed in detail when they met. Huaner wanted to remind her, but seeing how anxious she was, she silently swallowed her words. When something happened to His Highness Zhang's son, the first person you thought of was Marquis Xianping. Have you forgotten about General Zhao? It didn't matter if she forgot, Marquis Xianping would deal with it clearly. At midnight, Marquis Xianping flattened the Li County camp and killed 6 Liang country generals. The Liang army was forced to retreat. They wanted to escape but were surrounded by the Yan country army. In the end, King Pingyang stepped forward and submitted a humiliating letter of surrender. With the letter of surrender in hand, King Pingyang was taken away by Marquis Xianping as a hostage. On the other hand, Wang Man's task was much easier. The new city was not as sturdy as Chuyang City. Furthermore, the Nangong family's army had been left behind in Chuyang City by Xun Takashi. There were less than 10,000 local soldiers left in the city. When Wang Man's army of tens of thousands charged over, the Nangong family was destined to lose. When the sun was about to rise, Nangong Sitsi died in battle, and the others were captured alive. In the commander's tent of the Black Wind camp in Chuyang City. Advisor who walked over with the translated booklet in his arms. My lord. Please take a look. Gu Jiao looked away from the sand table and raised her hand to take the book. Liachen was also in her tent. The 2 of them carefully read the intelligence of the Jin army. Gu Jiao said, there are more than 200,000 soldiers. Excluding the supplies, there are more than 160,000 soldiers who can fight. Given the conditions of war in this dynasty, the supplies usually accounted for about a third of the total military strength. The Jin army was no exception. Gu Jiao continued, we can mobilize about this number of soldiers. However, the Jin army still has to include the 30,000 soldiers of the Han family. The main reason for this situation was that the Yan country was besieged by 5 countries. Many of its soldiers were scattered. The only country that could be confirmed to have retreated was the Zhao country at Chishui Pass. However, Chishui Pass was mainly made up of Navy soldiers. It was not suitable for fighting on land. Even if they rushed over, it would be useless. The Qin country and the Zhao country were far away, so there was no definite news. Liaochen read all the information in the book and said, Gong Sun deployed a large number of soldiers at the north and east gates. These two gates are the closest to us. The south gate is guarded by the Han family. There are 30,000 cavalrymen and 20,000 infantrymen. I don't know which gate they will be transferred to. The west gate is the weakest, but it is too far from us. Gu Jiao said, it's almost time. Let's go to the pass and meet with the crown princess. Due to the urgency of time, Shang Wanyan and the imperial army did not enter Chuyang city to rest. After they finished fighting the Liang army, they rested for a few hours and then began to march to Puqing. Gu Jiao changed into red battle clothes and black armor. She also went out to put on helmets and armor for the Black Wind cavalry. When she turned around, Liaochen had also put on his battle armor. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. This general in helmet and armor, was he still the handsome monk in her memory who loved to eat meat and drink? The laziness and demonic charm of the past had faded away, and his entire body was emitting a murderous aura of a powerful army. What are you looking at? Liaochen asked indifferently. Gu Jiao curled her lips. I'm not used to you suddenly being serious. Liaochen was speechless. Liaochen mounted his horse and led the troops out of the city. Gu Jiao also took 10,000 Black Wind cavalry. Most of them were soldiers of the garrison camp. They had been longing for this battle for a long time. After the destruction of the Xianyuan family, Wen Rencheng, Li Shen, and Zhao Dengfeng finally had another chance to fight side by side. The three of them rode on horseback. They no longer looked high-spirited in their early 20s. Their faces were stained with the vicissitudes of life. But the conviction in their bones had never diminished or wavered. Zhao Dengfeng sneered. Old Shur is not here. This time, we will fight back together with his share. Wen Rencheng, Li Shen, Zhao Dengfeng, and Shi Zhongkue were the four fierce generals of the Black Wind Battalion. Shi Zhongkue died in battle more than 10 years ago. Thinking of Old Shur, Wen Rencheng and Li Shen's eyes turned cold. Old Shur's death had nothing to do with Jin. This time, they were going to settle the old and new accounts together. For Old Shur. For the general. For the seventh young master. The three of them looked determined and chased after him without hesitation. Gu Jiao waited for Shang Wanyan's carriage on the official road outside the pass. She patted the Black Wind King and stepped into the carriage. Shang Wanyan's eyes were red. It seemed that she had cried because she was worried about Shang Wanqing. But she had calmed down and was able to talk to Gu Jiao calmly. She took Gu Jiao's hand and let Gu Jiao sit down beside her. Jiao, what happened? Gu Jiao looked back. Shang Wanyan said without changing her expression, General Shao, you also get on the horse. I have something to discuss with you and Commander Shao. Marquis Xianping also got on the carriage. Gu Jiao told them about the Ghost Mountain. There were 3 main points, Shang Wanqing, Xianyuan Qi, and the 1,000 lives in the tunnel. Gu Jiao only mentioned Shang Wanqing's situation in the letter. Shang Wanyan never expected that Xianyuan Qi was involved. Second uncle is still alive. He is still alive. He has a son. Shang Wanyan didn't know about the Shadow Division. She thought that Xianyuan Qi really died that year. He is the master of Jing Kong. Gu Jiao said. So in Jing Kong, he is also a child of the Xianyuan family. Although Shang Wanyan had doubts for a long time, she was not sure. Where is Jing'er? Gu Jiao said, he first set off with 20,000 troops and some of the city's supplies. Shang Wanyan whispered, second uncle is still in danger, right? Gu Jiao nodded regretfully, yes. Gong Sunyu. Shang Wanyan coldly clenched her fists. Marquis Xianping, who had been silent, suddenly opened his mouth, I have 2 doubts. First, where did old Gu go? Second, why did Qing'er go to Ghost Mountain? Shang Wanyan, didn't you say that he is staying in the village outside Xingdu? Shang Wanyan opened her mouth. Marquis Xianping raised his hand and made a stop gesture, okay, no need to say any more, this Marquis knows. The two looked at him with a dumbfounded face. What do you know? Marquis Xianping couldn't hide his emotions and said, father and son are connected by heart. He must have come to find this Marquis. What a filial son he is to look for his father for thousands of miles. Gu Jiao, Shang Wanyan, Wang Man beat the gong to withdraw his troops at dawn and was on his way. Mu Qingchen was also under his command. While waiting for the two of them, Marquis Xianping and Shang Wanyan quickly understood the deployment of the Jin army and drew up a preliminary battle plan. Gu Jiao's Black Wind Cavalry and Liao Chen's Shadow Division went to attack the 30,000 Black Wind Cavalry of the Han family. The battle location was at the South Gate. Marquis Xianping led 50,000 infantry and archers to attack the 80,000 Jin army at the North Gate. Wang Man led 30,000 troops to the East Gate to fight the 40,000 Jin army. Finally, Chang Wei led 30,000 troops to the West Gate of Puqing to fight the 20,000 Jin army. The rest of the troops stayed in Xuyang City to prevent the Liang army from counterattacking and the Jin army from being defeated. Digression, it's the end of the month, it's time to clear the tickets. Let's see if there are any tickets left. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1054311135. HTML Genius memorized this website's address, www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile version website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. In October, the border was cold and bleak. After making all the battle plans, Shang Wanyan stayed in place to wait for Wang Man's army. Gu Jiao and Marquis Xianping led the troops first. Just as the two of them got on their respective warhorses, a mighty and majestic figure galloped towards them, full of vigor. Hey! You two are not loyal. Go out to fight. You left me alone in the wounded barracks. You're not kind. It was Tang Yuashan. You're injured. Gu Jiao said. Tang Yuashan angrily retorted, is that an injury? It's just a mosquito bite. Gu Jiao looked at him with a dark face. Little henchman, pay attention to your tone, or I'll give you an injection. Tang Yuashan coughed softly and said, it's fine now that the poison is detoxified. I don't care, I want to go. He was born to be a warlike person. He wouldn't stay idle in the wounded barracks. Then you follow me. Marquis Xianping said. Tang Yuashan was a little hesitant and disdainful. You already have Chongjing, why do you need me? I can't use my full strength as the Grand Marshal if I'm with you. His reins were pulled away by Marquis Xianping. Pu City, City Lord's Mansion. Yu Liui went to the yard early in the morning to play with her new black brave mount. The black brave mount was not all black. For example, the Lord's was dark brown, and hers was chestnut. She rode on her new mount and happily circled around the City Lord's mansion. Seeing Gong Senyu returning from the barracks with Zhu Zhongquang and several generals, she jumped off the horse with a smile. Lord. Gong Senyu nodded slightly. She was a little girl, so Gong Senyu treated her more leniently than those rough men. He said, it's still early, don't you want to sleep a little longer? No. I want to ride a horse. She said mischievously, I heard that the Lord caught a few more prisoners, I wonder, can you give them to me? Gong Senyu generously said, after the interrogation I'll give them to you. Yu Lui smiled and said, that's great. Another newbie is testing the mechanism. Zhu Zhongquang secretly shuddered. Looking at this girl's innocent smile, he thought that she was an innocent and harmless little girl, but he had seen her use mechanisms to torture people to death. She was a little devil. Thinking of something, Yu Lui stomped her feet and snorted, why isn't Jia Xingzhou back yet? A mere 300 ghostly soldiers had been tormented for so long. How useless. My lord, I'll go help him. Okay. Gong Sunyu agreed. Yu Lui laughed heartily and mounted her horse. Just as she was about to gallop out of the estate, a guard suddenly rushed in with a hurried expression. He saluted Gong Sunyu and said, reporting to the Grand General. Our spies have discovered the movements of the Yan army on the official road. A large number of cavalries are heading towards Puqing City. Without waiting for Gong Sunyu to speak, Yu Lui chuckled, Yan army? Were they really that bold? He had just killed their great general Xianxia yesterday, and now he dared to come to their doorstep for revenge. You're really not afraid of death? Gong Sunyu calmly asked, how many soldiers do you have? About 30,000. The guard replied. Yu Lui scoffed, it's just 30,000 cavalries, my lord. Give me 20,000 men and I'll go out of the city and kill them all. Gong Sunyu was not in a hurry to agree. Instead, he asked the guard, are they the Black Wind cavalry of the Xianxia family? It seems so. The guard said, they're carrying the Flying Eagle flag of the Xianxia family. Yu Lui excitedly said, my lord, I'll go cut down their Flying Eagle flag. Gong Sunyu calmly said, there's no need for the Jin army to do such a thing. The Han family has always wanted to compete with the Black Wind cavalry. Then, let the Han family prove it to me. Gu Jiao and Liao Chen's 30,000 men took a day to reach the small forest near Puqing City. Gu Jiao said, we'll rest here for a night and attack the city at dawn. Okay. Liao Chen felt that it was feasible. Gu Jiao was not worried that their whereabouts would be exposed and they would be attacked by the Jin army. Based on her understanding of Gong Sunyu probably did not care about these 30,000 men. He wanted to keep the Jin army to deal with the main force of the Yan kingdom. Gong Sunyu would probably let the Han family deal with them. In order to maintain the strongest force, the Han family would not choose to attack at night. Gu Jiao sat on the ground with her back against a tree. She hugged the red tasseled spear and closed her eyes. She said, they'll wait for us in the city. The tree was wide enough for two people to sit together without feeling crowded. Liao Chen sat beside her. He glanced at her and said, I've always had a question in my mind. What question? Gu Jiao asked. Liao Chen whispered, do you have any relationship with the Xianxia family? Gu Jiao said, why do you ask? Liao Chen looked at the branches above his head and said, my uncle's red tasseled spear is in your hands. I know it's a coincidence, but I feel like it's destined to be yours. Gu Jiao was silent. Liao Chen said, the armor you're wearing belongs to the First Lord of Shadows. The armor was recast from my uncle's armor, but that set of armor was originally given to him by the First Lord of Shadows. So my profound armor has such a history. There was something else Liao Chen didn't say. The armor and armor were inseparable. Now that they were finally combined, it was as if they had found their true master. A gentle breeze blew past. Liao Chen turned to look at her again. He found that she had fallen asleep with the red tasseled spear in her arms. The Black Wind King quietly came over. He bit off a warm cloak from the carriage and gently placed it on Gu Jiao. Liao Chen closed his eyes in envy. In a flash, he felt something extra on his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the Black Wind King had also covered him with something with his mouth. It was a broken sack. Liao Chen was speechless. The next day, at 7 in the morning, the sky was overcast. There was an invisible chill in the haze. The Black Wind Cavalry and the Shadow Division were at the city gates. Pu City was not as easy to defend and difficult to attack as Zhiyang City. There were two reasons for this. First, it had been in disrepair for a long time. The original city lord had embezzled the money allocated to him, causing it to be unable to be repaired. Second, when the Jin army attacked Pu City not long ago, they had damaged the city gates once. After the Jin army entered the city, they enslaved many strong men to repair the city gates. Unfortunately, the south gate had not been repaired. Gu Jiao and Liao Chen rode at the front of the 30,000 soldiers. They looked up at the familiar figures on the city gates. It really is the Han family. She had guessed correctly. She introduced them to Liao Chen. That silver-haired man is Han Fifth Master. Beside him is Han Lei, Han Ye's father. Liao Chen looked at them. They also looked at Liao Chen. Han Lei said thoughtfully, I know that youth. He's the one who took Xiao Liulong's identity. He was adopted by Duke Ongua and became the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. But who is the person beside him? I don't think I've seen him before. Han Ci did not speak. He looked at Liao Chen without blinking. Liao Chen also looked at him without dodging. Han Lei looked at Han Ci and asked, "Fifth brother, do you know him?" Han Ci said, "I don't know him. But I think I've seen those eyes somewhere before." Gu Jiao raised the red tasseled spear in her hand and pointed it in the direction of the city gates. She said arrogantly, "Bastard of the Han family, do you dare to come out of the city and fight with your grandfather?" Han Lei was so angry that his mouth twitched. In the next moment, the city gates opened. A young man in silver armor rushed out with a long sword in his hand. Gu Jiao looked at him. Han Yi. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. She put the red tasseled spear on her shoulder and looked at him calmly. "Your hamstring is fixed. You can't only fight on horseback?" Han Yi was angry at the mention of this. He had suffered so much and endured so much pain before he could stand up again. It was all Xiao Liulong's fault. He wanted to kill him and avenge himself. And also avenge second uncle. Han Lei frowned. "Yi, why did you open the gates?" Fifth grandfather Han said calmly, "We can't defend it anyway. Why don't we go out and fight?" The valiant dark cavalry's strength was offense. Only under the city gates could they unleash their full power. Moreover, he had been waiting for this day for a long time. He always wanted to know if the valiant dark cavalry he trained could defeat the Xianyuan family's dark wind cavalry. An endless stream of valiant dark cavalry rushed out of the city gates and fought with the dark wind cavalry and the shadow tribe. The battle came faster and fiercer than expected. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cavalry fell. Some were on their own side, and some were on the other side. Han Ye's target was Gu Jiao. "Why didn't that Gu Chongqing come with you? You don't deserve to fight with him." "Nonsense. Watch out for my sword." Han Yi swung his sword at Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao raised her red tasseled spear to block the attack. The spear and sword clashed, and Han Ye's murderous aura filled the air. Han Yi was shocked. The last time they fought, this kid was clearly no match for him. Why was it that after a dozen moves, this kid's face was not red, nor was he panting? It seemed like he was very relaxed. Whoosh, Gu Jiao killed a cavalry with a single stab. Then, she stabbed her spear at Han Ye's waist. The angle was very tricky. It could not be blocked or deflected. Han Yi gritted his teeth and used his qinggong to leap up, perfectly dodging the attack. Then, he swooped down from above Gu Jiao's head and stabbed his sword at Gu Jiao's Baihui acupoint. "Are you trying to make me jump up? Dream on." Gu Jiao stared at him. Then, she suddenly leaned back. Han Ye's spear stabbed Gu Jiao's armor. However, it did not pierce through. Han Ye's eyes flashed. Gu Jiao's spear slashed at his thigh. Han Yi did not understand why this kid's armor was so hard. It was too late for him to retreat. Seeing that one of Han Ye's thighs was about to be cut off by Gu Jiao, fifth grandfather Han suddenly rode his black demon horse and quickly arrived behind the two. He used a sword to deflect Gu Jiao's spear. 2 against 1, Gu Jiao was pincered. Han Yi said, "You attack her arms. I'll kill her horse." As soon as he finished speaking, Liao Chen flew over and forced fifth grandfather Han off his black demon horse. Fifth grandfather Han stabilized himself with a flip. He turned around and looked in disbelief at the man who forced him off his horse. "Who are you? Tell me your name." Liao Chen's killing intent was like a knife. "Xianyuanjing of the 7 Xianyuan sons." Digression, it's really the end of a month. Don't waste your monthly votes. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964289642826/1054295557 HTML genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. As soon as he said that, everyone seemed to feel the powerful spirit of Xianxia. The morale of the soldiers on the battlefield was split in half. The morale of the Black Wind Cavalry and the Dark Shadow Division was rising. The Black Wind Cavalry of the Han clan seemed to feel the suppression from the spirit of Xianxia. Puching was the burial ground of the Xianxia army. Many years ago, countless Xianxia soldiers were buried here. Some died in battle, while others died in vain. Now that the 7 Xianxia sons had returned, the souls of the heroes in the world seemed to have been summoned. A gust of wind blew past, and the house of Han's cavalry felt a chill run down their spines. Most of them forgot to think about how many sons the Xianxia family had. Only 5th grandfather reacted. He said coldly, "The Xianxia family has 6 sons. Since when did they have 7? You're obviously pretending to be one of them. Don't try to persuade a stubborn person, because they won't listen." Liaochen didn't waste time with 5th grandfather Han. He sheathed his sword and pulled out the spear on his back. The action of holding the gun and the domineering move that was completed in one go shocked 5th Master Han once again. 5th grandfather Han looked at him solemnly. "This is, traitor. Die." Liaochen's spear came down. 5th grandfather Han blocked it with his sword, but half his body went numb. His feet sank into the ground with a bang. It was obvious how powerful the spear was. "Black Demon Horse!" 5th Master Han shouted, and the Black Demon Horse charged towards Liaochen. Liaochen's target was not the Black Demon Horse, but he could not allow himself to be knocked away. Just as he was about to hit the Black Demon Horse with his palm, the Black Wind King came galloping over and mercilessly collided with the Black Demon Horse. The young and healthy Dark Demon Horse was actually knocked aside by a 16-year-old horse. 5th grandfather Han couldn't believe it. Even more incredulous was Han Yi, who was fighting Gu Jiao not far away. This beast, he had raised it for so many years, but had turned around and sought refuge with someone else. What an ingrate. If he had known earlier, he would not have listened to Chunan and left it to fend for itself. He should have caught it back. Ah! Han Yi was kicked violently and fell heavily to the ground. Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear and stood in front of him. She looked down at him and said, "Don't get distracted. You might die." Han Yi clutched his aching chest and stood up. His eyes were like torches as he looked at Gu Jiao. Did you use some kind of evil method to increase your power? If you can't beat me, just say so." Gu Jiao carried the long spear on her shoulder. This action was exactly the same as Marquis Xianping carrying his broadsword. She even shot off a Han family cavalryman's helmet and stepped on it with one foot. "Didn't your 5th uncle just use drugs? But look, did he win?" Han Yi turned to look at his 5th uncle. He saw the Han family's once-in-a-century expert being defeated by someone who called himself one of the 7 sons of Xianxia. After being sent flying again, 5th grandfather Han fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of black blood. How can this be? This was his 5th uncle. The survivors who survived the purple grass poison possessed terrifying inner strength and an immortal body that could be said to be immune to pain. Immortal body was an exaggeration, but he was more resistant to injury than normal people. No matter how serious the injury was, it could be healed the next day. This time, it must be the same. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, Liaochen's palm shattered his dantian. Liaochen had countless chances to kill him, but he did not. Instead, Liaochen took him down one move at a time. Yes, the purple grass poison could heal a person's body, but could it restore a warrior's fighting spirit? When 5th grandfather Han's last shred of fighting spirit collapsed, he spat out blood and lay on the blood-stained ground. It wasn't that he'd run out of energy, but that he could feel the huge gap between him and Liaochen. He was not a martial arts genius to begin with. It was only because he had been poisoned by the purple grass poison that he had such astonishing strength. Liaochen was different. He was really strong. Fifth grandfather Han finally accepted his fate. He closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Liao Chen's spear pressed against his forehead, but did not stab him. You let my sixth brother go. Consider this life of mine repaying you in his stead. With that, Liao Chen put away his spear and turned to leave. Fifth grandfather Han suddenly opened his eyes and looked weakly at Liao Chen's departing figure. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Is sixth grandfather still alive?" Liao Chen did not answer. He mounted his horse and said to Gu Jiao, who was fighting Han Yi, "I'm going to kill Gong Sun Yu. I'll leave this to you." Gu Jiao shot Han Yi and knocked him down. Go. Liao Chen led dozens of Dark Shadow Division fighters into the city gates. He rode his horse while the others used their lightness techniques. After entering the city, they split up and disappeared with a whoosh. A large group attracted attention and could easily be surrounded by the Jin army. It was much more secretive when they split up. They would meet up at the governor's mansion later. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the city, a child's scream came from the top of the city gate tower. He looked up. A 5-year-old boy was falling from the top of the city gate tower. His face was full of fear. He flew up and caught the boy in midair. Now is the time. Murderous hidden weapons rained down from the top of the city gate tower. The boy was just bait. If he didn't fall for it, the boy would fall to his death for nothing. If he fell for it, he would be shot to death with the boy. What a vicious plan. Liao Chen flicked his sleeves and pulled out his sword, stabbing it into the tower. He stepped on the blade of the sword, and under the great force, his body flew forward like an arrow released from a bow. The rain of hidden weapons clanged against the sword and also hit the hard bluestone floor. His horse was also injured and couldn't continue to fight. He landed on one knee at the corner of the street with the boy in his arms. Are you okay? The boy was so scared that he didn't even know how to cry. He turned to look at the towering city gate tower with a cold face. On the city gate tower, a graceful girl in pink was looking at him with a smile. You're the 7 sons of Xianyuan? Xianyuan Qi, who was killed by the Lord, is your father? How interesting. You actually dodged my flying flower hidden weapons. Interesting. Throwing an innocent child down from the city gate tower was left out of her mouth so casually. Liao Chen turned his head and put the boy in a safe place. He looked at the top of the city gate tower with a murderous look. It was impossible to climb such a high distance with lightness techniques. However, he had just stabbed his sword so he could borrow some strength. Let's try. Liao Chen pulled out the long spear behind his back and stabbed it into the long sword. With 2 points to borrow strength, he shouldn't miss. Liao Chen flew up. No way. Climbing the city gate tower with your bare hands. Humph, how confident are you in your lightness techniques? Yu Liui didn't attack. She just looked at Liao Chen and waited for him to fall. Unexpectedly, Liao Chen really came up. Yu Liui widened her eyes in disbelief. Looking at the man who flew in front of her, she was so shocked that she forgot to attack. Bang! A powerful sword energy came from behind Yu Liui. Liao Chen's eyes flashed. He slapped the wall of the city gate tower with his palm and supported his body upside down to avoid the attack. The next moment, 4 or 5 more powerful sword energies came at Liao Chen. This was a blatant sneak attack. Liao Chen's expression changed. He couldn't dodge. He was blasted off the city gate tower by the sharp sword energy. His whole body was numb for a moment. He couldn't use his internal energy and lightness techniques. Was he going to fall to his death? He looked at the grayish-blue sky. White clouds had appeared at some point. He saw his father's gentle and kind smile. He hadn't avenged his father. Was he going to die in vain? At the critical moment, a figure in a dark blue Taoist robe soared into the air from behind. The figure grabbed his waist, which was clad in armor, and brought him down slowly. His toes touched the ground and his whole body sank. Then he turned his head to look at the man who had appeared out of thin air. His eyes flashed fiercely. Oxnose? Taoist Qing Feng ignored him. He only raised his head and looked at the 5 swordsmen on the city gate tower with cold eyes. He said lightly. His life is mine. The aces of the sword hut all frowned. That boy was already difficult to deal with. Why was there another one? Yu Liui's almond eyes widened. This stinking Taoist seems very strong. Capture him. I want both of them. I want to use them to test medicine. The 5 aces of the sword hut flew down from the city gate tower. Taoist Qingfeng looked at the pale Liao Chen and said, "You're injured." Liao Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "It's nothing." "Why are you here?" Taoist Qingfeng said, "I should be the one asking you this. But before you answer me, I have another question." Liao Chen didn't argue with Liao Chen on account of Liao Chen's kindness. "Go on." Taoist Qingfeng held a bag of dried buns in his hand. He asked seriously, "Is this Xianxia Pass?" Liao Chen was speechless. Xianxia Pass was in the northeast. This was the northwest. Digression, the third watch is here. Love Mud Cutie. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/10542435. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The newest chapter of the book is not finished yet. Please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. Liao Chen's expression was indescribable. Did this guy get lost again? How did he get lost from the northeast to the northwest? Liao Chen suppressed the urge to twitch his mouth and said calmly, "This isn't Xianxia Pass." Speaking of which, did the Feng family swap missions with Wang Su to escort the emperor's grandson to the Chen kingdom for peace? Taoist Qingfeng said, "Feng Wuxiu wanted to eat lamb buns, so I went to buy them for him. I told him not to run around and to follow Prince Changsun. I think he got lost with Prince Changsun and the others." Liao Chen looked at the 3 buns that had dried to stone in the bamboo bag and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "You're the one who got lost, right? How long have you been lost? Can't you ask for directions?" Well, this guy never asked for directions. He didn't think he was lost at all. "As long as I don't ask, I'm not lost. Having a bad sense of direction isn't scary, but it's scary to think you're a road hog." Liao Chen shook his head and sighed. "How can anyone be like you? Are you living in heaven?" Taoist Qingfeng didn't hear clearly and looked at him strangely. "What did you say?" Liao Chen's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. His murderous aura faded and he smiled evilly like a demonic monk. "I said you're a natural-born immortal. It must be hard for you to come down." Taoist Qingfeng didn't understand, but he didn't care. He looked at the people across from him and asked, "Why do these people want to kill you? And why are you dressed like this?" Liao Chen said lightly, "When 2 countries are at war, I'll fight. They're the Jin army." "Jin army?" Taoist Qingfeng paused and said seriously, "Okay, I'll kill them first. Then I'll take your life myself." Liao Chen smiled. "Okay." The two seemed to have talked a lot, but in reality, not much time had passed. The 5 swordsmen of the sword hut had been observing their breath and internal energy to determine their martial arts and weaknesses. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything. "Attack together," the leading swordsman said. The 5 of them wielded long swords and charged at Taoist Qingfeng and Liao Chen. Taoist Qingfeng put the dried buns on the stone lion beside him. He was not used to using weapons, so he started to fight with them with his bare hands. Liao Chen didn't use any weapons either. The swordsman thought that Liao Chen had lost his weapon and suffered internal injuries, so his strength would be greatly reduced. Who would have thought that when Liao Chen attacked, the swordsman would feel great pressure? Liao Chen said coldly, "That was just a sneak attack. Do you really think you can beat me fair and square?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his palm down and sent the 2 swordsmen flying. Taoist Qingfeng frowned. "Is this guy's kung fu so powerful?" The other 3 saw that Liao Chen was not easy to deal with, so they targeted Taoist Qingfeng, thinking that it would be easier. Taoist Master Qing Feng leaped into the air and landed on the ground. He slammed his palm on the ground and shouted, "Leave! Can! Break!" With him as the center, a powerful internal force attacked the two swordsmen on his left and right. Li was the east, and Can was the west. The two swordsmen had unknowingly walked into his formation. It was almost the same situation as 5th Master Han and Gu Chongqing. The difference was that the selection of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander was a competition, so he didn't kill them. This time, he was using his true strength. The two swordsmen were sent crashing into the pillars on both sides. The pillars collapsed, and the two swordsmen fell heavily to the ground. Even their weapons flew to the side. Cultivators did not kill. But he was a citizen of the Yan Kingdom first, and then a Taoist of Baiyun Temple. Everyone was responsible for the rise and fall of the country. Close. Open. Break. Taoist Master Qing Feng slammed his palm down again. Liao Chen's expression changed, and he leaped onto the roof. The other two swordsmen were not so lucky. They were hit by Taoist Master Qing Feng again, and their dantians were destroyed. They died on the spot. Liao Chen jumped lightly and landed steadily in front of Taoist Master Qing Feng. He said with a faint smile, "Taoist Master Qing Feng, your strength is very surprising." Taoist Master Qing Feng said expressionlessly, "When I kill you, I'll be even more surprised." Then, he slammed his palm in Liao Chen's direction. Liao Chen's eyes flashed. He raised his fist and punched in Taoist Master Qing Feng's direction. Their fists and palms passed each other in the air, hitting the sneak attackers behind each other at the same time. They were the two swordsmen who had been sent flying by Liao Chen. Now that they were hit again, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't take it anymore. Their legs gave way, and they died. Taoist Master Qing Feng looked coldly at Liao Chen. Next, Before he could finish, Liao Chen suddenly stepped forward. His left arm touched Taoist Master Qing Feng's waist, and he pushed Taoist Master Qing Feng behind him. His other palm slammed into the last swordsman's chest. Now, 5 swordsmen were dead. On the tower, Yu Liui stomped her feet in exasperation. Useless. You can't even defeat a Taoist and Xianxia. What's the use of having you? I told you to send your sword hut's protectors over. What are these disciples trying to do? These people weren't ordinary disciples. They were the most talented swordsmen in the sword hut. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been called to Puching by Elder Lu. They could only blame Liao Chen and Taoist Master Qing Feng for being too strong. After Liao Chen killed the last person, he immediately let go of someone's waist and used his qinggong to leap onto the roof. Taoist Master Qing Feng frowned. You want to escape? Liao Chen curled his lips and said lightly, I'll go kill someone first. After I'm done, I'll deal with you and me. By the way, I'll leave that child to you. With that, he pointed at the alley and disappeared in a flash. Taoist Master Qing Feng looked at the child in the alley who was too scared to cry. He frowned, but in the end, he didn't chase after Liao Chen. He walked over and took the child's small hand. Outside the city gate, the Black Wind Cavalry and Shadow Division were fighting fiercely with the House of Han's Black Storm Cavalry. 5th Grandfather Han was helped to the side by his servants. He sat on the cold ground with his back against the city wall. He watched the House of Han's Black Storm Cavalry fall one by one. Suddenly, he felt powerless. Had all his years of perseverance been a mistake? Had all his efforts been wasted? Why couldn't they defeat the Black Wind Cavalry even though they were stronger? The House of Han's warhorses were stronger than the Black Wind Cavalry. Their tolerance for pain was also much higher. However, the Black Wind Cavalry had an unyielding will in their bones. They could suffer, they could die, but they would never retreat. He thought that with the strongest warhorse, he could train an unparalleled cavalry. Only now did he realize that being strong didn't equate to being powerful. The House of Han's Black Storm Cavalry might really lose. No, there was still the Black Demon Horse, there was still a chance. The Black Demon Horse was one of the few Black Storm Cavalry on the battlefield that wasn't affected. It was in the prime of its life and was young and strong. It wouldn't allow itself to lose to an old horse. It wanted to take back its position as the king of the horses. It launched its most powerful attack at the Black Wind King. With its speed and explosive power, the Black Wind King would definitely lose half of its life. The people around all broke out in cold sweat. Unfortunately, they were in the middle of a battle and couldn't rush over to save the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King panted slightly. It looked at the warhorse that was galloping towards it. It didn't seem to have any extra strength left to take the hit. Its body trembled and fell down weakly. Li Shen's expression changed. Black Wind King. The black demon horse stepped over the Black Wind King and returned to its original position proudly and excitedly. It had defeated the old horse, it was the true king of warhorses. It raised its front hooves and declared its absolute dominance. At that moment, the Black Wind King, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly jumped up and bit the black demon horse's neck. The black demon horse howled in pain. It began to struggle with all its might, trying to shake off the Black Wind King. Unfortunately, the Black Wind King didn't let it go. It could only surrender or die. The black demon horse finally used up its last bit of strength. It whimpered and knelt before the Black Wind King. Fifth Master Han closed his eyes in pain. The House of Han. They had lost. Han Yu was no match for Gu Jiao, so he called the Han family's death warriors to besiege her. Gu Jiao didn't hesitate at all, killing one person with a single spear strike. Han Yu was injured, so the Han family's guards escorted him away. Gu Jiao chuckled. You want to leave? Not so easy. Fifth Master Han allowed you to take him away because he wanted to spare Xianxia's life. But who did Han Yu think he was? He was the Black Wind King who wanted to kill her. Gu Jiao raised her red tasseled spear and mounted her horse. Boss. Chase after it. At that moment, Yu Liui flew down and shot a round of hidden weapons at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao chuckled. You think I don't have hidden weapons? She took out a mechanism box and threw it at the densely packed hidden weapons. Master Lu had made a mechanism box for Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun, and they both gave it to her. She hadn't tested the power of the two mechanism boxes yet. She first heard a light crisp sound, as if a silver needle had hit the mechanism box, followed by the sound of a wheel turning. In the next second, the mechanism box suddenly scattered, and the hidden weapons shot out like a fairy scattering flowers. Not only did they block all of Yu Liui's silver needles and darts, but they also shot down the Han family soldiers around her. Even Yu Liui herself was hit by an almost invisible silver needle. Ah! Yu Liui cried out in pain. The silver needle was poisonous, and Yu Liui's left shoulder and entire left arm instantly lost feeling. She held her left arm and fiercely looked at Gu Jiao. You dare hurt me? Gu Jiao arrogantly said, so what if I hurt you? I still want to kill you. Gu Jiao said. Of the four generals under Gong Sun Yu, Yu Liui was the most ruthless. 9 years later, she would be a very troublesome enemy. Gu Jiao wouldn't give her a chance to grow stronger. Gu Jiao stabbed her spear towards Yu Liui. This was one of the last two moves forced out by Xianyuanqi at Ghost Mountain. Even Xianyuanqi was forced to retreat, let alone Yu Liui. Yu Liui's stomach was cut. She was furious. Who are you? Gu Jiao said indifferently, why do you care who I am? Yu Liui didn't want to die on the battlefield of the Han family. She gritted her teeth and threw out a black fire pearl, which exploded into a cloud of smoke. She took advantage of the chaos to escape. Gu Jiao looked at her back and didn't chase after her. You don't know that Puching is surrounded on all sides, right? You're just a turtle in a jar if you escape into the city. The Han family's morale was already gone. Gu Jiao took the opportunity to lead the Shadow Division to the city wall. She cut down the Jin Kingdom's flag with her spear and put the Yan Kingdom's flag back on the towering city wall. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more interesting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet can be found here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1054078889. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are available here. In October, the first snow fell in Xianxia Pass. At night, Feng Wuxiu wore a thick cloak and held a hand warmer in both hands as he paced back and forth in the snow outside the tent. He glanced at the entrance of the camp from time to time. The attendant walked up worriedly and said, "Master, it's windy outside. You should go into the tent and warm yourself." Xianxia Pass was cold. When he spoke, his breath was white and the wind hurt when it blew on his face. Feng Wuxiu sighed. "I'm not going in. I want to wait for my brother." The attendant quickly said, "Eldest young master will be fine." Feng Wuxiu blamed himself. "If I had known, I wouldn't have craved the mutton buns." His brother took 3 years to get home from the mountain and 3 months to get out of the forest. This time, he got lost halfway. He did not know when he would reunite with them again. The attendant laughed dryly. "Well, you just said it casually. Who would have thought that eldest young master would not sleep in the middle of the night and run off to buy you buns?" It was a long story. On the way, they met a famous bun shop. Because the business was so good, the bun would be sold out the moment it opened. Taoist Qingfeng waited in front of the bun shop in the middle of the night so that his brother could eat the buns. Then, there was no then. Feng Wuxiu had a mission to negotiate and could not wait for his brother. He could only leave a few guards to search the area while he followed Prince Changsun to Xianxia Pass. Feng Wuxiu continued, "Also, I shouldn't have swapped missions with Wang Su. If I went to Qishui Pass, I wouldn't have bumped into that bun shop. If I hadn't bumped into it, I wouldn't have craved it." The attendant said, "Qishui Pass has crispy duck. It's crispy and fried with honey and sesame. It's delicious." Feng Wuxiu swallowed his saliva. "What flavor?" The attendant was speechless. In another tent, a handsome man wearing a silver fox cloak sat in front of a small table. He picked up a pen with his slender fingers and dipped it in ink to write a letter. 2 muffled groans came from outside, and the air was filled with the warm smell of blood. Not long after, Long Yi carried his long sword which was wiped clean with ice and snow and entered the tent. "It's the 13th wave, right?" Xiaoheng said calmly. "Jin state is really persistent." As soon as the news of the Emperor Sun Dong negotiating for peace spread, the Jin nation attached great importance to it. Along the way, Jin nation continuously sent experts to assassinate him for 3 purposes. First, destroy the peace talks with the Qin nation. Secondly, he could use the death of the emperor's grandson to suppress the morale of the Yan army. Third, cut off the possibility of using the state of Qin to deal with the state of Zhao. Long Yi sat cross-legged beside him. Xiaoheng turned his head and brushed the snowflakes off his shoulders. Long Yi was very quiet. He didn't make any noise and allowed his little master to approach him. There were not many people who could get so close to the sky splitter. The memory related to Heaven Splitter seemed to be gradually awakening, and the expression of Long Yi and his aura were also undergoing subtle changes. Xiaoheng felt as if he was losing Long Yi, but he didn't stop Long Yi from recovering his memories. He asked, "Long Yi, the letter I asked you to deliver to the Qin nation's military camp, did you deliver it to that person?" Long Yi nodded. Although he still couldn't speak, Long Yi was no longer unable to communicate with others like before. Xiaoheng smiled with relief. "Long Yi, it's time to learn how to read." The sky was just beginning to brighten. Outside the Blue Snow Pass, the Yan army had set up a temporary tent in an open space at the border. To express his sincerity, Xiaoheng had been waiting in the tent for a long time. The time written on the letter he asked Long Yi to deliver was 7:15 in the morning. However, the appointed person didn't arrive until 7:15 in the morning. The other party was wearing a purple mink cloak. He had a strong figure, wheat-colored skin, resolute facial features, and a pair of smiling eyes. He was the former hostage of the Zhao nation, Yuan Tang. Now, he was the crown prince of the Qin nation. Yuan Tang entered the tent with a smile. He took off his cloak and threw it to the accompanying eunuch. Looking at Xiao Lulang, he said, "Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Lord Xiao. Long time no see." I trust you have been well since we last met. Xiaoheng had already stated his identity on the letter. Xiaoheng raised his hand and motioned for him to sit down. Yuan Tang sat down opposite Xiaoheng and calmly narrowed his eyes. Xiao Lulang, what's going on? Aren't you from the Zhao nation? Why did you go to the Yan nation as an envoy? I heard that the eldest grandson of the Yan nation wants to negotiate with the Qin nation. Why don't I see him? In the tent, other than the two of them, there were also Long Yi, a eunuch, and 2 men of sacrifice from the Qin nation. Xiaoheng calmly said, I am the eldest grandson of the great Yan nation. Eh? Yuan Tang was stunned. The eunuch beside Xiaoheng poured tea for Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang raised his hand and motioned for him to withdraw. The eunuch bowed and retreated behind Xiaoheng. Yuan Tang stared at Xiaoheng without blinking and sized him up from top to bottom for a long time. Xiao Lulang, are you playing with me? You are clearly, Xiaoheng calmly said, my name is Xiaoheng. Xiao Lulang is my temporary identity. My father is the Marquis Shanping of the Zhao nation. My mother is the princess of Xinyang. My birth mother is the crown princess of Great Yin. Yuan Tang opened his mouth wide. The amount of information was too much for him to digest. Horizontal was a knife, vertical was also a knife. Either way, he would be shocked. It was better to shock him all at once. Xiaoheng didn't hesitate and continued, Jiao Jiao has already been adopted by the Duke of Anhua of Great Yin. She is the future successor of the Duke of Anhua. She is also the newly appointed commander of Black Wind Cavalry. This time, she will follow the crown princess to battle. If you must fight, then fight with us. Jiao Jiao said that you once owed her a favor. She wrote you a personal letter. As Xiaoheng spoke, he took out a letter from his wide sleeve and placed it on the small table in front of the two. Yuan Tang was about to reach out to take it, but Xiaoheng pressed his hand down on the letter. Yuan Tang looked at Xiaoheng in confusion. Xiaoheng said seriously, I came to talk to you, not because I have this letter. You can still owe Jiao Jiao a favor. I came to make a deal with you. Oh? Yuan Tang smiled and slowly withdrew his hand. What kind of deal do you want to make with this prince? This prince will say the ugly words in advance. This prince doesn't believe a single word you said just now. You are Xiao Lulang, not the grandson of Great Yan's emperor. Xiaoheng nodded, very well. I'm not making a deal with you as the grandson of Great Yan's emperor. Yuan Tang had been shocked again and again today. He had no idea what Xiao Lulang was planning. He sneered and said, don't tell me you want your loyalists to capture me and use me as a hostage to blackmail the Qin kingdom? Xiaoheng said, there are too many people in the Qin kingdom's imperial court who want you dead. If I really capture you, they would be more than happy to see you die in my hands. Why would they be blackmailed by me? Yuan Tang's smile froze. Your position as the crown prince is not stable. When your uncle, Rong Yao, helped Prince Bo plot a rebellion, it was you who personally brought an imperial edict to arrest him. Although he died at the hands of Prince Bo, didn't he also die at your hands? The Rong clan has long been in harmony with you. Forgive me for being blunt, but the one who is truly suffering from internal and external troubles is you. Yuan Tang said, that's why I have to win this war and get enough wealth from the Yan kingdom. Xiaoheng asked, do you really think you have extra energy to deal with the Yan kingdom? Yuan Tang looked at him strangely, what do you mean? Xiaoheng sighed regretfully, the army of Zhao kingdom has arrived at the western border of the Qin kingdom. If we and Zhao kingdom start a war against the Qin kingdom at the same time, I don't know if the Qin kingdom can withstand it. When I say we, I mean Zhao kingdom, Yan kingdom, and Zhao kingdom. Yuan Tang frowned, you. Xiaoheng said calmly, if you don't believe me, you can go back and wait. I promise you, in less than 3 days, the news of the Zhao kingdom's army arriving at the city will be delivered to you by your spies. Yuan Tang clenched his fingers and said coldly, Zhao kingdom won't help you. Besides, Zhao kingdom didn't have the guts to do so. Xiaoheng smiled faintly, it's a long journey for Zhao kingdom to attack the Yan kingdom. The loss outweighs the gain. How can it be faster than directly dividing your neighboring kingdom? Besides, Zhao kingdom already believes that Zhao kingdom and the Yan kingdom will send troops to attack the Qin kingdom. So, you don't have to worry that they don't have the guts to take a share of the loot. Yuan Tang said sarcastically, how can they believe that? Xiaoheng said calmly, young Master Gu family army of Zhao Kingdom and Mr. Meng, the chess saint of 6 kingdoms, have already sneaked into Zhao Kingdom. I think, these 2 people are enough to gain the trust of Zhao Kingdom. When Yuan Tang heard this, he couldn't keep calm anymore. You, don't go too far. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Xiaoheng sighed, actually, it doesn't matter whether I'm the eldest grandson of the emperor or not. What matters is that I can prevent the Qin kingdom from being attacked by the other 3 kingdoms. Make your choice, Prince of Qin Kingdom. Yuan Tang slapped the table. Xiao Lulang, you're looting a burning house. Does Jiao Jiao know that you're so despicable? Xiaoheng didn't even lift his eyelids. You'd better think about how to deal with the attack of the other 3 kingdoms. As he spoke, he stood up slowly and walked out of the tent. When he was at the door, he stopped, as if he suddenly thought of something, and said pleasantly, but if you're willing to cooperate with me, I can guarantee that I'll share the Jin Kingdom with you. Jin Kingdom? Yuan Tang was stunned again. Let Yuan Tang fall into a desperate situation first, and then draw a big picture for Yuan Tang. No one could withstand it. And as long as Yuan Tang agreed to join the Yan Kingdom, it would be much easier to deal with the Zhao Kingdom. Your Majesty of the Zhao Kingdom, if you're not willing to accept the negotiation, then the Yan Kingdom, the Zhao Kingdom, and the Qin Kingdom can only declare war on you. The Qin Kingdom won't help you. The Yan Kingdom can't even take care of itself, how can they fight us? This is a letter from the Prince of the Qin Kingdom. He has agreed to form an alliance with the Yan Kingdom. As for the Yan Kingdom, Xuyang City has sent news of victory, and the Liang Kingdom has surrendered. Taking down the Zhao Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom without losing a single soldier. This is called subduing the enemy's troops without fighting. Digression, it's the last day of the month. Little cuties, hurry up and vote, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www. zhbqg.com/896428964286/1054068009. HTML Genius memorized the website address in a second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile version reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more fully. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. The key to this peace talk was Yuan Tang. The premise of taking down the 2 countries was based on Yuan Tang's agreement to the peace talk. If Yuan Tang refused, then things would not go well in Zhao State. Will Yuan Tang's Crown Prince of Qin State agree? After Yuan Tang left, an old general accompanying him in the tent asked. Xiaoheng flipped through the report on the table. Find a way to send the report of Xuyang City's victory to Qin State. If there was no news of Liang State's defeat, it might be a little tricky. But now, it was foolproof. Yuan Tang was an ambitious crown prince. He was not willing to be a puppet crown prince, so he urgently needed to make military achievements and establish his reputation in the imperial court, the army, and the people. But if he was destined to lose, then Yuan Tang's risk would be the last hurdle to destroy Yuan Tang. Prince Chongsun. A guard's voice came from outside the door. His tone was obviously a little strange. Xiaoheng understood and said, "Come in." The guard led a man dressed as a cook into the tent. The man had been here once before, so Xiaoheng and the old general were not unfamiliar with him. The 2 looked at him. He cupped his hands and bowed, saying in standard Yan State language, "Prince Chongsun of the great Yan State, my master wants to ask you, what do you think? My master can give what the crown prince can give, and what the crown prince can't give, my master can give." Xiaoheng said without hesitation, "I'm not interested in the internal strife of Qin State. If you have the ability, let your crown prince be the crown prince of Qin State first." The cook smiled. "Your Highness, do you really think that Yuan Tang's crown prince will agree? Even if he agrees, he won't be able to achieve anything. I'm afraid he will drag Yan State down." Xiaoheng said casually, I only know that he became the crown prince, but your crown prince didn't. His words caused the cook's face to turn red. Naturally, he was not a real cook. Instead, he was a subordinate of the Qin state's second prince. He rushed up angrily and said sarcastically, I think your Yan kingdom has been too arrogant for too long. Do you really think that you can defeat Jin and Liang by joining forces with a few inferior countries? What an idiotic dream. Your country of Yan has been besieged on all sides. My Highness is willing to cooperate with you, which is giving you face. A wise man submits to circumstances. Don't think too highly of yourself in the Yan kingdom. The old general unsheathed his sword and stood up with a murderous aura, you bastards. How dare you disrespect the eldest grandson of the great Yan emperor? The cook trembled in fear. Xiaoheng said faintly, forget it, General Fu. After all, he is not from the Yan kingdom. It's not up to us to punish him. I'll have to trouble General Fu to make a trip personally and send this person to the Qin nation's crown prince. It just so happened that he brought the news of Xuyang City's victory to them. Two birds with one stone. Xiaoheng was a person who did good deeds without leaving his name behind. However, he could not do that in the political arena. He could not hide his kindness to his allies. He must let Yuan Tang know everything that was beneficial to Yuan Tang. The man was shocked, how dare you? The old general chopped him to the ground with a hand knife and tied him up with a rope. Xiaoheng said faintly, you all think that the Yan kingdom is going to fall. You can't wait to ride on our heads. Go back and tell your masters that the Yan kingdom will win this war. Pu City. After a fierce battle, the Black Wind Cavalry and the Dark Shadow Division successfully broke through the South City Gate. The Yan kingdom's flag once again fluttered above their own land. The soldiers of the garrison battalion were very excited. Who said that the garrison battalion could not fight? Didn't they break through the South City Gate? Zhao Dengfeng fell on his butt and sat on the ground. He said breathlessly, those bastards from the Han family are so damn tough. It was an indisputable fact that the Han family's warhorses were strong. They and the Dark Shadow Division had fought with all their strength and lives. They had used their unyielding belief and fighting spirit to kill those troublesome fellows. I'm so tired. Zhao Dengfeng said breathlessly. Li Shan supported his body with a knife and glanced at him coldly. He said while panting, who told you to indulge in debauchery and waste your energy? Zhao Dengfeng was not happy. Hey, you're accusing me wrongly. When did I indulge in debauchery? Didn't I just do it for others to see? You're such a stubborn person. So what if you agree with the Han family? You spend the Han family's money to do your own thing and then stab the Han family in the back. This is so King annoying. When he and Li Shan left the military camp around the same time, the Han family wanted them to go underground and secretly contact the old subordinates of the Xianyuan family for them. Li Shan did not agree and said that he would not let the Xianyuan family down in this life. Then he left without taking a single copper coin. Zhao Dengfeng was much more tactful. Wen Renchong glanced at the two and said seriously, you two, stop arguing. Han Yi has escaped. Besides, there are 20,000 Han family soldiers in the city. They should be under the command of the fourth Master Han. Our mission is not finished yet. I know. Zhao Dengfeng smiled. He quickly recovered his strength and mounted his horse in high spirits. Bastards of the Han family, your grandpa Zhao is here. Li Shan frowned, can you not talk like the young commander? Zhao Dengfeng said, I just want to learn. You sound so arrogant. Wen Renchong looked around, wait, where is the young commander? Li Shan said, he was on the gate tower. They looked up at the same time, but Gu Jiao's figure was long gone. The three of them looked at each other, and an ominous premonition surged in their hearts at the same time. Wen Renchong's eyes turned cold, not good. It's a trap. Go to the gate tower. Ha 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 ha. We've been tricked. Yu Liui's bell-like laughter came from the gate tower. She didn't run away at all. Instead, she hid in the dark room of the gate tower through a special mechanism. Now, there was another guest in the dark room. Yu Liui looked up with a smile and looked at Gu Jiao, who was standing on a wooden cross. She said with an innocent face, you are the Black Wind Cavalry's commander? You look very young, but you dared to hurt me. I have to ask you for a little compensation. It all started when Gu Jiao went up the gate tower. After she put the Yan Kingdom's flag on the roof, she inadvertently heard an unusual noise under the roof. She went into the house and released the kidnapped civilian, but it ended up like this. The floorboard suddenly retreated, leaving only 2 floating planks that crossed under her feet, barely supporting her. She couldn't jump out, climb up, or walk down because she was surrounded by a cage made of the snow domain's heavenly silkworm silk. There were hundreds of heavenly silks. Even if she had the silver silk gloves, she couldn't destroy so many heavenly silks in an instant. If she tried to break in, the most likely result would be her body being cut up, leaving only her hands intact. Yu Liui said with a smile, "What's the point of saving a cheap civilian's life? Yu Yan Kingdom's generals are too soft-hearted." Gu Jiao said, "This is not soft-hearted. Unfortunately, people like you will never understand." She wasn't a normal person either. Every day, she endured the torture of slaughtered qi. But her godfather said that sometimes people don't bully the weak because they are soft-hearted, but a strong person must have their own pride. Strong people don't live to bully, they live to protect. Yu Liui said with a smile, "I don't understand, but I won't be as stupid as your Yan Kingdom's generals. You, the 7 sons of Xianyuan, and that Xianyuan Qi, you are all people who shed blood for a group of lowly civilians. I am only loyal to my lord. Exchanging a civilian for the life of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander, it's worth it." Yu Liui sat in a hanging basket. After she finished speaking, she waved at Gu Jiao, "Goodbye, Black Wind Cavalry's commander." She snapped her fingers, and the person at the bottom activated the mechanism. Her hanging basket slowly moved down, and finally entered a dark room underground. The mechanism above Gu Jiao's head also began to turn. It was a huge winch, and it was above the heavenly silks. Every time the winch turned, the heavenly silks would tighten towards Gu Jiao. "Young commander." It was Zhao Dingfeng's voice. The 3 of them found the room on the tower. They saw Gu Jiao standing on 2 planks, and her feet were in the air. This was too dangerous. The 3 of them rushed forward without any explanation, wanting to save Gu Jiao. "Don't come over," Gu Jiao said. The 3 of them stopped in their tracks. Gu Jiao said, "There's heavenly silks of the heavenly silks." The 3 of them blocked the light, so they could not see. They scattered to the side, and with the light and angle, they could see the intertwined threads in the room. There was actually so much heavenly silks of the heavenly silks, the 3 of them were stunned. The planks under her feet were very narrow, so Gu Jiao had to maintain perfect balance to not let herself fall. She gently placed the red tasseled spear on the planks, and slowly took out the heavenly silk's gloves and put them on. She wanted to try and tear a hole. But when she moved one of the threads, the winch increased its strength and turned twice. The heavenly silks of the heavenly silks tightened around her by an inch. Hiss, one of the red tasseled spear's red tasseled spear was cut off. Wenrenchong stared, "Winch. Stop the winch." The problem was, how could they stop the winch? They tried to use weapons and hidden weapons, but before they could touch the winch, the heavenly silks of the heavenly silks were cut into pieces. The winch turned again, and a small piece of the plank was cut off. When the plank was completely cut, Gu Jiao would fall and be cut into pieces by the heavenly silks of the heavenly silks of the heavenly silks below. "What should we do?" Zhao Dangfeng asked. Wenrenchong frowned, "We can only do it from the roof. You 2 go up to the roof, and I will tell you what to do." The 2 of them nodded, and used their qin gong to go up to the roof. Wenrenchong stood at the door, and stared at the winch's position, a little to the right. "Yes, that tile. Take it away, and be careful not to trigger the mechanism." The 2 of them carefully took away the tile on the roof, and finally saw the winch below. Li Shan pulled out his long sword, and stabbed it down, and it was stuck in the shaft of the winch. "Success." Zhao Dangfeng let out a long sigh of relief. As soon as his voice fell, a caw sound was heard. The winch was so strong that it broke Li Shan's long sword. To make matters worse, the spinning speed of the winch began to increase abruptly. The snowland heavenly silkworm silk came from all directions, cutting towards Gu Jiao. Wenrenchong felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. "Zhao Dangfeng, where's your sword?" Zhao Dangfeng broke out in cold sweat. "The capstan is spinning too fast. I can't get it in." Wen Renchong shouted, even if you can't get in, you still have to get in. The young commander will lose his life. Zhao Dingfeng was so anxious that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. I want to too. I really can't get stuck. It's over, it's really over. The snow domain heavenly silkworm silk was about to encircle them. Bang, a sharp sword chi pierced through the air from behind the two of them, sending them flying away in a domineering manner. Even half of the roof was blown away. Wen Renchong was standing at the door of the room. He was unable to open his eyes due to the sudden burst of smoke, dust, and debris. Little commander! Li Shen shouted. A stalwart figure descended from the sky and knelt on one knee on the beam of the house. Holding the black iron longsword with both hands, he swung it down viciously and blocked the spinning capstan. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. They looked at the expert who had appeared in the sky in disbelief. Wasn't this the old man who had been guarding the little commander's tent for the past few days and forbade anyone from visiting the unconscious little commander? They had heard that he had gone to Pu City to gather information. He looked quite old. How could his martial arts be so strong? Gu Jiao looked up at the old marquis who had descended from the sky. So, it was my sworn brother. My sworn brother was so powerful. Give me your mysterious power. The old marquis ignored the glances of his brothers. He found the mechanism under the capstan and removed the snow domain heavenly silkworm silk around Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao, who had no idea that she had already fallen off the horse, picked up the red tasseled spear on the wooden board and reached out her hand to the old marquis. Pull me up. The old marquis looked at this impudent little girl who had teased him. He was so angry that he couldn't vent his anger. He had nothing better to do than to take care of this little girl. Wasn't she quite capable? Come up if you have the ability. If you can't do it, throw him down. He would take care of her again. He wasn't Gu Chao. Gu Jiao pointed to her little foot. She had sprained her ankle. Half an hour later, the old marquis expressionlessly carried Gu Jiao down the city gate tower. Digression: the last few hours, the tickets have been cleared. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428626/1053999170. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that could not be found online are all available here. After the South Gate was broken, the Han family members were defeated and fled. The Jin army did not send reinforcements. Indeed, the Jin army did not care about the Han family members, but the final reason was that the other 3 gates were also under attack. Marquis Xianping stole the advanced siege weapons from the Liang people, which made the situation worse for the Jin army. The Jin army had the geographical advantage and could defend the city with half of their forces. Now, they had to go all out. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when Gu Jiao was successfully rescued. The people that were rescued by Gu Jiao were taken away by Wen Renchong. He found a cavalry to send them to a nearby hospital. The rest were on standby, waiting for the next mission. The old marquis placed Gu Jiao on a small stone by the street. The Black Wind King came over and sniffed her. Gu Jiao was about to say I'm fine when she glanced at the old marquis and patted him. Wen Renchong and the other 2 walked over. Zhao Dingfeng looked at Gu Jiao and asked, "Little commander, are you okay?" Gu Jiao took out a small book and wrote, "I'm fine." The 3 frowned. What happened? Why did she write? Did her throat go hoarse? The old marquis put his hands behind his back and stood to the side with a cold face. There was an unknown anger in his heart that he could not vent. After coming to the Yan kingdom for so long, he had learned a lot of the Yan language. He could understand simple words and speak a little. He heard the 3 old subordinates of the Shenyuan family mention a name, Han Yi. I'll go catch him. Li Shen said. I'll go. Zhao Dengfeng said, your arm is injured. Let the doctor bandage it for you. Li Shen looked at his left arm and said, it's just a small injury. Wen Renchong said, you two stay here and guard the city. Lord Zhou and I will go and capture them. The old marquis opened his mouth and hesitated for a moment. Then, he spoke in the language of the Yin kingdom that was not very standard. Is that Han Yi in his 20s? Is he very young? The three of them nodded in unison. Yes. The old marquis pointed to an alley not far away. Is the person tied up inside the alley the one you want to catch? Zhao Dengfeng hurriedly ordered 2 cavalrymen to carry the unconscious man out of the alley. The few of them took a closer look. Who else could it be but Han Yi? Zhao Dengfeng's mouth twitched. You know Han Yi? The old marquis replied, I don't know him. I thought he was a deserter. Everyone, Gu Jiao nodded seriously and gave the old marquis a thumbs up. Big brother, as expected of you, old marquis. Alright, Han Yi had been dealt with, but things weren't over yet. Zhao Dengfeng angrily said, there's still 1 more month, Lu Yi. The mechanism just now was set up by her. She almost killed the young commander. I must catch her. I'll tear her to pieces. When the 3 of them arrived at the gate tower, although they didn't see Lu Yi, they heard her arrogant and vicious voice. The few of them were very angry at her. She was so young, but she was so vicious. They had to kill her quickly. Otherwise, who knew how many people she would harm if she was left alive? Wen Renchong said, there seems to be a mechanism under the gate tower. Let's go look for it later. The old marquis was silent for a moment before speaking again. Maybe, there's no need. The few of them looked at him in unison. Zhao Dengfeng asked in a daze, you didn't catch her too, did you? No, the old marquis said. The 3 of them let out a long sigh of relief. That's right. Yu Lui had just left and you appeared. How could you catch her in such a short time? You didn't give the experts a chance to live at all. The old marquis said, I just activated the mechanism in the underground house. She should be trapped inside now. The 3 of them? The old marquis had been gathering information in Puff City these past few days, but he hadn't infiltrated the army camp or the city lord's mansion. Instead, he had followed a few suspicious soldiers to a gambling house outside the mansion. Yu Lui had taken over the gambling house and turned it into a den for her to test out medicine and mechanisms. The old marquis had set his sights on Yu Lui. In the past few days, he had followed Yu Lui's tracks and investigated all of the mechanisms she had set up in Puff City. Then, where do we go in? Zhao Dengfeng asked. The old marquis pointed in a direction. It's behind that door. Yu Lui was a dangerous person. The 3 of them didn't let anyone else do the work and went to investigate the situation themselves. In the end, they really did find the secret room and saw Yu Lui pressed to the ground by a huge jack. Yu Lui's leg bones had been crushed and several of her ribs had been broken. Her dantian had been destroyed and she had spat out a mouthful of blood. She probably never dreamed that she would be destroyed by the mechanism she had set up. The next step was to formulate the next step of the plan. The Han family still had 20,000 soldiers in the city and the old marquis didn't agree to chase after them. The old marquis said, it's easy to take down the south gate and it's also easy to break the defense. If the Jin army finds that they are no match for them and wants to retreat from the south gate, what do you plan to do? Do you plan to let them go or defend the gate? That's right. After all, this wasn't Jin's territory. The Jin army wouldn't defend it at all costs. At most, they would retreat. It seemed that they couldn't move the soldiers here. Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and wrote, Big brother is still the experienced one. He's considerate. Her handwriting wasn't good, but her proud tone was overflowing. The old marquis turned his face away coldly. Gu Jiao touched her chin. Big brother's mood wasn't good. The officers and soldiers of the Dark Wind Battalion and the Dark Shadow Battalion were resting and reorganizing on the spot. Zhou Ren led his subordinates to set up camp and clean up the battlefield. Zhang Shiyong went to organize and deal with the prisoners of war. Wen Renchong and the other 2 returned to their respective posts to repair the armor, cook the food, and chop firewood. Gu Jiao sat on a stone stool outside the tent and looked at the new intelligence sent by the scouts. The old Marquis sat opposite her and looked at her coldly. She was wearing armor and a helmet. Her face was dirty and she looked like a tomboy. The old Marquis's eyes were cold. He began to shake his legs. After shaking his right leg, he shook his left leg. After shaking his left leg, he changed his posture and continued to shake his legs. Gu Jiao was lost in thought. From time to time, she would come up with a strategy in her mind. The old Marquis crossed his arms. After a while, Gu Jiao still didn't look over. He stood up and walked in front of Gu Jiao. His tall and strong figure shrouded Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. "Who thinks I'm naked?" grumbled Gu Jiao's stomach grumbled. She saw the brocade pouch at the old Marquis's waist. It emitted a tempting fragrance. The old Marquis looked at her drooling face and frowned. He took off the brocade pouch at his waist and threw it to her. There were a few pieces of crispy candy and walnuts in the pouch. Gu Jiao didn't eat much crispy candy. She took out the walnuts. When a normal girl took a walnut, she would hand it to her grandfather delicately and say shyly, "The walnuts are too hard. I can't open them. Grandfather, please help me open them." But this girl, she directly grabbed 2 walnuts and smashed them on her helmet with a bang. The image of Jiao Jiao's little granddaughter in the old Marquis's mind was smashed. He shivered and looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. Gu Jiao handed the opened walnuts to him. "Here, do you want to eat?" The old Marquis was speechless. On the other side, after Liao Chen and Taoist Qingfeng parted ways, he used his lightness skill to come to the mayor's mansion. He came to kill Gong Sunyu. But when he sneaked into the mayor's mansion and searched carefully, he couldn't find any trace of Gong Sunyu. He stood on the roof and frowned at the mayor's mansion, which was obviously less guarded, and said to himself, "Strange, where did Gong Sunyu go? Your Highness, be careful." In a small cow shed outside Pu City, Mu Qingchen reached out to support Shang Guanyan, who almost stepped on air. Shang Guanyan steadied her body and calmed down, saying, "I'm fine." Mu Qingchen said, "It just rained. The entrance of the tunnel is leaking water, and the road is slippery. Please be careful." This tunnel was the route that Xianxia took with Gu Jiao and Tang Yuashan. When they came out, Xianxia didn't activate the mechanism, so they could go a second time. Gu Jiao drew a detailed map. Pu City was surrounded by battles. The Crown Princess took Mu Qingchen and a group of experts to the tunnel to meet with Shang Guanqing. Mu Qingchen took the lead. The group of people held torches and walked down the tunnel. The last person closed the wooden door on the ground. The tunnel was wet. After a few steps, Shang Guanyan's shoes were wet. She didn't care about this little discomfort. Her heart was full of her son. It had been a day and a night. How was the situation in Ghost Mountain? At this time, the battle at the South Gate had begun, and the East Gate would be soon. She didn't know if Gong Sunyu had sent someone to ask Jia Xingzhou to withdraw. They shouldn't know that the Great Yan's imperial grandson was trapped under Ghost Mountain. They wouldn't insist on withdrawing, right? If Jia Xingzhou really didn't withdraw, then this tunnel was the only hope to save them. "Qing you must hold on. Mother is coming to save you." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1053833817. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that can't be found on the internet can be found here. Shang Guanyan hasn't been to Ghost Mountain, and Mu Qingchen hasn't. Among the people who accompanied them, there was a native of Pu City. However, he only knew the road above ground and knew nothing about the underground passage. When they came in, they felt dizzy. The group came to a fork in the road, and there were passages on both sides. Now, which way should we go? Shang Wanyan asked. Mu Qingchen raised the lantern, looked at the sheepskin map in his hand, and said, right. No matter how well Gu Jiao wrote, the map was very standard, and there was nothing confusing about it. Mu Qingchen continued to walk in the front, and Shang Wanyan was anxious to see her son, so she followed closely behind. After walking for a while, Mu Qingchen noticed that her breathing was not right. He stopped and turned to look at her. Your Highness, are you okay? Shang Wanyan wiped the cold sweat on her forehead, shook her head and said, I'm fine, just a little bit out of breath. Mu Qingchen looked up, looked around, and softly explained, this kind of underground passage should be equipped with vents, but because of the rain, some of the vents may be blocked by silt. They were men and martial artists, so it wasn't too difficult for them to breathe. Shang Wanyan was different. She was a woman, and she was injured. Mu Qingchen looked at the map and said to Shang Wanqing, Your Highness, hold on for a while. After walking for a while, the passage will open up, and it won't be so stuffy. Shang Wanyan clutched her chest and nodded. The group walked for a while, and the narrow passage really became much more spacious, allowing two people to walk side by side. Shang Wanyan's breathing gradually became better, and her mind became clearer. She began to look and think about the passage. She sincerely sighed, I really don't know who built such a long passage, directly from Ghost Mountain to outside Pu City? Mu Qingchen agreed, yes, it's really shocking. The Ministry of Works of the Imperial Court was in charge of water conservancy, agriculture, and engineering, but they couldn't build such a marvelous tunnel. More importantly, why did they build such a tunnel? If it was from the city lord's manor or the army camp, it could be said that it was a convenient route for the army to retreat. However, Ghost Mountain was a desolate place. He really couldn't figure out why the passageway was built there. It was as if someone had predicted the disaster on Ghost Mountain and built a tunnel to save them. Mu Qingchen shook his head. He had fought too many battles recently and was possessed. What kind of nonsense was this? He did not speak of strange forces and chaotic spirits. He focused on finding the way and saving His Highness Zhang's son as soon as possible. The tunnel was extremely dark. They couldn't tell how much time had passed, but they had finally reached the last tunnel on the map. Mu Qingchen said, Your Highness, we'll enter the cave at the back of the mountain after we turn right. That's where General Xianxia used to live. He also knew about Xianxia and his son. Good. Shang Wanyan touched the armor on her waist. Mu Qingchen noticed her careless movement and said, I forgot that Your Highness is still injured. Why don't Your Highness rest here for a while? I'll go take a look first. Shang Wanyan said, My injury has already healed. It's just that I haven't walked so far, so my waist is a little sore. She couldn't wait to see her son and didn't want to sit in the same place. Mu Qingchen couldn't stop her and could only let her go. They soon arrived at the cave at the back of the mountain. Saving people was more important, so they didn't stay for long. They directly followed the instructions on Gu Jiao's map, pressed the mechanism on the stone wall, and entered another tunnel. Mu Qingchen said, Lulang said that this place is very close to the village. We should be able to hear the movements of the Jin army. Shang Wanyan listened carefully, but it's very quiet up there. Mu Qingchen nodded, yes. Shang Wanyan frowned, have they already withdrawn? Mu Qingchen analyzed, this is also possible. Just now, when we were in the cave at the back of the mountain, I observed the sky. It's getting late. If Lulang moves quickly, he would have already taken the south gate. General Wang Man and General Changwei should also be fighting against the east and west gates. Although the north gate is far away, General Xiao and Swordsman Tang should be here soon. Besieged on all sides, it was difficult for the Jin army not to withdraw their troops from Ghost Mountain. Huh? In another small cave that could accommodate more than a dozen people, Mu Qingchen stopped. What's wrong? Shang Wanyan asked. Mu Qingchen looked at the wall in front of him and then at the parchment in his hand, and said, there should be a passage here according to the map, but now it's gone. Shang Wanyan asked, did something happen that caused the passage to be closed? After that, the wall in front of him slowly moved, and the stone door was opened. A familiar figure came out. Shang Wanyan's eyes lit up, Qing Er. Shang Guanqing was dressed in a plain white brocade robe, clean and neat, handsome and elegant. The mask on his face had been taken off, revealing a handsome face that was almost the same as Xiao Heng's. There was a charming mole under his right eye. Even if their faces were the same, Shang Guanyan could still distinguish her two sons at a glance. Seeing that her son was safe and sound, she smiled happily. But the next second, she couldn't smile. Because another figure came out from the passage behind her son. Shang Guanyan's smile turned cold. Gong Sunyu. Gong Sunyu stood beside Shang Guanqing. Behind him, 5 experts came out. One of them was Elder Liu, and the other was Jia Xingzhou. Jia Xingzhou's long sword was pointed at Shang Guanqing's back. Probably no one expected that Gong Sunyu would come to Ghost Mountain instead of guarding the city outside. Mu Qingchen and the accompanying experts pulled out their long swords and surrounded Shang Guanyan in the middle. Shang Guanyan restrained the gentle expression of a mother and restored the aura of a high and mighty crown princess. She said coldly, Gong Sunyu, what do you want to do? Gong Sunyu said indifferently, Your Highness the Crown Princess of the Great Yin, long time no see. Thank you for remembering me. Shang Guanyan smiled faintly, my cousin defeated him. I just happened to remember. When Jin Empire was sent to Yin Empire, Xian Yuanqing fought with Gong Sunyu, and Gong Sunyu was defeated. Gong Sunyu was not enraged. Instead, he said arrogantly, it's a pity that Xian Yuanqing was shot to death on the city gate tower. If he was still alive, I wouldn't mind sparring with him again. Xian Yuanqing's tragic death was a thorn in Shang Guanyan's heart. He didn't die under the enemy's blade, but was nailed to the city gate tower by his own red-tasseled spear. What a tragic situation. Shang Guanyan's fingernails under her wide sleeves were almost pinched into her flesh, but her face was still calm. My cousin is gone, but my 7th cousin is still alive. If you have the life to go out, you can also find him to have a competition. But I guess the ending won't be any different from many years ago. Gong Sunyu snorted, arrogant. Shang Guanyan said coldly, stop talking nonsense. If you have the ability, then go out and fight. Gong Sunyu smiled faintly, with you in my hands, why do I need to fight? Crown Princess, will you obediently surrender, or will my men come and catch you? Mu Qingchen raised the long sword in his hand. Gong Sunyu didn't look at Mu Qingchen, but continued to look at Shang Guanyan, you should know that your men are no match for me. If you really send them to their deaths, I don't care. Shang Guanyan said, Qingchen, step back. Mu Qingchen turned to look at her, Your Highness. Shang Guanyan nodded slightly, listen to me. As she spoke, she looked at Gong Sunyu and said seriously, I and Crown Princess will go with you. Let them go. Okay. Gong Sunyu generously agreed. Elder Liu said, General, let them go. What if they go to call for reinforcements? Gong Sunyu said unscrupulously, if they want reinforcements, then so be it. With the Crown Princess and Crown Princess in my hands, even if there are thousands of soldiers and horses, so what? Don't you think so, Crown Princess of the Great Yin? Shang Guanyan angrily turned her face away, not wanting to pay attention to him. Gong Sunyu waved his hand. Jia Xingzhou pointed his sword at Mu Qingchen and the others, my lord has agreed to let you go. Why aren't you leaving? If you don't leave, I will take action. Shang Guanyan said, all of you leave. This is a military order. A military order is like a mountain, cannot be disobeyed. Mu Qingchen clenched his fists, knelt down on one knee and saluted, Qingchen will take his leave. The group went back the way they came from. Shang Guanyan came in front of her son, raised her hand to touch his thin cheeks, and asked worriedly, you have lost weight. Who told you to come to the border? Didn't I tell you to stay in the manor? You are disobedient again. Shang Guanqing lowered his head, this son knows his mistake. Shang Guanyan asked again, did you take your medicine? Shang Guanqing said with grievance, I haven't taken today's medicine. Shang Guanyan hurriedly asked, why didn't you take it? Shang Guanqing glanced at them. Shang Guanyan frowned and coldly looked at Gong Sunyu, you took my son's medicine? Give it back to me. If anything happens to my son, I'll die here. I want to see what you can use to threaten the Yen Kingdom's army. Gong Sunyu faintly said, give it to him. Jia Xingzhou opened the bag he snatched from Shang Guanqing and rummaged through it. It was full of bottles and jars, which one is your medicine? Shang Guanqing pointed, that one. Jie Xingzhou, which one? Shang Guanqing, that one. Find it yourself. Jie Xingzhou searched the bag for the daggers and concealed weapons. Shang Guanqing took the bag, squatted on the ground, and found a bottle of medicine. He pulled the cork and drank it. Jie Xingzhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought that he was going to cheat. Shang Guanqing suddenly covered his chest and fell to the ground in pain. You poisoned me. Jie Xingzhou's face changed. I didn't. Shang Guanqing rolled on the ground in pain. Shang Guanyan's face turned pale as she rushed over. Qing Shang Guanqing was in so much pain that his eyes almost popped out. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and slammed the stone wall. With a crash, the ground suddenly opened, and he and Shang Guanyan fell down together. Jie Xingzhou flew over and used both hands to press the stone door that was forcefully closing in the ground. Then, he saw a playful and cynical handsome face. Shang Guanqing was lying on the soft haystack, holding a gun in his arms. His ruffian appearance was completely different from the little sweetheart from before. He hooked up the right corner of his lips and smiled evilly. Goodbye, General Jie. Bang, Jie Xingzhou was sent flying by a shot. Digression. Let's ask Brother Qing if he's awesome. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1053833399. HTML Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are available here. Everything happened so fast that even Gong Sun Yu couldn't react in time. The main reason was that Gong Sun Yu didn't expect Shang Guanqing to make such a move. They were obviously two people who didn't know martial arts. Shang Guanyan once knew it, but it was later crippled. In short, Jie Xingzhou was more than enough to catch them. Therefore, Gong Sun Yu didn't stop him. Unexpectedly, he saw Jie Xingzhou being sent flying in front of him. Even he felt a burst of pressure from the terrifying momentum. This cave was considered a transit point for all the major passages, so it was relatively wide. When Jie Xingzhou hit the ceiling of the cave, the huge impact almost caused the ground to collapse. Dust rustled and fell on everyone's bodies. Gong Sun Yu raised his hand to block the dust from entering his eyes. The rest of the people also covered their faces and heads. The only person who wasn't unfamiliar with this sound was Elder Liu. When he and his companion Elder Zhang entered Ghost Mountain to save Min Hongyi, Shang Guanqing, who claimed to be the Ghost King, used the same method to kill Elder Zhang. This kind of weapon was too powerful. He didn't dare to take the brunt of it, so he didn't avenge Elder Zhang. Instead, he quickly took the seriously injured Min Hongyi and fled. Unfortunately, Min Hongyi's heart was pierced by another brat's silver spear, causing him to only bring back a corpse. He had a lingering fear of this kind of thing last time. Today, he experienced it again at such a close distance, which made him even more fearful. He had a very strange feeling that the weapon in Shang Guanqing's hand couldn't be blocked by any expert, no matter how strong they were. Jie Xingzhou fell to the ground, his flesh mangled. He didn't die immediately, but anyone could see that he couldn't be saved. The stone door on the ground quickly closed after Jie Xingzhou was sent flying. Gong Sun Yu went to touch the stone wall that Shang Guanqing had touched, but the stone door didn't react. Gong Sun Yu kicked the stone door open, but Shang Guanqing and Shang Guanyan had already disappeared from the secret room. He jumped down, trying to find the passage they had escaped to. However, the walls were solid, so there was only one possibility: the passage had been blocked. He frowned, which was rare. Who set up the mechanism? So exquisite. Compared to this person, Yu Luyi's ability was not enough. Great General, what do we do now? Elder Lu suppressed the shock in his heart and asked calmly. Gong Senyu coldly said, find them even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Elder Lu said, I'm afraid it won't be easy to find. Gong Senyu snorted coldly and said, then set fire to it. I don't believe that they can still hide after I burn the entire passageway into a fire dragon. In another passage, Shang Guanqing and Shang Guanyan confirmed that they were safe for the time being and stopped to catch their breath. Shang Guanyan leaned against the wall behind her, put her hands on her waist, wiped the sweat on her forehead, and gasped for breath, Son, why did you come to the border? If it weren't for Jiao Jiao, Mother wouldn't have known that you were trapped in Ghost Mountain. Who is Jiao Jiao? Shang Guanqing asked, puzzled. Shang Guanyan was even more puzzled than him, haven't you seen him before? She escaped into the Ghost Mountain with Tang Yuashan and took a newborn baby with her. That's right, the child is temporarily in a big family in the city. There is a wet nurse, so he is very safe. In that case, Shang Guanqing understood. Then he was even more surprised. He called Jiao Jiao. What kind of name is this? Shang Guanyan said. Mother will tell you about Jiao Jiao in detail later. First, tell Mother what is going on. That's. Shang Guanqing's eyes flashed. He suddenly bent down his tall body and rubbed his head on her shoulder. I missed you, so I came to find you. Woo-woo, you didn't praise me, but scolded me. Am I still your little sweetheart? Shang Guanyan's eyes didn't waver, you overdid it. The lines were also very shocking. What little sweetheart, you are 20 years old, you are so careless. Shang Guanqing broke his facade in a second, straightened up, and bitterly touched his nose. I just came out to play. Shang Guanyan looked at him with a dark face, you came to the border? Shang Guanqing snorted, haven't you come to play? Shang Guanyan said seriously, I will settle the matter of you coming to the border when we go back. Now tell me, how did you fall into Gong Senyu's hands? Shang Guanqing unhappily curled his lips, isn't it because of that guy, Jia Xingzhou? Since Jia Xingzhou found that there was movement underground, he ordered the Jin army to dig tunnels with all their strength. At first, they only dug in the village. Later, Jia Xingzhou suddenly had an idea and ran to the back of the mountain and the forest to dig. After digging for a while, they really dug a lot of tunnels. At first, the Jin army dug one tunnel, but Shang Guanqing blocked the other one. But the 20,000 Jin army was too good at digging. If this continued, all the tunnels would be blocked, and they would never be able to get out. So, Shang Guanqing, with the identity of the emperor's grandson, walked into the trap. In Jia Xingzhou's view, the 1,000 lives underground were not worth mentioning compared to the emperor's grandson. So, he really didn't bother to continue to dig people. He thought about simply destroying the tunnels. So, Shang Guanqing lied to him, saying that there were treasures in the tunnels. As long as the Jin army didn't kill him, he would give the treasures to the Jin army. Shang Guanyan's mouth twitched, and Jia Xingzhou believed it? How could he believe this kind of lie? How stupid is Jia Xingzhou? Shang Guanqing pointed to himself, it should be your son. I'm so powerful. Shang Guanyan's face was full of black lines. Son, where did your confidence come from? Shang Guanqing raised his eyebrows. I originally planned to trick Jia Xingzhou into a trap and kill him. Who knew that he would inform Gong Senyu? Gong Senyu still has a bit of brain. I think he is a talent, so I don't want to kill him so quickly. Shang Guanyan, you just can't kill him, right? Gong Senyu's martial arts are excellent, and his brain is also good. He is much more difficult to deal with than Jia Xingzhou. Shang Guanqing went around in circles, but he didn't get the chance to kill Gong Senyu. Then, he met his mother in the small cave just now. Shang Guanyan sighed. Her mood was very complicated. This son looked sloppy, but he had a pure and innocent heart. He was not good at literature or martial arts, but he did many things that civil officials and generals couldn't do. If it weren't for this weak body, her mother. There's movement. Shang Guanqing's voice interrupted Shang Guanyan's thoughts. Shang Guanyan's expression turned cold. She raised her head and carefully listened to the movement above. Its footsteps. Shang Guanqing asked strangely, what are they doing up there in a hurry? Hurry up. You all hurry up. Here. Here too. It was Jin Jun's stern shout. Shang Guanyan frowned, it seems to be the sound of splashing water. Splashing water. Shang Guanqing looked up at the ground and thought seriously. His face changed. Not good. They are going to set fire to the tunnel. Shang Guanyan clenched her fists. Are they going to roast us like chickens? Shang Guanqing said with a dignified expression, we can't let them light the fire. The cave where the villagers and the ghost soldiers were located was very deep and there was a stream passing through it. They didn't need to worry about being roasted, but there were different mechanisms in the tunnel. Some of them were even buried with gunpowder. Once it exploded, it would bring unpredictable consequences. 1,000 lives would be buried alive in the collapsed tunnel. It would be hell on earth. I'll lead them away. Shang Guanqing said. Qing you come back. Shang Guanyan grabbed him, I'll go. I'm the crown princess. My identity is more valuable than yours. My words have more weight. Shang Guanqing helplessly spread out his hands, okay, I won't argue with you. Having said that, he suddenly pressed the mechanism on the wall and pushed Shang Guanyan into the tunnel behind him. Shang Guanqing, go straight, you can go to the back of the mountain. Shang Guanyan's face suddenly changed, Qing The stone door was closed. Shang Guanyan patted the stone door and looked for the mechanism, Qing Qing Shang Guanqing turned and walked forward. His eyes were cold and his pace was firm. Lead them away, I only need to make a deal with them. With my resourcefulness, it won't be a problem to stall for time. The Imperial army will arrive in time. He murmured. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his chest. His legs went soft and he knelt on the ground. The poison in his body, why did it have to act up at this time? He touched his pouch. It was empty. I lost the antidote, I just need to hold on a little longer. I just need to get through it, anyway, it's not the first time this poison has acted up. I can still walk. Shang Guanqing covered his chest with one hand and stood up with the other hand supporting himself on the wall. Make a deal with Gong Senyu. I'm the imperial grandson of the Yan Kingdom, capture me, and you can threaten the Yan Kingdom's military strength. I can also take you to find treasures. Shang Guanqing felt a sudden burst of pain in his chest. He couldn't stand it anymore and fell to the ground. His knees were bruised, and his gums were bleeding. The poison was eroding his body. He couldn't stand up anymore. He had never felt such pain before. Am I going to die? No, I can't die yet, not now. Shang Guanqing endured the heart-wrenching pain and used all his strength to crawl toward the entrance of the tunnel. I'm almost there. And I don't have any strength left. His hand pushed open the mechanism of the tunnel, but he didn't have the strength to crawl out. He fainted on the ground and lost his last bit of consciousness. Digression, there was a small bug in the previous 2 chapters about the underground tunnel exit. It was inside the city and didn't lead to the outside. It had been fixed. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/10537744. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novels will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. All the novels that cannot be found online will be available here. In the afternoon, strong winds blew. Marquis Xianping and the 50,000 imperial court troops launched a strong attack on the North City Gate. Under the cover of the shields, the 6 chariots of the state of Liang charged through the rain of arrows and rocks from the city tower, and crashed into the tightly shut city gate one after another. This city gate had been smashed a month ago and was just repaired a few days ago. Now, it was smashed again. The Jin army behind the city gate raised their spears and waited solemnly. Why are they smashing into us so quickly? Did they make a mistake? A Jin army asked. When they first attacked Poo City, it took them at least half an hour from the time they blew the bugle horn to the time they actually hit the city gates. They sent out a total of 6 chariots, but 4 of them were destroyed by the huge rocks on the city walls. The others could not answer him. The general who was organizing the defense said, "Everyone, don't panic. The Yan army doesn't have as many soldiers as we do. Plus, they just fought a battle with the Liang army and marched here overnight. Their entire army is exhausted. They are just relying on the weapons they stole from the Liang army to show off their power. At most, they are an arrow at the end of its flight. Even if they charge in, they are not our match." These words successfully encouraged the soldiers. The Jin army on the city gate tower was filled with morale once more. Outside the city wall, scaling ladders broke through the arrow rain and arrived below the city wall. The Liang army's scaling ladders were too easy to use. There was a shield at the top and a person stood on a wooden board that could be lifted up. With a so sound, the shield on the ladder would automatically open up a window. Just as a Jin soldier lifted up a rock, a figure darted out from the skylight and pierced his throat with a spear. Since the first person climbed up the city gate tower, there would naturally be a second. The Jin army understood the pattern of the scaling ladders. The moment the window opened, they raised their swords or spears and stabbed down viciously. There were people climbing up the city gate tower and people falling down the city gate tower. War was never an absolute home ground for any side. It was a battle where one stepped on countless corpses. Regardless of victory or defeat, there would be casualties. The window of another ladder opened. Jin Jun shouted and stabbed at the window of the ladder. At the same time, a Yan soldier came from the side and knocked Jin Jun's weapon away. Then, Jin Jun kicked Jin Jun down the tower. As more and more Yan soldiers climbed up the city wall, the situation on the city wall started to spiral out of control. They were a tired army, but they were not at the end of their rope. This was the land of the Great Yan, and no one could invade it. The general on the tower saw that the situation was not good and ordered crossbows. A crossbow was a ballista that could shoot further than a bow and arrow, and it was more lethal. Its power was enough to destroy any war chariot. Tang Yuashan drew his longbow and shot the crossbowmen one by one, taking them down one by one. At such a long distance, at such a tricky angle, Jin Jun simply did not know how that person had managed to hit the target. "That's him. Shoot him." Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. With a loud bang, the last city gate was breached. Tang Yuashan put away his bow and drew his sword. He shouted 3 times in the Yan language, which he rarely spoke, "Grandsons. Your grandfather is here. Brothers. Let's go." Everyone raised their weapons and shouted as they followed him into the city. Tang Yuashan led the charge, but soon, someone caught up with him. To be exact, there were 2 of them. One was riding on a horse, and the other was flying in the sky with Qin Gong. "Eh? Old Xiao? You're going into battle? This is not like you. Don't you just sit back and watch the show?" Since Marquis Xianping's waist was injured, he rarely went into battle. Marquis Xianping glanced at him and said, "I'll leave it to you, old Tang." "Huh?" Tang Yuashan was stunned. He did not understand what Marquis Xianping meant. The next moment, he saw Chang Jing rushing to the Jin army and opening a bloody path for Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping rushed over on his horse, leaving Tang Yuashan with a carefree back view. Tang Yuashan was dumbfounded. "Old Xiao, I suspect you're a deserter, but I have no evidence." Marquis Xianping exuded a fierce aura that could kill any Buddha or god that stood in his way. No one in the Jin army dared to stop him. Even so, it was too far to go to Ghost Mountain from here. In the passage of Ghost Mountain, Shangguan Yan couldn't open the stone door blocked by Shangguan Qing. She had to keep going forward until she finally came to the back of the mountain and met Mu Qingchen. "Your Highness." Mu Qingchen stepped forward to support her. He looked behind her and his eyes dimmed. The imperial grandson, Shangguan Yan was so worried that she could no longer maintain her composure. Her voice was choked with sobs. "Gongsun, you wanted to burn the mountain. Qing'er went to stop him." Mu Qingchen opened his mouth. He didn't expect this at all. Didn't the imperial grandson go to Xianxia Pass? How could he appear in Poo City? Moreover, He vaguely felt that this imperial grandson was different from the one he had seen in Chengdu. Also, what was that commotion just now? So many things had happened that Shang Wanyan forgot to ask about it for a while. She only remembered that after they fell, Qing took out a long iron cylinder from under the haystack. It looked like a firecracker or a black fire bead. It was so powerful that even the boat was blown away. We have to find Qing quickly. Shangguan. Yan took out the porcelain bottle in her hand. Tears began to roll in her eyes uncontrollably. He dropped his medicine. If the poison in his body acts up, he will die, Mu Qingchen said. Let's go back the way we came and see if we can find the small cave again. Gong Sunyu lost track of Shangguan Qing and Shangguan Yan in the small cave. If Shangguan Qing wanted to find him, he should go back there. Drip, drip, drip. The water in the passage dripped on Shangguan Qing's cheeks. Shangguan Qing had a dream. He dreamed of his childhood. He always sneaked to the back of the mountain to play and occasionally went to the village to find his friends. No one knew that he was the imperial grandson. His mother never let him feel that his identity or his body was different from ordinary people. When others climbed trees, he also climbed trees. When others fought, he also fought. When others lay by the stream and drank cold water, he also did the same. The price he had to pay was higher than others. He was afraid and wouldn't do it again. His mother didn't restrict him too much. He used to think that every child would be poisoned several times a month, and that every child would die in less than 20 years. It wasn't until he accidentally learned about his situation from the servants that he realized that he was the only exception. He asked his mother why. His mother told him that everyone was born differently. Some were rich, some were poor, some were ugly, some were beautiful, some were smart, some were stupid, some were strong, and some were weak. Some were born as ordinary people, and some were born as the imperial grandson. There were different forms of life, and different lengths of life. But they were all normal. His mother didn't treat him differently from normal people. Therefore, he never worried about his body and didn't feel that he was pitiful. He calmly accepted his own life and death. If he didn't feel sad, it would be because he couldn't bear to part with the people he cared about. Slap, a large droplet of water hit his cheek. He was slightly awakened, and his eyelids moved slightly. I can't die yet, my lord. There's movement in front. Jin Jun's voice came from the end of the tunnel. Then, there was a rush of footsteps. A hand grabbed Shangguan Qing's collar and lifted him from the ground. He said in disbelief, my lord. It's the imperial grandson of the great Yin. Thud. Something fell to the ground. He picked it up and looked. My lord, I don't know what this is. Bring it over, Gong Sunyu said calmly. He was at a fork in the tunnel. In front of him was the tunnel that Shangguan Qing was in. Behind him was the tunnel that led to the surface. There were 2 more tunnels on both sides. One of them connected to the small cave just now. They had come from this tunnel. As for the last tunnel, it was unknown where it led to. The guard carried Shangguan Qing in one hand and a gun in the other. He strode toward Gong Sunyu. He didn't care if Shangguan Qing's body could withstand his violent dragging. Shangguan Qing's knees were bleeding from the friction. Are you still breathing? Gong Sunyu asked. I'm still breathing. As the guard spoke, he violently threw Shangguan Qing on the ground. He bent down and grabbed his hair, intending to lift him up for his lord to see. However, the moment he stretched out his hand, he heard a whooshing sound. It was very soft and faint, as if it was just his imagination. Then, he saw his hand fly out, his arm was still there, and the gesture of grabbing his hair was still there. His hand was gone. Ah! He finally came back to his senses and let out a shrill scream. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Just as it was about to spray on Shangguan Qing's back, a black-clothed youth flashed over and carried Shangguan Qing away. The black-clothed youth stepped on the stone wall opposite him and used the force to bounce back. He landed on one knee and steadily landed on the tunnel he came from. Another expert drew his sword and slashed at the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth held Shangguan Qing with both hands and couldn't free his hands. Behind him, Marquis Xianping walked out with a cold gaze and kicked the man in the chest. Digression, Marquis Xianping, how dare you touch my son? Asterisk, it's a bit jammed. Please come and read it in the afternoon. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/10536165. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are available here. That person was an expert of the Great Jin Kingdom, yet he was sent flying with a single kick without being able to retaliate. 2 experts were down in an instant. Gong Sunyu's expression turned cold. He was also born with a handsome face. When he was young, he had similar experiences with Xianxia and was mocked for being a little girl. When they grew up, both of them became famous warriors on the battlefield. The difference was that Xianxia's heart was filled with light, while his was filled with darkness. Gong Sunyu looked coldly at the 2 people who had suddenly appeared. One of them was a young man about 17 or 18 years old. He was dressed in black and had a long sword at his waist. His expression was cold. He was the one who had cut off the guard's hand. His attack was extremely fast, and he managed to kill the guard right under Gong Sunyu's nose. The other person was dressed in the armor of the Great Yin Kingdom. His weapon was a long blade that flashed with a black light. The long blade was stabbed into the ground, and his hands rested lightly on the hilt. The passageway was a little short for him. He tilted his head slightly. His expression was cold, but his eyes were extremely arrogant. For a moment, the well-connected passageway was unable to contain his aura. Even Gong Sunyu felt a terrifying pressure. Gong Sunyu narrowed his eyes. He could not recall which general of the Great Yin Kingdom this was. Marquis Xianping said authoritatively, "Chongjing, take him away first." Oh. Chongjing carried the dying Shang Guanqing and turned to leave. Elder Lu suddenly let out a cry of surprise. "Chongjing? Chongjing of the Dark Knight clan?" Gong Sunyu frowned slightly and looked at him in confusion. Elder Lu suddenly realized. He looked at Chongjing and said, "I was wondering why your sword and moves looked so familiar. You are really the young master of the Dark Knight clan?" It was not strange that Gong Sunyu did not recognize the moves of the Dark Knight clan. After all, the Dark Knight clan was a sect of the Jianghu and had nothing to do with the imperial court. However, the Sword Hut and the Dark Knight clan had some dealings in the Jianghu. Elder Lu had personally gone to the Dark Knight clan and met Master Chong Kuan and his son, little Chongjing. At that time, Chongjing was not even 10 years old. She was small and petite, completely different from the tall and straight young man in front of her. However, he recognized the sword from the Dark Knight sect. Chongjing said to Elder Lu, "Don't talk nonsense." Marquis Xianping turned his head to look at Chongjing. The young master of the Dark Knight clan? Chongjing's expression did not change as she said, "He's talking nonsense." Marquis Xianping said, "Let's go first. We'll talk about this when we get back." Chongjing broke into a run. Gong Sunyu said coldly, "You want to leave?" "Not so easy. Catch them." The remaining 5 or 6 guards swarmed forward. Marquis Xianping was blocking the entrance of the 4th passageway. He didn't even bat an eyelid when he saw the murderous look on their faces. These people were not ordinary guards. They were all top experts in Jin Nation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to accompany Gong Sunyu. They did not know this general of Great Yin at all. In other words, he was just a nameless man. Bluffing bastards who only knew how to launch sneak attacks were no match for them at all. The first guard who rushed forward brandished his sword. "Watch out for my sword." Marquis Xianping grabbed the hilt of his saber and pulled it up from the ground. With a twist of his palm, he slashed down. That person was still flying. His head had already moved. Marquis Xianping did not have the hobby of killing people, nor did he like bloody and violent methods. However, there was no mercy on the battlefield. Killing was a mission and also a way to save oneself. Every time he left a move for his enemy, he would give his enemy a chance to kill him. Moreover, intimidation was very important. Sure enough, after this move, the remaining people were all startled, and they hesitated for a moment in their attacks. Now is the time. Marquis Xianping raised his saber again and slashed down, killing one person with each strike. He showed no mercy and did not give Gong Sunyu's lackeys any chance to retaliate. He would definitely fight with Gong Sunyu in a while. When that time came, he might not be able to care about these little moths. Instead of letting them chase after his son and Chongjing, he might as well get rid of them now. It's your turn. He waved his saber and pointed it at Elder Lu arrogantly. Gong Sunyu said with a dangerous gaze, I'll deal with him. You go after the eldest grandson of Great Yan's emperor. Elder Lu nodded. He picked up the musket on the ground. This thing was too powerful. He could not let it fall into the hands of this man. Gong Sunyu and Marquis Xianping began to fight. Gong Sunyu was a formidable opponent. He had absolute talent in martial arts. His martial arts were not inferior to Xianyuan Cheng's in the past. All these years, he had been improving his martial arts in extreme battles. It could be said that within the 6 nations, there was no one who could match him. He could use any kind of weapon. However, he had a sword with him today. He drew his sword and threw away the scabbard. Then, he attacked Marquis Xianping fiercely. The tunnel they were in was slightly larger than the tunnel, but it was still difficult for them to use their full strength. This was especially true for Marquis Xianping's saber, which was greatly restricted by the space. The two of them fought to a draw after the first exchange. Elder Lu took the opportunity to enter the 4th passage and chased in the direction where Chongjing had left. Marquis Xianping slashed with his saber but was blocked by Gong Sunyu's sword. Your opponent is me, Gong Sunyu said. Marquis Xianping was truly enraged. He laughed coldly and looked at Gong Sunyu. Gong Sunyu, do you really think that I can't beat you? This time, he spoke in Zhao Nation's language. Gong Sunyu was startled. Marquis Xianping pointed his saber at him. Many years ago, your Gongsun family was defeated by me. Today, you're just adding another defeat to your record. This arrogant gaze, this arrogant tone, Gong Sunyu's eyes trembled. You are, the Nether King? Many years ago, there was a fearsome youth in the underground dojo who defeated the top experts from the 6 nations. One of them was the Gongsun family's genius swordsman. Gongsun Ling. Gongsun Ling was another martial arts prodigy of the Gongsun family. However, she was defeated by that 18-year-old youth from the Zhao nation. After returning to the Gongsun family, Gongsun Ling completely lost her will to fight. The Gongsun family lost a future general. The Nether King was what everyone called that youth. As for why they called him that, other than the explanation of his strength, there was another important reason. The youth's nickname in the underground dojo was very despicable, lousy number 1 in the world. It's you. It's actually you. Gong Sunyu suddenly had a feeling that this was destined. Very good. I've always wanted to see who defeated Gongsun Ling and kill him with my own hands. I want to tell the world that it's not the Gongsun family that's weak, it's Gongsun Ling that's weak. Marquis Xianping sneered. Huh. Gong Sunyu didn't care about his threat. He continued, however, aren't you from the Zhao nation? Why did you become a general of the Yan nation? Marquis Xianping rested his saber on his shoulder. What does it have to do with you? Are you going to fight or not? If not, then get out of my way. Gong Sunyu's eyes turned cold. He swung another killing move at Marquis Xianping. In this narrow tunnel, no complicated moves could be used. It was a battle of speed and internal energy. Gong Sunyu was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. However, with Marquis Xianping's powerful 5 senses, his movements were magnified in slow motion. He could see everything clearly. Marquis Xianping said, Gong Sunyu, no one can stop me from seeing my son. He took a step back and retreated into the 4th tunnel. Then, he swung his saber forward. The long saber handle was cut off by Gong Sunyu's sword. Gong Sunyu snorted coldly. You're only SOSO. Before he finished speaking, Marquis Xianping grabbed the short saber handle and swung it at Gong Sunyu. Gong Sunyu's expression changed. You, Marquis Xianping did it on purpose. A long saber handle was already inconvenient. Cutting it short made it easier. The tunnel was narrow. Gong Sunyu had nowhere to dodge. He swung his sword in time to block. When the saber and sword met, sparks flew everywhere. Gong Sunyu could feel the immense pressure coming from the saber. This was the fury of a father. Gong Sunyu, you're not qualified to hurt my son. Marquis Xianping pulled out his hidden secondary saber and stabbed it into Gong Sunyu's abdomen. In a tag team battle, experts would not give their opponents the chance to attack them repeatedly. Victory was decided in an instant. However, Gong Sunyu was wearing armor similar to Gu Jiao's. The tough armor blocked Marquis Xianping's saber. Gong Sunyu laughed mockingly. Is this all you've got? Hades! He pulled out the dagger at his waist and stabbed it at Marquis Xianping. Clang! It was the sound of the saber piercing through armor. Gong Sunyu laughed without restraint. But in the next second, he could no longer laugh. He lowered his head and looked at the saber that had pierced through his armor. His eyes widened in disbelief. This was impossible. His armor was impenetrable. No one could penetrate it. He looked at Marquis Xianping. His saber had pierced Marquis Xianping's shoulder. Marquis Xianping did not use any inner energy to protect himself. He had used all his inner energy for this attack. This was a madman even crazier than him. Marquis Xianping's eyes were cold. I've said it before. No one can hurt my son. Gong Sunyu had been stabbed. My lord. Zhu Zhongquang flew over and separated the two of them with one palm. He grabbed the injured Gong Sunyu and quickly fled into another tunnel. Not far behind Marquis Xianping, a black-cloaked figure walked out from a hidden cave. It was Chong Jing. Just now, Chong Jing and Shang Wanqing didn't run away at all, but hid in this stone cave. Elder Lu did not see them and chased after them like a fool. Why didn't you chase after him? Chong Jing asked. Marquis Xianping said mysteriously, he shouldn't have died in my hands. There's someone more suitable than me to kill him. Chong Jing hit the nail on the head. You're just too lazy to kill him, right? Marquis Xianping said seriously. Am I that kind of person? Chong Jing, if you continue to speak the truth, you won't have any more marbles. Seeing that his son could not be delayed, he was in no mood to fight with Gong Sunyu. And he was right. There was someone who wanted to kill Gong Sunyu more than him. Marquis Xianping arrived in front of the cave. He, who would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed, suddenly became nervous. He was going to see his son. Digression, to celebrate the reunion of father and son, to guarantee a wave of monthly votes, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that cannot be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1053555896. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. All the novels that can't be found on the internet are here. The grotto hidden in the wall was not big. Shang Wanqing curled up inside, his tall figure looked particularly aggrieved. The luminous pearls on the wall slightly reflected a clear pearl light, shining on Shang Wanqing's pale handsome face. This was the first time Marquis Xianping seriously looked at his son, whom he had reunited with 20 years ago. His appearance was almost exactly the same as Xiao Heng's. This was not his original appearance, but a disguised appearance of Xiao Heng. In order not to let people know that he was not Shang Wanyan's biological son, he had been pretending to be Xiao Heng. Thinking of this, Marquis Xianping felt a little distressed. He squatted on the ground, looking at his son nervously and expectantly. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to start. It was said that generals were stupid, but he was not. But at this moment, thousands of words were stuck in his throat, and he stuttered. He couldn't make a sound. He thought for a moment, stretched out a finger, and carefully poked his son's shoulder. He was really very careful, for fear that his son would not like him. He was slightly startled when he felt a hot temperature from his fingertips. Chongjing. What? Chongjing was thinking about how to save his little disguise. A fire starter. Marquis Xianping said seriously. Chongjing had been with Marquis Xianping for so long. Most of the time, Marquis Xianping was not serious. When he was serious, it meant that things were serious. He hurriedly took out a fire starter from his arms, blew it, and shined it in front of him. Marquis Xianping was checking Shang Wanqing's body to see if there were any injuries such as fractures. After confirming that there were no injuries, Marquis Xianping checked his pulse and breath. He was not a doctor, but after practicing martial arts for a long time, he could determine whether there were internal injuries. There are no internal injuries. Why is he so weak? He seems to be dying. Chongjing said. Marquis Xianping clenched his fists. Chongjing. Chongjing decisively stepped back 3 steps to avoid someone's anger. But Chongjing was right. Shang Wanqing was dying. The poison in his body was acting up. He didn't have the antidote with him. He couldn't make it. Could it be that the poison flared up? Xianping Ho's heart faintly had the speculation. Shang Guanyan said that the number of times the poison flared up every month was not many, and he always had the antidote on him. Marquis Xianping did not find the antidote on him. His expression turned grave. He took off his armor, carried his son on his back, and strode out. Where are we going? Chongjing asked. South City Gate. Marquis Xianping said seriously. Gu Jiao was there. Chongjing glanced at the trail of blood on the ground. In the end, she didn't say anything about the wound on his shoulder. Chongjing asked, why do you want to take off your armor? There were Jin soldiers outside, it was very dangerous. Marquis Xianping said casually, the armor is hard. She looked at her son intently. They came in through the tunnel dug by the Jin soldiers. The exit was in the village. At this moment, the Jin soldiers were pouring oil around, so the village was empty. Marquis Xianping saw the light coming in from the entrance. Just as he was about to step out with his son on his back, a tall figure suddenly flashed and blocked the entrance with a gun. Marquis Xianping stopped. Chongjing, who was behind him, also stopped. Marquis Xianping looked coldly at Elder Lu, who suddenly appeared, and said in a heavy tone, get out of the way. I don't want to kill anyone. Elder Lu said, you can get rid of Gong Sunyu. It seems that you do have some skills. I may not be your opponent, but you may not be able to handle this thing in my hand. It's not that I may not be able to, it's that I definitely can't. Marquis Xianping didn't know what this thing was. He had no fear and planned to rush over. At this moment, Shang Wanqing, who was on his back, seemed to feel something and regained a little consciousness. He opened his eyes in a daze. His cheeks were flushed because of the high temperature. He looked at the gun in Elder Lu's hand and said weakly, don't be afraid. He's holding it upside down. His voice was very soft, but Elder Lu's ears were very sharp. He still heard it. Elder Lu frowned and quickly turned around. Marquis Xianping took the opportunity to jump up. Unfortunately, Marquis Xianping underestimated the gun's speed. A gun was much faster than a crossbow. The moment Elder Lu pulled the trigger, there was a loud bang. Marquis Xianping was suspended in the air. What the F***ck? What the hell was this? Elder Lu was directly sent flying by a shot. The gun fell to the ground. Shang Wanqing lay on Marquis Xianping's shoulder. Haha, idiot. Marquis Xianping? Shang Wanqing was so hot that he was dizzy. He didn't know that this person was his father. He also didn't know that his father was stunned by his words. He only felt that this back was broad and warm. It made him feel at ease. He lay softly on his father's back with his eyes closed. His head was dizzy, and he continued his words, "Don't be afraid. When we go out, Brother Qing will protect you. If there's wine, we'll drink together. If there's a girl, we'll sleep together." The enemy didn't trip Marquis Xianping, but his son's words almost made Marquis Xianping stumble and fall into a ditch. "I seem to understand Qin Fengwan's feeling of wanting to kill me every time." The virgin Shangguan Qing fainted after bragging. Marquis Xianping was also about to faint. In his 40 years of life, he had never experienced such a landslide. "It's all Aheng's fault for raising my expectations for all my sons." Fortunately, Shangguan Yan and Mu Qingchen found this place. The two saw Marquis Xianping, who was frozen at the entrance of the cave. Marquis Xianping was carrying a person on his back. Qing. In the end, Shangguan Yan was a mother. She could recognize Shangguan Qing with her brain. She quickly ran over and arrived in front of Marquis Xianping. She didn't ask why Marquis Xianping came over. Instead, she asked, "Is Qing poisoned?" Marquis Xianping returned to his senses and said, "I don't know. His situation is not good. Let me see." Shangguan Yan reached out to hold her son. Marquis Xianping gently put his son down from his back, knelt on one knee, and held his son in his arms so that Shangguan Yan could check. "The poison is acting up," Shangguan Yan said. Shangguan Qing had acted up countless times since he was a child. Shangguan Yan was already very familiar with it. She took out the porcelain bottle that she had been holding tightly in her hand, pulled out the cork, and took out a pill. "Do you want water?" Marquis Xianping asked. "No, this medicine will melt in the mouth." Shangguan Yan put the pill into Shangguan Qing's mouth and explained, when he was a child, his swallowing ability was not strong. In order to let him take the medicine, the state preceptor improved the prescription. Marquis Xianping was silent. It was hard for him to imagine how his son grew up. "You worked hard. Taking care of a sick child was much more difficult than taking care of a normal child." Shangguan Yan's hand that was wiping her son's sweat paused and whispered, "It's good that you don't hate me." Marquis Xianping sighed, "Let's not talk about the past." Shangguan Yan knelt on the ground and wiped her son's hands. She squeezed the handkerchief and said, "Will Xinyang hate me?" Marquis Xianping paused, "I don't know." There were still more than 300 ghost soldiers and 500 villagers hidden in the underground tunnel. They didn't have much time to dwell on it. They must immediately rescue the villagers or drive the Jin army out. The fastest and most effective way was to kill Gong Sunyu. Mu Qingchen and Chang Jing returned to the underground tunnel to look for Gong Sunyu, but they couldn't find even half a shadow of him. Gong Sunyu was no longer in the underground tunnel. He was brought out by Zhu Zhongquang. The two entered the forest. Zhu Zhongquang worriedly looked at his bloody armor. "My lord, are you okay? Such a hard armor was actually pierced through by that guy." "How terrifying," Gong Sunyu lightly said, "it didn't hurt my vitals. I'm fine." "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to guard the north gate?" Zhu Zhongquang said, "I saw the Yan army bring a group of soldiers to Ghost Mountain. I was worried that it would be unfavorable to my lord. With General Qin guarding the city, my lord can rest assured. By the way, my lord, why didn't I see Jie Xingzhou?" Gong Sunyu frowned, "He's dead." Zhu Zhongquang was shocked, "What?" Gong Sunyu coldly said, "I underestimated that imperial grandson. He was poisoned at a young age and I thought he was useless." "Where's Yu Liui?" Zhu Zhongquang awkwardly said, "According to the spies, she fell into the hands of the Yan army. I'm afraid, she's most likely dead." 3 of the 4 generals were now dead. Gong Sunyu smashed his fist on a nearby tree. The birds on the tree were startled and flapped their wings to escape. His face was no longer as cold and calm as it used to be. Instead, it was filled with a strong sense of anxiety and hostility. He gritted his teeth and said, "What's going on in the Yan kingdom? The Xianyuan family is already dead. The Lord of Shadows is also dead. Why are they still so difficult to deal with? Who said the Xianyuan family is dead? Who told you the Lord of Shadows is dead?" A cold and murderous voice suddenly sounded from the forest. Then, Liao Chen stepped on a green branch and descended from the sky like a deity. He was covered in clouds and clouds. He held a 3-foot-long sword in his hand and pointed it at Gong Sunyu. The third Lord of Shadows, Xianxia, is here to take the life of General Gongsun. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1053411181. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. The third Master of Shadows, Gongsun pupils contracted. He couldn't believe that this was real. Didn't Xianxia become the Master of Shadows? How could it be? Xianxia became the second Master of Shadows after faking his death. However, he had secret dealings with the Xianxia family and was discovered by the spies of the Jin nation within a few years. However, Xianxia hid Xianxia very well. He didn't even reveal the family tree. No wonder people didn't know about Xianxia's existence. In the Jin nation, the only person who knew about Xianxia's existence was Shirtian. However, it was obvious that Shirtian didn't leak this information. However, thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. When Gongsun killed Xianxia, he saw this person running from afar and calling Xianxia his father. Therefore, he was indeed Xianxia's son. Then, it made sense that he inherited Xianxia's legacy and became the third Master of Shadows. Gongsun muttered coldly, "How do the people of the Sword Hut do things? They said they killed Xianxia, but he didn't die. They said they destroyed the Shadow Division, but Xianxia's son appeared in front of them." He collected his thoughts and looked at Liaochen arrogantly. "Your father was defeated by me. Do you really think you can defeat me?" It was fine if he didn't mention Xianxia, but once he did, Liaochen's anger surged. His father was surrounded by the Jin nation army and was stabbed in the chest by Gongsun twice. No one knew if he was still alive. It was possible that he would be separated from his father forever after waiting for so many years. All of this was because of Gongsun. "You seem very angry." Torturing the mind of an expert was something that Gongsun never tired of doing. Gongsun smiled faintly. "Your father wasn't the only Xianxia family member who died in my hands. Back then when the Xianxia family rebelled, you didn't think that the meager military strength of the imperial court was enough to kill so many Xianxia soldiers, right? Speaking of which, the Yan army is strong, but there aren't many experts. Your uncle, Xianxuanli, died under the trap of the Jin army. Your cousin Xianxuanzi, the pregnant woman who still had to go to the battlefield, died at the hands of a disciple of the Sword Hut. Your cousin Xianxuanqing. It was the Nangong family who leaked his whereabouts, but the one who ended his life was me. I was the one who nailed him to the tower. I was the one who gave the order to kill him. The experts of your Xianxia family can't even withstand a single blow." Liaochen was about to explode from anger. Even though he knew that the other party was trying to infuriate him, he still couldn't control his emotions. His aura became chaotic. Gongsun took the opportunity to strike with his palm. Liaochen was unable to circulate his internal energy in time and was hit by Gongsun. The huge force sent him flying, crashing into the tree behind him and falling to the ground in a sorry state. Gongsun clicked his tongue and looked disdainfully at Liaochen, who was sprawled on the ground. He snorted and said, "Look, the people of your Xianxia family can't even withstand a single blow. I won't allow you to insult the Xianxia family." Liaochen used his sword to support himself and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his sword and stabbed at Gongsun. With the field open, there were more moves that could be used. Gongsun felt the incomparably sharp sword aura. It was stronger than he had imagined. Although Gongsun dodged to the side, he was injured by the sword aura. The blood clot that had been formed with great difficulty was torn apart. Fresh blood flowed down his armor. Liao Chen said coldly, who is the one who can't withstand a single blow? Zhu Zhongguang stepped forward and showed his iron fist. My lord. I'll deal with him. Then, he charged at Liao Chen. Unexpectedly, before he could even touch Liao Chen, he was knocked back several steps by a black-robed youth who came from the sky. What a cold sword aura, he had almost been injured. After Zhu Zhongguang steadied himself, he frowned. When he saw that the opponent was only a 17 or 18-year-old youth, his expression turned even uglier. Where did this brat come from? He had appeared too late to hear the conversation between Elder Lu and Changjing. Gong Sunyu reminded him, be careful. He's the young master of the Dark Knight clan. Someone from the Dark Knight clan? Zhu Zhongguang was even more surprised. The Dark Knight clan had never interacted with the Six Nations. They were even more reclusive than the Tang clan. How did they get involved with someone from the Xianyuan family? If they had really gotten involved with someone from the Xianyuan family, Gong Sunyu wouldn't have been so upset. Changjing had appeared with that person from the Zhao kingdom. Moreover, Changjing was very obedient to him. The Jin kingdom's imperial family had tried to rope in the Dark Knight clan more than once, but they had all been rejected. He was very confused. How did a person from a lower country manage to subdue the young master of the Dark Knight clan? Changjing looked at Zhu Zhongguang and said to Liao Chen, leave this guy to me. Liao Chen and Changjing had never met before. However, Liao Chen had secretly investigated Marquis Xianping, so he knew of Changjing. However, he didn't expect him to be Changjing from the Dark Knight clan. All right. Liao Chen nodded. Changjing was already a martial arts freak. In addition, he had received a lot of guidance from Marquis Xianping in the past few years. His martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds. Zhu Zhongguang really couldn't beat him. Zhu Zhongguang was beaten up badly by Changjing. After dozens of moves, he was covered in blood. Although his injuries weren't serious, he looked like a mess. It really affected the morale of the troops. His eyes flashed and he said sarcastically, does the clan master know that the young master of the Dark Knight clan is colluding with someone from the Xianyuan family? Changjing's move paused. Zhu Zhongguang saw that there was hope. He struck while the iron was hot. As expected, you escaped behind the clan master's back. If he finds out, you'll be in big trouble. He was trying to scare Changjing. Changjing frowned and thought about it seriously. He felt that Zhu Zhongguang's words made sense. He grunted and said, indeed, I can't let my father know. So, you must die today. Zhu Zhongguang's eyes widened. No, that's not what I meant. And him. Changjing looked at Gong Sunyu, who was fighting fiercely with Liao Chen. He must die too. None of you will leave here alive. Zhu Zhongguang was about to collapse. How can you think so clearly at such a young age? You can't even fool a child these days, can you? Zhu Zhongguang was the strongest of the four great generals, but he also cherished his life the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have held back when he attacked Xianyuanqi. Even Yu Lui was fiercer than him. But his master was here. He didn't dare to run. He could only bite the bullet and fight Changjing. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have asked. This brat was fighting seriously just now. Now, he's fighting with all his might. Zhu Zhongguang's body was injured again. On the other side, Liao Chen and Gong Sunyu were evenly matched. Gong Sunyu had practiced martial arts for many more years than Liao Chen. His internal energy and combat experience were not something the young Liao Chen could compare to. But Liao Chen's murderous intent and outstanding talent made him a formidable opponent for Gong Sunyu. After more than 10 moves, Gong Sunyu gradually felt that things were getting tricky. Especially since he had been stabbed by Marquis Xianping. Every time they exchanged blows, his wound would be torn open. If this continued, even if he didn't die in battle, he would die from excessive blood loss. Liao Chen didn't have any psychological burden in a fair fight. When Gong Sunyu killed Shan Yuanqing, didn't he rely on the Nangong family to inform him? When he dealt with his father, he also let people take turns to exhaust his father's strength. Then why would he care about the rules of the martial arts world with Gong Sunyu? Liao Chen's palm landed on Gong Sunyu's chest. Gong Sunyu's armor was made of special materials and could withstand many attacks. But this armor was pierced by Marquis Xianping. Liao Chen's internal energy passed through the crack and seeped into his internal organs. He hurriedly used his internal energy to protect his internal organs. Then, he stabbed his sword at Liao Chen, but because part of it was protecting himself, the power of this attack was not as strong as before. Liao Chen easily blocked it. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Liao Chen's armor was not as strong as his, and he was hit by a few of his sword energy. "Let's go," Gong Sunyu said to Zhu Zhongguang. Zhu Zhongguang used a feint and flew up. But Chong Jing, who flew faster than him, kicked him down. "Zhu Zhongguang." Gong Sunyu turned around in midair. Zhu Zhongguang stretched out his hand. "My lord, don't worry about me. Let's go. I can handle this brat." Gong Sunyu gritted his teeth and left with his qinggong. Liao Chen chased after him. Zhu Zhongguang turned to look at Chong Jing. "I surrender." Chong Jing was speechless. After Gong Sunyu left the forest, he heard the sound of a horn from the West City Gate. The Yan Kingdom took back the West City Gate. Pu City couldn't be defended anymore. He fired the signal to retreat and knocked out a Yan soldier who came as reinforcements. He stole the soldier's horse. He planned to go to the East City Gate, but Liao Chen forced him to go to the South City Gate. Liao Chen also asked for a horse from the army that Tang Yuashan brought to Ghost Mountain. Tang Yuashan went behind a tree to relieve himself. With 2 horses missing, he was quite confused. Liao Chen chased after him closely. Gong Sunyu tried to shake him off several times, but it was to no avail. Shan Yuanzi's strength and perseverance were beyond his imagination. More than 10 years had passed. Not only did the Shan Yuan family not remain silent, but they also bided their time and became so powerful. If the Nether King didn't stab him, this brat wouldn't be his match. That despicable Nether King, many years ago, Gong Sun Ling was defeated by him. Now, he had also suffered a loss in his hands. Once he got rid of Shan Yuanjing, he would kill the Nether King. The more Gong Sunyu thought about it, the angrier he got. He was distracted for a moment. When he turned around, he saw that Liao Chen didn't follow him. Instead, he turned into an alley. He frowned and sped up. However, in the next moment, Liao Chen dashed out from another alley and charged at him. Liao Chen gathered all his strength for this attack. He didn't give Gong Sunyu any chance to escape. Gong Sunyu's eyes trembled. What was this brat trying to do? Was he going to die together with him? Liao Chen understood that with his current strength, it would be difficult to kill Gong Sunyu even if he was injured. However, Gong Sunyu had to die. If he didn't die, the Jin army would still have a chance to turn the tables in this battle. Even if he had to die together with Gong Sunyu, he wouldn't hesitate. Gong Sunyu was furious. "You're crazy. You can't kill me." There was no fear in Liao Chen's eyes. "But if I severely injure you, the next Yan army will definitely kill you." At this moment, Gong Sunyu finally understood the meaning of Xuanyuan's soul. It was never about one person's strength. It was about everyone's fighting spirit. Gong Sunyu gripped the long sword in his hand and prepared to attack with all his strength. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The door of a closed shop on the street suddenly opened. A man in a dark blue Taoist robe walked out with a 4-year-old child. Their attack was too fast and fierce. There was no time for others to react. The adult and child would die under their inner strength. Gong Sunyu didn't care. After all, he wasn't a citizen of Dajin. However, Liao Chen's expression changed. He couldn't withdraw his attack in time. He had no choice but to leap. Taoist Qing Feng looked up and saw Liao Chen charging at him. He frowned. "Hey, you!" Before he could finish, a huge wave of inner strength attacked Liao Chen's body. Liao Chen's body stiffened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Taoist Qing Feng's eyes darkened. He pushed Liao Chen away, but Gong Sunyu had already taken the opportunity to speed up and leave. "You don't have to save me. I can handle it myself," Taoist Qing Feng said. "I didn't save you. I saved him." Liao Chen looked at the 4-year-old child and said. The child looked up at Taoist Qing Feng, puzzled. "Oh," Taoist Qing Feng said. Liao Chen leaned against the wall and slid down weakly. He smiled and said weakly, "Oxnose, I'm afraid it's going to be as you wish. Can you promise me one thing?" Go kill Gong Sunyu. Alright, Taoist Qingfeng said. He said to the child, look after him. I'll be back soon. The child nodded obediently. Taoist Qingfeng used his Qinggong to chase after Gong Sunyu's horse. The southern city gate had been completely retaken by the Yan kingdom. The Dark Shadow Division and the Black Wind Cavalry were arranging their troops on the city gate tower. Gong Sunyu lowered the visor of his helmet. He had no choice but to charge out. He gripped the reins in his hand tightly and pulled out a long needle. He stabbed it into the horse's buttocks. The horse screamed in pain and charged forward like a madman. Who's there? Stop. The soldiers guarding the city drew their long swords. Gong Sunyu killed the man with one strike. The title of Jin's most ferocious general was not undeserved. He galloped forward and charged through the heavily guarded city gate. What happened? Gu Jiao asked as she walked down the city gate tower. Someone just charged through, a soldier reported. Did you see who it was? Gu Jiao asked. The soldier shook his head. I didn't see clearly. I only know that he was wearing the Jin army's armor. Jin army. Gu Jiao looked at the man's back. Could it be Gong Sunyu? Boss. The Black Wind King raised his front hooves and galloped over. Gu Jiao mounted her horse and grabbed her red-tasseled spear from Wenren Chong. She then chased after him without hesitation. If that man was really Gong Sunyu, then she must not let him return to the Jin nation alive. Gong Sunyu's internal injuries were very serious. He did not stop to kill Gu Jiao. 2 hours had passed, 4 hours had passed, the night came and the crescent moon climbed into the sky. Gu Jiao was still chasing after him, although he was leading by quite a bit. His horse was not as fast as the Black Wind King. When they were about to reach the border city, the Black Wind King finally caught up. Gong Sunyu crossed the wooden bridge and cut it in half with his sword. However, the Black Wind King did not stop. It leaped over as if it had the help of the gods. The distance between them was closing. Gong Sunyu looked at the city and said, open the city gate. On the city gate tower, a Jin army soldier said excitedly, it's the great general. The great general is back. Open the city gate quickly. Look. At the foot of the mountain about 3 miles away, there was a black mass of Black Wind cavalry. The cavalry of the Yan nation had arrived. They could not open the city gate. Their forces were all used to attack the Yan nation. If they really opened the city gate, they would not be able to hold on. Release the rope. The general guarding the city said. The Jin army released a long rope. Gong Sunyu endured the pain caused by his internal injuries. He gritted his teeth and used his Qinggong to leap up and grab one end of the rope. The general guarding the city hurriedly said, quickly pull the general up. Everyone worked together to pull him up. The general guarding the city looked at the approaching Yan nation cavalry and said sternly, archers, get ready. Fire. Following his order, countless arrows rained down, covering the sky and covering the earth. Whooshing sounds could be heard in the darkness of the night. Clang, an arrow hit Gu Jiao's shoulder but was blocked by her tough armor. Gu Jiao did not back down. She continued to gallop toward Gong Sunyu. When she was only a few dozen steps away from the city gate tower, Gong Sunyu was already halfway up. Since she did not know Qinggong, there was no way she could pull Gong Sunyu down. Gong Sunyu lowered his head and smiled mockingly at Gu Jiao. The new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry? You still can't kill me. The young man raised his head. His cheeks were still young, but his eyes were as calm as water. It was this calm gaze that made Gong Sunyu frown. For some reason, an ominous premonition flashed through his heart. Guess why I asked you to come back? The young man's horse galloped through the rain of arrows without hesitation. Impossible, he can't catch me. I have nothing to be afraid of. The young man raised the red-tasseled spear in his hand. Gong Sunyu's heart skipped a beat. No, goodbye, Gong Sunyu. The young man's red-tasseled spear shot toward him like a gust of wind. It carried the anger of the Xianyuan family for more than a decade and carried the power of mountains and rivers. It pierced his heart without any explanation, nailing him to the city gate tower of Jin. Just one more step, I'm so close to home, but I can't go back. He looked at the young man in disbelief. He was terrifyingly calm under the rain of arrows. You're not the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. You're not. Who, exactly, are you? Digression, this was the second night watch. I was afraid that it would make everyone uncomfortable, so I finished it all together. Looking at it this way, today was also the third night watch period. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/10534056 HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are available here. The Jin soldiers on the city gate tower were dumbfounded by this sudden change. They suspected that their eyes were playing tricks on them. How was it possible for a lone cavalryman of great Yen to penetrate through the rain of arrows, and with his own strength, pin their chief general to the top of the city wall with a single thrust of his spear? This was not real. The general's martial arts were unparalleled, and he was wearing an impenetrable armor. How could a Black Wind cavalryman hurt him? Soon, they realized that this was not an injury, but a death. Gu Jiao's success was not a coincidence. Marquis Xianping pierced through Gong Sunyu's armor and injured him. Liao Qin used all his strength to perish together with Gong Sunyu, causing Gong Sunyu to suffer serious internal injuries. Of course, even under such circumstances, it was still very difficult to kill him in one strike. Gu Jiao's strength made the Jin soldiers tremble in fear. The general guarding the city gate lost his grip on the rope. He finally regained his senses and shouted, "General!" The general could no longer hear his shouts. The general who was guarding the city felt a strong sense of anger and sadness. The status of the Gongsun clan in Jin Nation was no less than that of the Xianyuan clan in Yan Nation. The old general had passed away, and Gong Sunyu, who was a rare talent, had become the soul of the entire border. However, Gong Sunyu had been shot to death by a Yan Kingdom cavalryman right under his nose. It was unacceptable. Gu Jiao calmly looked at the Jin soldiers who were in great sorrow. Was this unacceptable? Everything had just begun. The horn sounded, the war drums shook the sky, and the sound of horse hooves came. Under the ink-black night, the Black Wind cavalrymen and the Dark Shadow soldiers arrived at the city gate. Pu City was in chaos. Half of the soldiers were left to guard the south gate, while the rest chased Gu Jiao to the border between the two countries. They were not too far behind, which meant that the Black Wind King did not run at full speed. Their junior general had been following him at a distance, purposely letting Gong Sunyu return here. If the young commander could kill him with a single shot, he could do the same on the road. In fact, it was even safer. However, the junior commander did not choose to make a move on the road. Instead, he took the risk of being shot to death by the Jin army and waited until the very last moment before Gong Sunyu was dragged up the city gate tower before piercing through him with his spear. What kind of despairing death was this? This was a heavy blow to Gong Sunyu and the entire Jin army at the border. But just as the young commander thought, everything was not over yet. The archers of the Black Wind cavalry drew their bowstrings. Zhang Shiyong shouted, "Fire!" Hundreds of arrows shot towards Gong Sunyu in a domineering manner. This arrow was for the Grand Marshal. The soldiers of the Dark Shadow Division also drew their bowstrings. General Peng ordered, "Fire!" This arrow was for the great general. Wen Renchong, Li Shen, and Zhao Dengfeng pulled their bows and knocked their arrows. This arrow was for Shan Yuanqing. For Shan Yuanzi. For all the soldiers who died in your hands. No. No. Great general. The roars of the Jin army general that was on the verge of collapse spread out from the city tower. Did the Xianyuan army also cry out like this in the past? Did they also beg Gong Sunyu to stop? Did they also beg you not to treat Shan Yuanqing like this? Thousands of arrows pierced through his heart. What Xianxia did in the past, today's Gong Sun you would only receive more. Perhaps it was because they were too sad or too shocked, but the rain of arrows from the Jin army on the city tower stopped. Their cries echoed throughout the city, but Gu Jiao's expression did not change in the slightest. There was no pity, and no smugness after taking revenge. Her expression was calm from start to finish. This calmness was the greatest humiliation to the Jin army. The general's eyes were red as he pointed at Gu Jiao below the city tower. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Kill him! Kill him! Avenge the great general! Chariots! The rain of arrows might not be able to hurt you, but I don't believe that the rocks and crossbows from the chariots won't be able to pierce through you." The chariots and crossbows were far more powerful than swords and spears. No matter how hard the armor was, they could still break it. However, the moment the chariots and crossbows were pushed out, the siege weapons of the Yan kingdom arrived with the army. The leader was Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan fearlessly ran to Gu Jiao's side and entered the effective attack range of the Jin army. He glanced at Gong Sunyu on the city tower and clicked his tongue. "You're indeed my brother." He was getting more and more used to his identity as a henchman. "Why are you here? Don't you need to attack the city?" She remembered that Tang Yueshan went to attack the north gate with Marquis Xianping. Tang Yueshan said, "The north gate has been breached. The Yan kingdom's army is still fighting." Old Xiao went to the Ghost Mountain. "I brought 10,000 men there to meet him. He only left 5,000 men behind and asked me to bring the rest back. He said they were going to chase after Gong Sunyu." Gu Jiao rode on her horse and looked at the Jin army on the city tower. She said, "If that's the case, let's begin." Tang Yueshan glanced at her strangely. "You plan to," Gu Jiao grunted. She said the most arrogant words in the calmest tone, "Let's attack the city now." The battle in Puching lasted for a day and a night. Though Gong Sunyu had given the order to retreat, the 4 city gates were blocked by the Yan army. They couldn't retreat even if they wanted to. Taoist Qing Feng returned to the street and pushed open the door of the shop. Liachen was sitting on the ground in the lobby, leaning against a pillar. One of his legs was stretched out on the ground, the other was bent casually, and one hand was resting on his knee. A 4-year-old child was sleeping soundly in his arms. Hearing the footsteps, his long eyelashes fluttered. He opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Taoist Qing Feng, who was walking against the moonlight. His face was pale, and his lips were bloodless. Taoist Qing Feng's murderous intent faded away. He said nonchalantly, "I won't take advantage of others. I'll take your life when the battle is over." Liachen coughed up a mouthful of blood. He wiped it away and smiled. "As you wish. You're badly hurt." Taoist Qing Feng frowned. He walked over and knelt down on one knee. "Give me your hand." Liachen gave him his hand with a faint smile. Taoist Qing Feng felt his pulse. After a moment of silence, he took out a bottle of pills. "Take one." Liachen glanced at the tight cork and said weakly, "I don't have the strength." "Can you feed me?" Taoist Qing Feng frowned. He found this demonic monk annoying. But he still pulled out the cork, poured out a brown pill, and fed it to Liachen. Liachen chewed it and swallowed it. Taoist Qing Feng's hand, which was about to untie the water bag at his waist, paused. That was good. It would save him some trouble. The pill wouldn't take effect so quickly. Liachen still leaned against the pillar after taking the pill. Thinking of the matter at hand, he asked, "Where's Gong Sunyu?" Taoist Qing Feng said, "Someone was faster than me." Liachen asked, "That girl?" Taoist Qing Feng looked at him strangely. Liachen opened his mouth. "Ah, it slipped out of my mouth." "You mean, the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry is a woman?" Taoist Qing Feng fell into deep thought. He had never thought of this possibility. First, he hadn't met many women and lacked experience. Second, no one would have guessed that a woman could have such courage. Liachen cleared his throat and awkwardly changed the topic. "How come you didn't go the wrong way this time?" He could understand why Liachen didn't get lost chasing Gong Sunyu. After all, as long as he followed Gong Sunyu, he wouldn't get lost. But he came back alone. Taoist Qing Feng said, "I rode a horse." An old horse knows the way, and knows the way back. Liachen was speechless. Gongsun Yu's death was a great blow to the Jin army. Their morale plummeted. They couldn't retreat even if they wanted to. The 20,000 men on Ghost Mountain were either captured or killed by Marquis Xianping and the 5,000 Yen soldiers. Chang Jing brought Zhu Zhongquang back. His face was full of resentment. Zhu Zhongquang knew his secret. He planned to kill Zhu Zhongquang to silence him, but Zhu Zhongquang surrendered. Marquis Xianping didn't kill surrendered soldiers. This was the rule set by Marquis Xianping. In the Battle of Pu City, the Jin army was ultimately defeated. About 60,000 men escaped from Pu City and returned to Jin Nation from another border city. At this time, Jin didn't know that their nightmare wasn't over. In the middle of the 10th month, the Gu army of Zhao would cross the Yan and reach the border of Jin. At the end of the 10th month, the Chan and Zhao armies would head west to Jin's Nine Jade Pass. Liang Wugang had suffered a loss and was injured. He didn't dare to act rashly. But the Turks in the north were dissatisfied with Jin. They would also join the ranks of the Jin army. Next, what awaited the Jin nation would be an unprecedented 5-nation punitive expedition, Pu City Lord Matter. Wang Man and the generals were reporting to the crown princess on the main seat about the war. The remnants of the Jin army in the city were arrested. The other city occupied by the Han family was also recaptured. The 4 sons of the Han family died in battle and the rest were all captured. How are the casualties of the soldiers? Shang Guanyan asked. It's much better than expected. Wang Man said truthfully. He was arrogant, but he didn't lie about the war results. This time, the casualty ratio was the smallest in the war he had experienced. On the one hand, the soldiers were really brave. On the other hand, he had to admit that the medical officer's superb medical skills saved the lives of many soldiers. Shang Guanyan smiled and said, about this, General Wang should be grateful to Commander Xiao. She was the one who took out the medicine and taught the medical officers how to treat external injuries. Hearing that it was that kid again, Wang Man snorted discontentedly. Shang Guanyan didn't have time to argue with him. Qing'er had been unconscious for a few days. She had to see if he woke up. In fact, Shang Guanqing had already woken up. He already knew who the man who carried him in the tunnel was. Thinking of the sentence Brother Qing will protect you. If there's wine, we'll drink together, if there's a girl, we'll sleep together, he couldn't help but roar 3 times on the spot. Knock, knock, knock. There was a soft knock on the door. Qing'er, are you awake? I'm coming in. Shang Guanqing was kneeling on the bed, pounding his small chest and roaring silently. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, he pulled the quilt over and covered himself. He knelt on the bed and curled his body into a ball. His head was covered. A pair of feet were still exposed. His feet moved arrogantly at first, and then little by little, they went back into the quilt. Marquis Xianping, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1053199994. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion mobile version reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. Marquis Xianping clutched his chest. A sentence ran through his mind. What should I do if my son is too cute? Xiaoheng was also cute when he was young. As he grew up, he became more and more serious. His old father rarely saw his adorable side. Especially now that he was married, he didn't even cooperate when he wanted to tease him. Marquis Xianping stepped into the room. He was a martial artist. He could tell if a person was awake by listening to their breathing. Moreover, Shang Guanqing had contributed the most eye-catching acting skills in his life. Marquis Xianping had recovered from his initial nervousness and could face his son calmly. He cleared his throat and called out, "Qing." Shang Guanqing's IQ defected collectively. "He's not here." Marquis Xianping was speechless. Marquis Xianping couldn't help but laugh. The thought of teasing his son came up, and he began to talk nonsense again. "Oh, isn't this brother Qing? Didn't you say you would protect me, drink together, and go to the brothel together? You're going back on your word so quickly?" Stop talking. Brother Qing has such a dark history since he was born, you've seen it all." Marquis Xianping laughed until his shoulders were trembling. Shang Guanqing, who was sweating under the quilt, heard his laughter and gritted his teeth in anger. "Don't laugh. Brother Qing's fist is very hard." Marquis Xianping stopped. After laughing enough, he cleared his throat and went to the bed to sit down on the edge of the bed. But seeing that his son obviously didn't know how to face him, he hesitated, took a step back, and pulled a chair over to sit down. This distance wasn't too distant, but it wasn't too close either. They were father and son by blood, but the 20 years of unfamiliarity and gap couldn't be crossed in an instant. They needed to get to know each other slowly. "Qing." Marquis Xianping called again. Shang Guanqing didn't say anything. He had been bored inside for a long time. Marquis Xianping was afraid that he would be bored. He sighed and said to him, "Well, you rest first. I'm leaving. I'll come to see you later." Under the quilt, Shang Guanqing was slightly stunned and pricked up his ears. He heard the sound of footsteps gradually fading away, and his mood began to become a little strange. Then, he heard the sound of the door being closed. His heart suddenly felt empty. Did she really leave just like that? She didn't even try to coax her. He pouted, feeling a little wronged. He grew up without a father. He had been poisoned since he was a child. However, he had always thought that the other children were also poisoned, but he had never thought that the other children were fatherless. It was as if he knew from birth that every child should have a mother and a father. Once when they were eating, he suddenly asked his mother while holding his bowl, "Where's my father?" That year, he was 5 years old. His mother didn't know how to answer him, and he never asked again. In the village, there were also children without fathers. Those children would often be bullied by their peers. He had also been bullied before. Of course, he would bully them back. He didn't tell his mother. More than once, he had wondered if his father was dead or alive. If he died, how did he die? If he wasn't dead, why didn't he come looking for him? Did his father dislike him? Humph. She really didn't like him. She left so soon. "I don't want to like you either." Shang Guanqing felt wronged and angry. He lifted the blanket with a swoosh, however. When he turned his head, he saw Marquis Xianping sitting on the chair intact. He didn't even move a toe. Marquis Xianping smiled and looked at him. There was an uncontrollable doting smile in his eyes. The displeasure in his heart instantly disappeared. Marquis Xianping tilted his head slightly and leaned forward. He moved closer to him and asked with a smile, "You don't want to like anyone either?" Shang Guanqing choked and looked over. "Didn't you leave?" His tone was very calm. Marquis Xianping said, "Then I'll leave?" Shang Guanqing put his hands on his hips and exploded, "Let's see if you can walk." Marquis Xianping laughed uncontrollably. In fact, when his face was pulled down, he wasn't so embarrassed anymore. In addition, Shang Guanqing was deeply taught by Marquis Xianping, so the embarrassment only lasted for a moment. Wasn't it just having another father? What was the big deal? They were all men. Shang Guanqing calmed down and no longer felt ashamed of his actions and dark history. "Let's talk," he said. "Okay, let's talk," Marquis Xianping said with a smile. Shang Guanqing opened his mouth. He fainted. Where should he start? He wasn't mentally prepared at all. Before coming to the border, no one told him that he would pick up a father. Seeing his bitter and vengeful look, Marquis Xianping decided to speak first. "Do you know your background?" Shang Guanqing nodded faintly. My mother told me." Marquis Xianping was not surprised. Shang Guanyan mentioned to him that Xiaoqing knew his background. "She told you?" he asked. This was nonsense. He was just trying to find a topic to talk about. Shang Guanqing grunted and raised his eyebrows. I told you, my father is the Marquis of Zhao Country and my mother is the Princess of Zhao Country. There is also my poison and my younger brother, Xiaoheng. The reason why he mentioned Xiaoheng was because Xiaoheng was Shang Guanyan's flesh and blood. Shang Guanqing looked at him seriously. You can't blame my mother. Marquis Xianping opened his mouth. I don't blame her. He had no right to blame her, because whether it was Xiaoheng or Xiaoqing, they were both his sons. Whoever got the antidote, he would lose the other one. Shang Guanqing looked into his eyes without blinking. After making sure that he wasn't lying, he said, my mother is very good to me. She has suffered a lot over the years. If she didn't have to detoxify me, her life would be much easier. Marquis Xianping sighed. I know that you and your mother have had a hard time over the years. It's easy for me. Shang Guanqing spread his hands. With the state preceptor hall giving him the antidote, he only needed to eat, drink, and play. It was nothing more than a few days every month, but he had already gotten used to it. Marquis Xianping could see that he wasn't trying to find joy in suffering. He was really satisfied with his 20 years of life. Marquis Xianping's heart was somewhat comforted. He only hated that they met each other too late. Qing'er only had less than 2 months left to live. I'll find someone to cure you, he said. Shang Guanqing lay on the bed and said carelessly, well, a lot of people say that. That guy surnamed Xiao also said that. Surnamed Xiao? Marquis Xianping quickly realized that he was referring to Gu Jiao. Marquis Xianping said, she is your sister-in-law. What? Shang Guanqing sat up in shock. He is a girl? Which girl was so cruel? She killed people without blinking an eye. She must be the one who killed people. How stupid was the younger brother that he had never met to marry such a little killing god. Also, he just came to the border to play. Why did he have to pick up his father and sister-in-law? Couldn't he just be a good ghost king? Marquis Xianping's gaze fell on Shang Guanqing's handsome face. You don't have to disguise yourself here. Can you let me see your original appearance? Shang Guanqing thought about it and agreed. He poured some warm tea and used a handkerchief to wash off the disguise on his face, revealing his own appearance. This was a face that was somewhat similar to Marquis Xianping's. The shape of the face and the bridge of the nose were almost a perfect replica, but the eyebrows and eyes were very similar to Princess Xinyang's. There was also a beautiful point on his forehead that was exactly the same as Princess Xinyang's. Marquis Xianping was in a daze. You look really like your mother. Huh? Shang Guanqing was slightly taken aback. Marquis Xianping said, your other mother. Shang Guanqing replied with an O and asked, the princess of the Zhao kingdom? This unfamiliar name made him sigh. Marquis Xianping nodded. Her name is Qin Fengwan, and her title is Xinyang. She still doesn't know about you. If she did, she would be so happy that she would be silly. Shang Guanqing looked at him curiously. Marquis Xianping changed his words in a second. What do you mean? After the war, I'll take you to Zhao country to see her. If you don't want to go to Zhao country, I'll take her to Yan country to see you. Let's talk about it later. Shang Guanqing waved his hand casually, looking uninterested. Thinking of something, he asked, is my mother's son doing well? This mother was referring to Shang Guanyin, and the son was referring to Xiaoheng. Marquis Xianping said, very well. Your mother has been raising him by her side and treating him as her own. She personally taught him to read and write. Shang Guanqing was dumbfounded. Can learn to read? Aren't you a general? Why doesn't he practice martial arts? Marquis Xianping said helplessly, your mother doesn't like him to practice martial arts. She wants him to sit quietly in school and study. Fortunately, he didn't disappoint your mother's expectations. At the age of 13, he became a young chancellor, and at the age of 18, he became the youngest top scorer in Zhao country. He's still the top scorer. Shang Guanqing secretly clenched his fists. Even if you give me 8 lifetimes, I won't be able to become the top scorer. He coughed lightly, raised his chin, and sneered, bookworm. Thinking of something, he suddenly crossed his arms and sneered. Wait until I see bookworm. Let's see how I'll deal with him. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/8964289642826105319591. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in a second. www.zhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. The novels that cannot be found online will all be available here. Xianxia set his lofty goals and did not know in the slightest that his younger brother was actually a super black sesame stuffed glutinous rice ball. Thinking of how he bullied his younger brother until he cried, Xianxia felt very cool. He began to hope that this day would quickly arrive. Marquis Xianping stayed in the room for a little under an hour. To say that there were no barriers between them in an instant, as if they had lived together for 20 years, that was impossible. But his son did not reject him. This allowed Marquis Xianping's heart to settle. He never worried about fighting, but he was filled with uncertainty about how to be a good father. He was a rough person, but Aheng was so smart and worked so hard. He recited poems that he did not understand and looked at him with admiration and expectation. How could he know how to match? But he did not want to admit defeat, thus he could only use bravado to hide the unease in his heart. You're already so old, yet you don't even know how to ride a horse. You can't even pick up a knife. What's the point of reciting this? Finally, he saw pain and grief in the child's eyes. He was clearly so shameless, yet he could not let go of his pride in front of his son. He spent 19 years before finally saying to Xiaoheng, "My greatest pride in this life is not my military achievements or my title of nobility. It's you." He wouldn't make the same mistake with Xiaoqing. He just hoped that it was not too late. Their relationship as father and son was not too short. He still wanted to work hard to make up for the regrets of these years. The injury on your shoulder is fine, right? Xianxia asked with an indifferent expression. Cold on the outside but warm on the inside, he was the same as Aheng later on. Marquis Xianping swore to be a loving father. But he could not be serious for more than 3 seconds. Hearing his son care about him, his shoulder moved, and he gasped. Covering his wound, he leaned over. Xianxia had completely fallen off the horse, however, he did not know his own father's character. His expression immediately changed. Hey. How are you? Marquis Xianping said with a pained expression, "It hurts. That dagger was poisoned. I fear I won't make it. But if you call me father, I might be able to save myself." Xianxia was speechless. Soon, it was time for dinner. In order to make it easier for Xianxia to rest, dinner was served in his room. On the table was his favorite meal, but there was no fennel. As he ate the rice in his bowl, he looked at his parents on both sides. All these years, there had always been only him and his mother at the dining table. In the past, he didn't think much of it. But now that he thought about it, the imperial mausoleum seemed quite deserted. The situation in Pu City gradually stabilized and there was no need for a large number of troops to be stationed there. Shang Guanyan transferred the main forces to the border and launched a crusade against the Jin state. In just 3 days, Great Yan had conquered the first border city of Great Jin, and the army of Great Jin retreated to Shi City. The vanguard of the attack on Creek City was the Dark Shadow Division and Black Wind Cavalry. The moment the hour passed, Gu Jiao gave the order to launch the first wave of attack on Creek City. As usual, they used the chariots and ladders of the Liang Kingdom. The soldiers rammed the city gates and climbed the city towers at all costs. When one fell, the other rushed up. The sky of Creek City was dyed red with blood. "Dogs! Give me your lives!" Tang Yuashan rushed to the city tower in a spurt of energy. The city gate was cracked open and a group of men of sacrifice of the Jin state rushed out. These men of sacrifice were well trained and harder to deal with than ordinary soldiers. Soon, many of the Yan kingdom's companions fell under their swords. Gu Jiao temporarily gave up on climbing the ladders and rushed to kill these men of sacrifice. They are more powerful than the men of sacrifice of the Liang kingdom. No wonder the imperial court is supported by the sword hut. Gu Jiao fought back with all her strength. Her red-tasseled spear nailed Gong Sunyu to the city tower. She used the silver spear she took from the Ghost Mountain, which was very hard and durable. But there were too many of them and she was soon surrounded. She stabbed the men of sacrifice in front of her with her spear, and the men of sacrifice behind her chopped at her legs with their swords. There was no armor to protect her legs. Whoosh, an arrow hit the death warrior's chest. He screamed and fell down powerlessly. Gu Jiao looked back. Tang Yuashan had pulled the bowstring again. He stood high on the chariot and controlled the commanding position under the city tower. The marshal of the Zhao state's army was in full force. He said coldly, "I'm here to kill you." Gu Jiao nodded and left her back to Tang Yuashan. Tang Yuashan's arrows never missed. Under Tang Yuashan's cover, Gu Jiao successfully killed all the men of sacrifice. At the same time, the old duke came from behind. Tang Yuashan raised his eyebrows at him. "Old Gu, you're too late. We've killed them all." "We?" That was a blatant show-off. "Look at your granddaughter. She's not close to you at all. She's more like a father-son soldier to me." What a tacit understanding. The old duke's face darkened. At the same time, Tang Yuashan, who had killed countless men of sacrifice, finally attracted the attention of the Jin army. Just as Tang Yuashan climbed the ladders to the city tower, the catapults launched an attack on him. The ladders were smashed in an instant. Tang Yuashan fell from high in the air, and the tang bow on his back flew out. But it was not over yet. A Jin archer aimed at Tang Yuashan with his bow. The old duke planned to use his lightness skill to save him. Tang Yuashan yelled, "My bow! My bow! Save my bow!" The old duke staggered and almost choked to death. Fatty Tang. Was the bow more important or the person more important? But in fact, even if he caught Tang Yuashan, it would not help. The archer's attack could not be avoided. At the same time, Gu Jiao suddenly grabbed an arrow from a man of sacrifice, stepped on the chariot, and jumped up. The old duke looked at her, flew up, and landed at her feet. Gu Jiao stepped on the old duke's shoulder and had the strength to fly up. She grabbed the tang bow with one hand and pulled the bowstring with the other. She shot the arrow through the Jin archer's chest. She did not know lightness skill, so Shi did not panic when falling rapidly. The Marquis caught Tang Yuashan and lashed out with his whip to catch the falling Gu Jiao. The three of them landed steadily on the chariot. Tang Yuashan breathed a long sigh of relief. He almost fell to his death. The old duke glanced at Tang Yuashan with disdain. Tang Yuashan said, "Old Gu, what's with your expression?" The old duke snorted. The three of them continued to kill the enemy. Tang Yuashan's bow could not play an advantage in close combat, but the old duke's whip was different. He was willing to take over the heavy responsibility of covering Gu Jiao, taking care of all the blind spots and dead angles. The two of them cooperated well and were impeccable. Tang Yuashan frowned. "Why do I feel that old Gu is showing off?" Among all his grandsons, the old duke had only taken Gu Chongqing to battle. Gu Chongqing was his best grandson and the young master of the Gu army. Gu Chongqing had performed exceptionally well in every battle. But now, the old duke was in a trance as he looked at the young man who was bravely fighting forward and bathed in blood. It was as if he was leading Gu Chongqing to battle, leading the most dazzling and outstanding offspring of the Gu family to battle. A wave of heat rolled through his chest, and the blood in his body boiled uncontrollably. The sky gradually darkened. The young man's body was glowing with an inspiring power. Even the old duke, who had countless battlefield experience, had to admit that this was a hardy battle. Unfortunately, the two of them did not cooperate for long before an unexpected situation occurred. Gu Jiao had just rushed onto the Jin chariot and killed a Jin general when she slipped and fell. The old duke waved his whip to catch her. Unexpectedly, a tall figure rushed from behind, faster than his whip. He held Gu Jiao firmly with both hands and landed on the open space beside them. The other person lowered his helmet, revealing only a pair of familiar eyes. Gu Jiao blinked. Gu Chongqing? Gu Chongqing smiled and did not look back. He held her with one hand and stabbed his sword behind him, killing a Jin soldier who had sneaked up on him. Yes, it's me, he said softly. He pulled back his sword and used his qinggong to carry Gu Jiao to the back of the camp. You go back first. Leave this to me. Gu Jiao stood still and looked at him strangely. Didn't you go to Zhao with old Master Meng? Gu Chongqing said, I went. The task of negotiating peace was completed. He did not need to stay in Zhao anymore, so he traveled day and night without stopping to the northwest border. There was a faint shade of black under his eyes, and his eyes were bloodshot from exhaustion. He touched Gu Jiao's helmet and said gently, Go back and wait for me. Gu Jiao said, Okay. Gu Chongqing returned to the battlefield with his sword. As he killed the enemy, he vaguely felt that the figure of the old general beside him was a little familiar. Forget it. I'll kill them quickly and see my sister. The old duke was completely ignored. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Very good. You don't even recognize your grandfather. The morale of the soldiers of Yan Kingdom was high. They had nothing to worry about since they had won the battle in Shi City. Gu Jiao thought for a while and went back to Chuyang City. It had been 5 days since Shan Yuanqi had taken the purple grass poison. She wanted to know how Shan Yuanqi was doing. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all the novels that you can't find online. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964286/1053011068. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion Mobile Reading Website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all here. Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King traveled through the night and arrived at Xuyang City near dawn. Xuyang City was being rebuilt after the war, and the streets were already filled with people who came to help. Everyone had already remembered this little commander in red armor and black armor. Seeing her enter the city, they all saluted her. When she first arrived at Xuyang City, the people saw her and the Black Wind Cavalry as rebels and avoided them. But now, their view changed a lot. Gu Jiao had urgent matters to attend to, so she didn't stay for long. She nodded slightly and rode her horse. Did the little commander just come back from another battle? She's covered in blood. Is she injured? So pitiful, the people were distressed. One of the city guards had to stand up and refute the rumors. Commander Xiao is fine. That's the enemy's blood. Don't worry, Commander Xiao is powerful. She will definitely finish all the battles safely. These words were a bit exaggerated. But after the war, there were many things waiting to be done. She indeed needed this kind of belief to strengthen herself. Hearing that the little commander was fine, the people were relieved and continued to do the work at hand. Their morale was higher than before. Shan Yuanqi was placed in the wounded barracks of the Black Wind Cavalry, and Yi Qingyi was guarding him. When Gu Jiao got off her horse and came to the entrance of the tent, Yi Qing had just come out with a pile of gauze that had been changed. When the curtain was lifted, Yi Qing saw Gu Jiao walking towards him. At this time, the stars and moon were hidden, the sun had not risen, and the sky was gray. The fiery red battle suit brought out a touch of absolute beauty under the faint sunlight. She pushed up the mask of her helmet, revealing a young and tender face. Just by looking at this face, it was hard to associate her with the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry who killed enemies like flies. No matter how many people she killed or how many battles she fought, her eyes always retained the purest clarity. Of course, she was calm enough. Yi Qing came back to his senses and greeted, "You're back? I heard that you guys went to Jin Nation. How's the situation?" Gu Jiao said, "When I left, we were attacking Shi City. She did not say how the battle was going, but since she was able to come here, it meant that the situation at the front line was not difficult. Yi Qing put the gauze into a special basket nearby, turned around and asked Gu Jiao, "Are you here to see the general?" Gu Jiao nodded. "How is he?" Yi Qing sighed with a complicated expression. "You know, after a person takes the purple grass poison, they will wake up at most 24 hours. If they don't wake up, then they are really dead. However, due to the unique toxicity of the purple grass poison, it can prevent the corpse from rotting for several months, so it looks like." Gu Jiao frowned. "You mean he hasn't woken up yet?" Yi Qing couldn't bear it and turned his back. "Go in and see for yourself." "I tried my best." Gu Jiao's heart sank, and she opened the curtain. As a result, she saw Xianxia sitting at the head of the bed, with one arm hanging around his neck, and the other arm raised, grabbing a big frozen pear and putting it into his mouth. He took a very big bite. Gu Jiao came in suddenly and was shocked by the scene in front of her. He also paused. He just stared straight at Gu Jiao. Under Gu Jiao's incomparably stunned gaze, he slowly completed his bite. Crack! Crunch! Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took a deep breath, turned around, and left the tent. Beside the Black-Wind King, Yi Qing covered his stomach, and for the first time in his life, he couldn't stand up straight. Gu Jiao turned her wrist and said dangerously, "Are you happy to be naughty?" Yi Qing was usually not so naughty. He was a serious person. Today, even he didn't know what was going on, but he suddenly had the idea of teasing Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao decided to put Yi Qing in a gunny bag. However, Yi Qing probably looked at the almanac before going out today, and his luck was very good. Just as Gu Jiao was about to find the gunny bag, Marquis Xian Pingho came over. Marquis Xian Pingho came to find Gu Jiao. He wanted to know if Gu Jiao had a way to cure Xianxia poison. Gu Jiao fiercely stared at Yi Qing. "Just you wait, I'll put you in a gunny bag next time." "Wait a minute, I'll go in and see Xianxia." Gu Jiao said to Marquis Xian Pingho and entered the tent again. Xianxia had already eaten the frozen pear and fell asleep. This was one of the side effects of the purple grass poison in the early stage, drowsiness. Gu Jiao checked Xianxia and found that his internal injuries were much lighter than before. The broken meridians were also slowly healing, which meant that the purple grass poison was healing his body bit by bit. This was the first time that Gu Jiao had truly witnessed the miracle of the purple grass poison. Gu Chongqing didn't count. His purple grass poison had expired, and his recovery was all due to hypnosis. He still firmly believed that he had become a death warrior. Gu Jiao exclaimed, "The old injuries are also healing." This meant that once Xianxia recovered, he would no longer have to suffer the torture of internal injuries. He would become the same as a normal person, or even stronger than a normal person. He had really been reborn. Gu Jiao was very happy for Xianxia. Seeing that this bottle of medicine was contributed by Yi Qing, Gu Jiao decided to beat him lightly when putting him in a gunny bag. It was almost dawn. Seeing that his master had returned, Teacher Hu was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. He hurriedly asked about his well-being and went to the kitchen to bring breakfast. Gu Jiao, Marquis Xian Pingho, and Yi Qing all went to the commander's tent. Gu Jiao had been away for a few days, and Teacher Hu had been cleaning carefully. It was very neat and tidy. The three of them sat around the small table, stepped on the cushions, and sat on the ground. Breakfast was millet porridge and steamed buns. The three of them quickly finished eating. Then Marquis Xian Pingho talked about Xianxia condition. "I heard that he doesn't have much time left." As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Qing on the side. "The people in your state preceptor's palace said that." Yi Qing already knew that Xianxia had come to Ghost Mountain. He also vaguely guessed the relationship between this General Xiao, who was personally appointed by the Crown Princess, and the Emperor's grandson. Not for anything else, but for this face that was somewhat similar to the Emperor's grandson. Of course, there was also the way the Crown Princess looked at him inadvertently. He hesitated for a moment and sighed, "It is indeed what my master said. The poison in His Highness Chang's son is very powerful. It can only be suppressed for 20 years. It can't be more than that." Now it was already October, and there were only 2 months left before the 20-year period. Marquis Xianpingho asked, is it accurate to his birthday? Yiqing shook his head, no, there is a certain error. It will only be brought forward, not delayed. The last sentence poured cold water on Marquis Xianpingho's heart. Marquis Xianpingho still held the last glimmer of hope and said, but he looks no different from a normal person. He didn't look like he was about to die of poison. Yiqing sighed, it's the elixir refined by my master that has been suppressing his toxicity. He won't be in too much pain when he dies. This time, he really wasn't being naughty. The emperor's grandson's poison was really powerless. Marquis Xianpingho's eyes fell on Gu Jiao's face. Do you have a way? Gu Jiao said, I'm not good at detoxification. I sent a pigeon back to Chengdu a few days ago. There should be a reply from Madame Nan soon. Speak of the devil. The spy of the Black Wind camp came over with a carrier pigeon from Xuyang City. Young commander, there is a carrier pigeon flying back from Chengdu. Bring it in. Gu Jiao said. The spy presented the carrier pigeon. Gu Jiao took off the note tied to the pigeon's leg and took the carrier pigeon out to the spy. After reading the note, Gu Jiao lowered her eyes. Madame Nan said that she can't detoxify this kind of poison. Yiqing asked, is the Madame Nan you mentioned a member of the Tang sect? Gu Jiao said, yes. Yiqing sighed, then it is indeed impossible to detoxify it. My master personally went to the Tang sect to ask for medicine, but the result was that he returned without success. A poison that even the Tang sect couldn't detoxify was basically hopeless. Gu Jiao frowned, could it be that there is really no way? Gu Jiao looked at the large pile of bottles and jars on the table. One of them was the anti-inflammatory medicine that had just been taken out from the small medicine box. It was prepared for Xianxia. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind, purple grass. Yiqing was stunned. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, purple grass poison is the strongest poison in the world. After taking it, there is an 80% to 90% chance of death. But if one survives, all injuries can be cured without medicine. Yiqing said with a solemn expression, but, so far, no one with a weak body has survived. Take 5th grandfather Han for example. His physique was not weak, and he was a martial artist. There was no need to mention Xianxia. They first had a very strong physique, which produced a higher survival rate than ordinary people. The imperial grandson couldn't do it. Gu Jiao said, how do you know if you don't try? If by that day you still can't find a way to cure him, then purple grass poison is the only hope. I agree. Xianpingho said. Yiqing simply didn't know what to say. The poison of purple grass was too overbearing. It really wasn't something that anyone could survive. Besides, we don't have any more purple grass poison in our hands. The last bottle of purple grass poison was fed to Xianxia by his own initiative. Gu Jiao stood up, the Han family has purple grass garden. Teacher who? Send someone to the prison and bring 3rd grandfather Han to me. In the Han family, 3rd grandfather Han was the most spineless. The Han family was originally locked up in the prison of Xuyang City. Teacher who moved very quickly and soon brought 3rd grandfather Han over. 3rd grandfather Han was really easily frightened. Gu Jiao didn't even torture him and he already confessed. Purple grass. Purple grass. Is it the kind of grass that? It smells colorless and tasteless, but will die when eaten. He knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Xianpingho's eyes were cold. Gu Jiao was full of killing intent. He was even stuttering when he breathed. Yiqing took out a pen and paper and drew a purple grass. 3rd grandfather Han was very stupid and couldn't recognize it just by looking at the outline. Yiqing gave him a look and 3rd grandfather Han suddenly realized, I've seen it before. I've seen it before. He said in a trembling voice, Our Han family found a purple grass in Yo County. We surrounded it and built a village. But the village is gone. The purple grass inside might also be gone. Yiqing's face changed. What did you say? 3rd grandfather Han choked. The village was burned. When we were about to lose. My eldest brother said something, didn't want the Black Brave cavalry to fall into your hands. So he sent people to the village and destroyed the purple grass garden. Third grandfather Han's words were like a bolt from the blue to everyone. No one expected that just when they were about to save Xianxia, the Han family would personally destroy all their hopes. Xian Pingho's face was frighteningly cold. His killing intent was about to overflow the entire tent. Third grandfather Han was so scared by this terrifying killing intent that he fainted. Xian Pingho didn't get angry easily, but right now, he crushed the cup in his hand. The broken porcelain pieces pierced his palm. He couldn't tell whether it was his hand or his heart that hurt more. He only saw his son after 20 years, but he only had 2 months left to live. Chongjing didn't know what happened in the tent. He had just come from Puching. He beat Zhu Zhongquang until he cried for his parents and swore to never reveal his identity. The girl in the soft fragrance pavilion said that a man's mouth was a liar. He wasn't so easily fooled. He fed Zhu Zhongquang poison. If Zhu Zhongquang dared to betray him, he would let Zhu Zhongquang die from the poison. Zhu Zhongquang was really honest now. His little disguise was saved. He didn't need to be captured back to Shadow Island. Chongjing was very happy, but when he came in, he found that everyone was unhappy. If he didn't understand, he would ask. He asked, "What happened to you?" Xian Pingho was so angry that he couldn't speak. Gu Jiao didn't say anything either. The gentle and patient eldest disciple of the state preceptor hall, Yi Qing, said helplessly, "We're looking for a kind of purple grass. Unfortunately, we can't find it anymore." "What purple grass?" Chongjing's gaze fell on Yi Qing's painting. "This? Isn't this kind of purple grass everywhere?" Yi Qing choked. "Everywhere?" Chongjing said, "There's a lot in the back mountain of my house. It's all over the hillside." Everyone turned to look at him. Chongjing, who had clearly resolved the crisis of his little disguise, suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Digression. Xian Pingho, master of the Dark Night Gate, your son has been kidnapped. Quickly bring out the purple grass to redeem him, otherwise he will be killed. Master of the Dark Night Gate, my son is only worth a few blades of grass? You're joking, Xian Pingho, plus 100,000 taels of gold. Master of the Dark Night Gate? Okay, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels to read for free. All the novels that can't be found online are here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1052999615. HTML genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion mobile version reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. Are you sure you have this kind of grass in your mountain? Marquis Xianping asked. His tone was unprecedentedly serious. No. Chongjing lied. Marquis Xianping nodded. Well, do you want to go back by yourself or do you want me to take you back? Chongjing said, I said no. Marquis Xianping continued with his plan. Or you can write a letter to your father and tell him that I kidnapped you and ask him to exchange the purple grass for you? Chongjing said, I don't have it in my mountain. I was wrong. Marquis Xianping shook his head. Forget it. Dark Night Island is remote. Normal spies can't find its entrance. I'll go there myself. Chongjing was speechless. His little vest was dropped just like that. He had fed Zhu Zhongquang poison for nothing. Marquis Xianping said, go pack your things. We'll leave tomorrow morning. Chongjing went to the next room bitterly. Gu Jiao asked Marquis Xianping, what's wrong with Chongjing? Do you know that he's the young master of the Dark Knight sect? Marquis Xianping said with a headache, I just found out. I heard it from Gong Sun Yu's swordsman. When I met him on the side of the road, he was dirty and hungry. I asked him where his home was but he didn't tell me. I asked him to come with me but he didn't want to. Later, I won a few rounds with him. Marquis Xianping didn't think that Chang Jing was an ordinary kid because he knew martial arts. However, he didn't say anything about his identity. Marquis Xianping thought that he was being chased by his enemies. Marquis Xianping asked Gu Jiao, "You seem to know it already?" She wasn't surprised to hear about the Dark Night Island. Gu Jiao said honestly, "When I first came to the Yan Kingdom, I followed Nangongli to a pawnshop and overheard his conversation with his confidant. That's how I learned about Chang Jing's identity." Marquis Xianping looked at Yi Qing. The Dark Night Island and the Yan Kingdom's State Preceptor Palace seemed to have some connections. The master of the Dark Knight sect had even paid a personal visit to the State Preceptor's palace and was received by the monarch of the Yan Kingdom. Yi Qing said, "My master does have some friendship with the Dark Knight Island Lord. If General Xiao doesn't mind, I'm willing to go to the Dark Knight Island with you." Marquis Xianping had abducted the other party's son. Now that he was here to ask for medicine, the other party would naturally not agree to it easily. With the help of the disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Hall, the conflict would be resolved by a lot. Chang Jing packed her things angrily. Marquis Xianping walked in, glanced at him, and asked faintly, "You don't want to go back?" Chang Jing felt stifled. It was not easy for him to run away from home, but when he returned, he would be locked up by his father again. Marquis Xianping said, "If your father bullies you, I will beat him up for you." Chang Jing said without hesitation, "That won't do." His father was a little annoying, but he couldn't let anyone bully his father. When Marquis Xianping heard this, he understood that Chang Jing had no conflicts with his family. He was just a rebellious youth. "Forget it, just beat him up." Chang Jing sighed and said, "You can't beat him anyway." Marquis Xianping, the matter of going to the Dark Night Island was settled. In order to let Chang Jing lead the way willingly, Marquis Xianping finally bought him a box of glass marbles that he had been coveting for a long time. The road to the Dark Night Island was not easy, especially when winter was coming. It was very likely that they would encounter a strong snowstorm when crossing the ice field. Chang Jing said, "After October, my father doesn't allow people on the island to go out. It was because it was too dangerous. Human strength was not worth mentioning in front of natural disasters. We have to cross the ice field in the north of the Yan Kingdom before the snowstorm arrives. If you bring your son, it will be too late." So Shang Guanqing could not go with them. Marquis Xianping agreed, "Okay." Chang Jing reminded him, "But it's also very dangerous to come back. Even if my father is willing to give you those weeds, you will be in November and December, when the snowstorm will sweep across the ice field." "I know." Marquis Xianping did not hesitate at all. "You and Yi Qing stay on the Dark Night Island. I will come back first." Chang Jing was surprised. "You want to cross the ice field in a month? You can't cross it." In fact, even if many masters traveled together, they still could not resist the bad weather on the ice field. Marquis Xianping was not as serious as usual. He said firmly, "The antidote is in my hands. I can cross it." 20 years ago, he could not save Xiaoqing. This time, even if he was smashed to pieces, he would bring the antidote back for his son. Chang Jing had already learned what had happened. She glanced at Marquis Xianping and said, "Didn't you say it might not be the antidote? He might have been poisoned to death. Was it worth it for an uncertain result?" Marquis Xianping went to say goodbye to Gu Jiao. "Take care of Qing." It was a pleading tone. "I will." Gu Jiao said, "Have you really decided to go?" Marquis Xianping said seriously, "We will leave tomorrow morning." He had made up his mind. Gu Jiao did not persuade him anymore. "Then I will pack some emergency medicine for you." Marquis Xianping did not refuse. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box, took out frostbite cream, anti-inflammatory drugs, iodophor, gauze, and other emergency medical supplies. She packed them in a bag and sent it to Yi Qing. "Remember to remove the stitches in 3 days." Gu Jiao said. Yi Qing was slightly stunned. "General Xiao is injured?" Gu Jiao said, "He was stabbed by Gong Sunyu. The wound was quite deep. He needed 4 stitches. Going to the Dark Night Island like this, he really did not want to live." Yi Qing sighed and took the bag. "I will remember." Gu Jiao said, "Treat him well. He is my husband's father." "Oh." Yi Qing subconsciously responded. After responding, he suddenly realized something. Your husband's father, aren't you a man? How come you have a husband? What kind of joke is this? Before dawn, Marquis Xianping and the other two set off. On the way to the Dark Night Island, they would pass by Puqing. Marquis Xianping went to Shang Guanyan and Shang Guanqing to say goodbye. Shang Guanqing fell asleep, so Marquis Xianping did not wake him up. He only said a few words to Shang Guanyan. The two stood in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion and spoke softly. Shang Guanyan asked, "Are you going to find purple grass for Qing'er?" Marquis Xianping said, "Purple grass poison is the only way. Although it may not succeed, it is better than doing nothing." On this point, Shang Guanyan and Marquis Xianping had the same opinion. As long as there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, it was worth a try. Shang Guanyan looked at him without blinking. "Where are you going to find it? Will it be dangerous?" Marquis Xianping said lightly, "There is no danger in the north. It is just a bit far. It is inconvenient to take Qing'er with me." Shang Guanyan was not easy to fool. Shang Guanqing was in danger. Who knows when he will fall down? It was the safest to take him. To find the antidote. But Xiaoji didn't take him with him, indicating that the danger on the road was fatal. Seeing her silent, Marquis Xianping smiled and said, "If it's fast, I will be back next month. You tell Qing'er not to worry." Shang Guanyan looked at him deeply. Her lips moved slightly. But in the end, she only said, "Take care on the road." Marquis Xianping nimbly mounted his horse. Shang Guanyan turned her head and turned her back. "Shang Guanyan." Marquis Xianping suddenly spoke. Shang Guanyan's footsteps stopped. The two didn't look back. In the cold wind, she heard him sigh softly. "It's not worth crying for a man like me." After Jin country lost 2 cities in a row, the 4th prince went out on behalf of the emperor and revived the morale of the Jin army. In another battle, the Jin army made a beautiful comeback and protected the 3rd border city that Wang Man led his troops to attack. Wang Man was shot in the shoulder by the Jin army and was seriously injured. Liao Chen only rested for a day and then went to battle again. He took over Wang Man's position and led the imperial army to continue to fight against the Jin army. Qing Feng also came to the front line. Before organizing the attack, Liao Chen threw him a set of armor. "Wear it." Liao Chen said lightly, "Didn't you want to kill me? Then you'd better not get hurt." Qing Feng frowned, "I don't wear other people's armor." Liao Chen put his hands behind his back. His peach blossom eyes were light. "It's new, no one has worn it." The old one was on Liao Chen. Liao Chen's armor was broken. He was taller than the average soldier. In the camp, there were old and new suits of armor suitable for him. Mid-October. Zhao country's 50,000 Gu army crossed the border from the Great Yan and arrived at the western border. They went straight to Jin country's Chiuyang Pass. The arrival of Gu family's cavalry reduced the pressure on the Black Wind cavalry who always rushed to the front line. Gu Chongqing strongly urged his sister to retreat to Chiuyang City and lead the siege to him. Gu Jiao led the Black Wind cavalry back to Chiuyang camp after a month of continuous fighting. Shang Guanqing was also brought back by her. At the end of October, the allied army of Zhao country and Chen country arrived at Jin country's Weishui Pass. At the same time, the Tujue in the north of Jin country also became restless. Jin country was attacked from both front and back. The morale accumulated by the 4th prince, who represented the emperor, was almost exhausted. News of victory came from the front line one after another. The armies of the other countries had entered Jin country's hinterland and occupied Song country and Yun country. They would soon take Ji country. In November, Chiuyang City welcomed the cold winter. Thick snow fell on the camp. Gu Jiao carried a wooden bucket to the well to fetch water. All the soldiers had been sent out. There was not enough manpower in the camp. She usually did these small things herself. Teacher who wanted to help her, but he was not as strong as Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao threw the wooden bucket into the well. When she was about to turn it back up after fetching water, she found that the axle was frozen. Footsteps in the snow came from behind her. At this time, only teacher who would follow her. Gu Jiao reached out her hand, "Give me a dagger." He handed her a very delicate dagger. Gu Jiao's brain was frozen. She did not pay attention to the outer shell of the dagger for a moment. There was a faint residual warmth on the dagger. It was so warm. With a click, she pried open the ice on the axle. Here. She returned the dagger to Teacher Hu. She turned the bucket around, and just as she was about to lift it, a slender jade-like hand reached out and grabbed the handle of the wooden bucket before she could. This action made the other person suddenly very close to her. Her back was almost pressed against the other person's warm chest. A familiar fragrance and breath enveloped her. She turned around in a daze and was caught off guard by a pair of gentle eyes. He slightly raised the corner of his lips. His magnetic voice was low and clear. Gu Jiao, Jiao. Long time no see. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1052802999. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Gu Jiao's ears tingled, and her little heart skipped a beat. Xiaoheng was wearing a silver fox cloak. The soft fox fur swayed gently in the cold wind, brushing against his handsome face. After not seeing him for 2 months, he seemed to have grown a little. His face was more delicate and handsome, and his eyes had a bit more of the royal aura of a person in a high position, but there was no arrogance in them. The white snow behind him wrapped in silver, and the mountains and rivers were picturesque, but it couldn't take away any of his elegance. Gu Jiao stared at him blankly. Why are you here? Didn't you return to Xin capital? The news she received was that the emperor's grandson had finished his negotiations and was returning to the capital. Xiaoheng put the wooden bucket on the mouth of the well. He held the handle of the wooden bucket with one hand and gently rubbed her hair with the other. If I don't say that, how can I give you a surprise? Very good. Nowadays, he didn't have to be reserved when it came to flirting. He was getting bolder and bolder. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on his hand holding the wooden handle. She saw very clearly just now that he lifted such a big bucket of water with ease. Oh, you've become stronger too, Gu Jiao muttered to herself. His arm strength had the strength of an adult man, and even his breath and voice had changed, becoming more mature and steady. Xiaoheng gently pinched her delicate and cool chin. You've lost weight again. Did you not eat well? Gu Jiao said seriously, I ate well. I eat a lot every day. This was the truth. In order to replenish her strength, she didn't treat herself harshly in terms of food. However, she was exhausted from fighting all day long, so she was still thinner than when she was in Xin capital. Xiaoheng's lips curled up, and his fingertips gently stroked her chin. Did you become haggard because of me, Gu Jiao? Gu Jiao. When did this guy suddenly become so flirtatious? Gu Jiao pursed her lips and raised her eyebrows. Didn't you lose weight too? Is that because you miss me too? Be shy, young man. Unexpectedly, Xiaoheng chuckled and looked at her deeply. There's a beauty here, I won't forget. I haven't seen you for a day and I miss you like crazy. Gu Jiao's delicate body trembled. Aya, how could his cultivation be so profound? Xiaoheng looked at her shocked expression and couldn't help laughing in his heart. After all, she was about to get married. She couldn't be teased by her and blushed like before. He had grown up. He was going to be her man. He definitely did not secretly practice on the road. The winter wind was as cold as a knife. Gu Jiao's fingertips were cold. Xiaoheng took off his silver fox cloak and draped it over Gu Jiao's stiff body. His body heat and scent lingered on the cloak, making it warm and fragrant. Gu Jiao took a deep breath and her whole body began to warm up. Xiaoheng raised his slender fingers and tied the ribbon of the cloak for her bit by bit. He then pulled the hood of the cloak over her little head that was frozen in a daze. Gu Jiao looked behind him and asked in confusion, "Eh? Where's Long Yi?" "He left," Xiaoheng said. On a snowy morning, he opened his eyes and found that Long Yi was no longer beside him. Long Yi had sent him to a safe place before leaving. Now, Long Yi had probably gone to find his memories and answers. Oh. Gu Jiao lowered her eyes and was a little disappointed. Now, she could sense more and more emotions, and some of them made her sad. Pa. She pressed her forehead against his sturdy chest. Xiaoheng raised his strong arm and gently hugged her in the cold wind. "It's okay. I believe that one day, we will see Long Yi again." Gu Jiao, N. As for Wenren Chong, Li Shen, and Zhao Dengfeng, these three people came to the side of the well to draw water. They saw two figures hugging each other from afar. One was clearly a man and the other was covered by a cloak. However, from his military boots, they could see that he was a soldier of the camp. In broad daylight, two grown men were whispering sweet nothings to each other. What kind of scandal was this? This was simply, the three people rolled up their sleeves and wanted to pull out the two people and punish them according to military law. However, Li Shen suddenly stopped and said, "Little commander?" Zhao Dengfeng and Wenren Chong stared at him. That little face under the cloak. Wasn't that the little commander? He, Wenren Chong stood in the middle of the two people. He was the first to raise his hand and cover the eyes of the two people. Almost at the same time, Li Shen and Zhao Dengfeng also raised their hands and covered Wenren Chong's eyes. Gu Jiao felt warm in his bosom. Xiaoheng lowered his head slightly and whispered in her ear with a teasing smile, "Your subordinates saw it." In the place where she couldn't see, his ears were slightly red. However, in just a moment, the cold wind calmed him down. Gu Jiao raised her head from his arms and looked around. She saw the three generals covering each other's eyes in a strange posture on the open space on the right. Oh. Gu Jiao straightened up without changing her expression. She looked at the three people and said, "Li Shen, Wenren Chong, Zhao Dengfeng, come and greet His Highness Xianxia." The three people staggered and fell to the ground together. What was going on? The little commander's boyfriend was His Highness Xianxia? The three of them stood up a few times before standing up from the snow. They walked over to Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng awkwardly. They just said that they were going to punish them according to military law. However, one was the little commander and the other was His Highness Xianxia. The three people looked straight ahead and saluted. Li Shen greets His Highness Xianxia. Wenren Chong greets His Highness Xianxia. Zhao Dengfeng greets His Highness Xianxia. Xiaoheng looked at them calmly and said calmly, "Former subordinates of the Xianyuan family. I have seen your names in the library." The three people were flattered. Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao were extremely calm. They did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, it made the three of them wonder if their minds were impure and they had misunderstood. Maybe His Highness Xianxia and the little commander were just brothers. The next second, His Highness Xianxia took the little commander's hand and left in front of him. The three people were petrified. "Bring the water here," Xiaoheng said. Yes." Zhao Dengfeng was the first to react. He answered and brought the bucket over. He put down the bucket and ran away immediately. He didn't dare to stay a moment longer. Zhao Dengfeng went back to the well and covered his beating heart. He sighed and said, "The little commander is so pitiful. He actually likes men." Li Shen didn't disagree with him. "He is also an unattainable man." Zhao Dengfeng shook his head. "An unattainable man who doesn't have long to live." Achoo. In the mayor's mansion, Shang Guanqing sneezed hard. Xiaoheng used Shang Guanqing's identity to negotiate peace in Zhao State. Shang Guanqing couldn't use this identity anymore. Last time, he pretended to be His Highness Xianxia in the tunnel to confuse Gong Sunyu. Now that there was no more danger, Shang Guanqing used his original appearance and lived in the mayor's mansion as the little ghost king of Ghost Mountain. Gu Jiao went to see him once a day, but she didn't go today. The tent was dry and cold. To save ice and charcoal, Gu Jiao didn't burn charcoal when she was alone in the tent. It was only when Xiaoheng came that she went to light a pot of charcoal. Xiaoheng looked at the gradually burning charcoal. He couldn't help but think of the days in the village. At that time, their family was poor. They only had one charcoal pot. She couldn't bear to use it herself, so she brought it into the room for him. She only came to sit occasionally. He was engrossed in copying books, and she was quietly drying clothes that couldn't be dried in the winter over the fire. Xiaoheng looked at her slender and soft waist. He couldn't help but wonder how he could calm down to copy books at that time. Gu Jiao turned around and saw Xiaoheng looking at her with deep eyes. She said, "It's almost done." Xiaoheng helped her up and let her sit in a chair. "Sit down. I'll start the fire." Gu Jiao said, "Okay." If people saw His Highness Zhongsun squatting on the ground to start a fire for her, they would be shocked. Gu Jiao looked at him with great interest. He was so handsome that he could do such a rough job as starting a fire so pleasing to the eye. Having suffered in the countryside, his movements weren't clumsy. He finished the fire in a short while. He came to Gu Jiao's side and sat down. She didn't know if it was because of the brazier or because he came to her side. Gu Jiao felt that the winter in the northwest didn't seem so cold. The two of them were far away in the east and west. They only received military intelligence from the official relay stations. They rarely mentioned private matters. For example, Xiaoheng had heard about Xianxia and the Xianyuan 7 sons on the way here. However, the Ministry of War's secret letter didn't mention the relationship between Xianyuan Jing and Liao Chen. After hearing Gu Jiao's detailed explanation, Xiaoheng suddenly understood. So Liao Chen is Xianyuan Jing. Right, where are they now? Gu Jiao said, General Xianyuan is recuperating in the city lord's residence. Liao Chen went to the front lines to attack Jin. The crown princess is in Puqing. She will come tonight, by tomorrow night at the latest. Xiaoheng nodded. Then I'll wait for her here. I'll go to the city lord's residence to pay a visit to the general. Gu Jiao said, Okay, I'll go with you. We'll also go see Shang Guanqing. Xiaoheng was shocked. Shang Guanqing is here too? His older brother? Speak of the devil. Outside the door, a little ghost soldier who acted as a eunuch shouted, The Ghost King has arrived. Xiaoheng was confused. The Ghost King? Gu Jiao explained, Your older brother. As soon as she finished speaking, the tense curtain was lifted. In an instant, countless images of his older brother flashed through Xiaoheng's mind. Since he was his mother's biological son, he should look a lot like Xinjiang. Dignified, noble, refined, and scholarly. In the end, he saw a man carrying a gun. He swaggered in boldly and looked like a bandit. Xiaoheng? Digression, Shang Guanqing, yo, I heard little brother Bookworm is here, Xiao Bookworm Heng, the latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1052793444. HTML Genius memorized the website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. Although Xiaoheng didn't announce it to anyone before he came, he entered the city early in the morning as the imperial grandson. General Xianyuan was in charge of the city lord mansion, so the news of the imperial grandson's arrival was naturally sent over there as soon as possible. Shang Guanqing was also recuperating in the city lord mansion. He had been sick these days. When he heard that his bookworm brother had come, he immediately became energetic and brought his younger brother to show off. At this time, the sky was already bright. There was the reflection of the snow in the tent, the thin light from the sky, and the little flames from the burning charcoal. It was not too bright, but intertwined together, it was just enough to outline the clear outline of each person. The two brothers met in such a scene. The picture in Xiaoheng's mind cracked, and his action of peeling oranges for Gu Jiao stopped. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Shang Guanqing was very satisfied with Xiaoheng's dumbstruck reaction. His appearance was really shocking, and he shocked this little brother at once. Shang Guanqing waved his hand and motioned the ghost soldiers outside to retreat. After the show was over, it was time to officially meet. After Marquis Xianping exposed Gu Jiao's little disguise, he and Gu Jiao had already been honest with each other. He simply greeted her and turned his head to look at his bookworm brother's face. "Ah, it's really like that," he whispered. He had disguised himself with this face for many years. How could he not recognize it? But looking at it from the bronze mirror or from the portrait was not as shocking as seeing it face to face. "So I've been like this all these years? It's quite good looking." He didn't know whether he was praising himself or his younger brother. When he looked at Xiaoheng without hesitation, Xiaoheng also began to look at him seriously. Xiaoheng's appearance was 40% inherited from Marquis Xianping, 40% inherited from Shang Guanyan, and 20% inherited from the Xianyuan family. Shang Guanqing, on the other hand, was half like his biological father and half like his biological mother. His eyebrows, eyes, and forehead were all perfectly inherited from Princess Xinyang. Xiaoheng had been brought up by Princess Xinyang. The two of them had the same habits and the same demeanor, which made them look like mother and son. But that was because they had never seen Shang Guanqing. When the two brothers looked at each other, Gu Jiao was also observing them. After all, they were born from the same father. No matter how different their auras were, their facial features were still somewhat similar. In the past few days, a few old generals in the imperial court had said that the Ghost King from Ghost Mountain looked a bit like the emperor's grandson. However, there were so many similar people in the world. If they were similar, then so be it. No one would suspect anything. "Are you Xiaoheng?" As the elder brother, Shang Guanqing was the first to speak. He carried the gun and said arrogantly, "Do you know who I am?" Gu Jiao glanced at him. "How dare you be so fierce to my husband? I'm afraid you'll be served in a sack." Gu Jiao looked at Xiaoheng. "Can I beat him?" Xiaoheng took Gu Jiao's hand, put the peeled orange in her palm, and said softly, "I'll go out and have a few words with His Highness the Ghost King." She couldn't beat him. Gu Jiao said regretfully, "Oh." Xiaoheng looked at the arrogant and despotic Shang Guanqing with a smile. "His Highness the Ghost King, please move." "Do you think I'll move just because you say so? You're so rude." Shang Guanqing put on the airs of an elder brother. "Come out with me." Xiaoheng suppressed the smile on his face and obediently followed Shang Guanqing out of the tent. They came to an empty drill ground. Shang Guanqing carried the big gun, looking mighty but not majestic. He stopped and looked at Xiaoheng fiercely, intending to show off his power as an elder brother. Xiaoheng said softly, "Elder brother." The word elder brother directly blocked all the majestic power that Shang Guanqing was about to show off in his throat. Shang Guanqing widened his eyes in disbelief and embarrassment. In short, it was a very complicated feeling. What did you just call me?" he asked seriously, staring at him. Xiaoheng said innocently, "Elder brother, aren't you my elder brother?" Ah, why did this boy have such an expression? He looked like an innocent deer. How could he be bullied, and you called me elder brother so quickly? "I didn't even scare you twice." Shang Guanqing coughed softly and tried to maintain his domineering persona. Of course I'm your elder brother. But how did you recognize me?" Xiaoheng smiled slightly, showing a trace of innocent cleverness. "Probably, it's the telepathy between brothers. It's because you look too much like your parents. Who would believe that you're not your biological son, and your arrogant aura is exactly the same as your biological father's?" No matter what Xiaoheng thought in his heart, he looked very docile and well-behaved on the surface. On the way here, Shang Guanqing had imagined countless possibilities of meeting his younger brother. His younger brother was a bookworm, and there were many bookworms in the imperial court. They thought of themselves as noble and virtuous, and looked down on ignorant and incompetent people the most. Even generals were just boorish men in their eyes. People like him, who were neither literate nor martial arts, were even less attractive to these pedantic scholars. He had been laughed at behind his back. Because they didn't live long, no one made trouble in the imperial court. Otherwise, the memorials to impeach him from being the eldest grandson of the emperor would have circled the Yan kingdom long ago. He put on such a show today because he wanted to gain the initiative by striking first and overwhelming the other party with his aura, but why was this boy so obedient? He couldn't be bullied at all. "Brother, what are you holding in your hand?" Xiaoheng asked curiously. When he mentioned the weapon in his hand, Shang Guanqing's confidence soared, and his aura instantly became 2.8 meters tall. He held the gun in his hand and showed off to Xiaoheng. "You haven't seen this thing in the Zhao kingdom, right? It's called a gun, and it's very powerful. It's more powerful than those weapons. No expert can withstand it." But the range was seriously insufficient, and the accuracy was seriously insufficient. He couldn't say this, or else how could he show off? Xiaoheng looked like he didn't understand what was going on. Shang Guanqing looked around and saw that there was no one nearby, so he said to Xiaoheng, "Come here, I'll show you." "Okay." Xiaoheng readily followed him. Shang Guanqing called his ghost soldiers, piled a few big stones on the open ground, and put another stone at his feet. Shang Guanqing retreated 20 steps. He couldn't aim even if he took another step back. "Look carefully." Shang Guanqing stepped on the stepping stone, held the gun up domineeringly, aimed at the stone, and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the stone was blasted away. The air was filled with the thick smell of black gunpowder. Xiaoheng almost understood what was going on. It was indeed a good invention. First of all, it was easy to frighten the enemy with its momentum. Moreover, the wounds caused by the black gunpowder were all open wounds. The visual impact was great, and it caused a lot of psychological pressure on the wounded soldiers, making it easy for them to collapse. However, this thing looked too clumsy and wasn't accurate enough. It was lethal at close range, but it had to be improved if he wanted to shoot it from a distance. Shang Guanqing turned around and smiled at his brother. "How is it? Isn't it powerful?" Xiaoheng's expression changed in a second, as if he was frightened by the gunshot. Shang Guanqing laughed 3 times. What kind of top scholar brother was this, so timid? "You scholars are so cowardly." Shang Guanqing suddenly felt that he controlled his brother's dignity, and said proudly, "Learn from me in the future. Don't only know how to study. What's the use of being a bookworm? This time, I killed many masters in the war against the Jin kingdom. Have you heard of Xianxia? The #1 master under Gong Sun Yu was killed by me, your brother. And those bastards from the sword hut. They were all killed by your brother. Brother, you're amazing." Xiaoheng said with eyes full of admiration. "You're really my father's son. Even your words are exactly the same." Xiaoheng held back his laughter, and his eyes were full of shock and admiration for his brother. He was really like a younger brother. This made Shang Guanqing very happy. He put the gun on his back and said to Xiaoheng, "You just came and haven't eaten breakfast, right? Let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious." Xiaoheng said goodbye to Gu Jiao, and then sat in the carriage with Shang Guanqing. Shang Guanqing had a younger brother in the Yan kingdom, such as Prince Ming. However, Prince Ming was very annoying. He always said one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. He always slandered Shang Guanqing and bullied him, which ruined his good impression of his younger brother. He also had a few other younger brothers, but he was not very close to them. Shang Guanqing looked at Xiaoheng without blinking. Xiaoheng was very quiet, and there was no disgust for him at all. Those younger brothers were all afraid of him. They said that he was a sickly person, and that playing with him would also make them sick. Shang Guanqing crossed his arms and said warily, "Hey, do you know that playing with me will kill you?" "Who said that?" Xiaoheng asked. Shang Guanqing raised his eyebrows and said, "Anyway, that's what they said." "Are they all top scorers?" Xiaoheng asked. "Well, no. Not to mention top scorers, they were not even top scorers." "I am." Xiaoheng looked at Shang Guanqing seriously and said with great certainty, "I'm the top scorers. I'm smarter than them. Only smart people deserve to play with you. They don't deserve to." Shang Guanqing suddenly blushed. Is this younger brother really stupid or pretending to be stupid? What he said is too childish, but what if it's really nice to listen to? "No, I said I'll teach him a lesson, this is the rule of the Jianghu. I can't be soft-hearted. Digression. Little Jing Kong clenched his fist. Brother Qing, hold on. Bad brother-in-law is bewitching you. He even despises me, the little prodigy of the Six Kingdoms. Don't believe his words. I still want to have an ally. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1052581711. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels can be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet here. Shang Guanqing calmed down the excitement in his heart and returned to his old self, who didn't recognize anyone. Shang Guanqing was not much more familiar with Chu Yang than Xiao Heng, but his appetite was getting worse these days. In order to make him eat more, Gu Jiao asked teacher Hu to search for delicious food in the streets and alleys for him. He roughly remembered a few shops. The coachman was a local. After they told him the name of the shop, the coachman took them there with ease. It was a noodle shop opened by the people of Zhao, but it claimed to have the flavor of the Six Kingdoms. Shang Guanqing ordered 2 bowls of Xianxia noodles, the specialty of the Zhao kingdom. Xiao Heng looked at the noodles in the bowl, thinking that it was not exactly similar to Xianxia noodles. It had nothing to do with them. Xiao Heng tasted it. It was quite ordinary. Shang Guanqing, on the other hand, seemed to be eating with relish. He asked Xiao Heng, "How is it? Is it better than the ones in the Zhao kingdom?" Xiao Heng glanced at him and said, "Jiao Jiao's cooking is better than this." Shang Guanqing said in surprise, "That girl can cook?" Xiao Heng's eyes flashed with gentleness. "Jiao Jiao's cooking is very good." Shang Guanqing curled his lips. Humph, he came here to eat noodles, not to eat dog food. Chuyang City was gradually restoring order, but because of the war, the prices had risen. Yangchen noodles usually cost 6 knife coins, but now it cost 20 knife coins. This was a small increase. The price of the meat was even more outrageous. A small bowl of donkey meat was sold for 2 taels of silver. Shang Guanqing glanced at Xiao Heng, who was eating noodles silently. He rolled his eyes and ordered 2 bowls of the most expensive donkey meat and a jar of 30-year-old wine. "By the way, you didn't bring any money when you went out, did you?" he asked seriously. "No." Xiao Heng shook his head blankly. He really didn't bring any money. There were eunuchs on the way to take care of food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation. The banknotes were in the military camp's luggage. Shang Guanqing patted his chest and said, "It's okay. I brought it. I'm treating you to a meal as your brother. How can I let you pay for it? There's a good osmanthus cake shop over there. I'll buy it for you." Xiao Heng said hurriedly, "I'll go." Shang Guanqing smiled and said, "No need, no need. I'm the elder brother. I'll go." Xiao Heng thought for a moment. "Okay then." Shang Guanqing reminded him, "By the way, remember not to expose your identity as the eldest imperial grandson. There are assassins from the Jin state in the city. You will be in danger." Xiao Heng nodded obediently. "Oh, got it." Shang Guanqing left with a smile. As soon as he left the shop, he pulled over the shop assistant at the door and casually said, "The person who came with me just now, he's paying the bill." The 2 of them were good-looking, and their clothes were extraordinary. One look and one could tell that they were the young masters of a wealthy family. The shop assistant smiled politely and said, "Yes, sir." After Shang Guanqing walked to the opposite side, he turned around and sneered at Xiao Heng, who was eating noodles slowly in the shop. "Silly little brother. Just wait to be beaten up." Shang Guanqing really went to the shop that sold osmanthus cake. It was not for anything else, but because he could see the noodle shop directly across the street. He wanted to witness the dark history of the top scorer's little brother with his own eyes. He went up to the second floor and asked for a first-class room. He also ordered a pot of the most expensive tea, crossed his legs, and watched the show leisurely. He should be beaten out soon, right? When should he make a move? Would it be too cruel when he was beaten until he cried for his father and mother? Shang Guanqing waited for a long time, but he did not see any movement at the door of the noodle shop. What's going on? Could it be that he was beaten to death inside? Oh, I forgot that the shop has a backyard. If they are attacking the boy in the backyard, it will be terrible. Shang Guanqing just wanted to teach Xiaoheng a lesson. He did not intend to kill Xiaoheng. He hurried downstairs, intending to throw the money bag directly to the shopkeeper and keep the change. But his hand touched nothing. He was stunned and lowered his head to look around. Eh? Where's my money bag? When the shopkeeper saw this, his face immediately darkened. Sir, did you lose your money bag? It was still with you when you showed up. I don't know how it disappeared. Shang Guanqing was puzzled. How do you know? The shopkeeper rolled up his sleeves. Haha. I've heard this kind of excuse many times. You look like a dog. You're actually a swindler. Don't you know who owns this shop? How dare you swindle in my shop? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Guards. Arrest him for me. Drag him to the backyard. If he doesn't hand over the money, break one of his legs. Shang Guanqing said in disbelief, You're too black-hearted. Do you want to use a leg to pay for such a small amount of money? You have no respect for the law. The shopkeeper snorted coldly. Law? This is the law of our Chuyang city. There were many wars at the border. It seemed that the local laws had indeed changed. The shopkeeper said, Arrest him. Wait. Shang Guanqing stretched out his hand and made a stop gesture. I'm the eldest grandson of the emperor. The shopkeeper took out a portrait from the counter and opened it. Do you think I haven't seen the eldest grandson of the emperor? Boy. This is the eldest grandson of the emperor. Shang Guanqing looked at the man in the portrait who was so ugly that his facial features were disorderly. His body shook. Damn, has the image of the eldest grandson of the emperor been ruined like this? Or is it that in this day and age, a mole with a tear mark is the eldest grandson of the emperor? Shang Guanqing said seriously, This is not the eldest grandson of the emperor. The shopkeeper said, How do you know he's not? Shang Guanqing said righteously, Because I am. I've been the eldest grandson of the great Yan dynasty for 20 years. I know better than you what the eldest grandson of the emperor looks like. The shopkeeper said, You don't have a tear mark on your face. You're not. He might not be the eldest grandson of the emperor with a tear mole, but he definitely wasn't without a tear mole. This was like a scholar meeting a soldier. He couldn't explain himself clearly. Shang Guanqing was fuming with anger. However, he couldn't really shoot them with a gun. After all, they were just doing business and didn't do anything bad. Just when Shang Guanqing was held down in embarrassment, Xiaoheng came over calmly. He looked at Shang Guanqing in the shop and a touch of surprise appeared on his face. Brother, you're really here? Shang Guanqing looked back. How did you come out? He wanted to say how did you come out, but after thinking about it, he quickly changed the last word. He was so witty. Xiaoheng said, Oh, I finished my noodles, so I came to find you. Shang Guanqing opened his mouth. Then did you pay for the meal? Yes, the total is 53 taels. Brother, the wine is so expensive. Xiaoheng frowned. Shang Guanqing asked in a daze, You didn't bring any money with you? Xiaoheng opened his eyes wide and said, Brother, did you forget? You left your purse to me. Shang Guanqing, Xiaoheng, it's on your bench. I left my purse on the bench just now, so that 53 taels of silver, was it his money that was spent? Shang Guanqing took a breath of cold air. Don't be angry. It's only 53 taels. Brother, here you are. Xiaoheng returned the purse to Shang Guanqing. Shang Guanqing once suspected that this guy did it on purpose, but looking at Xiaoheng's innocent eyes, he felt that he was thinking too much. He took out the banknotes and paid the bill. The shopkeeper smiled and respectfully sent the two of them away. Shang Guanqing held his breath in his heart, and the more he thought about it on the way back, the angrier he became. He wanted to see this guy embarrass himself, but how could he be laughed at by the other party? He had lived for 20 years, and he had never suffered such a setback. He had to get back at him. "Stop the carriage," he ordered. The coachman stopped the carriage. Shang Guanqing got out of the carriage with Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng's eyes were filled with doubt as he asked, "Brother, where are we going?" The way he called him brother was really nice. Shang Guanqing's heart nearly softened. Fortunately, his heart was like steel, and he managed to stabilize himself in time. He said, "We are meeting for the first time, and I am your older brother. I should prepare a greeting gift for you. I did not prepare one ahead of time, so I will buy one for you now." Xiaoheng slightly shook his head. "No need, brother. I did not prepare one for you." Shang Guanqing heroically waved his hand and said, "That's different. I am your older brother. I must give you a greeting gift. If you continue to be so courteous with me, I will get angry." Xiaoheng hesitated for a moment and said with difficulty, "Since brother has said it like this, then Aheng will respectfully accept." Shang Guanqing hugged his shoulder and patted him, saying with a smile, "That's more like it." Shang Guanqing brought Xiaoheng to an antique shop. In these troubled times, the nearby antique shops had closed one after another. This was the only one that was still open. Xiaoheng tugged at his sleeve and quietly said, "Brother, the things here are too expensive. Let's go somewhere else." Zhao Du's young marquis, his mother was a princess, and his father was a marquis. He actually felt that a few antiques were expensive. Ah, right, this younger brother had wandered among the commoners for a few years and lived a hard life. Shang Guanqing's heart nearly softened, but fortunately, he was skilled. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I have saved up quite a bit of private money over the past few years. Pick whatever you like. There is no need to be courteous with brother." This time, Shang Guanqing learned to be obedient. He repeatedly checked that the money bag did not fall out. In truth, even if it fell out, there was no harm. The banknotes in the money bag were not enough to buy an antique. "You look around first. I will go to the outhouse." "Okay." Xiaoheng remained on the second floor to look at the antiques. Shang Guanqing went downstairs and picked up a few antiques in the main hall. "Upstairs, my younger brother will pay the bill." This trick might not have worked if it was used by others, but the two of them looked like young masters of aristocratic families. Nobody suspected that Shang Guanqing was a swindler. Shang Guanqing took the antiques and ran. "Stinky brat, let's see how you escape this time." Shang Guanqing looked up to the sky and laughed. "Ha ha ha." He carried a bag of antiques back to the carriage. As soon as he opened the curtain, he was so scared that he almost fell down. Why are you here?" Xiaoheng smiled slightly. "I finished buying, so I got on the carriage and waited for my brother." Shang Guanqing was even more surprised. "You finished buying?" He looked at the big boxes of antiques in the carriage in shock. You bought all of them?" Xiaoheng said innocently, "My brother just picked these out for me and asked me to accept them." I did say that, but how did you pay the bill?" Shang Guanqing touched the money bag. It was still there. Xiaoheng said with a smile, "I said my brother was the eldest grandson of the emperor, and the shopkeeper said it didn't matter. He would go to the Castellan mansion to collect the bill from my brother later. Why did no one believe me when I said I was the eldest grandson of the emperor? But he believed me when I said I was the eldest grandson of the emperor." So many antiques, how much money would it cost? "Your brother has saved money for more than 10 years. The little person in Shang Guanqing's heart knelt down on the ground and cried out loud. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1052577790. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile version reading website, mzhhbqg. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels can be read for free. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. Xiaoheng looked at him and asked in confusion, "Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Did Aheng do something wrong? Then Aheng doesn't want these things." What kind of joke was this? Things that had been given out were things that could not be taken back. Could it be taken back? Where would he, the dignified ghost king, put his face? Shang Wanqing swallowed his broken teeth, feeling extremely aggrieved. On the way back, he did not want to say a single word to Xiaoheng. When they passed by a shop that sold dried meat, the carriage stopped. Shang Wanqing unhappily asked, "What are you doing?" Xiaoheng said, "When I entered the city this morning, I bought dried meat from this shop. At that time it was not done roasting, so they told me to come back in 2 hours. It should be done now." Shang Wanqing raised an eyebrow. "How did you know that I like to eat dried meat?" Xiaoheng was stunned. I don't know. I bought it for Jiao Jiao." Caught off guard, he was stuffed with dog food once more. Shang Wanqing's face was dark, as he decided to ignore this younger brother for the rest of his life. Xiaoheng went to the shop to get dried meat, but he still had to wait a little longer. The inside of the carriage was very stuffy, and Shang Wanqing decided to get out of the carriage to get some fresh air. He stood in front of the shop for a while. The fragrance of the dried meat was very enticing, but he did not have much of an appetite these days. From time to time, there would be customers passing by, and he would slightly move to the side to let them pass. In the end, he had no choice but to enter the shop. This shop sold dried meat and other pastries. Customers could bring them out or eat inside. At this time, there were many people, and the lobby was crowded. Xiaoheng did not like lively scenes and went to the backyard to wait alone. Shang Wanqing indifferently looked at the noble and self-restrained Xiaoheng. The evil thoughts that he had suppressed once again emerged. He arrived behind Xiaoheng without leaving a trace. When Xiaoheng turned around to get dried meat, he stretched out his foot to trip him. The courtyard was covered with a thick layer of snow. Even if he fell, it wouldn't hurt. At most, it would just embarrass Xiaoheng. And Xiaoheng really didn't know that Shang Wanqing had come to play tricks. This move was supposed to succeed, but Shang Wanqing's stride was too big and he lost his balance. He slipped and fell forward. "Aya!" he cried out in surprise. Xiaoheng turned around and almost instinctively reached out to grab Shang Wanqing. The inertia was too great, and the two brothers fell into the snow together. Coincidentally, at this time, the brothel madam across the street came in from the back door to buy dried meat. As soon as she entered the backyard, 2 young men fell under her skirt. "The procuress? Shang Wanqing. Xiaoheng?" The brothel keeper was startled at first, but then she was so excited that her whole body trembled, and the makeup on her face fell. She put one hand on her fat waist and pointed at the two with a handkerchief in her other hand. She gritted her teeth and said, "Where did these brats come from? How dare you take advantage of me in broad daylight? You're indecent. See how I'll deal with you." As she spoke, she bent down and was about to pull the 2 brothers' ears. The 2 brothers exchanged a look. "Shang Wanqing, run!" The 2 brothers quickly stood up from the snow. Shang Wanqing grabbed Xiaoheng's wrist and rushed out from the back door in one breath. "You took advantage of me and then ran? Stop right there. I told you to stop. Do you hear me? Someone is coming. Capture those 2 brats for me." The 2 brothers' scalps tingled, and they ran forward as fast as they could. Over there, over there." Xiaoheng pointed to the alley on the right. "No. Left. I'm the older brother. Listen to me." Shang Wanqing decisively pulled his brother into the alley on the left. It turned out that Shang Wanqing didn't lead them the wrong way. The 2 of them didn't know how long they ran. After making sure that the people of Spring Flower House didn't chase after them, they held the fence on the side and gasped for breath. This used to be a workshop for dyeing cloth. After the war, the people in the workshop left, and the things inside were also emptied, leaving only an empty yard. Shang Wanqing had no strength left, and he directly lay down in the snow. Xiaoheng glanced at him and lay down beside him. How do you know to go left? He asked. Have you been here before? I haven't. It's just intuition, Shang Wanqing said. Xiaoheng pondered for a moment and felt that it shouldn't be intuition, but experience. Shang Wanqing wasn't a child who grew up in a house. He didn't like to study, but it didn't mean that he wasn't knowledgeable enough. Wasn't there a saying that reading 10,000 books was better than traveling 10,000 miles? It couldn't be more appropriate to describe Shang Wanqing. Which brother flirted with the brothel's auntie on the first day they met? Shang Wanqing habitually wanted to say girl, but when he thought of the brothel keeper's appearance, he decisively changed his words. Xiaoheng couldn't help laughing when he heard what he said. Yes, which brother was like the two of them? They fought all kinds of tricks when they met, and in the end, both of them were cheated. Shang Wanqing looked at the blue sky and white clouds and said, Hey, shouldn't scholars be honest? Or is it that being the top scholar is different from being an ordinary scholar? What? Xiaoheng didn't understand for a moment. He also looked at the sky and felt very strange. Shang Wanqing said carelessly, You took my money pouch, didn't you? And those antiques, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Without giving Xiaoheng a chance to quibble, he snorted and said, I thought you were really a bookworm. Who would have thought that he was a thick-skinned little glutinous rice ball filled with black sesame? After being exposed, Xiaoheng didn't feel embarrassed at all. This was not in line with his character. He could be thick-skinned in front of outsiders, but he was not so thick-skinned in front of his own people. So, why did he get along with Shang Wanqing so naturally? Was it because he was his brother? He could let himself go and be himself with peace of mind, because he knew him as well as he knew him. They were like each other's other selves in the world. Xiaoheng put his right arm behind his head and said lightly, My skills are not as profound as yours. He was thick-skinned. I'm your brother. Of course I'm better than you. Although he said that, it was just now that he really came to his senses. The moment he laid down on the snowy ground, the thoughts in his mind suddenly opened up. He didn't need any evidence. It was more like a kind of brotherly connection. He suddenly understood that this guy was teasing him. He said lightly, Hey, top scholar, recite a poem for me. Since the window paper had been opened, Xiaoheng no longer pretended to be an obedient younger brother. He refused very coldly, No. You've shown your true colors, haven't you? Shang Wanqing turned his head and glared at Xiaoheng coldly. He said sarcastically, You're the younger brother. How dare you disobey your brother? Can't you have some self-awareness as a younger brother? If you want to recite it, do it. Yourself, Xiaoheng said lightly. He turned over in the snow and showed his back to Shang Wanqing. Shang Wanqing was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The little person in his heart jumped up. He picked up his stinky younger brother and beat him into the snow so hard that he couldn't be dug out. Humph. Shang Wanqing snorted. He didn't turn over, but he closed his eyes coldly. Xiaoheng opened his eyes and felt the heat on his body dissipate little by little. He also quietly looked at the scenery in the distance. The wind had stopped, and there were more pedestrians on the street. Occasionally, passers-by noticed them and looked at them as if they were fools. They hurriedly passed by. The two brothers' meeting was very sudden. Neither of them was mentally prepared. Maybe Shang Wanqing was a little bit, but only a little bit. From the moment they met until now, there were some topics that they had avoided mentioning. For example, should I give you back the identity of the eldest grandson of the emperor? For example, if I took the antidote that belonged to you, would you be angry? In fact, whether it was the young Duke of Zhaodu or the eldest grandson of the great Yan emperor, both of their lives were not smooth sailing. It was hard to say who had suffered more. Xiaoheng didn't die, but the young Duke of Zhaodu died once. Shang Wanqing was still alive, but his life was coming to an end. A gust of cold wind blew, and Xiaoheng's body was cold. It's time to get up, he said. Don't lie down. You'll catch a cold. He sat up. Shang Wanqing behind him didn't respond. He looked at Shang Wanqing strangely. Shang Wanqing's face was pale, and his lips were bloodless. When he saw him in the camp in the morning, his face was not as ruddy as normal people, but he was not as weak as he was now. Shang Wanqing, what's wrong with you? Xiaoheng raised his hand and touched his forehead. It was not hot. But his breath was very weak. Xiaoheng patted his shoulder gently. Shangguanqing, Shangguanqing, Shangguanqing. Xiaoheng was not a doctor who had been ill for a long time, but he could still tell if a person was really weak. No wonder he hadn't moved since he lay down. It wasn't that he was too lazy to move, but that he couldn't move at all. Wake up. Didn't you want to hear me recite a poem? I'll recite it to you. Snow on the mountain in May, no flowers, only cold. Hearing the plucked willow and the flute, spring has not seen. Battle at dawn with the golden drum, sleep at night with the jade saddle. Willing to slay Lulan with the sword at my waist. It's unpleasant to hear. Shangguanqing slowly opened his heavy eyelids and glanced weakly at Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng corrected him. This poem is not unpleasant to hear. It's your voice. Shangguanqing rolled his eyes and said, How old are you? Xiaoheng's throat was a bit swollen and painful. His voice unconsciously carried a trace of choking that even he didn't notice. Xiaoheng let out a long breath. With just a little effort, his back was already drenched in sweat. You don't even call me brother, Shangguanqing complained. Xiaoheng laughed. Can you beat me in a fight or a test? Why should I call you brother? Shangguanqing grabbed the gun in the snow. I'll shoot you. Brother. A wise man submits to circumstances. Shangguanqing snorted with satisfaction. The wind became stronger. Xiaoheng stretched out his hand. I'll help you up. Shangguanqing suddenly said, I can't wait for the antidote. Xiaoheng's hand paused. He took a deep breath and said slowly, No, father will definitely bring the antidote back. Shangguanqing didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the distant sky and said, Is she well? He didn't say which she he was referring to. It could even be he. But Xiaoheng only froze for a moment before he understood who he was referring to. Without waiting for Xiaoheng to answer, Shangguanqing said in a low voice, Take me to see her. I want to see her one more time before I leave. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/10523867 HTML Genius remembers the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, m. zhhbqg.com The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all here. In November at the border, the wind was bitterly cold. At night, Shangguanyan came from Pu City and went to the military camp first. She only heard that the eldest imperial grandson had come when she entered the city. With her understanding of her 2 sons, one was looking for a wife, and the other was looking for a younger brother. At the moment, most of them were in the military camp. Sure enough, she saw Gu Jiao and the 2 brothers in Marquis Xianping's tent. Shangguanqing had already fallen asleep, and Gu Jiao was giving him an infusion. His appetite was not good these days, so Gu Jiao would give him a supplement from time to time. But tonight, the atmosphere in the tent seemed to be particularly dignified. Shangguanyan's face changed. What's wrong? Did something happen? Is Qing'er not well? Shangguanqing's situation was not good. He had been relying on the medicine of the state preceptor hall to suppress the poison, making him look no different from a normal person. In fact, his body had long been exhausted. Yi Qing said that he would not suffer too much, but he would become more and more sleepy. Maybe one day he would fall asleep and never wake up again. Xiaoheng told Shangguanqing's idea to Shangguanyan. Shangguanyan fell on the chair in a daze. He really decided to do this. Go to Zhao country. It meant that he had completely given up on the antidote. The journey to Zhao country was long, and no one could guarantee that he would not die of poison on the way. If he was poisoned, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Thinking that her son would die alone on the way back to Zhao country, Shang Wanyan's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. She did not want to not see her son for the last time. Aheng. I don't want to. At this moment, she was not the iron blood loyal crown princess, she was just an ordinary mother. But at the same time, she also understood that she did not have the right to stop Shang Wanqing from seeing Princess Xianxia. The Marquis, Chongjing, and Yiqing are going north. I asked around, Dark Knight Island is in that direction. If the journey was easy, they would have brought Shang Wanqing. If you didn't bring it, it means that this trip is a narrow escape. The extreme north had extremely bad weather. Snowstorms wreaked havoc on the ice plains, and along with the arrival of winter, even experts would not be able to pass through. Perhaps it was because Shang Wanqing understood this that he decided to give up waiting for purple grass. He wanted to use the last moments of his life to return to his country and take a look at his home. She wanted to meet her mother. Shang Wanyan choked with sobs. When I took him away that year, I didn't ask him if he agreed or not. Now, he had grown up. He couldn't decide his own birth, and he couldn't even choose his own life, but he hoped to be able to choose his own way of leaving. Life or death, it was up to him to choose. Even if he consumed the purple grass, there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. If he failed, he would not be able to return alive. It was up to him to decide whether he should take this gamble or risk his life to see his mother. Inside the tent, Shang Wanyan grabbed her son's hand and cried all night. This year's winter in Zhao country was especially cold. At the end of October, the capital had its first snowfall. In November, it snowed for half a month. After entering the 12th month, it was sunny for a few days. In a house on Vermilion Bird Avenue, Princess Xianxia sat quietly in front of the bed embroidering. In the past, there was only brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on her table. She didn't know when, but it had all been replaced with a variety of fabrics. She felt that the room was stuffy, so she called Yujin to open the window. A servant girl came in. The servant girl smiled and said, Aunt Yujin went out. Princess, do you have any orders? Open the window. Princess Xianxia said. But it's very cold outside. The servant girl was worried about her body. Princess Xianxia said lightly, I'm hot. Then, just open it for a little while. The servant girl said. N. Princess Xianxia nodded. The servant girl went around the table and opened the window with a pull. The cold wind blew in with flying snow. Princess Xianxia felt a burst of coolness, and even her dizzy head cleared up a lot. The young maidservant shuddered. So cold, it's snowing again. Princess Xianxia embroidered for a while in the cold wind. The servant girl didn't dare to let her stay in the cold for too long, so she took the risk of being kicked out and closed the window. Aunt Yujin said that you can't stand in the cold wind, can't eat cold food, can't. The servant girl lowered her head and said without confidence. Enough, I didn't say I was going to punish you. Princess Xianxia didn't plan to argue with the servant girl, but she had been sitting in the room for 2 hours, so she really couldn't sit still. Give me the cloak. I'll go out for a walk. She said. Ah, yes. The servant girl took the cloak, trembling with fear, and put it on Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia stood up and walked out of the room with swollen legs to the corridor. The snow in the courtyard had been swept clean, and the ground was covered with a non-slip straw mat. The servant girl held an umbrella for her. Let's go to the flower room. Princess Xianxia said. Yes. The servant girl complied and carefully supported her. The master and servant went to the flower room. This residence was originally quite big, but Princess Xianxia liked to raise flowers, so she used half of the residence as a flower room. Charcoal was burning in the flower room, so the temperature was very high. The servant girl understood that her princess wasn't going to admire the flowers. She wanted to see if the old clothes had dried. When the two arrived at the door of the flower room, they heard whispers coming from inside. What do you think the princess is thinking? Why would she dig out the old clothes from so many years ago? She even wants us to wash and dry them. Be quiet, don't let people hear. If they hear, then they hear. Do you think I'm the only one saying this? Everyone's secretly spreading it. Spreading what? The princess actually has 2 sons. What? Half of these children's clothes are the young duke's, and the other half is the young master's. It's a pity that the child's fate wasn't good, and he died before he was even a month old. Say, it's fine if we wash the young duke's clothes, but why do we wash the child's? Washing the clothes of a dead person during the new year, how unlucky. The news that the young Duke of Jiaodu had returned alive had already spread throughout the capital. As for Xiaoqing's identity, although it hadn't spread outside, the servants who had come in behind closed doors had more or less heard some things while she and Yujin were tidying up the clothes. The servant girl didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She turned her head to look at Princess Xinyang. As expected, the princess's face was ice cold. The two servant girls felt the cold gaze behind them and turned their heads back in a daze. When they saw Princess Xinyang, the two were so frightened that they fell to their knees with a plop. Princess Xinyang quickly walked over. The servant girl was frightened. Princess! Slow down. Princess Xinyang came in front of the two and sternly shouted, "Get up! You've dirted my son's clothes." The servant girl who had spoken rudely just now happened to be holding a small piece of clothing that Xiaoqing had worn when he was born. The servant girl trembled as she handed the dirty clothes to Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang looked at her son's dirty clothes and didn't know why, but a wave of sadness came from her heart. Princess! Yujin had returned from shopping. She heard that Princess Xinyang had gone to the flower room and hurried over to take a look. She didn't expect to see this scene. She didn't immediately ask the two servant girls what they had done. Instead, she directly ordered the servant girl, "Take them away first. I'll deal with them later." Yes. The servant girl put away the umbrella in her hand and handed it to Yujin. Yujin took the oil-paper umbrella and said softly to Princess Xinyang, who was on the verge of collapse, "Princess, Jing Kong has come to see you." Little Jing Kong often came to visit Princess Xinyang after returning to the capital. Yujin had just run into him at the door. Princess Xinyang liked Jing Kong very much. When she heard that he had come, she pulled herself out of her extreme emotions and personally took the dirty clothes back to her room. Little Jing Kong had been studying at the Imperial College for a month and had returned to his previous appearance. After this New Year's Eve, he would be 6 years old. However, he still looked like a 5-year-old. He was really worried. Princess Xinyang had someone cook a bowl of goat's milk for him. She added honey and red beans and it was very delicious. Little Jing Kong gorged himself and drank the milk. He sat on a stool and chatted with Princess Xinyang. "Princess, you look good today. You're getting more and more beautiful." Princess Xinyang was amused by him. "Really?" "Of course, and..." Little Jing Kong looked Princess Xinyang up and down. He opened his mouth and said, "You've also become more adorable." Princess Xinyang exposed him. "You obviously didn't intend to say that." "Ah." Little Jing Kong raised his two small hands and scratched his little head. "You also saw through that." "Fine, Jiao Jiao told me to say that." "Is Jiao Jiao back?" Princess Xinyang asked. Little Jing Kong shook his head and said seriously, "No, Jiao Jiao said that before. Jiao Jiao said that you can't say that girls are fat. When girls are fat, they're so cute that they become inflated." Pfft, Yujin couldn't help but laugh. If he wanted to say that the princess was fat, then just say it. However, the princess wasn't fat. "What did you learn at the Imperial College today?" Princess Xinyang didn't continue the topic and changed the topic to his homework. "Today, I learned the classic of filial piety." Little Jing Kong recited the entire content of the lesson and explained it in his own words. Princess Xinyang nodded. Everything was correct. She touched his little head. "You're such a smart child." Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes. "Then, am I smart or is my brother-in-law smart?" Princess Xinyang was amused by him. "Both of you are smart." Little Jing Kong furrowed his brows bitterly. Why was his bad brother-in-law and he both smart? His bad brother-in-law always got the last place. In fact, he asked this question because he subconsciously admitted that his bad brother-in-law was very smart. It was just that he didn't realize it. He straightened his little body and said, "I'll be the top scorer earlier than my brother-in-law." Little Jing Kong didn't know that he was indeed the top scorer earlier than his bad brother-in-law, but he wasn't the top scorer in literature. "Jing Kong. It's time to go archery. Su Kanji's voice came from outside the door. Oh. I forgot to make an appointment with them to go archery. Little Jing Kong jumped down from the stool and politely bowed to Princess Xinyang. Princess, I'll be leaving first. I'll come to see you another day. Okay. Princess Xinyang nodded with a gentle gaze and had Eugene send little Jing Kong to the carriage. When Eugene returned, Princess Xinyang was tidying up the small clothes that had been dirted by the maidservant. Jing Kong and Aheng are so alike when they were young. So when she saw Jing Kong, it was like seeing Aheng when she was young. Princess Xinyang missed it very much. Eugene smiled. Isn't that so? They're both smart, both like to get first place, and both are naughty. When Xiaoheng was young, he wasn't as obedient as he looked. If she didn't let him climb trees, he would climb them secretly. If she didn't let him eat candy, he would go into the kitchen with Long Yi. Occasionally, Princess Xinyang would get angry and beat him. He even knew to call Long Yi to take him away and wait for her anger to subside before returning. Thinking of Xiaoheng's childhood, Princess Xinyang felt it was funny at first. After laughing for a while, her expression became a bit sorrowful. She lowered her head and stroked the small clothes in her hand. She calmly said, Say, if Qing'er was still alive, what would he be like? Would he be as naughty as Aheng? Would he be as smart as Aheng? Was she like Aheng, with so many wicked ideas that she could not hold them all? Would he be like a scholar? Or would he practice martial arts? Would he like to travel all over the place, or would he like to stay at her side? Eugene worriedly looked at her. Princess Xinyang shook her head and endured the pain of losing her son. I'm fine. It's just that I've been thinking of that child recently. Eugene looked at the small clothes in her hand. Seeing an object makes you think of the person. Princess, I'll take the little prince's clothes and put them away. Princess Xinyang did not speak. She looked at the table and said, Little Jing Kong's books were left here. In a moment, find someone to send them to Bai Shui Alley. Okay. Eugene complied. A light knock came from outside the door. I'll go open the door, Eugene said. She went to the door and forcefully pulled it open. Eugene saw a familiar figure. His face was exquisite, and he was as elegant as jade. He had lost some of his youthful youth. Instead, he had gained some maturity, stability, and self-restraint. Eugene was extremely shocked. Young Marquis. Princess. Young Marquis has returned. Aheng? Princess Xinyang rejoiced. Not bothering to put on her cloak, she quickly walked out of the room. In the snow-filled sky, she saw the sun that she thought of every day. Xiaoheng's body was covered in snow. It could be seen that he had been standing at the door for a while. He stepped over the threshold but did not immediately reunite with Princess Xinyang. Instead, he turned around and looked behind him. Come in. Brother. Digression, for those little cuties who do not want to keep their monthly votes until the end of the month, they can also vote now. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are also updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that cannot be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/1052370028. HTML Genius will remember this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. Half an hour ago, a carriage covered in snow stopped in front of the city gate. Shang Guanqing opened the curtain and poked his head out. He looked at the towering city tower and asked in surprise, Is the capital in front? Yes. Xiaoheng nodded and opened the curtain a little. He looked at the endless crowd and said, There are many people coming in and out of the capital in December. It's not so crowded on weekdays. It's not bad, Shang Guanqing said. The Zhao kingdom was a lower country. Although it was not as rich as the Yan kingdom, the court was stable and the people lived and worked in peace. There were many praises for the court and the emperor. The emperor of the Yan kingdom was a tyrant. Most of the people's opinions about him were negative. However, he was so powerful that no one dared to resist his tyranny. Xiaoheng smiled. The Zhao kingdom was not strong enough now, but he believed that one day, the Zhao kingdom would become a higher country. It required the efforts of many people, or even the efforts of several generations. But as long as they did not give up, there would be hope. Do you want to rest for a while? Xiaoheng asked Shang Guanqing. When Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao went from the Zhao kingdom to the Yan kingdom, they took the land route. There were many checkpoints and detours. Because they did not have the privilege of the royal family, many official roads could not be taken. The process was greatly delayed and it took nearly 2 months to reach Xingdu. This time, they used the identity of the eldest imperial grandson to take the official road dedicated to the court and changed to the water route in the second half of the journey. They were lucky. The water began to freeze when they reached the shore. From early November to early December, they walked for a whole month. "No, I'm not tired," Shang Guanqing said. He was lying. Even Xiaoheng was tired, let alone a sick person like him. But the two brothers knew that Shang Guanqing did not have much time left. It was a miracle that he could hold on until now. Every step he took was like stepping on the roof of the King of Hell's palace. He did not know when he would fall. The carriage entered the city. Although Shang Guanqing was tired, he did not let go of the opportunity to appreciate the capital. "There are so many Tonghulu sellers," he exclaimed. There were very few of them in the Yan kingdom. It was also very difficult to see a Tonghulu vendor on the street, but there were actually quite a few shops that specialized in selling Tonghulu. Xiaoheng asked the coachman to stop the carriage in front of a Tonghulu store and bought a bunch of each flavor. "Here." He handed a handful of candied haws to Shang Guanqing. "Candied haws are from Zhao kingdom." Shang Guanqing picked a big and red one. Yan kingdom didn't have it before. "So you like to eat candied haws because you miss your hometown?" Xiaoheng watched him eat in silence. Shang Guanqing actually didn't have much of an appetite, so he played with it a few times. "Why don't?" He paused and said, "I'll go later." "What's wrong?" Xiaoheng asked. Shang Guanqing looked at the candied haws in his hand and stammered, that." Xiaoheng laughed and asked, "Are you nervous?" "No." Shang Guanqing denied flatly. Xiaoheng smiled and said, "Don't worry. Mom will be very happy to see you." Shang Guanqing said in a low voice, "I'm not doing that. I don't know how to do that." The last 2 words of each of his sentences were vague and unclear. Xiaoheng could only make out the intonation, but Xiaoheng could still make out the 4 words through the telepathy between them. "I'm not the top scorer. I don't know how to study." Such a proud and arrogant brother actually had times when he was not confident. Sure enough, it was true that when you cared too much about someone's opinion, you would become worried about personal gains and losses. Xiaoheng smiled and said, "Mother will like you." Shang Guanqing curled his lips. "Look at you. I know what kind of son she likes." Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. "Is that why you secretly memorized poems?" Shang Guanqing's tiger-like body trembled, and his hair stood on end. "When did I recite a poem?" Xiaoheng burst into laughter. The two of them were really brothers. One of them exercised and strengthened his body behind his wife's back, while the other secretly memorized poems. Stupid sons had to meet their mothers eventually. The carriage arrived at Vermilion Bird Avenue near dusk. Shang Guanqing hesitated and refused to get off the carriage. When he finally got off the carriage, he leaned against the wall and stood in the alley, refusing to go over. Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't he quite thick-skinned? Why was he more shy than he was about meeting his mother? The two brothers stood in the alley diagonally opposite for a long time. Xiaoheng saw little Jing Kong leave, so Shang Guanqing slowly followed Xiaoheng. That was how the snowflakes on their shoulders came about. At first, Princess Xianxia didn't realize who she was calling, but when Shang Guanqing, who was wearing a white cloak and holding a stick of candied haws, crossed the threshold, Princess Xianxia suddenly stopped in her tracks. The wind around them seemed to have suddenly stopped, and the snowflakes fell in large patches. The whole courtyard was extremely quiet. Her gaze fell on the handsome face that was somewhat similar to Xiaoheng's. Her breathing stopped, and her heart skipped a beat. Calling him brother didn't prove anything. It wasn't like Xiaoheng didn't have a brother. But her heart suddenly began to ache. It hurt so much. Why did her heart hurt so much when she looked at this person? Her eyes couldn't help but heat up, and her throat swelled painfully. Mother, brother is back, Xiaoheng said. Then, in the next second, he also froze. His gaze slid from Princess Xinyang's beautiful face to her bulging belly. Wait. He had only been gone for 9 months. What was going on? Shang Wanqing had long been so nervous that he was stunned. His brain was buzzing, and he couldn't think at all. Xiaoheng guessed right. When it came to meeting his mother, Shang Wanqing was definitely more nervous than Xiaoheng. All the face that he had given up all these years was now used up on Princess Xinyang. So shy. What should I do? Shang Wanqing belatedly realized that he was still holding a candied hawthorn in his hand. He blamed himself for being so nervous that he even forgot to put such a childish thing back in the carriage. What should he do? His mature and aloof image, Yujin was also extremely agitated. Who was this brother that the young duke had brought back? Judging from his age, he was about the same age as the young duke. Could it be? No way, right? Wasn't young Master Shaoqing already dead? Princess. She looked at Princess Xinyang in disbelief. Princess Xinyang was already a bit out of breath. Pregnancy had changed her body. Under the influence of hormones, tears came at will. She wasn't at all like her former aloof self. Xiaoheng pulled his stunned brother to Princess Xinyang and said softly, "Mother, let's talk inside." The mother and son trio entered the room. Yujin was also waiting on the side. Xiaoheng sat in the middle. Princess Xinyang and Shang Wanqing faced each other. Princess Xinyang looked at the child and couldn't stop her hot tears. Shang Wanqing wasn't sad at first, but when he saw her tears, he suddenly felt distressed. The two people's emotions fluctuated too much. Only Xiaoheng could explain what had happened. Xiaoheng started with Shang Wanyan's identity. The female slave of the Yan Kingdom was actually the crown princess of the Yan Kingdom. She was framed and sold to the underground martial arts arena. She was rescued by Marquis Xianping. Princess Xinyang knew what happened after that. But what Princess Xinyang didn't know was that the crown princess of the Yan Kingdom didn't kill Shang Wanqing. She just hid him. When she left, she secretly took Shang Wanqing with her. Shang Wanqing was poisoned. The Qin Kingdom's medical skills were brilliant. She first went to the Qin Kingdom to ask for medicine. The Qin Kingdom's doctor saved Shang Wanqing's life. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. In order to keep Shang Wanqing alive, she had to take him back to the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den. After that, there was a series of upheavals in the Xianyuan family. Shang Wanyan was deposed from her position as the crown princess, but the emperor doted on Shang Wanqing very much. He still kept his status as the emperor's eldest grandson and let the state preceptor hall continue to provide treatment for him. However, as Shang Wanqing slowly grew up, his facial features gradually grew, and he became less and less like Shang Wanyan. Many people began to criticize Shang Wanyan, using Shang Wanqing's identity as an issue. They wrote memorials to impeach her for mixing up the royal bloodline. In desperation, Shang Wanyan had to secretly send people to the Zhao country to secretly draw a portrait of Xiaoheng and let Shang Wanqing disguise himself as Xiaoheng. And it was this move that exposed the existence of Xiaoheng to the crown prince's party. In order to save Xinyang's flesh and blood, Shang Wanyan exposed her own flesh and blood. Shang Wanyan's action of snatching the antidote that belonged to Shang Wanqing was hateful. But her heart to use the rest of her life to make up for it was not fake. Over the years, she treated Shang Wanqing as her own son, not only to make up for it. The mother-son relationship between them was real. Of course, Xiaoheng did not add his own opinion when he narrated the story. He only objectively stated all the facts. No one could forgive Shang Wanyan for Princess Xianxia, and no one could bear the pain of losing a son for her. Whether it was hatred, forgiveness, or something else, Princess Xianxia should have her own opinion. Shang Wanqing nervously looked at Princess Xianxia, as if waiting for her judgment. Hearing this, Princess Xianxia's mood calmed down. She looked at Shang Guanqing and bitterly said, "Actually, at that time, even if she did not snatch the antidote, you would not have survived. The previous emperor was on guard against your father. Marrying him was just a political bargaining chip. My dragon shadow guards were waiting to kill him at any time, and in order to prevent me from being soft-hearted, the dragon shadow guards would kill our child. If they did not succeed the first time, they would come a second time, until I completely lost you. I have also hurt Ahing deeply. Both of you are innocent. If I really want to blame someone, the first person I should blame is my father emperor. Second, blame me for being born into the imperial family. Finally, blame me as your mother, for not protecting you well. Not you, but you too." Towards her two sons, she was filled with a deep sense of guilt. After she learned the false truth that Shang Guanyin was the one who killed her son, did she not vent her anger on the innocent Xiaoheng? What right did she have to blame Shang Guanyin? Xiaoheng gently held her hand. The matter of the young duke dying in the fire on New Year's Eve had already passed. The knot in his heart had been untied. He was not a child abandoned by his mother. At the last moment, his mother used her life to protect him. Princess Xianxia choked with sobs and laughed. "I am very grateful to her for raising you. If it were not for her, I might have already lost you." Shang Guanqing's entire body relaxed a lot. He smiled and said, "Lady Mother also said that she was very grateful to you for raising little brother. Because if the real imperial grandson returned to Yan country, it would be very difficult for him to grow up safely. Fate was a very mysterious thing, but doing good deeds was not good for the future." "Lady Mother?" Princess Xianxia was slightly stunned. Shang Guanqing awkwardly rubbed his nose. "That is my mother." Princess Xianxia appreciated this form of address. She could feel that Shang Guanyin and Qing'er's mother and son relationship was very harmonious and natural. Xiaoheng said, "Since it's like this, let's not talk about the past." Princess Xianxia nodded. Shang Guanqing also did not object. Princess Xianxia looked at her lost and recovered son. She could not believe it was true. "Aheng, pinch me." Xiaoheng found it funny and said, "It would be better if you pinched me." "How could I bear to let you feel pain?" Then Princess Xianxia really went to pinch him. Xiaoheng's pain made an emoji appear. "Mother, you've changed. You were not able to do it before." "Sure enough, I've fallen out of favor." Princess Xianxia awkwardly rubbed her son's red leg. Qing'er's return was too unbelievable. She was immersed in great joy and was truly at a loss for what to do. Shang Guanqing looked on dumbfoundedly. He felt that Princess Xianxia did not seem so difficult to get close to. It's all because of his stinky younger brother. He always said that his mother was as cold as a fairy and did not eat the food of mortals. He was very worried that he would be disliked. He had thought too much. This mother was quite down to earth. "But mother, what is this situation with you?" Xiaoheng looked at her belly, which was about to hit the table. "Is it my father's?" When this was mentioned, Princess Xianxia became angry. She had clearly drunk the contraceptive soup. How could she still be pregnant? What was hateful was that she only reacted after 3 months. If she had known earlier, she would have drunk a few more bowls of contraceptive soup. She did not know if it was because it sensed its mother's dislike, but the little guy in her belly pitifully flipped over and kicked a few times, leaving its own footprints on its mother's belly. Princess Xianxia held her belly and sucked in a breath of cold air. This child really was noisy. Qing'er was very well behaved in her belly. Xiaoheng nodded seriously. "It seems that it is my father's. Aside from my father, I can't think of any other man that can make you grit your teeth like this." Digression, Little Bao Bao extended his little jib. "Gio, come, let's give each other a hand, clap." The newest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that you can't find online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964289642826/1052163220 HTML genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online here. Is it going to be due soon? Xiaoheng asked. Princess Xianxia looked down at her belly and sighed. It should have been due long ago, but it just won't come out. The delivery date was 10 days later than the mammy's calculation. Every day, the doctor would come to check her pulse, which was normal. Xiaoheng roughly understood why his great-aunt didn't mention his brother to his mother. It was not easy for his mother to have this baby. If she rushed over to find Xianxia, the journey would be bumpy, and both the baby and the baby might die. People always needed a long time to digest bad news, but they could adapt to good news very quickly. To Xiaoheng and Xianxia, this little brother or little sister that was about to be born was one. To Princess Xianxia, this son that she had lost and regained was also one. Xiaoheng knew that the two had a lot to talk about, so he stood up and said to Yujin, "Aunt Yujin, there is still some luggage in the carriage." Yujin understood and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll ask someone to move it." "I'll go too." Xiaoheng and Yujin walked out together. The door of the room was open, and the feather-like snow was falling. The entire courtyard became white. Princess Xianxia was not used to being too close to men, but Xianxia was her own flesh and blood. He was someone she wanted to be close to even if she had to overcome her psychological barrier. When Xiaoheng was in the room, she restrained herself from showing too much affection. Otherwise, if Xiaoheng felt that she favored one and discriminated against the other, she wouldn't be happy. In fact, she was confused because she cared too much. Xianxia had suffered too much. Xiaoheng felt that it was right for anyone to dote on him. Princess Xianxia looked at Xianxia, hesitated, and said, "Mother, can I sit here?" She was referring to the seat Xiaoheng had just sat. It was closer to Xianxia. Okay." Xianxia agreed blankly. Seeing that she couldn't move, he quickly reacted. "Let me sit here." Princess Xianxia broke into a smile. Princess Xianxia was a beauty who had been treated well by the passage of time. The crown princess's beauty was aggressive and bright, while Princess Xianxia was more like a green lotus on top of the heavenly mountain. Elegant, calm, and graceful. On a whim, Xianxia decided to find a wife like his mother in the future. However, it seemed that there was no chance. Princess Xianxia stared at her son. She couldn't get enough of him. She had a lot of things she wanted to say to her son, but she didn't know where to start. He was not the only one who was nervous. He was worried that Princess Xianxia wouldn't like a son like him. Princess Xianxia was also worried that he wouldn't like her, a mother who had never raised him for even a day. "You." The Duke of Xianxia opened his mouth and tried to find a topic to talk about. "Right, why didn't Jiao Jiao come back with you?" Xianxia said, "Jean's state is still at war, so she can't come back for the time being. But don't worry, the most dangerous period has passed. Victory is within the grasp of the Imperial Court's army. Nothing will happen to her." Moreover, ever since the Gu army arrived, that Gu Chongqing didn't let the little girl go to the front lines anymore. She was mainly responsible for guarding Chuyang City and treating the wounded soldiers. Of course, this was also a very difficult task. After all, human lives were more important than anything. Every life was precious. Princess Xianxia relaxed a little. "Then, did you run into Long Yi?" Xianxia said, "I didn't run into him." Aheng said that he left after sending Aheng back to Yan country from the border. It seemed that Long Yi and Aheng had met. That was true. After being together for so many years, the one Long Yi couldn't let go of the most was Aheng. Before he went to find his answer, he would definitely say goodbye to Aheng. However, she had thought that Long Yi's answer was in Yan country. Now, it seemed that there was another place. Xianxia didn't know much about Long Yi. He only knew that he was the princess hidden guard. He watched Xiaoheng grow up and seemed to have some background. Now, he was going to find his past. Princess Xianxia asked again, are you married? This was a topic that all parents in the world couldn't avoid. That's not right, you asked everyone. Why didn't you ask my father? Shang Wanqing said truthfully, I am not married. Princess Xianxia thought about how he had been poisoned all these years. Presumably, he was not in the mood to get married. She did not continue this topic and asked, has your poison been cured? This was the most important thing. Earlier, she had only been focused on her son and had forgotten the most important thing. It has been cured. Shang Wanqing said with a smile. Princess Xianxia asked doubtfully, when was it cured? Wasn't there nothing that the Imperial Preceptor Hall could do? It had to be said that a mother's intuition was very strong. Shang Wanqing had anticipated that she would have such doubts and said according to the script he had prepared, there is a type of purple grass. Its roots can be refined into a very powerful poison. Out of 100 people, only one person can survive. For people like me who don't know martial arts, the chances of survival are even lower. But as long as one can endure, all pain and poison can be cured without any medicine. Hearing that this method was so powerful, Princess Xianxia's heart jumped. This type of purple grass is very rare. Fortunately, the Han family of Yan country planted a purple grass garden at the border. After the imperial army took over the Han family, their purple grass garden was confiscated. I thought that since I was going to die anyway, I might as well try it. I almost didn't make it back alive to see you. As he spoke, he grabbed Princess Xianxia's wrist, feeling wronged. The purple grass poison is very powerful. I was in so much pain those days. When there were more details in a matter, it could be more convincing. Truth and lies, truth and falsehood. Coupled with his coquettish behavior, it was easy to believe. Her son's sudden closeness made Princess Xianxia so happy that her mind went blank. Have you ever thought about what if mother doesn't believe you? She's not that easy to fool. She's very smart. I have my ways. It seemed that he had achieved his goal. His mother was immersed in the joy of getting along with her son and lost her judgment and suspicion. But in fact, even he himself couldn't tell if he was getting close to his mother to achieve his goal, or if he had always wanted to be close to her. Princess Xianxia raised her other hand and gripped her son's hand tightly. She had finally calmed down, but her heart ached at his misfortune. You've suffered. She choked out, in the future, mother won't let you suffer anymore. He nodded and gently pressed his cheek against the back of Princess Xianxia's hand. Mother still loves me the most. She's much better than stinky younger brother. Stinky younger brother only knows how to make me angry. Princess Xianxia's tears immediately began to flow. After night fell, mother and son ate dinner in the side hall. Princess Xianxia smiled and looked at Shang Wanqing, saying, Ahing said that you don't eat fennel, so I told the chefs not to use any spices. Have a taste and see if it suits your taste. Shang Wanqing had lost all appetite for food long ago. These days, he had been forcing himself to eat. Otherwise, he would have the accompanying medical officer give him some fluids. But seeing the table full of delicious dishes, he still moved his chopsticks and tasted each dish. Is it delicious? Princess Xianxia asked with a smile, pretending not to see him forcefully swallow. Delicious. Shang Wanqing said, it suits my taste better than Yan country's food. Princess Xianxia gently smiled, even if it's delicious, you can't eat too much. It's late at night. If you eat too much, it's easy to get indigestion. Shang Wanqing's chopsticks paused, and the tip of his nose became sour. Something welled up in his heart, but his expression did not change. He snorted and said, all right, if I eat a little, then I'll eat a little. He had long since lost his appetite. Every mouthful was torture. Xiaoheng looked at him, then looked at Princess Xianxia. He then said to Shang Wanqing, you just ate so much tonghulu. Do you still have a stomach? Don't stuff yourself to death. Princess Xianxia quickly said, why didn't you say that you ate tonghulu earlier? Then quickly stop eating. Oh. Shang Wanqing looked deeply at her, then lowered his gaze and put down his chopsticks. Xiaoheng said, elder brother, still needs to return to Yan country. Princess Xianxia clenched her fists under her wide sleeves. She used a great deal of effort to resist the urge to cry. She looked at the two brothers and was slightly surprised, is that so? Qing'er will not remain in Zhao country? Xiaoheng sighed and continued to act with the two, elder brother and I have already discussed it. There is no need to change our identities. Princess Xinyang's swollen and painful throat moved a bit. She smiled and said, when will you leave? Xiaoheng said, there is a war at the border, and the emperor of Yan country has just passed away. There is no one in the court to take charge of the situation. Elder brother has to go back as soon as possible. Perhaps in the next 2 days? Princess Xinyang's right hand held the vegetables, and the nails of her left hand dug deeply into her palm. She looked at Shang Guanqing reluctantly, her eyes unconsciously turning red. Then will you still come back to see mother? Shang Guanqing smiled and said, of course I will, right, younger brother? Xiaoheng, yes. I will dress up as you and come back to see mother. Princess Xinyang's tears fell with a pitter-patter. Shang Guanqing looked at her with forbearance, wanting to say something but hesitating. Princess Xinyang wiped her tears and said with red and swollen eyes, I didn't expect you to leave so soon after coming back. Mother will pack your things. Yujin. Yes. Yujin opened the curtain and entered, helping Princess Xinyang up from the chair. Princess Xinyang left the side hall and walked through a long corridor. After turning the corner, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore. In the wind and snow, she covered her face with both hands, trembling all over, and cried. Inside the room, Xiaoheng looked helplessly at Shang Guanqing. Mother saw through it. Shang Guanqing whispered, I know. Xiaoheng asked, then do you still want to leave? Shang Guanqing's expression was very calm. Every step that he took was not a last-minute decision but a decision that he had made from the beginning. I cannot die in front of her. I hope that she will remember me, the way I am when I am alive. A living son. Not a corpse in her arms that can no longer be awakened. That will be a nightmare she will never be able to get rid of. Digression, little Bao Bao, Dad, if you don't hurry up, little Guogua will be gone. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1052159131. HTML Genius memorized the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. In November, it snowed heavily for 3 days at the border. The people's doors were frozen, and the streets were also frozen. It was impossible to go out. The soldiers of Black Wind Camp were sent out to clear the snow and remove the ice. Qing'er and Aheng's luck is pretty good. It snowed just after they left. If they were delayed for 1 more day, they might not be able to leave the city. Pu City was also snowing heavily. Shang Guanyan stood outside the tent, looking in the direction of the official road and muttering to herself. Huanaer put a thick cloak on her and said, it's still dark. Your Highness, why don't you go back and sleep for a while? Shang Guanyan gathered the cloak and shook her head. No, I can't sleep. Huanaer tied a ribbon for her and comforted her. Heaven helps the 2 little highnesses. They will be fine. Shang Guanyan nodded, I hope so. Huanaer, as a confidant, already knew the ins and outs of these people. She sighed and said, Marquis has been gone for almost 20 days. I don't know if he got the antidote for the little highnesses. Half a month ago, Marquis Xianping and Chongjing went all the way north along the Heavenly Mountain Pass and arrived at the northern border of the Yan Kingdom. After passing through the iron fence in front of them, they were no longer in the territory of the Yan Kingdom. Let's stop the horses here. Chongjing said, after crossing the mountains at the end of the valley is the ice field. Ordinary horses can't walk on the ice, and there is no food for them. Of course, if they are used as food, they can still be brought along. Marquis Xianping looked at the fat and strong Black Wind cavalry. He thought that if he killed the Black Wind cavalry and ate it, his daughter-in-law would kill him. The three people gave the horses to the soldiers at the border. Under the leadership of Chongjing, they passed through the valley, crossed the mountains, and arrived at the endless ice field. Yiqing grew up in Chengdu and had never seen such a vast ice field. For a moment, he felt as small as a grain of sand. Marquis Xianping also came to the ice field in the extreme north for the first time. He couldn't help but slightly look at Chongjing. And asked, "You mean, we have to walk?" "Of course not," Chongjing coldly said. Marquis Xianping looked at a certain person in amusement. "You're still standing up in front of me." Chongjing didn't say anything. She turned around and left. Yiqing asked, "Is he angry?" "I won't," Marquis Xianping said lightly. Chongjing didn't know where he went. He only returned after about an hour, and he didn't come back alone. Instead, he sat in a very strange. Yiqing frowned. What is this? And the one pulling the carriage seems to be a wolf?" Chongjing stopped the snowmobile, jumped down, and said to the two, "They are dire wolves, specially used to pull snowmobiles." Yiqing was surprised. "This is the first time I have seen a car without wheels." If Gu Jia were here, she would definitely recognize that this snowmobile was similar to the sleigh she had in her previous life. It was not exactly the same, but the bottom was waxed, making it very easy to slide on the snow and ice. Chongjing said, "This is a snowmobile hidden by our Dark Night Island. Rumor has it that the Dark Night Island and the Six Nations didn't have any dealings. That was only in the political sense. In reality, the people on the island also needed to go out to purchase supplies and do some other things." The three got on the snowmobile pulled by 20 dire wolves. Chongjing stood at the front, Marquis Xianping sat in the middle, and Yiqing sat at the back. Chongjing pulled the reins. "Sit tight, we're going." Yiqing calmly replied, "Oh." The next second, he was blown out of the sad frog expression pack by the whistling cold wind. The speed of the snowmobile was too fast. The person was already far away, but the soul was still frozen in place. Even Marquis Xianping felt that this thing was too exciting. F***K. It was even more exciting than being carried by Long Yi. Chongjing had played since childhood, so his expression was very calm. He drove the snowmobile and perfectly matched the speed of the dire wolves. He didn't forget to remind the two, "Close your eyes. If you look at the snow for too long, you will easily get snow blindness." Yiqing was already dying. "Are you sure it's a snowmobile and not a flying one?" "I'm afraid I won't be able to make it back alive." In order to pass through the ice field before the blizzard arrived, Chongjing practically didn't rest. But dire wolves needed to rest, so whenever they needed to recover their health, Chongjing and Yiqing would go hunting nearby. At night, they slept in a temporary tent. The temperature in the ice field was very cold, but since they were all martial artists, their physique was different from normal people, so they were able to withstand it. These days lasted for an entire 7 days. When night fell on the 7th day, they saw an island standing on a layer of light blue ice. "It's already frozen, perfect," Chongjing said to Marquis Xianping and Yiqing, "Otherwise, we'd have to swim." Yiqing's mouth twitched. "No boats?" Chongjing said, "In order to prevent people from traveling during the cold winter, after entering October, all the nearby boats were withdrawn." The group of people sat on the snowmobile and slid across the thick ice layer. The ice layer seemed to have just formed, as there were some places that weren't thick enough. When the snowmobile passed by, it immediately cracked open. Marquis Xianping remembered that there seemed to be a lot of lakes on the way here. He didn't know if they were all frozen on the way back. If so, then he didn't need to go around, which could save a lot of time. When the snowmobile stopped near the island, more than a dozen guards on the island cautiously rushed out, drawing their bows and aiming at them. The leader shouted, "Who dares to trespass on the Dark Night Island?" Yiqing felt a strong pressure. These people were definitely not ordinary guards, as each of their aura was unbelievably strong. Chongjing took off her hat, looked up at the other side, and said, "Uncle Ling, it's me." "Little Jing?" The middle-aged man called Uncle Ling was shocked. He put away his bow and looked deeply at Chongjing. "Aya, it really is little Jing." Little Jing, you're finally back. You've been gone for so many years, the sect master is worried sick. I'll let someone inform your father. He will be very happy to know you're back. Chongjing looked down and sighed. Uncle Ling's movements were fast, but the sect master of the Dark Night Gate, Chong Kuan's speed was even faster. When Chongjing and the other two just got on the island, Chong Kuan was like a flying dragon in the sky, majestically arriving. Chongjing was Chong Kuan's old son. Chong Kuan was older than the old chancellor, but he was strong. Although he had white hair, he was hale and hearty. His internal force was unfathomable. He landed steadily in front of Chongjing, looked at the young boy who was almost 18 years old, and clenched his fists fiercely. Yiqing whispered to Marquis Xianping, Chongjing ran away from home and didn't come back for 3 years. Will his father break his legs? His father looks very angry. Of course Chong Kuan was angry. His murderous aura was enough to destroy the world. Just when Yiqing thought Chongjing was going to be slapped away by his father, Chong Kuan hugged his son into his arms. Father's little darling. You're finally back. Where have you been these years? Father has been looking for you so hard. Father thought he would never see you again. Chong Kuan burst into tears. Yiqing, the father and son reunion drama wasn't over yet. 7 women who were as light as swallows flew over from the island. These people all had excellent qigong. The oldest was around 40, and the youngest was around 24 or 25. Their faces were all very delicate and pretty. The 7 people swarmed around the father and son, took out their handkerchiefs, and cried. Little brother, where have you been all these years? Big sister missed you so much. Second sister also missed you so much. Third sister went to your room every day to clean, but didn't see you come back. Little brother, look, fourth sister is so hungry. Fourth sister cried and burped, then continued. Yiqing's mouth twitched again. These 7 women were all Chongjing's sisters. After Chongjing was hugged by his father, he was also hugged by his 7 sisters. The sisters' crying skills were much better than his father's. Like a soulless puppet, he was hugged by his sisters. Chongjing's mother passed away not long after giving birth to him. Although he didn't have a mother, the 7 sisters together were not to be trifled with. Tell big sister, who took you away? You couldn't come back to see us for so many years. Big sister's reaction was the fastest. She didn't believe that her little brother had been wandering outside alone for 3 years. Marquis Xianping's heart thumped. No way? She could guess this. Chongjing turned around and looked at Marquis Xianping. The 7 sisters and his father all looked at Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping sighed without changing his expression. The fairies guessed correctly. Chongjing was indeed taken away. It was I who saved him halfway. I was worried that those people would come looking for him again, so I personally sent him home. Yiqing was stunned. In terms of shamelessness, you're number 1 in the world. Chongjing raised his eyebrows and curled his lips. Marquis Xianping, a box of marbles. Chongjing, no, I want 2 boxes. 1 box of enamel, 1 box of glass. Marquis Xianping, that's the most expensive. And don't you already have a box of glass marbles? Just bought it, Chongjing said to Chong Kuan. Father, Marquis Xianping painfully clenched his fist. His heart was bleeding, but there was a slight smile on his face. Deal. Yes, that's it. Chongjing said to his father and sisters. Chong Kuan flew into a rage. Who dares to kidnap my son? Chongjing looked at Marquis Xianping and raised his eyebrows. 5 boxes of marbles, I said it was the sword hut. Marquis Xianping, who never thought that one day he would be blackmailed by little Chongjing. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1051971006. HTML Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion mobile reading website, MZHHBQG. The latest chapter of the book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all here. Jing, who extorted 7 boxes of marbles in one breath, finally felt proud. There were no marbles on the island. At first, there were, but when Jing was 3 years old, he accidentally swallowed a marble and almost died. Kuan and Jing's 7 sisters never allowed him to touch this dangerous thing again. Even when Jing grew up, the psychological shadow of these people still didn't disappear. Kuan angrily said, "Those bastards of the Sword Hut, I've long disliked them. Now they actually dare to bully my son. When the ice and snow melts, see how I deal with them." Jing said to his father, "I'm hungry." Kuan put away his anger and said with a smile, okay, let's go home and eat." As he spoke, he made an inviting gesture to Xianxia and Yiqing. "2 distinguished guests, this way please." The person who saved his son was the benefactor of the Dark Knight sect. He would treat them well. The group of people followed the old sect master back to the Dark Knight sect. The residents on the island were not all disciples of the sect. There were also former fishermen and partners who were married outside. Kuan was both the sect master and the island master. As the only son, Jing should inherit his mantle in the future. Jing didn't want to be the island master at all. He looked at the 7 sisters around him. How come he had been gone for 3 years and none of them became the young island master? Xianxia and Yiqing lived in Jing's courtyard. The servants went to clean up the house and the kitchen prepared dinner. Kuan and Xianxia chatted in the flower pavilion. Yiqing asked if he could walk around. Kuan told him to do as he pleased and to treat this place as his own home. Jing was called by the 7 sisters to compete. Yiqing heard the movement in the courtyard and curiously went to watch the battle. He had heard that Jing was good at martial arts, but he had never really seen him fight. "Brother, I'll use a sword to compete with you." Jing sighed, "Okay." The 2 siblings began to exchange blows in the spacious courtyard. Jing's moves were infused with Marquis Xianping's fierce and domineering aura. Compared to 3 years ago, her strength was much stronger. 7th sister's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. After 10 moves, her treasured saber was sent flying by the long sword. "Sister 6 is here to challenge you." 6th sister's weapon of choice was a long sword. After exchanging about 15 moves with Jing, she was also defeated by Jing. The other sisters also exchanged blows with Jing one after another. The sparring between siblings was not so murderous. If the weapon left the hand, it would be considered a defeat. Jing won 7 matches in a row. The eldest sister patted her brother's shoulder in satisfaction. "That's right. It seems that you haven't neglected your martial arts in the past 3 years. Alright, you're all sweaty. Hurry back to your room and change your clothes." "Oh." Jing sheathed her sword and obediently returned to her room. As soon as he left, the sisters let out a long sigh of relief. Sister 7 said, "I gave him 2 moves just now." Sister 6 said, "I gave him 3 moves." Sister 5 said, "I only used 30% of my strength, but he also only used 50%. Sister 4 said, "Brother still has some improvement. Before leaving the island, even if I gave him a chance, he still couldn't take 1 move. Today he took 5 moves." Listening to the conversation between Jing and the other sisters, Yiqing felt like he was about to start doubting his life. Jing is already very good at fighting, yet you guys are even better than her. What kind of weirdos are you guys on this island? Yiqing didn't come out aimlessly for a stroll. He brought a mission. Xianping was in charge of making friends with the old sect master, while he was in charge of finding the purple grass. Although the purple grass was only a weed in the back mountain, if they said they were here for it, then wouldn't it be exposed? But, where is the back mountain? Just when Yiqing was thinking about whether or not to ask someone, Jing's sisters came over. The eldest sister, Chang'ing, cupped her hands and said, "Hero Yi." The others also cupped their hands and greeted him. Jianghu's sons and daughters were all the same as men. Yiqing cupped his hands and greeted back, "Miss." Chang'ing, as the eldest daughter, was looking for a son-in-law, but the servants still called her Mississippi. Her sisters were looking for a son-in-law, and some were getting married, but as long as they were in the sect, they were still called Mississippi. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Naturally, he didn't nitpick whether or not the title was reasonable. Chang'ing said, "Is Hiroyi bored staying in the house? Do you want to spar with us?" Yiqing dryly laughed and thought to himself, "Forget it. If I spar with you guys, I'm afraid the sword has no eyes." He politely said, "I don't dare to embarrass myself in front of you ladies. I'm just casually strolling. Let's go sit in the pavilion." Chang'ing said, "Sister, go make a pot of flower tea. My sister's tea-making skills are superb." Yiqing and the Chang family's daughters came to the pavilion. There were very few female disciples in the state teacher's palace, and those who could get close to him were even rarer. To be honest, it was his first time interacting with so many women. Fortunately, the several daughters were valiant and didn't care about trifles. They could make people temporarily forget the difference in status. There were only 4 stone stools beside the table. The 4th to 7th stood. The second sister Changling quickly made the flower tea. She sat down beside the eldest sister and poured a cup of tea for Yiqing. Yiqing picked up the teacup and gently took a sip. Chang'ing said, "Hiroyi, my 7th sister is still unmarried. What do you think of my 7th sister?" Cough. Yiqing choked. This direct? Isn't this topic a bit too sudden? 7th Miss Changyu said, "Big sister, I don't like him like this." Chang'ing asked, "What do you like? Like Hero Xiao?" "Hero Xiao already has a wife." Yiqing hurriedly said. Changyu curled her lips, "Then I don't care." Yiqing didn't expect that coming out for a breath of fresh air would turn into a large-scale blind date. He was so embarrassed that he could use his toes to dig out a state teacher's palace. Chang'ing stared at her 7th sister, "You're just too picky. That's why you're still unmarried at 25. Changyu humphed, "I don't want to marry anyways." Yiqing dryly laughed, drank tea. Fortunately, Chang'ing didn't continue this topic. She looked at Yiqing and said, "Hiroyi, is this tea good?" Yiqing paused and said, "The taste is quite novel. I've never had this kind of flower tea before. May I ask what flower is used?" 7th Miss Changyu was unhappy about being urged to get married. She immediately sold out her 2nd sister. "In fact, it's just a wild flower in the back mountain. 2nd sister specifically used it to fool the outsiders." 2nd sister Changling's hair stood up and wanted to beat her. Eldest sister Chang'ing frowned. "2nd sister, you're messing around again. How can you use a wild flower to entertain Hiroyi? Hiroyi is Hero Xiao's friend. Hero Xiao is my brother's savior. The two of them are my dark night sex guests." Changling wasn't young anymore, but her cute habit of teasing people didn't change at all. She curled her lips and unwillingly said, "Oh, I made a mistake. I didn't sincerely use a wild flower to fool the guests." 7th Miss Changyu quietly sneered, twisting words and forcing logic. Yiqing's eyes lit up when he heard about the back mountain. He hurriedly said, No. This flower tea tastes very good. I don't know what kind of wild flower it is. Can I take a look?" When they reach the back mountain, they'll be able to see the purple grass, right? When the time comes, they'll pick up a few. 2nd sister, why aren't you going to pick it?" Chang'ing wanted to punish her. She didn't order the youngest Changyu, but instead let her go personally. Changling went with a black face. Not long after, she came back with a basket full of flowers. Looking at the flowers and plants in the basket, Yiqing's eyes were straight. "Aren't these the purple grass they've been searching for? The difference is, these purple grass actually bloomed." "Purple grass can bloom? Never heard of it. What's wrong, Hiroyi?" Chang'ing caught his strange look. Yiqing came back to his senses and suddenly realized that what he just drank was tea made from purple grass. Then he wouldn't be poisoned, right? Yiqing calmed down, carefully considered his words, and said, "To be honest, I've seen this kind of purple grass in a book. Its roots are highly toxic, but it doesn't bloom." Changling once again exploded, "What do you mean? You're suspecting me of poisoning you?" The 3rd sister opened her mouth, it's just diarrhea. How can you say it's highly toxic? That's a bit too much information. So you guys ate the roots of the purple grass, but the result was diarrhea. Chang'ing thought for a bit and said, if the roots of this kind of grass are accidentally eaten, it's indeed easy to be mildly poisoned. Just diarrhea and poisoned, bam bam bam, Chang'ing ridiculed in her heart, but on the surface she said, but you'll be fine after eating some of its fruits. Yiqing was startled again. Not only does it bloom, it also bears fruit. As if seeing Yiqing's doubts, Chang'ing explained, this grass blooms in the cold winter and bears fruit when it's coldest. If it's not cold enough, then it's just a grass all year round. With that said, Yiqing understood. The purple grass likes the cold, and cold places are best for it to grow. And because the temperature in other places of the 6 countries is not cold enough, it can't bloom and bear fruit. And listening to Chang'ing's words, the roots are poisonous, but its fruit can detoxify. Yiqing looked at the 7 daughters of the Chang family in disbelief. The roots of this purple grass are highly toxic. Even experts will die if they eat it, but you guys are only mildly poisoned, Chang'ing murmured. Will I die? I don't know if I've died before. Yiqing, Chang'ing thoughtfully said, maybe it's because we ate a lot of its fruits. Chang'ing nodded, the fruits of the purple grass are very delicious. Then can you guys give me some of the purple grass? Yiqing didn't even have time to ask this sentence before his eyes rolled over and he fell to the ground with a thump. The 7th Miss Changyu asked, huh? Big sister, what's wrong with him? Chang'ing took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and looked at the 2nd Miss Changling. Second sister, how many times have I said, the wild flowers and weeds in the back mountain are not clean, you need to wash it a few more times. Yiqing was lying on the ground, vomiting black blood. Is this a matter of washing it a few more times? It's basically poison. You guys aren't even afraid of the purple grass poison. What kind of perverts are you guys? I've already washed it clean. The 2nd Miss Chang felt wronged. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more interesting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are also updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/105195487. HTML Genius memorized this site's URL, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here. Steaming hot food was quickly placed on the table. Chang Kuan called Marquis Xianping to the side hall to sit. Also waiting in the side hall were Chang Kuan's 6 sons-in-law. He introduced them to Marquis Xianping one by one. They all knew that this was Chang Jing's savior, so they treated Marquis Xianping very politely. Marquis Xianping looked at this full family and was a little unsure of what to say. Great hero Xiao, please sit. Chang Kuan said. Marquis Xianping sat to Chang Kuan's left. The daughters did not eat at the same table as men, so Chang Kuan's sons-in-law began to take their seats. To Marquis Xianping's side was Yiqing's seat. They very considerately left it empty, and the seat to Chang Kuan's left was also empty. Marquis Xianping thought a little and should have left it for Chang Jing. It seemed that Chang Jing's position on the island was not low. After leaving for 3 years, he was still treated as the young master of the island. Not long later, Chang Jing came over. He had taken a bath and changed into dry clothes. His hairstyle had also changed. It was no longer tied into a single bun. Instead, he had braided his hair like the men on the island. The 7 older sisters had braided it. After 3 years, they could finally braid their younger brother's hair again. The 7 older sisters were very happy. My wife has never braided my hair before. The 6 brothers-in-law expressed their jealousy. Marquis Xianping looked at Chang Jing and suddenly had the feeling that his son had grown up. Of course, Chang Jing was not his son, but Chang Jing had appeared during the darkest days when he had lost Aheng. To say that Chang Jing was Aheng's substitute was not enough. but Changjing had indeed accompanied him through a very difficult time. Changjing greeted his father and brothers-in-law one by one, then sat down next to Marquis Xianping. "The way you look at me is very strange." Marquis Xianping calmly retracted his gaze and asked in a normal tone, "Where is Yi Qing?" "He was poisoned," Changjing said. "How was he poisoned?" Marquis Xianping asked. Seeing Changjing's appearance, he was not worried that he had been poisoned. Changjing sighed and said, "It's all because you Outer Islanders are so delicate. You can get poisoned just by drinking 2 mouthfuls of flower tea. I've been drinking it since I was young and I'm fine." Marquis Xianping, the food on the island was mainly fish. Chang Kuan was worried that Marquis Xianping would not be used to it, so he specially invited a chef from another island to make a few side dishes. Marquis Xianping was not a picky eater. He had eaten the corpses of horses and grass during the war. He was satisfied to be able to eat a hot meal. Chang Kuan smiled and said, "By the way, Hero Xiao, there will be a martial arts competition on our island in a few days. Would you like to come and watch?" Marquis Xianping smiled and said, "I would like to stay, but there are urgent matters at home. I have to go back as soon as possible." Changjing's brother-in-law, who was beside her, said in surprise, "What? You want to leave the island in this weather?" It was almost November. "It's very likely that there's already a snowstorm on the ice field." Chang Kuan said earnestly, "That's right, Hero Xiao. You haven't been to the island, so you might not know the terrible weather on the ice field. Even I don't dare to enter the ice field at this time." Changjing lowered her head and ate without saying a word. "Do you think you can persuade him?" His son wanted the antidote. Even if he had to die, he would die on the way to deliver the medicine. Changjing poked a piece of fish with her chopsticks. Her movement was so big that the plate broke into 2 halves. Chang Kuan smiled and said, "You see, little Jing is angry. He wants you to stay." Marquis Xianping glanced at Changjing and sighed, "I appreciate your good intentions. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely visit the island again." Since he had said so, Chang Kuan and his sons-in-law didn't persuade him anymore. "When do you leave?" Chang Kuan asked. "I'll ask someone to prepare things for you on the way." If it were any other season, Chang Kuan would definitely ask someone to send Marquis Xianping across the ice field. But the ice field in winter was too dangerous. He couldn't let his clansmen take the risk. In fact, there was no point in taking the risk, because they would definitely die on the ice field. Chang Kuan regretted. Marquis Xianping said, "Tomorrow morning." After dinner, Marquis Xianping returned to his room. It took them 2 days to leave the border of the Great Yin from Xuyang City and 7 days to walk on the ice field. They didn't have a good rest. Marquis Xianping's body was covered with new and old injuries. He was very tired. Tonight, he had to conserve his energy to deal with the upcoming snowstorm. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Marquis Xianping had just untied his belt and was about to take a hot bath. Hearing the sound, he said, "Come in." The door was pushed open and Changjing walked in slowly. He was holding a small wooden box in his hand. He handed the small wooden box to Marquis Xianping and said indifferently, "Here, the weeds you wanted have been dug up. There are also flowers and fruits. If you accidentally eat the weeds, you'll be fine after eating 2 fruits." Everything in the world had a counter to each other. The reason why there was no antidote for the purple grass poison was that its only antidote was its own fruit. "Can this fruit cure other poisons?" Marquis Xianping asked. "If it could, then wouldn't Qing'er not have to take such a big risk to eat the purple grass poison?" Changjing said, "I don't know. I haven't tried it. No one on the island has been poisoned." Marquis Xianping thought of the fallen Yi Qing. "I doubt the truth that no one on your island has been poisoned." Marquis Xianping took the small box. "Speaking of which, why is there so much purple grass on your island?" Changjing said, "It wasn't there from the beginning. It was planted by the first island master." Marquis Xianping looked at him. "The first island master? Your ancestor?" Changjing said, "The first island master's surname wasn't Chang. He was a very mysterious person. His memorial tablet was placed in the innermost part of the ancestral hall. Only the previous sect masters were qualified to worship him. I'm not the sect master yet, so I don't know his name. That kind of weeds was originally only on our island. Later, some people secretly dug them up. I don't understand. What's so good about weeds? So the weeds in the Six Nations. No, the purple grass all came from the Dark Night Island? Chongjing snorted coldly. It's useless to dig them up. This kind of weeds can only bloom and bear fruit on the Dark Night Island. The first island master was a very powerful person. He created the Dark Night sect, which was much more powerful than the Lord of Shadows. He didn't accept any rebuttal. In Puching, he always heard the people of the Shadow sect boasting about the first Lord of Shadows. Little Chongjing was a little rebellious. Marquis Xianping didn't know the use of this information, but he still secretly remembered it. Then he looked at Chongjing and saw that his face was very ugly. He raised his hand and rubbed his head. He said amusedly, "Who are you showing your bitter face to?" Chongjing expressed his dissatisfaction with his behavior and said bitterly, "A man's head and a woman's waist can only be seen, not touched." Marquis Xianping laughed out loud. "A man? Is your hair all grown out?" Chongjing looked up at the sky. In a moment, he turned his back, lowered his head, and opened his belt to take a look. Marquis Xianping was speechless. Before dawn, Marquis Xianping packed up his things and set off. The purple grass was the most important thing. He put a layer of wax on the outside of the wooden box and wrapped it tightly with a layer of cowhide. In this way, even if it was wet in the wind and snow, it wouldn't be soaked. In addition, there were some dry food to eat on the road, ropes for first aid, and so on. Chong Kuan ordered people to pack them in a sealable basket. There was a little space left in the basket, just enough to put the wooden box. With Chong Kuan and the 7 sisters watching, Chongjing definitely couldn't leave. Yi Qing was poisoned. Although he ate the fruit, he was still unconscious for several days. However, Marquis Xianping originally didn't plan to bring the two of them. He wanted to save his son. Chongjing and Yi Qing were other people's sons. He set off alone without alerting anyone. Chongjing was very sad. He sat in the room, hugging the glass marbles that he secretly brought back, and didn't sleep for the whole night. In the courtyard, Chongying glanced at her brother's closed door, frowned, and chased after him. At the place where they went ashore yesterday, there were already guards prepared a snowmobile. Marquis Xianping walked over. The guard saluted him. "Hero Xiao, this is the island master's snowmobile. It's the lightest material and the fastest. In addition, the dire wolf has also been changed." Marquis Xianping could see that whether it was the snowmobile or the dire wolf, they were much better than when they came. Marquis Xianping said, "Thank the island master for me." The guard said, "The island master said this is what he should do." Marquis Xianping prepared to set off. At this moment, a cold murderous aura came from behind him. Marquis Xianping's eyes moved. He dodged, turned around, and hit the other side with a palm. The other side nimbly dodged and slashed at him with a knife. Marquis Xianping recognized the other side. It was Chongjing's eldest sister, Chongying. Strange, why did she want to assassinate him? The two exchanged 10 moves. Marquis Xianping didn't use his true strength. The other side looked fierce, but in fact, he didn't really kill. After another move, Chong Ying was repelled. She stepped on the ice 10 steps away from Marquis Xianping. She coldly looked at Marquis Xianping. "Sure enough, the person who kidnapped my brother was you." The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428266/1051765579. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of the book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Marquis Xianping squinted his eyes slightly. Chang'ing said lightly, I've sparred with my brother. His swordsmanship has many moves that we don't have in the Dark Knight sect, and his body movement is similar to yours. I'm guessing that my brother has been by your side all these years, right? You came back to the Dark Knight Island this time just for the weeds in the back mountain, right? Changjing went behind their backs to dig weeds. Did she really think that they didn't know? Marquis Xianping suddenly realized, so that's how you exposed yourself. Changying pointed her sword at him, if you admit it, it means that you're very smart. If you quibbled just now, I would have ordered you to be killed. Marquis Xianping smiled, if I'm not smart, I can't become friends with the fairies, right? Changying snorted and said, what kind of truth are you spouting? As long as the fairies were telling the truth, everything else was the truth. Changying continued, although you kidnapped my brother, from what I know about him, if you didn't treat him sincerely, he wouldn't have brought you back to the island. Do you know that there's only one kind of people who have set foot on our island these years? Who? Marquis Xianping asked. Lovers. Marquis Xianping. Changying put away her sword, for my brother's sake, I won't tell my father about you. Marquis Xianping smiled, thank you. Then, I'll take my leave. Stop. Changying stopped him. Marquis Xianping asked politely, Fairy, do you have any other orders? Calling her fairy really makes one's heart bloom with joy. Originally, I promised my younger sisters that I would let them beat you up one by one. Forget it, I'll forgive you, Changying whistled. A snow-white direwolf with a flame mark on its head jumped down from the island. This direwolf's aura was different from other wolves, like an alpha. It came to Changying's side and Changying knelt down on one knee. Stroking its head, she said to Xianping Ho, the Spirit King is the strongest wolf on our island. I only obtained it because I saw it injured by chance. I have never even lent it to my father, but today, I will lend it to you. The Spirit King is extremely sensitive to snowstorms. In fact, all dire wolves can sense the arrival of a snowstorm, but the Spirit King knows better than them how to avoid a snowstorm. As she spoke, she thought of something, and her expression turned solemn. She warned Marquis Xianping, remember, if the Spirit King refuses to lead the way, then there's no way to avoid it. You must not force your way in. Marquis Xianping nodded, I understand. Then, how am I supposed to return it and the dire wolf to you after I cross the ice field? Changying said, you don't have to worry about that. The Spirit King will bring them back. Marquis Xianping cupped his hands. Farewell, Fairy Chang. Even calling her fairy sounded so serious, who would suspect that it was fake? When it came to coaxing women, Marquis Xianping had never stumbled before, except for Princess Xinyang. Changying placed the Spirit King at the head of the first row and fastened the reins for it. She then whispered a few words into its ear in a soft voice. It was a gentle reminder. Lead the way for the guest, but you must also take care of yourself. You must return to my side alive. After bidding farewell to Changying, Marquis Xianping sat on the snowy carriage, put on his animal skin gloves, and grabbed the reins tightly. With a loud shout, the Spirit King led the dire wolves and rushed out. On a high mountain slope, Chang Kuan and his son watched as Marquis Xianping and the dire wolves gradually disappeared into the distance. Chang Jing was wearing thick leather and a hat that covered his ears. The braids that his sister had braided neatly hung over his shoulders. His eyes were clean and clear, but they were filled with sorrow. This was not a look that a 17 or 18-year-old boy should have. He was still too young, and should not have such sorrow. Chang Kuan put his hands behind his back, using his large body to block the cold winter wind for his son. He sighed and said, your sister lent the Spirit King to him. This is the most that we, the Dark Knight sect, can do for him. It is not that I am unwilling to lend it to others, but that it is meaningless. After seeing a natural disaster, one would know the insignificance of human strength. It was not something that martial arts could make up for. Chang Kuan could not bear to see his son's sorrowful eyes. He sighed and said, I promise you that after spring, I will destroy the sword hut. Chang Jing hugged a box of marbles and left without a word. The Zhao Kingdom. In the house on Vermilion Bird Avenue, after Princess Xinyang finished crying, she went to prepare clothes for Shang Guanqing. In the room, Princess Xianxia, who had collected her emotions, placed a large bundle on his table. Mother did not know that you were still alive. These clothes are your brother's. These clothes were all new. Xiaoheng had not worn them yet. Princess Xianxia could have lied and said that she had someone go to a shop to buy them for him. But she did not do so. Shang Guanqing did not need her to do so. You are not in a hurry to leave tonight? Princess Xianxia asked. Yes, we leave tomorrow morning. Xiaoheng heard his words from outside the door and frowned slightly. Didn't they say that they would stay for 3 days? Why did they leave tomorrow morning? Could it be, yes, the poison in Shang Guanqing's body had begun to worsen rapidly. The medicine that the Imperial Preceptor Hall had prepared for him was gradually losing its effectiveness. He could not last for 3 days. He could take a large bottle in one go, but the price would be to fall into a coma. He would peacefully pass away in his sleep. This was the medicine's last mercy to him. But he did not want to eat. He did not want to sleep. He wanted to see his mother properly and be himself for once. He did not want to sleep in the last few hours of his life. He would rather endure the pain of being cut into pieces and leave this world clearly. Princess Xianxia's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She smiled slightly. Then, Mother will accompany you tonight, okay? He just couldn't bring himself to say no. He was going to die. Just let him be willful for once. He also wanted to lie by his mother's side. He wanted to be closer to her one last time. Both mother and son were reluctant to sleep. Princess Xianxia sat at the head of the bed and told him about the Zhao kingdom. Actually, she wanted to hear more about his life in the Yan kingdom. How he grew up, what he liked to do, what he did not like to do, and what he experienced. But she knew that he did not have any strength left. He was like a weak baby lying quietly by her side, holding her hand. He almost did not even have the strength to breathe. Mother likes to plant flowers. There are many peonies in the greenhouse. If you like, Mother will pick a few for you tomorrow morning. How could a boy like peonies? Her heart was in chaos. Tears wantonly swept across her heart. She could not tell what she was saying. What about my father? He suddenly weakly asked, what kind of person is he? Princess Xianxia's thoughts cleared up in a second. She pondered for a long time, but she really did not know how to describe that man. After a while, she quietly said, he is a good father. On the ice field, white snow covered the vast expanse. Marquis Xianping and the 11 direwolves were galloping in the cold wind. Marquis Xianping stood on the snow cart. Behind him, the dark clouds rolled, and the entire sky was gloomy. On the way here, the Spirit King had already led him and the rest of the dire wolves to avoid 2 snowstorms and an avalanche. Even now, it was still running forward without sparing any effort. Under its lead, none of the dire wolves fell due to exhaustion or cowardice. Marquis Xianping had to control the direction and balance of the snow cart, so he could not rest. The lake on the way back had already frozen. He thought that there was no need to go around, but because of the onslaught of the snowstorm, they still had to change course from time to time. They passed through the land and arrived on top of the ice layer of a lake. Marquis Xianping looked at the direwolf in front of him. His brow slightly furrowed as he said, the Spirit King is running so fast. Is there going to be another snowstorm? An ominous premonition rose from the bottom of his heart. He felt that the upcoming snowstorm would not be so simple. He pulled on the reins tightly. A loud rumble came from behind him. Not good, it was an avalanche. The Spirit King. He shouted loudly. The Spirit King seemed to have sensed something. It increased its speed again, and the dire wolves also sped up with it. Marquis Xianping turned his head to look. He saw the snow on the snowy mountain collapsing in patches, like a flood of ice and snow sweeping in their direction. The Spirit King suddenly changed course, making a sharp turn to the right. The entire team of snow carts was led astray by it, turning to the right. They went from the land to the ice layer of the lake. Marquis Xianping's snow cart was at the very back of the team. They had almost been thrown out by this sharp turn. To think that he had originally thought that it was exciting to drive this thing. But now he felt that it was too dangerous. Chong Jing was truly someone who had grown up playing snow carts. Her little heart was not ordinarily strong. Marquis Xianping was blown to the point that his face was paralyzed. Not long after they had made the turn, the flood of the avalanche had flooded the place they had just been. It spread all the way, and even the small mountain had been swallowed up. If the Spirit King had not made the sharp turn, the entire snow cart team would have been swallowed up by the avalanche. Marquis Xianping secretly let out a sigh of relief. But before he could finish his sigh of relief, a cracking sound came from the ice layer behind him. Marquis Xianping's eyebrows jumped. Crack, crack. Crack. Crack, the muffled cracking sound came from under the ice. White cracks extended from the inside of the ice layer. The entire ice layer was like an ice blue amber candy that was about to be smashed by someone. The water temperature under the ice layer was extremely low. After falling in, one would be completely numb. In this world, there was not a single expert that could swim in this low temperature. Crack, digression, isn't it early today? Do you have early monthly tickets? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that cannot be found on the internet are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1051755512. HTML genius remembered this website's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all here. The corner of Marquis Xianping's mouth twitched. How can we be so unlucky? We just avoided the avalanche and now this. The Spirit King's speed had already reached its limit, but it had to break through its limit again. Otherwise, its companions and that human would all be buried here. The Spirit King gritted its teeth, facing the wind and galloping. The ice on both sides was the first to break. It was unable to turn onto the shore from either side, so it could only bravely move forward. Boom, the ice under the snow cart finally could not hold on and completely cracked. Seeing that the snow cart was about to fall into the ice hole, the Spirit King suddenly accelerated. The snow cart whizzed past. The Spirit King led the dire wolf in a mad dash, the ice behind the snow cart cracking. This was much more dangerous than fighting a war. Fighting a war was fighting with people and was controllable. This was fighting with the extreme weather of the entire ice field. The slightest carelessness would cause the entire army to be wiped out. Marquis Xianping's heart was in his throat. He had never experienced such a thrilling experience in his life. If it happened another 2 times, his heart would not be able to take it. Fortunately, they had finally reached the shore. A man and a row of dire wolves were all lying in the snow, panting. Most of the time, the Wolf King would follow its master's orders. However, if it encountered danger, it would disobey its master's orders and find its own way. Marquis Xianping said in amusement, "Fortunately, it's not a simpleton. It's an experienced Wolf King." He took out dry rations and food, and filled his stomach with the dire wolves, planning to continue on their journey. However, this time, the Spirit King refused to leave no matter what. Marquis Xianping walked down the snow cart and came to the front of the group, checking the Spirit King's reins and wolf claws. Everything was normal. "Spirit King, it's time to set off." Marquis Xianping patted its back that was filled with strength. The Spirit King remained unmoving. After a moment, it circled around the same spot a few times, its eyes faintly revealing a sense of unease. Marquis Xianping roughly understood that there was a snowstorm up ahead. Previously, when they encountered snowstorms, the Spirit King had chosen to lead the way and did not show any signs of unease. The snowstorm this time was more severe than they had imagined. The Spirit King let out a low cry of fear, and retreated a few steps back. The entire pack of wolves felt the signal from the alpha wolf and became restless. Finally, the Spirit King turned around and ran back with the pack of wolves. The ice layer had already broken, so they couldn't go straight, so they took a detour to the east. In short, they could no longer advance recklessly toward Great Yin. They were already halfway there. If they returned to the Dark Night Island now, all their efforts would be in vain. Xian Pinghe's intuition told him that this was his only and last chance to pass through the ice field. Once he missed it, the entire chilly winter forest would never be able to leave the ice field again. Remember, if the Spirit King refuses to lead the way, then there is no way to avoid it. You must not force your way in. Chang Ying's warning flashed through his mind, and Marquis Xian Ping's eyes darkened. Qing'er was still waiting for him to retrieve the purple grass. Even if he had to go through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, even if he had to go through the underworld, he still had to charge through. His gaze landed on the dire wolf, and after a moment, he pulled out his long blade. Go back, dire wolf, your mission is complete. I will walk the rest of the way by myself. He raised his blade and cut off all the reins on the dire wolves. There was no need to carry any weight, and the wolves immediately ran far away. The Spirit King stopped in time, and turned around to look at Marquis Xian Ping. The blizzard was coming, and this human would die. He felt the human's kindness, but he had to bring his wolves back alive. Marquis Xian Ping grabbed the basket on the snow cart, and resolutely charged into the coming blizzard. Marquis Xian Ping didn't remember how many days he had walked in the blizzard. His face had long lost feeling, and he couldn't even close his mouth. His hands and feet were numb from the cold, and his body was extremely stiff. He was like a walking corpse, moving forward step by step. His legs went soft, and he staggered and fell, kneeling on one knee on the ground. His long saber stabbed into the hard layer of ice to support his body that was on the verge of collapsing. He couldn't fall here. Qing'er was still waiting for him. He had to go back. His palm was frozen and cracked, and under the ice layer, it left a shocking bloody handprint. His body temperature continued to drop, and he couldn't find a place to shelter himself from the wind and rain. He seemed to be lost, and he didn't even know how long it would take for him to reach the end. Finally, his strength couldn't support him, and he fell headfirst onto the cold and hard ice. When he woke up, the blood flowing down from his forehead had already dried. He moved his body that was almost petrified, and climbed up with great difficulty. He picked up the long blade on the ice, and using the blade as a crutch, he continued to walk towards his destination. His strength was gradually exhausted, and when a glacier collapsed in front of him, he didn't have the strength to escape. His first reaction was not to save himself, but to throw out the basket on his back. With a loud boom, his entire body was pressed under the glacier, the basket was broken, and the things inside tumbled out. The leather covering the small box was also cut open by the sharp ice. A gust of wind blew. Marquis Xian Ping's expression changed, and his hoarse voice almost couldn't make a sound. Don't, plop, the leather was blown open by the wind, and the small box fell into the hole in the ice. The small box floated away with the water under the ice. Marquis Xian Ping's heart was filled with great sorrow. He raised his hand, and forcefully pushed away the glacier on his body. His dantian was damaged, and he couldn't use any internal energy. His fingers were bloody from clawing, but he couldn't move the glacier on his body at all. Don't go. Don't go. He looked at the small box floating away under the ice, and he was so anxious that the red veins in his eyes exploded one by one. What floated away under the ice was not a small box, but his son's life. Ah, he let out an angry and compassionate roar, and used the power of his life to push the glacier on his body. Bang! While he was pushing the glacier on his end, he also increased the pressure on the other end of the glacier. The ice on the lake cracked open, a series of small pieces of ice fell into the ice hole, and flowed down, hitting the small box. The small box was pushed further and further away. If this continued, he would lose it. Marquis Xian Ping looked at the gray sky, and felt a deep sense of despair. He wasn't afraid of death. He was only afraid that if he died, no one would be able to bring the purple grass back. Why did he have to do this to him? 20 years ago he wasn't able to save Qing'er. Could it be that this time he would also end up in failure? He turned his head to look for the small box under the ice, but suddenly caught a glimpse of a tall figure in the biting cold wind and snow. Was it an illusion? Here, how could there be someone? The other person walked towards him step by step. It was a man wrapped in thick fur, wearing a fox-skin cloak, and the hood of the cloak covered his appearance. There was a long sword at his waist that was emitting a threatening cold aura, which complemented his lonely and cold aura. Beside him was a dire wolf that looked like a spirit king. When he got closer, Marquis Xianping finally recognized him. Long Yi? Digression, third watch, Love is Cute. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/1051725880. HTML Genius will remember this site's address in a second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that cannot be found on the internet are all available here. Xianping Ho completely did not expect to run into Long Yi here. Long Yi was wearing that mask which he had never taken off since entering the princess mansion. Maybe he had also changed it, merely it was the same every time. Strange, didn't Long Yi follow Aheng to the northeast to negotiate with Chen Guo? When he left Xuyang City to look for medicine, Xiaoheng had not yet arrived at the northwest border. Naturally, he did not know that Long Yi had already separated from Xiaoheng. He subconsciously looked behind Long Yi. In the endless wind and snow, he did not see a second figure. This was even more strange. Long Yi had appeared here alone. In addition, the feeling Long Yi gave him seemed to be different. Xianping Ho's brain had already been frozen long ago. He could only think so much. Very quickly, he remembered the proper business. He opened his mouth with a hoarse voice which was difficult to distinguish, but he discovered that all his voice was drowned out by the whistling wind and snow. He was not sure if Long Yi had recognized him. After all, he had been wasted by the blizzard for many days. He was already in a difficult situation, and even he could not recognize himself. Long Yi stood on a piece of intact ice layer and did not immediately come over. The dire wolf beside him also seemed to have the intention to stop Long Yi. It stood on the edge of the ice layer and used its nose to sniff the faintly discernible crack. I can't go over. I can't even take a single step. Bang! Xianping Ho also heard the cracking sound of the ice layer below him. This ice layer was about to be unable to bear the weight of the glacier. Before long, he and this glacier would sink into the ice-cold water. He had already lost all feeling below his waist. He raised his head and gasped for breath, recovering a bit of strength. He no longer struggled and tried to stabilize the ice layer below him. Long Yi. He finally had the strength to call out, "Why did you come? Are you alone?" Long Yi answered. This was the answer to his second question. He was nearby and heard the voice of Xianping Ho, so he came over to take a look. Xianping Ho weakly replied, and in a flash, his eyes trembled. Wait a minute, just now Long Yi spoke. Marquis Xianping had seen Empress Dowager Zhuang and Gu Jiao. He had already learned some things about Long Yi from them and knew that he was actually not the shadow dragon guard left behind by the late emperor for Qin Fengwan. He had lost his memory. However, he thought of himself as the dragon's shadow guard and became speechless. Long Yi's gaze fell on Marquis Xianping and that glacier, as if he was thinking about how to save Marquis Xianping. He took off the leather glove on his right hand, and his well-defined hand pressed on the sword at his waist. Marquis Xianping understood what he wanted to do. He wanted to split the glacier with his sword and use his qin gong to save him. With Long Yi's ability, he naturally could do it. However, the power of this attack was too great. It would cause the water to surge rapidly, and countless ice shards would rush into the water, washing away the small box completely. He didn't have time to go back and forth to the Dark Night Island. Long Yi, don't worry about me, go and find that small box. Long Yi's gaze swept around. He saw a small box slowly floating under the layer of ice. The small box was surrounded by red paraffin wax, which was very eye-catching. If he wanted to catch the small box, he had to break the layer of ice, and the layer of ice in this area was already in danger. Once it was broken, Marquis Xianping would be pressed into the water by the glacier, and even Long Yi wouldn't be able to pick him up. There was no hesitation or fear in the eyes of Marquis Xianping. He smiled and said, "Give the small box to Jiao Jiao, she knows what to do." He was not Long Yi's master, nor was he Long Yi's partner. Long Yi could refuse to listen to him. Long Yi. He looked at Long Yi. As proud as he was, he had never begged anyone in his life. However, his tone was definitely not commanding. He suddenly laughed at himself. "In any case, your master doesn't like me, so it doesn't matter whether I die or not. Inside the box is the medicine for her son, and her son is gone. Your master should be sad." In November, Ziyang City was covered in pure white snow. Several days had passed since Xiaoheng and Shang Wanqing set out. "It's the middle of the month," Gu Jiao said. Marquis Xianping set out early in the morning of October 16th. It had been almost a month, and she didn't know whether he had obtained the purple grass or not. Although Shang Wanqing gave up waiting for the antidote, she didn't give up on this side. She was calculating the final deadline in her heart. She looked at the map in her hand and sighed, "If I can't get the antidote tonight, then I really won't be able to catch up." Tonight, Marquis Xianping didn't return. In the morning, Gu Jiao woke up early as usual. She planned to feed Black Wind King, then go to the wounded barracks to check the wards. Just when she got out of bed, her right leg kicked something. She looked down and saw that it was a small box covered in red wax. There was a layer of thin ice on the wax. "Who put it here? I clearly didn't see this box last night. Did someone come in at night?" A series of question marks flashed through the mind of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao picked up the small box, and surprisingly, she saw a familiar charcoal pencil. Long Yi. It was Long Yi. He was the one who put the box here. Gu Jiao carried the small box out of the tent and bumped into Teacher who had come to bring her hot water. "Io." Teacher who hurriedly retreated, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Seeing that they were about to bump into each other, Gu Jiao nimbly moved to the side. Teacher who staggered a few steps, but in any case, he steadied his body. He looked back at Gu Jiao who had suddenly rushed out of the tent, and asked with lingering fear, "My lady, do you have something urgent? Did you see a person? This place is full of people, this tall." Gu Jiao gestured, wearing a mask and a long sword at his waist. Teacher who shook his head, "No, are you talking about an assassin? He had a mask and a sword, and he was so tall and big. Just thinking about it made people feel afraid." "Forget it, he didn't even wake me up, presumably he didn't want to alarm anyone." Gu Jiao lowered her eyes, and returned to the tent with the small box. Teacher who scratched his head, "Why do I feel that my lady's mood is a little low?" Gu Jiao sat down beside the small table, and placed the small box and the charcoal pencil on the carpet on the table. Only then did she notice that there was a piece of paper sealed in a layer of ice at the top of the small box. She broke the layer of ice, carefully took out the paper, and slowly spread it on the table. It was a picture drawn with a charcoal pencil. From the moment Xiaoheng decided to help Long Yi recall his memories, he began to teach Long Yi how to speak and read. However, according to Xiaoheng, Long Yi preferred to draw. In the picture was a man who was pressed under a glacier in a snowstorm. The layer of ice under the man's body cracked, and a small red box floated under the layer of ice in the distance. Near the origin ice was an endless mountain range. That was Great Yan's Biling Pass. Seeing this, Gu Jiao understood everything. The man who was pressed under the glacier was Marquis Xianping. He walked through the harsh origin ice, and when he was about to reach the border of Yan country, he encountered the glacier breaking. Perhaps he himself didn't know that he had already reached the border. He was only 1 li away from the shore. He was the first person to cross the origin ice in the extreme winter weather, and he created an unimaginable miracle. Unfortunately, he gave all the miracles to his son, and didn't leave himself a chance to live. Long Yi should have just happened to pass by there, and Marquis Xianping gave up his life. In the cold winter, he was pressed under the glacier, and even his corpse couldn't be salvaged. The small box on the table suddenly became very heavy. If Aheng heard this news, would she be very sad? Last time, it was a landslide, and this time, it was a glacier. Why did she dream of it last time, but not this time? Gu Jiao couldn't figure it out, but no matter what, she couldn't wallow in the emotions brought about by this matter. This was something that Marquis Xianping brought back with his life. She couldn't let Marquis Xianping sacrifice his life in vain. Gu Jiao peeled off the wax on the outside and opened the small box. She found that aside from whole stalks of purple grass, there was also a box of purple flowers and a box of white fruits. Each fruit was about the size of a marble. There was a letter in the top layer of the box. It was a letter personally written by Marquis Xianping. On it, he recorded the information he had learned about the purple grass from Dark Night Island. Purple grass roots were very poisonous, and purple grass flowers were also poisonous, but the toxicity was not as good as the roots. Purple grass fruits could cure the poison of purple grass. But whether or not purple grass fruits had any effect on other poisons, it was unknown. In addition, purple grass fruits were completely non-toxic and had no side effects, unlike purple grass, which was very dangerous. Gu Jiao said, if it can cure Sheng Wanqing's poison, that would be the best. If it can't, he will still need to take purple grass. She couldn't let go of any opportunity. Gu Jiao hurried to the alchemy room, grabbed a handful of purple grass, and extracted the poison from its roots. Then she boiled it into pills in the stove. She sealed the pills and called Wenrenchong, I'm going out. Wenrenchong smelled the faint medicinal fragrance on her body and almost understood what was going on. Are you going to chase His Highness Zhongsun? I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up with him. This morning, the people of the Anying Division sent a pigeon to us. The waterway that His Highness Zhongsun took froze last night. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels will be read for free. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/105156962. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated more quickly. Millions of novels will be read for free. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. This ice is not as thick as the ice on the ice field. It can be passed from above. Gu Jiao frowned. Then we can only go by land. But can we make it in time? Whatever, we have to go whether we can make it in time or not. She paused and said, ask someone from the Shadow Division to come here. Yes. Wenrenchong answered. Most of the members of the Shadow Division went to the Jin Kingdom with Liaochen, so there were not many people left in the camp. The shadow guard called by Wenrenchong was Xianxia. He was specially arranged by Liaochen in the camp so that Gu Jiao could contact him. Xianxia bowed to Gu Jiao. Young commander. Everyone in the camp called her young commander. At first, she didn't understand and thought it was a problem with the accent. Later, when she found out, it was too late to change it. So she just let them be. Gu Jiao asked, the Shadow Division has been in the Zhao Kingdom. Are there any hidden sentries along the way? Yes, there are people from the Shadow Division near every post station. Young commander, do you want to find out something? I want to send something to the capital of the Zhao Kingdom as soon as possible. The capital of the Zhao Kingdom? Xianxia came to the table and looked at the map on the table. He pointed and said, the fastest way is to go by water from the port of the Tong continent. Unfortunately, the bay of the Tong continent froze last night. We can only go by Yunzhou. The bay of Yunzhou hasn't frozen yet, but judging by the weather, it will freeze soon. Gu Jiao murmured, you mean we have to get on the ship before the bay of Yunzhou freezes? Xianxia nodded. Yes. The water near the port is shallow and slow, so it's easy to freeze. It's not so fast in the center of the river. Gu Jiao said seriously, I know. I'll go to Yunzhou now. It was 300 miles from here to Yunzhou. In such bad weather, it would be more difficult to travel. She had to choose the most suitable horse. The Black Wind King seemed to have sensed something and came to the entrance of the tent without hesitation. However, she could not ride the Black Wind King anymore. Ever since the Black Wind King came to the border, it had been through many battles, big and little sure. Especially in the battle to take down the south gate of Pu City, it was severely injured. After that, it did not immediately rest. Instead, it fought alongside her for a long time. She could not risk it again. Gu Jiao went to the stable. The Black Wind Cavalry was the earliest and most elite force in the Xianyuan army. However, before the reinforcements arrived, this force had fought too many battles and was covered in wounds. A warhorse in its prime needed rest. But the moment Gu Jiao walked in, all the warhorses immediately went into battle mode. They could still fight. Gu Jiao clenched her fists. Young commander. Wan Renchong brought over a 10-year-old warhorse. Let's choose this one. It only fought in a battle and suffered some minor injuries. But, it has already recovered. Gu Jiao asked, are there any horses that have not been injured? Wan Renchong said, yes, they have all gone to the front line. Otherwise, there are the young Black Wind Cavalry who are transporting the provisions. At this moment, a 3-year-old Black Wind Cavalry galloped over. It jumped in front of Gu Jiao a few times, as if it was showing off its strength to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao recognized it. It was the Black Wind Cavalry that fell into the waterfall when crossing the mountain range. The Black Wind King saved it in time, but the provisions on its back were gone. It was depressed until Gu Jiao put the herbs she picked on its back. It seems to have grown a lot in just 2 months. Gu Jiao checked its body and found that it was very strong. Although it was only 3 years old, its muscles were full of explosive strength. Little Black Wind Cavalry, it's up to you whether we can send the antidote to the ship before the ice freezes. The 300 miles to Yunzhou, the Black Wind Cavalry ran as fast as it could. The winter was very cold. It was snowing everywhere. The road was dangerous and difficult. The Black Wind Cavalry almost split several times. Its hair was standing on end, but it was not afraid. It did not flinch. It did not even slow down. Facing the whistling cold wind, it galloped on the endless official road as if it was about to fly. In terms of quality, it was not the best. The best quality horses that Gu Jiao had seen so far were the Black Wind King and Little Shi. However, this Black Wind Cavalry had an unyielding will and an unyielding fighting spirit. Along the way, both of them fell. Without saying anything, the Black Wind Cavalry got up and continued. It carried Gu Jiao and continued to gallop, in the wind and snow. It was its king. Even if the Black Wind King was not injured, it would still be a bit difficult to run for 300 miles in the wind and snow. The Black Wind Cavalry's physical strength was gradually exhausted. Gu Jiao's hands were already frozen stiff. Her cheeks and lips were numb. She could not even speak clearly. Little Black Wind Cavalry, hold on a little longer. We're almost at Yunzhou. The Black Wind Cavalry panted and gritted its teeth. It stood up and ran to the gate tower of Yunzhou like an arrow. On the 10th day of the 12th lunar month, it snowed all night in the capital of Zhao country. When Eugene got up before dawn, she almost could not open the door. Why is the snow so heavy? It's blocking the door. Someone. She called. A servant came over with a shovel. She shoveled the ice and snow in front of her door and opened the door for her. I was just about to shovel the snow. I didn't expect you to get up so early. Eugene did not mean to blame her. It was true that she got up early. She looked at the direction of the south and asked softly, is the young master up? The servant said, I don't think so. I didn't hear anything. Eugene nodded, I know. Go do your thing. Okay. The servant went to sweep the snow in the yard. Her movements were very light and did not disturb anyone. In the south room, Shang Guanqing woke up early. Last night, the mother and son talked until late into the night. After midnight, Princess Xinyang could not resist the sleepiness of pregnancy and fell asleep. Shang Guanqing did not take the antidote from the state preceptor hall. Suffering from the poison in his body, he could not close his eyes for even a moment. Of course, he did not want to close his eyes. He quietly looked at Princess Xinyang beside him. This was his mother, the woman who had brought him to this world after being pregnant for 10 months and walking through the gates of hell. She was very gentle. Although she might be very strict, he did not have the chance to feel it, did he? It was almost dawn. His increasingly uncomfortable body reminded him that he had to leave here as soon as possible. It's faster than I thought. On the way here, he thought there were 3 more days. At dinner, he faintly felt that there was only 1 day left. But now, he covered his heart. It was going to explode. He could not breathe. Brother. Xiao Heng's low voice came from outside the door. Shang Guanqing wanted to answer him, but he was afraid to wake Princess Xinyang. I'm coming in, Xiao Heng said. The door was pushed open and Xiao Heng walked in. He saw Shang Guanqing sitting at the head of the bed in a cold sweat. His face was unbelievably pale, his lips were black, and his whole body was trembling. Xiao Heng's eyes darkened. He strode forward and hugged Shang Guanqing, who was falling from the head of the bed. Shang Guanqing lay in his arms and said weakly, "Take me away." Xiao Heng held him and looked at Princess Xinyang, who was lying on the bed with her eyes open and biting her fingers to prevent herself from crying out loud. His throat moved with difficulty. Okay, I'll take you away. Xiao Heng helped Shang Guanqing up and put his hand on his neck. He walked step by step toward the door. The moment he crossed the threshold, Shang Guanqing's body went soft and he slid down. Xiao Heng hurriedly hugged him. Brother. Qing all of Princess Xinyang's strength was shattered by this fall. She could no longer agree to his request. She didn't want him to die outside, she didn't want him to become a cold corpse in a deserted place. She rushed over and knelt on the ground to hug Shang Guanqing, who was lifeless like a puppet. Qing don't go. Don't leave mother. Don't. Hot tears splashed on his cheeks and fell into his eyes. A tear slid down from his eye. Mother, I'm sorry. I can't be your son anymore. I don't regret being born by you. Thank you for bringing me into this world. The human world is so good. I like it very much. Princess Xinyang hugged her son tightly. She felt that she was losing him. Her heart was broken, and her tears fell uncontrollably. Qing Xiao Heng turned around. His eyes were red and swollen. Yujin stood outside the door. She covered her mouth tightly, but she couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes. Why? Why was God so cruel? The princess had only been reunited with the young master for a day, but she lost him again. How many times did the princess have to go through the pain of losing her son? Yujin cried sorrowfully. The servants in the courtyard all turned their faces away to secretly wipe their tears. There was nothing crueler in the world than this. Clang, the door of the courtyard was kicked open. Because the force was too great, the whole door fell on the bonsai planted by Princess Xinyang. Just as the servants were about to shout, the travel-worn man walked in. Your Highness Zhang Sun. Me, taunts, orders, Xiao, little, commander, medicine, to deliver my life. All the servants were stunned. What? What was this? The Shadow Division expert cleared his throat. Wrong. I'm here to deliver you the medicine under the orders of Commander Xiao. I was anxious and spoke carelessly. Give it to me quickly. Xiao Heng understood. He couldn't wait for the other party to deliver the medicine and walked over himself. The Shadow Division expert had seen his portrait and handed the medicine to him. There were a total of 2 bottles of medicine and a note. The note said, feed him the white fruit in the white jade bottle first. If he doesn't get better, feed him the brown pill in the jade bottle. The fruit is purple grass fruit, non-toxic. The brown pill comes from the roots of purple grass, highly toxic. It was Gu Jiao's note. Xiao Heng didn't have any doubts or hesitation. He rushed into the room, pried open his brother's mouth, and fed him the white fruit. Xiao Heng looked serious. He can't eat it. Let me do it. The Shadow Division expert rushed over and slapped Shang Guanqing's chest. The fruit slid smoothly into his stomach. Princess Xinyang looked at the Shadow Division expert in surprise and then turned to Xiao Heng. She asked in a daze, what did you feed your brother? Xiao Heng replied, Jiao sent someone to deliver medicine. It couldn't be called an antidote because it might not work. If it didn't work, then Shang Guanqing would still have to take the purple grass poison. What 9 deaths? It should be 10,000 deaths. And who knew what side effects would happen to those who survived? Shangguanqing, you must get better. When you're well, I'll call you brother as many times as I want. The person in Princess Xinyang's arms didn't respond. Xiaoheng picked up the jade bottle with trembling hands. Next, he could only try the purple grass poison. Hey, hey, hey. Knock, look. The Shadow Division expert pointed at Shangguanqing's finger. He moved. He moved. Both mother and son looked at his fingertip. Although it was very weak, he did move. The Shadow Division expert stared at his face and said, his glabella isn't as black as it used to be. Princess Xinyang looked at Xiaoheng with tears in her eyes. She sobbed and said, I don't understand what he said. Xiaoheng smiled for the first time in a month, as if relieved of a burden. He said that brother's glabella isn't black anymore. This is a sign that the poison in his body is gradually getting better. The purple grass fruit worked. He doesn't have to take the purple grass poison anymore. His emotions were tumbling in his chest. They were even more stormy than when Shangguanqing was dying. It was endless suppressed sadness, like an iceberg that couldn't be melted under the sun. At this moment, the iceberg cracked, and joy spurted out from the ground like lava. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were burning. It's really, he fell on the ground and raised his hand to wipe his red eyes, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The glabella stopped moving after it had faded to a certain extent. What's going on? Princess Xinyang's eyes were red, like a frightened child. And why hasn't Qing woken up yet? Not so fast. The Shadow Division expert said, the poison is too deep. It needs to be removed slowly. Do you have many fruits? Xiaoheng looked at the big bottle full of fruits. Yes. The Shadow Division expert said, that's enough. If I feed him this every day, Zong will wake up. Xiaoheng carried Shangguanqing back to the bed. If he doesn't wake up, I'll need more purple grass poison, he thought. An hour later, Shangguanqing's breathing was smoother than before. His face was still pale, but his brows, which had been tightly knitted because of the pain, had relaxed a lot. This meant that his discomfort had been greatly alleviated. Xiaoheng guessed that he was still unconscious, not because the poison in his body hadn't been removed, but because he had been tortured by the poison for too long and hadn't been able to sleep well. Now that he wasn't feeling so bad anymore, he fell asleep peacefully. Xiaoheng said to Princess Xinyang, who was sitting by the bed with difficulty, Mother, don't worry. This fruit is very effective. Brother will definitely recover. Yes. Princess Xinyang nodded with tears in her eyes. She could feel that Qing'er was returning to her side. The joy of regaining what she had lost was indescribable. She had already lost Qing'er once. If she lost him a second time, she knew that she wouldn't be able to live. Her throat was hoarse from crying, and her eyes were swollen. She was in a terrible state. It was inevitable that she would be rude to receive a guest like this. She said to Xiaoheng, go thank that expert on behalf of Mother. Just now, Mother only cared about being sad and neglected his injuries. His face seems to have been disfigured. In a while, the imperial physician will come and take a look at him. Okay. His mother was really meticulous. She was so sad, but her observation skills weren't affected. She just couldn't react at that time. When she calmed down, she could sense that something was wrong. This was a very rare and valuable ability. The master of the Shadow Division was waiting in the corridor. He had to go back to report in a while and needed to know Shangguanqing's specific condition. Xiaoheng went out of the room and saluted him. Thank you very much for today. I haven't asked your name yet. The master of the Shadow Division scratched his head. I'm sorry for breaking your door, Xiaoheng smiled. It's okay. You're injured. Go to the flower hall first. The imperial physician will be here soon. Yujin had already gone to invite the imperial physician. First, to check on Shangguanqing's recovery. Second, to check on the guest's injuries. The master of the Shadow Division waved his hand. I'm fine. My name is Gaochang as in martial arts. Your Highness, about the patient's condition. I have to report back. Gu Jiao didn't say who he was delivering the medicine to. The people of the Shadow Division were only responsible for carrying out the task and wouldn't ask about it. He said seriously, you called him brother. I didn't hear it. Xiaoheng smiled. It didn't matter if he heard it. After going through so many things, he suddenly felt that it didn't matter whether he hid the identity of the two brothers or not. He said, why don't you wait for the imperial physician to come first? After hearing his specific diagnosis, you can go back to report. Gao Chang thought about it seriously and nodded. Yes. Xiaoheng looked out of the courtyard and asked, by the way, didn't my father come back with you? You have a father? Gao Chang thought that the eldest grandson of the Yan dynasty had a father. He hadn't heard of it for so many years. He answered, not at all. I came here alone. Before me, there was also a person who brought you here. I didn't see you. Father. Strange, the antidote is such an important thing. Why would he ask someone else to do it? The more Xiaoheng thought about it, the stranger he felt. It wasn't that the people of the Shadow Division were unreliable, but this didn't conform to his father's temperament. Inside the room, Princess Xinyang was wiping the sweat on Shang Guanqing's forehead with a handkerchief. When she heard this, her movements paused. Gao Chang suddenly slapped himself on the forehead. Ah. I remember. Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, I would have forgotten. There was also a letter that came with you. He took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng originally thought that it was a letter from Gu Jiao, but when he opened it, he found that it was Long Yi's handwriting. Long Yi used a charcoal pen to draw a glacier. Under the glacier was a man whose hands were full of blood and whose bones were visible. Xiaoheng's heart was suddenly grasped by a big hand. What happened? Princess Xinyang walked out. Xiaoheng stealthily hid the drawing behind his back. Looking at his haggard mother who was about to give birth, he clenched his fists and endured. Nothing. Princess Xinyang looked at Gao Chang. Gao Chang didn't understand and honestly said, oh, it's the person who went to Origin Ice to look for you, medicine. He died and can't come back. Princess Xinyang's expression stiffened. Digression, Marquis Xianping, biting a cigarette, cry for me, and I will come back to see you. Xinyang, slap Fury JPG. JPG. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. https://www. zhbqg.com/89642896428226/10515597 HTML Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. What did you say? Who died? She asked calmly. Gao Chang was about to speak when he suddenly noticed that the atmosphere was not right. He scratched his head in a daze. Did I say something wrong? What do you think? Xiaoheng knew that with his mother's intelligence, there was an 80% chance that he wouldn't be able to hide it anymore. He looked at his mother's bulging belly that could give birth at any time and was really worried that it would affect the fetus. He said earnestly, I haven't figured it out yet. I'll deal with it. Mother, go inside and rest for a while. I'll tell you after I've sorted it out. Princess Xinyang sternly said, no, I'm fine. You guys go ahead. This? Gao Chang scratched his head, leaned close to Xiaoheng and whispered, should I say it or not? Xiaoheng let out a long sigh, you say it. At this point, there was no point in keeping his mouth shut any longer. Oh, Gao Chang said, then asked embarrassedly, what do I want to say? Who died? Princess Xinyang reminded him. Gao Chang suddenly realized, yes, 4 is talking about 4, General Xiao is dead. Where did you hear the news? Xiaoheng asked. Although he already had Long Yi's painting, Xiaoheng still prayed that there would be a trace of a miracle. Perhaps there was a mistake. That person might not be his father. Gao Chang explained the ins and outs of the matter. Marquis Xianping sneaked into the Yan country. He didn't have a proper Yan country travel permit. In order to avoid unnecessary disputes and misunderstandings, Marquis Xianping, Tang Yuashan, and the old Marquis used the identity of the crown princess's aide. Among them, Marquis Xianping was also appointed as a general by Sheng Guanyan. His sudden disappearance naturally made some people suspicious. Sheng Guanyan announced that he went to look for medicine for His Highness Ghost King in Ghost Mountain. The Ghost Army was an army formed by the people. They protected many local people from the Jin army. Everyone was very friendly to the leader of the Ghost Army. Hearing that he was looking for medicine for him, everyone was looking forward to General Zhao's early return. Who would have thought that after a month, there was still no news of General Zhao's safe return? Instead, the junior commander of the Black Wind Cavalry sent the masters of the Shadow Division to the ice field to salvage the corpses. It was said that General Zhao had successfully brought the medicine back from the other side of the ice field and handed it to his companions. However, he did not manage to leave the ice field alive. Hearing this, both mother and son fell silent. No one had expected such an outcome. A living person had suddenly disappeared from their lives. No one dared to believe that this was true. Gao Chang asked, "That person just now? His Highness, the fourth Ghost King, right?" As he spoke, he glanced at the mother and son and hurriedly said, "I didn't ask anything." "Don't ask anything." Xiaoheng felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly by a big hand. He wanted Sheng Guanqing to live, but he didn't want his father to sacrifice his life for this. In the past, the father and son did not know how to get along with each other. When they finally understood, they did not have the chance anymore. He clenched his fists and his eyes turned red. Why did it turn out like this?" Gao Chang panicked. I don't know why it turned out like this. If I had known, I wouldn't have said so much. Was it too late to regret now? Why did he feel that he had made a big mistake? Would his master punish him when he returned? He would lose his monthly allowance for this month again. Then. I. Gao Chang felt that he had to disappear immediately. Otherwise, he might not be able to leave alive. At this moment, the craftsman who repaired the door came over. His eyes lit up. "I'll repair the door. The door that I broke. I'll fix it myself." After running 2 steps, he turned back and said resentfully, "Young. My condolences." The feeling of losing his father was not much better than losing his brother. Xiaoheng controlled his tears and did not let them fall. He had lost his father. Unlike his angry words in the past, this time, he had really lost his father. When Eugene invited the imperial physician over, Gao Chang was helping the craftsman repair the courtyard door that he had kicked down. Xiaoheng was no longer there. Eugene sensitively sensed that the atmosphere in the residence was not right. She wanted to ask what had happened, but the servants all avoided her gaze. She looked at Gao Chang. This time, Gao Chang did not dare to speak carelessly. He avoided her gaze and waved his hand. "Don't ask me, I won't say. I don't know anything." She muttered, "Did something happen to the young master?" Her first reaction was that Sheng Guanqing's condition had worsened. After all, other than this, she could not think of anything else that could make everyone panic like this. She hurriedly led the imperial physician to Sheng Guanqing's room. The furnishings in the room had not changed, but the moment she stepped in, the atmosphere inside was so heavy that it was suffocating. Eugene frowned and unconsciously tightened her grip on the handkerchief in her hand. She stepped over the threshold and walked towards Sheng Guanqing's bed. "Princess." Princess Xinyang sat on the stool in front of the bed with her back facing the door. Her back was as straight as ever. But her back looked somewhat sorrowful. Could it be that something had really happened to the young master? "Imperial physician." She turned around and urged the imperial physician. The imperial physician carried his medicine box and stepped over the threshold. He arrived behind Princess Xinyang and first bowed to her. This lowly official greets the princess. Princess Xinyang responded indifferently after a long while. "Take Qing Er's pulse." Eugene looked worriedly at the expressionless princess and moved to the side to make it easier for the imperial physician to take his pulse. The imperial physician carefully examined Xianxia and bowed. "Princess, the young master seems to have been poisoned. But from his pulse, his life is not in danger for the time being." If his life was not in danger, then the antidote had taken effect. Why did the princess still look unhappy? The imperial physician did not dare to ask who the young man who was so cherished by Princess Xianxia was. He only vaguely felt that the other party's appearance was somewhat familiar. He said, "The young master can continue to take the antidote. I will prescribe a nourishing prescription for him." "Thank you for your trouble," Princess Xianxia said. The imperial physician took his medicine box and retreated. Eugene left the door ajar and returned to the side of Princess Xianxia. She asked strangely, "Princess, what happened? Why is everyone so strange?" "Xiaoji is dead," Princess Xianxia said. Her tone was very calm, as if she was talking about something unrelated to herself. But whether her heart was as still as water or not, only she knew. Having heard this, Eugene was startled. "Princess, who did you hear this from? Did you make a mistake? Didn't Marquis go to find the antidote for the young master? He even found the antidote. He can't come back," Princess Xianxia said. She had already seen Lang Yi's painting. She was familiar with the geography of various countries. Naturally, she knew what kind of place Origin Ice was. The cold winter Origin Ice was a purgatory of icebergs. It was a natural mode of death that no one could cross. She could not imagine what kind of willpower he used to bring the antidote back from the blizzard. Eugene squatted down and held the hand of Princess Xianxia. She looked up at her and said, "Princess," Princess Xianxia muttered, "I once wanted to get rid of this man, but I didn't think it would be in this manner." Eugene's nose twitched. Princess Xianxia was very calm. "Birth, old age, illness, and death are common, but he died too quickly." Eugene gripped her master's hand in distress. "Princess, if you are sad, just cry it out. Crying will make you feel better." Princess Xianxia said, "I am not sad for myself. I am sad for the 3 children. When I was raising Aheng, I always felt that there was no difference whether Aheng had a father or not. Either way, he was in the military all year round and never came back. Wasn't that because you didn't let him come to the Princess Manor?" Eugene choked with sobs. "I saw Marquis ride past the Princess Manor many times." Princess Xianxia did not deny that she did not like Marquis Xianping, but she had her reasons. He always made Aheng cry. The number of times Aheng saw him each month could be counted on one hand. "I often felt that this father was dispensable. But when this person really was gone, only then did I know, it was different." Eugene said sadly, "In the past, Marquis did not appear in front of you, but he did not go far. He was always secretly protecting you and the young Marquis. As long as you and the young Marquis turned around, he was always there, but this time, he really is no longer there." No matter how many times she turned around, that man would no longer wait for her in the same place. "When His Majesty said that he would be betrothing me to him, I thought that my nightmare had come. You know that his reputation is not good. His martial arts are high, and his personality is strong. I don't care about his reputation. I am just a chess piece to win over powerful officials. Does it not matter who I marry? But I cannot get close to men. If it was someone else, perhaps it would be easier to control. But Marquis Xianping, that young man in bright clothes and riding on a horse, had achieved great military achievements at a young age. He was so powerful that the entire imperial family feared him. Although I am a princess, how can I not allow my husband to touch me on the night of my wedding? I was prepared to be humiliated by him. I was young at that time and my personality was not like it is now. I even had the impulsiveness of a young man. Because of this, I even thought that if I really could not take the humiliation, I would just kill myself." The dagger that was pressed against his chest was originally prepared for herself. She did not think that he would compromise. He returned to the room with the smell of alcohol. He walked unsteadily, but once the door was closed, he was completely sober. He softly said to her, "I'm not drunk, don't be afraid." She tightly gripped the dagger in her wide sleeve. He picked up the jade ruby on the table and lifted her veil. She clearly remembered his eyes at that time. They were filled with the purity and beauty of a young man. It did not seem to have anything to do with the rumored romantic and unruly. He was wearing a bright red wedding robe. His face was as delicate as jade, with the shyness and joy of a newlywed. He bent down and smiled at her. But what greeted him was a cold dagger that almost pierced his chest. "Don't touch me, otherwise I will kill you. The imperial order cannot be disobeyed. I have never thought of marrying you. We just need to maintain our status on the surface. There is no need to be husband and wife in reality. You can take in as many concubines as you want. I will not interfere. Of course, you should not interfere in my affairs. In the future, if you don't have my summons, you are not allowed to step into the princess's residence." She saw his clean and beautiful smile stiffen bit by bit, like a piece of finished jade that was completely shattered by her own hands. She felt the cold air on his body. She thought that he would take away her dagger and then humiliate her. He did not. He only asked, "Qin Fengwan, are you serious?" After receiving an affirmative answer, he sneered and straightened up. He threw away the jade ruby in his hand, tore off the ribbon and red flowers on his body, and left the bridal room that was covered with the word happiness without looking back. Their relationship as husband and wife had come to an end. She thought that this was also quite good. It was raining cats and dogs. Her carriage broke down halfway, and she was drenched. His army happened to pass by on the street. She turned around and did not look at him. She also did not want him to see her sorry state. But he still saw it. She thought that he would definitely ridicule her to get back at her from their wedding night. But he still did not. The young general got off the horse, took off his raincoat, and handed it to her. She did not take it. She did not dare to touch anything that belonged to a man. He tilted his head and looked at her with a frown. He walked over and draped the raincoat over her body. That was the first time she was so close to a man since she grew up. Her face turned pale, and she even held her breath. "Go away. Don't touch me." She turned her face away and said coldly. She threw away the raincoat he draped over her. He was stunned for a moment, and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. Soon, he bent down and picked up the raincoat that was dirty in the mud. He got on the horse and left without saying a word. It was raining heavily, and Long Yi and the others were not here. The bodyguards repaired the carriage slowly, and she was almost frozen. Not long after, a brand new carriage came from the heavy rain and stopped in front of her. The coachman handed over an umbrella. "Madam, just now a young master asked us to pick you up." She always tried her best to avoid this man, but she always couldn't avoid bumping into him. Moreover, it was always in one of the few moments when she was in a sorry state. She took Xiaoheng to buy refreshments on the street. 4-year-old Xiaoheng got into trouble, so she acted like a spoiled child and asked Long Yi to take him away to take refuge. She took Eugene and walked on the crowded street. Because of the Triennial Lantern Festival, people from all over the country gathered in the capital city. She and Eugene were separated. She was pushed to the side, and knocked over an old lady's stall. The old lady cried and shouted for her to compensate, but all the money was with Eugene. The old lady hugged her leg, and all the people around her cried. She stood there at a loss of what to do. She didn't know that her hair bun and clothing were already in a mess. "Xiaolang, who is she?" Upstairs, in soft fragrance pavilion, a gorgeously dressed woman was nestled up to him, calmly watching her make a fool of herself. "My wife," he said. The woman was startled. She then covered her face with a fan and laughed. "Is she that princess that you left in the cold in your residence? She doesn't seem to be much." She lowered her head and found that her clothing was a bit messy. She looked at the crowd rushing towards her. Seeing the malicious gazes of those men, she suddenly fell ill. Suddenly, a cloak tightly covered her. Someone pulled her hand and brought her out of the crowd. There were some things that one would not notice if one did not think about it carefully. Only after carefully thinking about it did one realize that they were not completely unrelated. She had seen his appearance when he practiced swordsmanship. She had seen his heroic appearance on horseback. He had also seen her most difficult situation that she could not tell others about. They met in the residence, on the street, and in the imperial palace. But they were strangers, ignoring each other. Princess Xianxia faintly said, "After King Liang died, my illness seemed to have gotten better." Eugene was shocked with tears in her eyes. "Princess," she held her stomach and stood up, "Aheng is going to prepare for the funeral. You should also go prepare." "Yes." Eugene wiped her tears and sadly retreated. The princess was too pitiful. She had become a widow at such a young age. What about the young duke? What about the young master, and what about the child that was about to be born? Eugene returned to the Marquis Manor to prepare for her Marquis funeral. The gate to the courtyard was repaired, and Gao Chang bid her farewell. She nodded and thanked him, telling him to take care of himself on the way. Snow began to fall from the sky once more. Large snowflakes silently fell. In this world, even grief was silent. The courtyard was extremely quiet. She walked in the snow, her shoes making squeaking sounds. Dong, something slammed heavily against the courtyard door. She slightly furrowed her brow. The servants were all busy in the backyard. Nobody went to open the gate. She frowned and looked at the tightly shut gate. Hesitating for a moment, she still walked over. She pulled open the vermilion gate. The sound of wind suddenly came from the snowflakes. Goose feather-like snow flew towards her face. She subconsciously raised her hand to block it. When she looked towards the gate again, she did not see anything. Just as she was about to close the gate, she paused. She stepped over the threshold and looked towards West Street. There was still no one. Just then, a low laugh came from behind her. She turned around in a daze. In the midst of the snowstorm, a tall, travel-worn man was leaning lazily against the cold wall behind him with his arms crossed. His slender legs stepped on the snow in a cool manner. His body was covered in dried blood. His face was pale, and his breathing was weak. He tilted his head to look at her. His pale and handsome face was against the snow, and his bloodless lips pulled into an unruly smile. "Qin Fengwan, you look really ugly when you cry." Digression, sorry, it's even later. This chapter is very difficult to write. I'm a sweet writer. Clenching my fist. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964286/105135959. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. The light reflected off the snow illuminated the cold winter night. Behind him, there was a sudden warmth of reunion in the wind and snow. Princess Xianxia stared at him in a daze, momentarily forgetting to speak. Until he chuckled again and said, "What? Are you so happy to see me that you can't speak?" Princess Xianxia restrained her surprise and frowned seriously, refuting his previous words. "I didn't cry." She had cried in the morning, but that was for Qing'er. She thought Qing'er was going to die. When she heard that he wouldn't come back, she didn't shed a single tear. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows and pointed at her heart, saying, "You cried in your heart." "I heard it." Princess Xianxia's face darkened. She was finally sure that the person in front of her was real. He wasn't a ghost that couldn't disperse, nor was he someone's substitute. He was him, guaranteed to be the real deal. Marquis Xianping, Xiaoji. Princess Xianxia turned her face away and whispered, "He's still asking for a beating." She shouldn't have felt sad for him. If the child didn't have a father, then so be it. Who would want such an indecent father? The baby in her belly moved. Princess Xianxia calmly tightened her cloak around herself. "Didn't you?" Princess Xianxia wanted to say, "Didn't you die?" But when the words reached her lips, she felt that it wasn't very auspicious to talk about death on New Year's Eve, so she changed her words. Didn't you fall into the ice lake? How did you come back so quickly? You even know about this. Marquis Xianping looked at her meaningfully. You specially sent people to the border of Yan Kingdom to inquire about me? Princess Xinyang's fists suddenly felt itchy. Marquis Xianping was frantically probing the edge of death. He said carelessly, how long have I been gone? You're already so impatient. Princess Xinyang touched her belly, which was covered by the large cloak, and took a deep breath. Can I beat him to death? Honestly speaking, what happened that day was indeed dangerous. Half of his body was crushed under the collapsed glacier. The ice layer under his body could not withstand the pressure and cracked little by little. The small box fell into the ice hole and was taken away by the turbulent water. He told Long Yi that the thing in the small box could save Qin Fengwan's son's life. He didn't say which son it was, but Long Yi most likely thought that it was Xiaoheng. He believed that Long Yi would choose Xiaoheng. But he seemed to have forgotten that only children make choices. Long Yi was a lord, moreover, his strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Under his command, the dire wolf beside him jumped into the ice hole. After that the dire wolf chased after the small case, and Long Yi split open the glacier. It was not easy to accomplish this. First of all, that Icefield wolf had to withstand the sword chi of Long Yi. Secondly, that Icefield wolf had to deal with many dangers underwater. It was a dire wolf that was even more powerful than the spirit king of the Dark Night Island. She really didn't know where Long Yi had obtained it. At that time, he was seriously injured. After falling into the water, he quickly fainted. When he woke up, he was no longer in Origin Ice, but lying on a merchant ship heading to Zhao country. Long Yi was gone, and the small box was also gone. But he didn't panic. He believed that Long Yi had smoothly handed that thing to Gu Jiao. As for the matter of Long Yi drawing, he knew nothing about it. You mean? Long Yi knew you were fine, but deliberately said you were dead? Princess Xinyang expressed her disbelief. Long Yi was not so naughty, Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping's situation was not good. His injuries were not good, and after getting off the ship, he madly rushed back. He was not sure whether the antidote was effective on his son or not. He prepared for the worst. If it was not effective, then no matter what, he had to rush back to see his son for the last time. Qin Fengwan, is Qing'er all right? He asked with his usual tone, trying his best to hide his weakness. The antidote seems to be effective. The imperial doctor said there is no danger to his life, but he still hasn't woken up. Princess Xinyang said this then paused. If you are worried, you can go in and take a look yourself. Marquis Xianping smiled. Okay, you go in first. I'll come in a moment. Princess Xinyang grabbed her cloak and turned around. She had just taken 2 steps when she stopped again. She turned back and looked at Marquis Xianping. You can't walk anymore, right? Marquis Xianping smiled. What? You want to help me? Princess Xinyang rolled her eyes. Who wants to help you? I'll go call someone. Just as she said this, she remembered something. In order to protect the safety of the unborn child in her belly, she had sent the dragon shadow guard to the fief. Dao Chang and the carpenter had already left, so there was no male in the residence. Aheng was also not there. Princess Xinyang hesitated for a moment, then called out to the rear courtyard, Chui'er, Granny Zhang, come over here. Yes. Princess. The maidservant Chui'er and the housekeeper Granny Zhang quickly walked over. When the two saw Marquis Xianping covered in blood, they both screamed in fear, Ghost. Soon after, how could the two still care about the princess's orders and ran away in a panic? The candles and paper money in their hands fell to the ground. There was also a white lantern with the word funeral written on it. The corner of Marquis Xianping's mouth twitched. Qin Fengwan, you are planning a funeral for this marquis, right? Did he come back in time for his own funeral? If he came back a little later, the coffin would have been prepared for him, and he would have just laid down in it. Wouldn't he have saved his clothes? Who knew that you were still alive? Princess Xinyang quietly muttered. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She told herself that he was the father of 3 children. She could not truly let him die here. She walked over and calmly reached out her hand. After hesitating for a moment, she moved her fingers and braced herself to support his arm. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to approach a man in a completely sober state. It still required a great deal of courage, and she was still not used to it, but she was not as scared as before. Marquis Xianping watched as she used 2 fingers to pinch the cloth on his arm. She was clearly very nervous but still emboldened herself. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Qin Fengwan, shut up," Princess Xianxia said sternly. "If you keep talking nonsense, I won't help you." "Marquis Xianping, you're not helping me." The 2 fingers only grabbed the material of his clothes and didn't even touch the flesh of his arm. Princess Xianxia, who thought she had helped him, gave him a cold glare as if to say, "I've already helped you. Why aren't you leaving?" Men are so unreasonable. Thinking of her illness, Marquis Xianping also knew that it was not easy for her to take this step. Thus, he stopped being unreasonable. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He straightened his stiff body and moved his almost numb feet, walking step by step toward the entrance of the courtyard. The moment he crossed the threshold, a gust of cold wind blew Princess Xianxia's cloak away. Marquis Xianping subconsciously glanced at her from the corner of his eye. In the end, he saw a bulging stomach. He was shocked, and his gaze landed on her stomach. "Qin Fengwan." Princess Xianxia looked at her cloak and sucked in a breath of cold air. Marquis Xianping didn't leave. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her meaningfully. "You're pregnant? What happened that time?" It wasn't his fault that he didn't know. After their one-night stand, Princess Xianxia returned to live in this residence. At first, she went to Jadewater Alley to visit Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao. Later, the two went to the Yen Kingdom, so she stopped going to Jadewater Alley. He also moved back to Marquis Xianping's estate. She kept the news of her pregnancy a secret. He came to see her once during the war, but she refused to see him. Yujin said that the princess was in a bad mood because of Gue Shui. Gue Shui, Princess Xianxia didn't want to admit it and stubbornly turned her face away. She also didn't understand what kind of luck she had. She used him as an antidote twice and fell for it both times. Marquis Xianping glanced at her with a faint smile. That's true. It was the whole night. Princess Xianxia's face flushed red. How could he say such shameless words? She knew he would be so shameless, so she didn't want to tell him, "You really put in a lot of effort to get pregnant with my child." If he dared to say that, she would throw him out. Fortunately, Marquis Xianping didn't draw too much blood this time. He looked at her deeply, a hint of danger flashing through his eyes. "Qin Fengwan, if I didn't come back in time, were you going to give birth to this child behind my back?" Princess Xianxia's eyes flickered, and she raised her chin seriously. "I see that you're very strong right now. You don't need me to help you." After saying that, she pulled her hand back and ignored Marquis Xianping. She walked towards her own room. But she had just taken a step when a strong contraction came from her stomach. She bent down and held her stomach, crying out in pain. Marquis Xianping's expression changed. "Qin Fengwan, what's wrong? Could it be that I stimulated the fetus?" Princess Xianxia had given birth before, so she wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling. She raised her hand and tightly grabbed his arm. "I think I'm going to give birth." Digression, Marquis Xianping. Oh, the latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/105116837. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. It didn't happen earlier or later, but it just had to happen now. this child really knew how to make it in time, Princess Xianxia silently cursed in her heart. The immense pain drowned her, to the point that she didn't even have time to worry about her illness. Marquis Xianping did not ask for a beating at this critical juncture. He looked at her pained expression and forced himself to stay alert. He did not want to collapse at this crucial moment. When the previous children were born, he had been at the military camp. He only rushed back the next day after receiving the news. This was the first time he had encountered a woman in labor. Truthfully speaking, he had just returned and arrived at his own funeral. He had also arrived at Xianxia's pregnancy. Fortunately, she was about to give birth. Even crossing the icy plains was not as exciting. He muttered. "What did you say?" Princess Xianxia's mind was a mess from the pain. She did not clearly hear what he said. "And nothing," he said. "How did a woman give birth?" "Where's Eugene?" he asked. "Not here. She went to take care of your funeral." "And Aheng?" "Not here either. She also went to take care of your funeral." Even some of the capable old grannies and maidservants had been sent out to purchase the items needed for the morning haul. Those that remained in the courtyard were all novices. Otherwise, they would not have run away in fear upon seeing Marquis Xianping's ghost. "All right, I'm fine." Princess Xianxia let out a long sigh. Marquis Xianping was stunned once more. "You're not giving birth?" Princess Xianxia glared at him. What did he mean by not giving birth? It was just that the contractions had passed. The contractions came in waves. It was not like the pain was constant. "I'm going back to my room." She let go of his arm and calmly said, "I don't need you to support me. I can walk on my own." "Oh." Marquis Xianping faintly withdrew his hand. Princess Xianxia looked at him and chuckled, "You seem to be very disappointed." Marquis Xianping, when other people's wives give birth, they find someone to carry them in. At worst, they need to be supported in. My wife is giving birth, and I need to walk in on my own. Princess Xianxia snorted and walked towards the north wing of the rear wing. That was the delivery room that had been prepared beforehand. Just as she walked up the steps, she stopped moving. Marquis Xianping tilted his head and looked at her. Princess Xianxia gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. "Come here." Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows and asked, "What is it now? Didn't you want to leave by yourself?" "You don't need my help, do you?" Princess Xianxia could guess what he was thinking even with her toes. Her outburst must have made him angry. Unfortunately, there was nothing here that could help her. She stood stiffly on the steps, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. "My water broke," she said. The midwife repeatedly warned her not to move around after her water broke. She didn't know if all pregnant women were like this, or if it was because she was a princess that the midwife was extra careful. She didn't have that much experience, so she could only listen to the midwife. "I can't leave. Go to the backyard and get someone." Before she could finish her words, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her back and knees, lifting her up horizontally. She was caught off guard and her head bumped into his sturdy chest. She froze slightly. The sky was filled with snow, and the night was long. Was this the feeling of being protected? "Qin Fengwan. You've gained weight." Princess Xianxia's face darkened. No, this was the feeling of wanting to beat him to death. The contractions came again, even more intense than before. Princess Xianxia was in so much pain that she grabbed the front of his clothes. Marquis Xianping gasped. Now she knows how to pinch his flesh. "But Qin Fengwan, where are you pinching? Although I don't need to feed the child, isn't pinching here a bit too much?" Hiss, another pinch, and Marquis Xianping almost fell down from the pain. Princess Xianxia didn't know that she was pinching the wrong place. She was in so much pain. Her stomach hurt, her back hurt, and her waist hurt. She wasn't young anymore and wasn't as healthy as before. Marquis Xianping didn't know that there was a delivery room for women, so he carried her back to her room. Princess Xianxia gritted her teeth. "Not this room. It's the north wing of the rear wing." Marquis Xianping chuckled. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "You just wanted me to." Princess Xianxia's hair stood on end, and she said fiercely, "Shut up." Marquis Xianping glanced at her stomach and obediently shut his mouth. After entering the delivery room, Marquis Xianping gently placed her on the bed. "I'll go get the doctor and midwife." Princess Xinyang grabbed the mattress under her and said, "The midwife and wet nurse live on this street. Go out and walk east. You'll see the house with the ginkgo tree at the door." When she was only 8 months pregnant, Yujin had already found the midwife and wet nurse. They were all people who knew her well. "Got it," Marquis Xianping answered. "You." Princess Xinyang looked at him covered in blood and hesitated. She wanted to ask someone else to come over, but she had arranged for all the capable servants to prepare for his funeral. The remaining 2 servants were also scared away by him. Marquis Xianping stared at her. She turned her face away and changed her words. "Don't be careless and mess things up. It's not my first time being a father. Do you think I'm nervous? You're still careless, huh?" After he finished speaking, he sneered mockingly and walked out with his hands and feet. Just as he stepped over the threshold, he tripped and fell flat on his face. Princess Xinyang. In the end, Marquis Xianping managed to get the midwife and wet nurse. After Granny Zhang and Chui'er regained their senses, they returned dejectedly. Some of them boiled water, some of them boiled ginseng soup, and some of them delivered the baby. Marquis Xianping's physical strength was almost exhausted on the way here, and he used all his remaining strength to act cool in the snow. Princess Xinyang heard a heavy thud. It was the sound of him falling against the door due to his lack of physical strength. But later, he forced himself up and leaned against the wall as if nothing had happened. He thought that after seeing Qin Fengwan and his son, he could fall down. But now, a new little life was about to arrive. He stood in the cold snow, and goose feather-like snow silently fell on his shoulders. He heard Qin Fengwan's painful cries coming from the delivery room. She was a strong and proud woman. For her to cry like this, he didn't know how painful it must be. Princess Xinyang gave birth in the delivery room for an entire night. Marquis Xianping stood guard in the snow for an entire night. At 3 in the morning, a baby's cry came from the delivery room, cutting through the silent sky and startling the silent flying snow. Marquis Xianping, who was almost frozen to stone, walked up the stairs. When the baby was just born, the umbilical cord had to be cut, weighed, and swaddled before the baby could be carried out. Marquis Xianping didn't wait that long. He directly burst through the door and gave the midwife, who was weighing the baby, a big fright. "Io! Why did the Marquis come in?" The delivery room was a filthy place. It wasn't a place a man should enter. She moved very quickly. After weighing the baby, she wrapped him up and carried him out from behind the screen. She didn't know about Marquis Xianping's death and only felt that Marquis Xianping's blood-soaked appearance was a little scary. But thinking that he was a general who had fought on the battlefield, she felt that it was nothing. "Is the princess well?" Marquis Xianping asked. The midwife was startled. She hadn't expected him to be concerned about an adult first. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, Marquis. The delivery process was very smooth. The princess is just a little tired. Everything else is fine." As she spoke, she smiled and handed the baby to Marquis Xianping. "Congratulations, Marquis. It's a daughter." "Daughter?" Marquis Xianping was stunned. He had too many sons. He had thought that this baby would also be a boy. Marquis Xianping suddenly didn't know what to do. He was even more nervous than the first time he saw Sheng Guanqing. Crying so loudly. "Is it a girl?" The midwife smiled happily. Yes, the little girl's crying was really loud. After being a midwife for so many years, even a boy's voice wasn't as loud as hers. Marquis Xianping carefully took the baby wrapped in swaddling clothes. The crying baby stopped crying as soon as he was in his arms. He opened his eyes wide and quietly looked at him. Newborns didn't know how to see things, but the midwife inexplicably felt that the baby was looking at her father very seriously. She had delivered so many babies, but this was really the most beautiful one. Marquis Xianping looked at the baby in his arms, and endless emotions suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart. After fighting on the battlefield for so many years, even if he didn't fight, he would always inadvertently be tainted with a trace of murderous aura. He used his finger to touch the baby's little fist, and the baby squeezed it. His iron-blooded determination instantly melted into softness. It actually felt different from holding his son. He carried the baby around the screen and came to the bed. He looked at the sweaty and pale Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia also looked at him. She felt that she was too tired, so much so that she had an illusion. What she saw wasn't the unruly, murderous, and smiling tiger Marquis Xianping. Instead, it was the young Xiao Ji who had lifted her veil with cleanliness and beauty on their wedding night. He held the baby in his arms, bent down, and whispered in her ear, "Qin Fengwan, it's been hard on you. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet." For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/105115325. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that cannot be found online are available here. At 3 in the morning, the sky was still dark. The capital of Zhao country was shrouded in the light of the snow. Xiaoheng spent the entire night preparing for his father's funeral. First, he went into the palace to inform his grandaunt, uncle, and auntie. He was pulled by his auntie and wept bitterly for a long time. After that, he went to Jade Water Alley to inform his father and Yaoshi of his father's death. Then there was the matter of setting up the mourning hall. Where to set up the mourning hall, and how to quickly gather the items needed for the mourning hall. Although he could not salvage his father's body, he still needed a coffin. In the end, he went to a coffin shop and carefully selected a high-quality coffin. Great sorrow engulfed him. He was physically and mentally exhausted. Dragging his numb steps, he slowly returned home like a puppet that had lost its soul. Aunt Eugene also went out, right? She also worked the entire night, right? After all, the funeral of the #1 Marquis of Zhao country was not a small matter. On the other side, the #1 Marquis of Zhao country held the little fellow. He waited until Princess Xianxia was helped back to her room by the servants. After the mother and daughter both slept peacefully, he finally walked out of the room. All of his energy had been used up. He really couldn't move a single step. The father and son met without warning. One stood in the corridor, the other in the courtyard, facing each other, looking at each other from a distance. The sky was dark. The white lantern under the corridor had not been removed in time. Marquis Xianping stood under his own white lantern. His body was covered in blood and his face was deathly pale. Xiaoheng looked at his father in a daze. "It's not even the 7th day yet, and you've already recovered your soul?" Marquis Xianping. "Laozi is not dead." Marquis Xianping's eyes went black and he fell down, plopping into the snow. He finally fell down. It was unknown whether he fainted from exhaustion or from anger at his son. In the end, Xiaoheng knew that it was not his father's ghost. After all, ghosts were not so weak. After all, with his father's personality, even if he became a ghost, he would be a cool, handsome, domineering, and the most beautiful ghost. That way, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. As for why his father had appeared here, he had no clue for the time being. His mother had fallen asleep, and his brother had never woken up. So he didn't know. Nanny Zhang and the others didn't know the ins and outs of the matter. They only knew that the Marquis came back at night. Not long after he returned, the princess went into labor. Nanny Zhang added her own compliments and thoughts. Miss has been unwilling to come out all this time. It turns out that she is waiting for her father. Xiaoheng carried his father to his room and helped him change into his own clothes. Then, he went to visit his elder brother, his mother, and his newborn little sister. To be honest, Xiaoheng was also greatly affected. In a short period of 1 day and 1 night, he'd experienced the pain of losing his brother, the joy of regaining what he'd lost, the pain of losing his father, and the joy of regaining what he'd lost again. His mood rose and fell greatly, and it almost caused him to collapse. More importantly, his mother was in labor. Just as he was about to attend his father's funeral. In other words, the moment he returned, he had a father and a younger sister. Is there such a huge difference? He looked at the baby girl sleeping soundly in the swaddling clothes and held his head with both hands, suddenly doubting life. In the 12th lunar month at the border, the war between the 5 kingdoms against the state of Jin intensified. Even the state of Liang was forced to join in, because if they did not help to attack the state of Jin, the 4 kingdoms of Yan, Zhao, Zhao, and Chen would attack them together. After losing Chu Feiping, Liang lost its most powerful arm and had no choice but to cooperate with the 4 countries. As the hegemon of the 6 nations, Jin's state had unshakable national strength and military strength. It was arrogant, domineering, and insufferably arrogant. Apart from roping in the state of Liang to be its pawn, it had also caused a lot of trouble to the other nations. To this day, it refused to acknowledge the status of the Turks and still referred to them as a small barbarian race. Little did it know that the Turks didn't care about status at all. They attacked Jin purely because they didn't like Jin and didn't have enough resources during the winter, so they took advantage of the situation. After losing Gongsun, Jin was still able to resist for so long. It had to be said that they were indeed strong. However, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't resist the military strength of the 6 countries. Ironically, when they attacked the hinterland of the Jin state, the vanguard was actually the army of the state of Liang. Seeing their former ally bearing his fangs at them, Jin's soldiers were so angry that their faces turned green. The Jin state, the Yan state, and the Liang state formed a triangle. Any alliance between the 2 states could cause a fatal blow to the other state. When choosing who to ally with, the Jin state had thought it through carefully. The reason why they chose the Liang nation was because the Jin nation disliked the Yan nation from the bottom of their hearts. As for the reason, it was because they were afraid of the Yan nation. They tried their best to suppress Yan, but in the end, the nightmare still happened. Jin tried to persuade Liang, saying that with the military strength of the 2 countries, they might be able to resist them. Liang was already scared by the Black Wind cavalry, so how could he dare to play tricks behind their backs? It was the 12th lunar month at the border. This was their first New Year at the border. In the barracks, pigs and goats were slaughtered and dumplings were made. Shang Guanyan, Gu Jiao, and the soldiers spent New Year's Eve in the flames of war. We'll set off in 3 days. Outside the tent, Shang Guanyan drank some wine and was slightly drunk. Her cheeks were flushed as she stood in the cold wind. Her mind was very clear. When she said this, her eyes fell on the soldiers who were celebrating the New Year around the bonfire. Gu Jiao came to her side, followed her gaze, and said, "Do you really want to go personally?" Shang Guanyan's eyes were cold as she said, "I want to take revenge for the blood feud of the Xianxia family with my own hands. I must personally invade Shangjing and drag the Jin country's monarch down from his throne." Gongsun killed many soldiers of the Xianxia family because of his own selfishness and desire for war, but also because of the ambition of Jin's royal family. None of them were innocent. She wouldn't let any of them go. 3 days later, Chang Wei received the order to come back and defend Puqing. Gu Jiao exchanged positions with him. After that, Gu Jiao led the 30,000 Black Wind cavalry that had rested and reorganized. They rode on the Black Wind King who had just recovered from his serious injuries and rushed to the front line with Shang Guanyan to kill their way into Jin. It was worth mentioning that on New Year's Eve, there was a rebellion in Jin's imperial palace. The monarch's imperial army and King Liao's army fought, which undoubtedly made Jin's situation worse. After King Liao was defeated, he had the idea of destroying what he couldn't get. He opened all kinds of checkpoints along the way to make it easier for the troops of other countries to enter. At the end of February, the Black Wind Cavalry and Gu family's Iron Cavalry attacked Shangjing of Jin. Black Wind King broke through the imperial palace's gate and slaughtered a bloody path through the imperial army. Shang Guanyan held a long sword and chopped down with her saber, splashing the enemy's blood all over her body. She killed all the way to the throne room. Their movements were so fast that the ministers in the morning court had no time to evacuate. The gate was tightly shut. Outside the room, there were sounds of fighting, weapons clashing, and screams. If one listened carefully, most of them came from the Jin army in the imperial palace. Inside the hall, all the ministers and generals began to tremble. Even the monarch of Jin, who was sitting on the dragon throne, had a change of expression. With a loud bang, the gate of the throne room was kicked open. The huge door couldn't withstand the pressure and heavily hit the ground. The entire throne room shook 3 times. The ministers were in a state of panic. Shang Guanyan held a bloody long sword. The blood on the sword's edge dripped all the way. Her eyes were cold and determined to take revenge. She glanced at the ministers and generals. Those who surrender will not be killed. A palace expert flew from the monarch's side and suddenly attacked Shang Guanyan. In the blink of an eye, behind Shang Guanyan came a whistling sound. A red tasseled spear with a cold glint flashed through the air. The spear pierced the heart of the palace's expert, sending him flying to the steps below the monarch's feet. Gu Jiao walked over step by step. Her eyes didn't have too much coldness and hostility. On the contrary, she was very calm. As if the person who attacked just now wasn't her. But in the flames of war, emotions were not terrible. Calmness was what was really frightening. Another person rushed up. This time, he attacked Shang Guanyan from the back. Gu Jiao turned around and kicked the man down the high steps. Those who touch the crown princess, die. Outside the hall, more and more experts rushed up. However, before they could get close, they were blocked by 4 figures from the sky. On the left was Gu Chongqing and the old marquis. On the right was Liaochen and Qing Feng. Tang Yuashan and Wang Su, who had retreated from Qishui Pass, also arrived. The 2 of them led hundreds of archers and surrounded the throne room so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. At the end of February, the monarch of Jin state died and was succeeded by concubine Lu's 7th prince. The new monarch submitted a letter of surrender to the Great Yin. He also gave 2 mineral veins, 5 cities, 100,000 taels of gold, and 20 beauties to show his sincerity. The beauties were all men. They were mainly used to please Shang Guanyan and fill her harem. Of course, the other countries couldn't return empty-handed. They didn't get as many benefits as the Yin state. After all, the main force of the war against the Jin state was the Yin army. In addition, the Zhao state also contributed a lot and got a lot of things. After this war, the Jin state was almost emptied and couldn't recover its blood for decades. In the spring of March, the army returned to the capital. The Yin state won a beautiful victory. The people along the way welcomed them and shouted, "Long live the crown princess! Black Wind Cavalry and Xianyuan army, follow me to the capital." After returning to the Yin state, Shang Guanyan ordered in the tent. The Xianyuan army referred to the shadow division in Liaochen's hands. Although Wang Su and Wang Man didn't know why the crown princess wanted to go first, they didn't dare to disobey the crown princess's order. What's more, Black Wind Cavalry and Xianyuan army were mostly cavalry. It seemed reasonable to go back to the capital first. Shang Guanyan didn't go back to report. "Uncle." Outside the tent, Shang Guanyan looked at Xianyuan Qi, who was holding the 3-foot Qingfeng sword. "I'm ready." Xianyuan Qi looked at his little niece with relief. He touched her head as an uncle and then knelt down on one knee as a subject. The 3-foot Qingfeng sword was heavily inserted into the ground. This humble subject swears to follow the crown princess. On a big tree outside the camp, Liaochen's slender fingers grabbed the wine bag. He raised his head and took a sip lazily. He smiled and said, "You don't have to go. Go back to Xingdu with General Wang." Under the big tree, Daoist Qing Feng looked at him seriously. "You want to leave me?" The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1050950424. HTML Genius memorized this site's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Liachen looked at him playfully. What do you mean this poor monk will leave you behind? You and I are not the same kind of people. Could it be that after being with this poor monk for so many days, you gradually have feelings for this poor monk? Daoist Qingfeng glanced at him faintly. I'm afraid that if you run away, I won't know where to find you if I want to kill you in the future. Liachen hooked up her bright red lips, and her charming peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed. She landed under the tree and said with a smile, I'll wait for you in Xingdu. It's a deal. In April, the Black Wind Cavalry and the Dark Shadow Army surrounded the Great Yan Imperial Palace. In the monarch's bedroom, the fake monarch, Gu Chungfeng, completed the task with glory. The real monarch was lying on the bright yellow dragon bed. His stroke was much better and he could get out of bed. When he heard that the Crown Princess and Xianyuan army had returned victorious, he was very happy and planned to go out of the palace to welcome them personally. Unexpectedly, the Crown Princess and Xianyuan Qi came to his bedroom early. Although the battle report from the front line had mentioned that Xianyuan Qi came back alive, the monarch still couldn't believe it when he saw it with his own eyes. Xianyuan Qi didn't greet him as a monarch, nor did he exchange greetings with him. He just stood beside Shang Guanyan with a cold face. It's solved. Xianyuan Qi said to Shang Guanyan. The monarch frowned. Solved what? He shouldn't have come. He yelled. No expert came over. The monarch finally understood what Xianyuan Qi had solved. He frowned and looked at Shang Guanyan. What are you going to do? Shang Guanyan clapped her hands, and a little eunuch came forward with a tray. On the tray were a writing brush, an inkstone, and a blank imperial edict. The monarch had an ominous premonition in his heart. Shang Guanyan, are you going to usurp the throne? Shang Guanyan's father-daughter relationship had been exhausted during the years in the imperial mausoleum. She looked at the father she used to admire, and there was no longer a trace of emotion in her heart. Imperial father, what are you talking about? I am the crown princess that you personally conferred. After you die, the throne will be mine. How can I usurp the throne? Father, you are already old, and you haven't recovered from your stroke, so you feel that you are powerless to govern the court. For the sake of Great Yan's rivers and mountains, you have decided to make me the emperor, and you will be an idle retired emperor in this palace. The king trembled with anger. How dare you? I am your father. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens for threatening me like this? Shang Guanyan's face sank. Imperial mother died, the Xianyuan clan was exterminated, I was publicly whipped in the throne room, and my martial arts were crippled. Even my two sons experienced life and death situations several times. I have already suffered the wrath of the heavens. What am I afraid of? This was the first time that Shang Guanyan was so angry in front of the monarch. More than 10 years ago, when the Xianyuan clan was annihilated, she was still young and inexperienced. Now, the monarch really realized that his daughter had grown up. She had become so unfamiliar, not at all like the person in his memory. I loved you so much in vain. I really loved you. Among so many imperial heirs, he loved her the most. Shang Guanyan's mood calmed down little by little. She no longer quarreled with him, but very coldly said, the person you love the most is yourself. Rest assured and be the retired emperor. The rivers and mountains of Great Yan have nothing to do with you. The monarch coldly said, what if I don't make a decree? Shang Guanyan sneered, if you die, I will inherit the throne, and it will be a matter of course. The monarch suddenly froze. From the beginning. You have planned all this, haven't you? You said that you are willing to restore the identity of the crown princess, and as the crown princess, you will go to war on behalf of me, just for this day, right? Yes. Shang Guanyan admitted without hesitation. The monarch clenched his fists, I didn't say that I won't give you the throne, why are you so anxious? Shang Guanyan excitedly said, do I have to hold everyone's life and death in your hands? Who was the one who established me and crippled me? As long as you are on the throne, the Xianyuan family will not be able to be rehabilitated. My son will not be able to openly walk in front of others. Qing'er is like this, Aheng is also like this. The monarch opened his mouth. Shang Guanyan sarcastically said, have you thought about repenting? I don't believe it. Yan come to Father Emperor. Father Emperor. The 3-year-old crown princess hopped and jumped over to him. Did you go climb a tree again? Why are you so dirty? There was a small bird. It fell from its nest, so I wanted to put it back up. Yan really is a kind-hearted child. I am. The crown princess nodded seriously. Father Emperor, you are injured. Does your finger hurt a lot? Yan will blow on it for you. Huff huff huff. The little girl who was reluctant to hurt a small bird, the little girl who would be nervous for a long time when his finger was injured, at some unknown time, had a vicious heart that wanted to kill the monarch and kill her father. The monarch stared blankly at the departing Shang Guanyan, not daring to believe that this was his daughter. Shang Guanyan stopped in front of the threshold and slightly turned her head. Looking at the shiny floor, she calmly said, it was you who lost me. After Gu Jiao returned to Qingdu, she hid her achievements and reputation and gave the job of receiving the support of the people to Lu Chen. She herself returned to the duke's manor. Seeing her, Manager Jing was moved to tears. Young master, young man. You finally came back. Gu Jiao dismounted and handed him the red-tasseled spear. Manager Jing was immediately pressed to the ground. Young master, the spear is a bit heavy. Where is my adoptive father? Gu Jiao asked. Manager Jing waved his hand to the servants, and 2 servants came forward. Working together, they carried the red-tasseled spear away. Only then did he stand up and say to Gu Jiao, the duke went to the imperial tutor's hall. After successfully sending his great-aunt and others into the Zhao country, and Wugong returned home with Wang Su. He stayed in Qingdu, while Wang Su went to the border. Oh. Gu Jiao nodded, just in time, I'm also going to the imperial tutor's hall. In the purple bamboo forest, and Wugong was sitting in a wheelchair, playing chess with the imperial tutor. Yuhi was helping to sweep the fallen petals in the yard. When he saw Gu Jiao, his eyes lit up. Lu Lang. You're back. Yuhi. Gu Jiao greeted him. Yuhi looked behind her. Huh? Why don't I see my eldest brother? Didn't he also go to the border? Didn't he come back with you? Gu Jiao had received a letter from the Zhao country. The letter talked about the recent situation in Bai Shui Alley and Zhuke Street, and also about Marquis Xianping's experience on the island. She hesitated for a moment and didn't tell Yuhi about Yi Qing's poisoning. She only said, your eldest brother is a guest on the Dark Night Island. That's right, it's so strange. The Dark Night Island is frozen until February at most. It's already April. Why hasn't Yi Qing come back yet? Could it be that he's too handsome and was left on the island to be the husband of the fortress? The Dark Night Island of the Dark Night sect? My brother went there. Yuhi was shocked. Gu Jiao smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and went to the corridor. She opened the curtain and entered the room. The 2 people in the room had already heard her voice and were waiting for her to come. She left in August and now it's already April. They haven't seen each other for more than half a year, and she has changed a lot. She's a little taller, and her facial features have grown a lot. She fought all day, was exposed to the sun and rain, and was tempered by the wind and sand. Her originally white skin turned into a light wheat color, which made her more heroic. At the border, many girls secretly admired the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. Father, Imperial Tutor. She happily greeted the 2 of them. And Wugong looked at her, and couldn't move his eyes away. Even if she came back safely, but thinking of what she went through at the border, he couldn't help but feel distressed. Come here, let me take a look. And Wugong waved at Gu Jiao. Huh? Gu Jiao was slightly surprised. And Wugong smiled, I'm recovering very well. I can talk, and I can also lift my arms. He said it casually, but in order to give her a surprise, he almost desperately tried to recover for the past 8 months. The process was painful and torturous, but compared to her hard work, his was not worth mentioning. Gu Jiao came to his side, squatted down, and looked up at him. You look good. Then she checked his pulse and the strength of his muscles. Wow, this is very surprising. It was much more powerful than expected. soon, he might be able to walk again. You worked very hard, I praise you. She said it very seriously, but in Nguigong's eyes, it was like a child saying adult words seriously. Nguigong was very happy. He rubbed the top of her head and asked, "Are you hurt?" "No." Gu Jiao shook her head decisively. Nguigong said helplessly, "You are just like your mother, always reporting the good news and not the bad." "Huh?" "Her mother?" Nguigong smiled. "Ah, I mean, your foster mother." "Oh." She almost thought that he knew that she used to be Jingyining. The state preceptor cleared his throat to emphasize his presence. Gu Jiao looked at the imperial tutor carefully. "Huh? Imperial tutor, have you been overworked recently? You look." He had aged quite a bit. The misunderstanding between Nguigong and the imperial tutor had been resolved, so he came to the imperial tutor's hall when he had nothing to do. He also found that the imperial tutor had been aging quickly recently, and half of his white hair had turned white. Alas, he already looked old, but now he looked even older. Gu Jiao sighed exaggeratedly. "It's my fault, I shouldn't have left all the responsibilities to you when I left." The imperial tutor glanced at her. "It's not like you to admit your mistake so quickly." "Gu Jiao, I'm in a good mood." The imperial tutor, "Get to the point." Gu Jiao looked at her fingers and rolled her eyes. I heard that Jean offered a batch of high-quality weapons and sent it to the imperial tutor's hall. Sure enough, father is the biological child, and I was picked up." The imperial tutor muttered in a low voice and said lightly, "It hasn't arrived yet, it's on the way. When it arrives, I'll pick one for you as your wedding gift." And Nguigong's face instantly darkened. "You're touching a sore spot." Marquis Xianping's operation was too flashy. Just last month, the envoy of Zhao country arrived and sent a betrothal gift to the young Marquis of Zhaodu to marry the young master of Nguigong family. Did foster father agree? Gu Jiao blinked and looked at him. Her face said, agreed, and Nguigong refused to answer this question. At first, he did not want to agree, but Marquis Xianping's second flashy operation came. He directly had the envoy bring a basket full of portraits of his precious daughter. From birth to 3 months old, she was eating fingers, scratching feet and drooling. She was extremely cute. The envoy smiled and said, "The Marquis had this lowly official bring a message to you. If the 2 young masters get married, they can also give birth to a chubby girl for you." He seriously suspected that Marquis Xianping sending someone to send a betrothal gift was fake and that showing off his daughter was real. How hateful! He had been lusted after by that person who had appeared on the beauty rankings of the 6 countries, thus he decided to have Jiao Jiao and Aheng get married as soon as possible. He wanted to hold his obedient granddaughter. Digression, a 3-month-old baby could not scratch feet, but a portrait was something that everyone understood. For the sake of showing off a baby, the little chick monkey was going all out. P.S. We'll return to Zhao country tomorrow. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel will be updated even faster. Millions of novels will be read for free. The novels that cannot be found online will all be available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/896428964286/1050954117. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com Biku Pavilion's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. Zhao country experienced a cold winter that was hard to come by in 10 years. Many regions suffered from snow disasters. Fortunately, the imperial court responded promptly. While transferring disaster relief funds from the national treasury, they also contacted the surrounding regions to send supplies to the cities that suffered severe disasters. As the imperial envoy for disaster relief, Grand Secretary Yuan brought along several cabinet members to accompany him. Xiaoheng was also among them. Because he went to disaster relief, he didn't know that his father had sent an envoy to Yan country to propose marriage, especially to the young master of the duke's household. He also didn't know that his father was showing off to Yan country. He did receive quite a few letters from the Marquis's household. "This one is mine. This one is for you, Grand Secretary Yuan." In the study of the county yamen, Xiaoheng handed the letter in his hand to Grand Secretary Yuan. "My father's letter." Grand Secretary Yuan already knew that he was actually Zhao Du's young marquis. When Grand Secretary Yuan heard that it was from Marquis Xianping, he thought that something important had happened in the imperial court. He quickly took the letter and opened it with a serious expression. In the end, he saw a line of flamboyant words, "My daughter-in-law's older brother's future father-in-law. This marquis's daughter is 1 month old. Grand Secretary Yuan is very knowledgeable. Please give her a nice name." Attached is a portrait of this marquis's daughter. Grand Secretary Yuan, Xiaoheng didn't mean to peek. It was just that his father's handwriting was bigger than a wicker basket. It was hard not to see it. As expected, a small portrait of his sister was attached. He couldn't remember how many name-seeking letters his father had sent out. His great-uncle had also received one. Also, hadn't his sister's name been decided long ago? Showing off his daughter in the name of giving her a name was really too much. If he had a daughter in the future, she definitely wouldn't be like his father, Vermilion Bird Avenue. After the beginning of spring, the weather in the capital was good. Shang Guanqing was in a horse stance in the courtyard. 3 feet of ice wasn't formed in a day. He had been poisoned for 20 years. Even with the purple herb fruit, he couldn't completely recover in a day. He needed to recuperate for several months. Other than taking the purple grass fruit every day, he also had to drink the Chinese medicine prescribed by the imperial physician. In addition, the imperial physician also told him to exercise more to help his body recover. Marquis Xianping would come here every day to exercise his muscles and bones. At first, he could only take light walks, but gradually, he was able to get into a horse stance. The father and son recuperated together, and their recovery was not bad. "Get into the horse stance first." In the courtyard, after Marquis Xianping adjusted his son's movements, he said seriously, "Today's weather is pretty good. I'll bring your little sister out to bask in the sun." Shang Guanqing curled his lips and said, "Practicing the horse stance with me is just a pretense. Your real purpose is to hug your sister, isn't it?" His younger sister was 3 months old. Her name was Xiaoyi. It was said that his mother had given her a name when she was pregnant with her first child. The name sounded obedient, but in reality, she was quite obedient. It was just that she didn't drink the wet nurse's milk and had to be fed by the princess herself. When he was young, his mother seemed to have personally fed him. Back to his younger sister. In addition to tormenting her mother, her younger sister's other problem was that she cried too loudly, the kind that shocked the heavens and made ghosts and gods weep. It was nothing during the day, but at night, it was so noisy that the whole street couldn't sleep. No one could pacify her, except for his father. His father came to see him every afternoon, had dinner with him, and coaxed his younger sister to sleep at night before leaving. As his younger sister grew older and slept later and later, his father also left later and later. Princess Xinyang went out. Inside the room, Eugene was watching over little Xiaoyi, who was sleeping soundly. Little Xiaoyi was prettier than other newborns when she was born. After the first month of confinement, she became much chubbier and more delicate and adorable. "Marquis." Eugene bowed to Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping nodded and responded. He came to the cradle and looked at the sleeping little fellow inside. The corners of his lips unconsciously curled up slightly. Eugene glanced at him discreetly and thought, Marquis is different from before. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. "She looks so good. She must have taken after me." Eugene's face darkened. She took back her words. The Marquis was still the Marquis. Not long after, the sound of horse hooves came from outside the door. Princess Xinyang's carriage had returned. She had just gone to the imperial palace to discuss the marriage between Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao with Empress Dowager Zhuang and Empress Xiao. Regarding the matter of the wedding, the two women of high status did not have any objections. In fact, they were in full agreement. In Empress Dowager Zhuang's heart, Aheng, that stinky brat, owed her Jiao Jiao a grand wedding. Princess Xianxia also thought so. Back when they were in the countryside, the two did not officially get married. Her son was unconscious and became someone else's husband when he opened his eyes. There was no ceremony, and there was no consummation. What sort of marriage was this? In addition, he had used someone else's identity at that time. Now that he had recovered his identity as Xiao Heng, the marriage between Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao's mother could no longer be counted. Of course, she also had her own selfish motives. She wanted to witness her son's wedding. The letter of engagement had already been sent to Bai Shui Ali. Today, her main goal was to finalize the details of the betrothal gifts and the date of the wedding with Empress Dowager Zhuang and Empress Xiao. "Princess, you've returned." Eugene welcomed her with a smile. Raising her hand, she helped her hang up her cloak. Did the discussion go smoothly? It went quite smoothly. Princess Xianxia said. Master Marquis has come. Eugene quietly said. Princess Xianxia turned her head to look. Sure enough, she saw a certain person sitting in front of the cradle, foolishly looking at the little guy in the cradle with a silly smile. The sunlight shone through the window lattice and fell on his mature and handsome face. His eyes seemed to be filled with starlight. She turned her face away and faintly muttered, "Why did he come again?" Eugene smiled and said, "Then, should this servant chase Master Marquis out?" Princess Xianxia choked and glared at her. "If you chase him out, when the little one cries, will you coax him?" Eugene covered her face and could not help but laugh. "Huh." Princess Xianxia sighed. Eugene keenly sensed that something was off with Princess Xianxia and asked, "What is it, Princess? Did something happen?" Princess Xianxia frowned and asked strangely, "When I came out of the harem, I happened to run into the court. They came to me one by one to give me a name. Did I ask them for a name? Why are there suddenly so many people eager to give her a name?" Marquis Xianping shook the cradle as if nothing had happened, his face calm. On the other side, Shang Guanyan left a blank imperial edict for the monarch to abdicate. The monarch's heart was burning with anger, so naturally, he was unwilling to give in easily. The experts around him were dealt with by Shen Yuanqi, but he still had a large number of imperial guards and soldiers from the rearguard commandery. He pretended to write the imperial edict and took the opportunity to press the mechanism beside the desk. He fell into the secret passage. At the same time, a firework signal rose into the sky from the roof. The imperial guards and soldiers from the rearguard commandery quickly rushed to the harem. Shen Yuanqi was already prepared. He cooperated with his son from the inside and outside, opening the palace gates. 30,000 Black Wind cavalry and 20,000 Shadow Tribe soldiers killed their way into the palace. They were soldiers who had just returned from the battlefield bathed in blood. Their bodies were full of the aura of golden spears and armored horses. This was something that the pampered army in the imperial city could not match. If Wang Man and Wang Su's forces were here, they might be able to turn the tables. But they were deliberately left behind by Shang Guanyan on the road. The imperial guards were gradually declining. The monarch pressed the second mechanism in the secret passage, and another firework signal flew into the sky. This was to contact Yan Shanjun in the outer city. Yan Shanjun was not as ignorant of worldly affairs as the world thought. He had a secret army of the royal family in his hands, which was the monarch's last line of defense. However, before he could make a move, a long sword came from behind him and lightly rested on his neck. "I don't want to hurt you," Gu Chongqing said. Yan Shanjun coldly said, "Do you think it's useful to threaten this monarch?" Gu Chongqing lightly said, "I know you are not afraid of death. So, do you not care about the life and death of your daughter?" Yan Shanjuan's pupils shrank. "What do you mean?" Gu Chongqing tilted the sword head, like a silent gesture. Then a secret guard of the Gu family came in from the door with the sleeping young princess. Yan Shanjuan's face changed. "Light Shui. You are despicable. You won't even let a child go. Do the crown princess and Miss Gu know you are doing this?" He and Gu Qingfeng stayed in the imperial city together. He already knew Gu Jiao's identity from Gu Qingfeng. He also knew that the person holding him hostage was Gu Jiao's elder brother. Gu Chongqing's expression did not change in the slightest. "They don't need to know. Choose, your daughter or your brother?" Yan Shanjun gritted his teeth. You, Gu Chongqing coldly said, don't think that I will be soft-hearted. You and I are the same. In this world, we all have people we want to protect, and we will do anything for them. Even if we go to hell after death, we will not hesitate. Yan Shanjun painfully closed his eyes. Gu Chongqing was right. In this world, there was someone he wanted to protect. For her, he could do anything, even if it meant betraying his most trusted brother. Yan Shanjun handed over the commander's seal. After leaving Yan Shanjuan's residence, the secret guard of the Gu family tore off the human skin mask on his face and said with a smile, Big brother, you acted too well just now. Even I almost believed you. I was afraid that if Yan Shanjun didn't agree, you would really kill the young princess. Gu Chongqing sternly said, I wasn't acting. Gu Qingfeng was stunned. Gu Chongqing glanced at him and laughed, idiot. The latest chapter of this book is not finished. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964286/1050750555. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all available here. Gu Chongqing won't kill the little princess, because Yan Shanjun won't refuse. Yan Shanjun didn't want to send troops, but he couldn't get over the psychological hurdle. He used the little princess to threaten him, giving him a way to deceive himself and others. 16 years ago, the palace coup started by the Xianxia army was repeated this time. The difference was, this time, the Xianxia army won. Under the service of the eunuch and the eunuch, the monarch drafted an imperial edict to abdicate and confer a new monarch with a dark face. Great Yan's first empress was born, and her reign was named Yong'an. After Yong'an emperor succeeded the throne, the first thing he did was to rehabilitate the Xianxia family. Xianxia family was framed for more than 30 crimes, and the evidence had already been gathered. However, Xianxia family's rebellion was true. As a subject, this was absolutely wrong. But the people's hearts were not always rational. When Shang Guanyan announced the prophecy of the state preceptor hall, the secret collusion between Jin and Liang, and the persecution of the retired emperor, the common people cursed the retired emperor for getting rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. On one hand, he relied on the Xianxia family to stabilize the country, and on the other hand, he colluded with Jin and Liang to harm the loyal people. Who could bear this? In the skill of tearing off the royal family's fig leaf, Shang Guanyan could be said to have perfectly inherited the retired emperor, and even surpassed him. There was nothing she didn't dare to announce, only things people didn't dare to do. Everyone also really saw the means and courage of this empress. The second thing she did after succeeding the throne was to let the retired emperor write an imperial edict to count his own mistakes and reflect on it with deep regret. Of course, the retired emperor refused to write it, but was it important whether he was willing or not? Shang Guanyan had 100 ways to get this edict. The third thing she did was to execute the dethroned crown prince for the crime of harming the former crown princess and the emperor's grandson. When the dethroned crown prince was issued the edict, he shouted that the emperor's grandson was fake and that people shouldn't believe her. She mixed up the royal family's bloodline, she was a sinner of the royal family. Unfortunately, his words could never be passed out of the mansion. Shang Guanyan restored Shan Yuanli's status as the Grand Marshal and conferred him the title of Zhenwang. She originally wanted to confer Shan Yuanqi the title of king as well, but Shan Yuanqi refused. 2 kings in one family. It's not good for the reputation of the crown princess to have too many sacred favorites. The Xianxia family has conquered half of the Yan kingdom. What's wrong with one family having 2 kings? I still want to make Xing a marquis. Absolutely not. Shan Yuanqi sternly refused. But, listen to uncle. Xianxia said sternly. Shang Guanyan felt wronged. Oh. But Shang Guanyan still wants to compensate her second uncle and Jing'er. They have been shadows for many years. The hardships they have put in are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Especially those years when her uncle was in Ghost Mountain. Every time she thinks about it, her heart will ache. She conferred Xianxia the title of Marquis of Ding and Xianxia the title of Marquis of Ding. Xianxia inherited Xianyuan Li's position as Grand Marshal, while Xianyuan became the new Grand General of the Xianyuan family. At the same time, he was also the third Lord of Shadows. Xianyuan, who had passed away, was also restored to the position of Huwei General. While staying in Chengdu for a few months, and Guogong was not idle. He asked the state preceptor to find a place with good feng shui and moved the bodies of the Xianyuan family's men and women to the new cemetery. He took Gu Jiao there. Gu Jiao personally engraved everyone's name on the stone tablet. The moon was bright and the stars were few. The quiet street was deserted. 2 carriages drove into the deserted long street. Gu Jiao rode the Black Wind King, and Xianyuan and Liao Chen, who were also riding horses, followed on both sides. The group came to the mansion that had long been decayed. Shang Guanyan and Guogong got off the carriage one by one. Gu Jiao and Xianyuan also dismounted. Gu Jiao came behind Guogong and pushed his wheelchair. Shang Guanyan sternly said, "Come, tear off the seal on the door and cut off the chain." "Yes, Your Majesty." The accompanying experts stepped forward and followed the order to remove the seal and iron chain. The door that had been sealed for many years was finally opened. The heavy sound echoed in everyone's heart. It was obviously just a moment, but it felt like a century had passed. The mansion was still the same as before, but the people had changed. No one could see the people who used to live in it. The barren weeds were simply cleaned up by Liao Chen, but it was still difficult to hide the desolation. Xianyuan walked up the steps with heavy steps and looked at the quiet and dilapidated courtyard. His eyes suddenly turned red. "Big brother. I'm back." Liao Chen had already quietly come to the mansion. He had already felt sad. However, at this moment, when he returned with his father, he found that the sadness was nothing at all. At this moment, he truly experienced the sorrow of having his family destroyed. It was the sorrow from his father. Shang Guanyan's eyes flashed with tears. She sniffed and said to Gu Jiao and Guogong, "Let's go in." The servants laid wooden planks on the steps, and Gu Jiao pushed the wheelchair up. The Black Wind King also followed in. The last time he played in this courtyard, he was just a carefree foal. Now, he had grown old. Shang Guanyan introduced to Gu Jiao, "This is the martial arts field. In the past, my 2 uncles often competed here. My cousins also practiced martial arts here. Over there is first uncle's courtyard, and to the east is second uncle's courtyard. Behind the pavilion is first cousin's courtyard, and to the north is second cousin's, third cousin's, fourth cousin's, and fifth cousin's courtyard." She introduced in detail. Gu Jiao listened carefully. She felt familiar with this mansion. She heard from Guogong that when Jing Yining was a child, her grandfather often stole her away. Xianyuan often woke up and found that her daughter was gone. Then she went back to her mother's house with a dark face to ask for her daughter. "Do you want to go to sixth cousin's courtyard?" Shang Guanyan asked. "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded. A group of people went to Xianyuan's son's courtyard together. Looking at the courtyard full of weeds, Shang Guanyan smiled bitterly. Sixth cousin always said that he was the most useless, but he didn't know that he was the only one who escaped from the clutches of so many people. He left the last trace of first uncle's bloodline. He did a great thing. By the way, how did Xianyuan's son escape? Gu Jiao asked Liao Chen. The two didn't talk about Xianyuan's son in detail. Liao Chen said, "It was Han Ci. At that time, all the men of the Xianyuan family went to war. Sixth cousin stayed in Chengdu because of his poor health. The Han family came to kill him. Han Ci pretended to kill him and sent him out of Chengdu without telling the Han family." Gu Jiao suddenly understood. "No wonder you let Han Ci go." Liao Chen said, "Sixth cousin owed him his life, so I returned it to him. I don't want sixth cousin to owe him anything." Then what happened? Gu Jiao asked. Liaochen recalled the past and couldn't help but be a little melancholy. I once secretly returned to the Yin kingdom. First, I wanted to inquire about my father. Second, I also wanted to go back to the Xianyuan family. I also went to the vanguard camp and saw the newborn Ayu. However, no one found me at that time. Except for sixth cousin. I told sixth cousin my identity and gave him a token of the shadow division. After sixth cousin escaped from the Han family, he contacted the masters of the shadow division near Xingdu. They escorted him all the way to the Zhao country. He lived near my temple. A few years later, he met a woman and married her. Unfortunately, his body was too weak and he carried the blood feud of the Xianyuan family. His condition deteriorated. Not long after Jing Kong was born, he died. Not long after, I found the infant Jing Kong at the gate of the temple. I knew it was sixth cousin's child. I had a bad feeling and hurried to find sixth cousin, but she was gone. I looked for her for a long time but couldn't find her. Later, I found her shoes by the riverbank. I think she must have jumped into the lake to commit suicide. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. They felt sad for Xianyuan's son and his wife. And the poor child. Xianyuanqi said, I want to go to the Zhao country and see sixth cousin's child. Gu Jiao looked at Liaochen and said, when I guessed that you and Jing Kong were related to the Xianyuan family, I suspected that he was your son. Later, I went back to the master's hall and looked at the portrait of Xianyuan Sunday. I found that the two of them were more alike. Liaochen said mockingly, I'm a monk. How could he have broken his sexual abstinence? Gu Jiao nodded and said, yes, a monk who has broken his abstinence from killing, drinking, and meat. Was he still far from breaking his sexual abstinence? Liaochen, Xianyuanqi looked at his son. After a few months of training at the border, he was already able to communicate well with others. He said earnestly, Zheng'er, you're not young anymore. In the past, you carried the blood feud of the Xianyuan family, and your life and death were unknown, so you couldn't start a family. Now that everything has been settled, you should consider your marriage. Do you have a girl in mind? If you do, I'll propose marriage for you. Father doesn't care about her family background. As long as she's from a decent family, pure, kind-hearted, and good-looking, it's fine. Liaochen put his hand to his forehead. How did this topic get sidetracked? Weren't they talking about sixth cousin and Jing Kong's background? Why are they urging me to get married? Isn't it better to be a monk? Liaochen sighed and said, Father, I don't have a girl in mind, and I don't plan to get married. Jing Kong is enough for the Xianyuan family. I'll leave the inheritance to that boy. I just want to be free and unfettered. Besides, I'm already so old. People around my age already have children. If I marry an unmarried girl, it'll be like raising a daughter. You still have such high expectations. Xianyuanqi had been away from the world for too long. He didn't know the average standard of men in Xing City. He thought about his son's situation and felt that what his son said made sense. He gritted his teeth and lowered his standards. Then, as long as it's a person. Liaochen? Digression, I didn't make it back today because of a mistake, but I'm still very happy that Liaochen is being urged to get married. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more complete. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. https://www.zhhbqg com/89642896428226/1050744705. HTML Genius memorized this site's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Biku Pavilion mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Liaochen felt a headache coming. He thought that if he became a monk, he wouldn't be urged to get married. He was too naive. Gu Jiao stood on the side, gloating. Liaochen chuckled, why didn't they urge you? Don't think that he didn't know that she and Xiaoheng were just pretending to get married. Gu Jiao shook her little head, I'm engaged. This time it's real. Liao Chen's knee was hit by an arrow. He secretly clenched his fists. When he returned to Zhao country, he will urge Shang Wanqing to marry, and little Jing Kong, what's wrong with being 6 years old, urge marriage, start from a child. After coming out of the mansion, Shang Guanyan asked the eunuch to pass her order to call the Ministry of Works to repair the Xianyuan family's mansion, so that when Xianyuan Qi and Liao Chen return from their visit to Jing Kong, they can live in the renovated mansion. When getting on the carriage, Shang Guanyan looked at Gu Jiao, Jiao, do you want to go to the palace with me? Dukan, Jiao wants to go back to the mansion with me. Shang Guanyan, she is my daughter-in-law. Dukan, she is my daughter. In addition, she's not married, so she's not my daughter-in-law. Liao Chen led the horse, looked at Dukan, and then looked at Shang Guanyan. Are you robbing people on the street? The two looked at Gu Jiao, waiting for Gu Jiao to make a choice. Gu Jiao blinked, well, I have to go to the state preceptor hall later. I have something to do. The two who were treated fairly had no objection. Shang Guanyan sat in the carriage back to the palace, and Dukan also sat in the carriage back to the mansion. Gu Jiao turned over and mounted the horse, said goodbye to Xianyuan Qi and Liao Chen, and then disappeared into the boundless night. Liao Chen looked at her back and said strangely, this girl's fate with the Xianyuan family is really strange. As for how bizarre it was, he couldn't believe it even when he thought about it. The husband she casually picked up was the grandson of the Xianyuan empress. The little monk she adopted was the last bloodline of the Xianyuan war god. Even the red tasseled spear she accidentally obtained was the divine weapon of the Xianyuan family. She was even adopted by Dukan as his adopted son. She was a woman dressed as a man, so she should be his adopted daughter. Her fate with the Xianyuan family seemed to have been decided a long time ago. There was a deep bond between them. He even had the misconception that no matter how the wheel of fate spun, she would definitely come to the Xianyuan family. Yes, back to the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Qi corrected him. What? Liao Chen was stunned. He didn't understand what his father meant. Xianyuan Qi stared fixedly at the small figure galloping into the night, but did not answer. Gu Jiao went to the Imperial Advisor Hall. She was the favored one of the Imperial Advisor Hall, and everyone in the hall had heard of her. They all knew that this new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry had won the Imperial Advisor Hall's favor. She could come and go freely in the purple bamboo forest, and her status was comparable to their big brother. Tonight, Yuhi was on duty in the purple bamboo forest. When he saw Gu Jiao coming, he was very surprised. Lu Lang, why are you here at this time? Is your master asleep? Gu Jiao asked. It was a bit late, and she came to try her luck. If the Imperial Advisor Hall was asleep, she would come again tomorrow. Yuhi shook his head. No, master has been sleeping very late recently. He paused and said in a low voice, I feel that master's condition is not very good recently. His body is deteriorating a bit too quickly. I suspect that he forced himself to do a divination again. There was a price to pay for divination and divulging the secrets of heaven. The divination he did for the Yen kingdom had made his master 10 years older. Now, he didn't know who he was doing the divination for, but it felt more powerful than the last time. Gu Jiao thought for a moment. I know. She threw the reins to Yuhi. Boss hasn't eaten yet. Sorry to trouble you. Okay. Yuhi took the reins and went to feed the horse. Gu Jiao came with a small basket on her back. She brought something to show the Imperial Advisor Hall. The Imperial Advisor Hall was sitting on a cushion in the central room with an unfinished chessboard in front of him. Imperial Advisor Hall. Gu Jiao greeted him and sat down opposite him. The curtain at the door was rolled up, and the back door was wide open. The wind blowing through the hall was slightly cold. You're here. The Imperial Advisor Hall said. I want to show you something. Gu Jiao put down the small basket and took out a brocade box from it. After opening it, there were a few dried purple grass flowers and 2 dried purple herbs. The fruit is gone. I sent it all to Shang Wanqing. Originally, she kept some for research. Later, the Zhao kingdom sent a letter saying that the purple grass fruit was useful, but it needed to be taken for a long time. She sent the remaining half of the fruit back to the Zhao kingdom. The imperial advisor Hall's eyes fell on the dried plants. He was puzzled. These flowers are, Gu Jiao said, purple grass flowers. You didn't expect that the purple grass could bloom, right? I didn't know at first. It was Shang Wanqing's father who went to the Dark Night Island and found that the purple grass could not only bloom, but also bear fruit. Its fruit can detoxify the poison of the purple grass and the strange poison in Shang Wanqing's body. As for how many other poisons it can detoxify, I don't know. I haven't tested it. The imperial advisor Hall was enlightened. So that's how it is. Gu Jiao's understanding of the purple grass came from Marquis Xianping's handwritten letter. It was really hard for him. He couldn't read a word before, but now he could write a lot. She continued, the poison of the purple grass is the strongest, and the poison of the flower is second. The purple grass is a plant with strong vitality. It can grow anywhere, but it can only bloom and bear fruit in extremely cold places. The imperial advisor Hall asked, is it the purple grass found in the Dark Night Island? Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, it's the island where the Dark Night Gang is. There are many of them in the Dark Night Gang, all over the hills. According to the young lord of the Dark Night Gang, the purple grass originally came from the Dark Night Island. The purple grass in the Six Nations was stolen from the island. It's a pity that the purple grass they stole could not bear fruit. They all turned into poison. This is a major discovery. The imperial advisor Hall picked up a dried purple grass flower and observed it carefully. Did you do a divination again? Gu Jiao looked at his face, which had aged more than 10 years, and asked the question in her heart. Just a little. It's nothing. He didn't want to talk about it and returned to the topic of the purple grass. I also have a discovery here. Oh? Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. The imperial advisor Hall put the dried purple grass flower back into the box and said seriously, Yining's mother was poisoned when she was pregnant. I suspect that she was poisoned by the purple grass poison. However, the poison was absorbed by the fetus in her womb, so it looked like her poison was cured. Why do you say it's a suspicion? Gu Jiao asked. The imperial advisor Hall sighed. I didn't think about it at that time. The purple grass poison is different from other poisons. The symptoms of poisoning are very complicated and full of changes. It's also difficult to diagnose from the pulse. Gu Jiao asked, why do you think it's the purple grass poison now? The imperial advisor Hall said, I heard from Dukan about Yining's childhood. Combined with my research on the purple grass poison, I came up with this guess. Yining absorbed the purple grass poison in Xianxua's body. After she was born, she had been fighting against the poison, so her body was very weak for the first 2 years. After the purple grass poison merged with her body, she had a talent for martial arts. Even Mu Qingchen, who was 3 years older than her and had been practicing martial arts since childhood, couldn't beat her. In addition, I have another suspicion. Your body was once poisoned by the purple grass poison. Me? Gu Jiao lowered her head to look at herself. The imperial advisor Hall said, the second lord of shadows heard about the purple grass in the state of Zhao and set off there. I don't know why they wanted the purple grass. I only know that the purple grass appeared in the vicinity of Qingchuan village, where you were born. Xian Yuanjing concealed his identity there for many years, but he couldn't find the purple grass whereabouts. Was the information wrong, or was the purple grass eaten by someone? Although he was asking questions, his tone was clearly leaning towards the latter guess. Gu Jiao also felt that the latter was more likely. She didn't have any evidence, so it was just her intuition. Then, did the Marchioness eat it, or did the original owner eat it? The imperial advisor Hall shook his head. There's no way to know. But no matter who ate it, I think it was a mistake. Gu Jiao asked, what about Xianxia? How did she get poisoned by the purple grass poison? Was it also a mistake? The imperial advisor Hall shook his head again. It was the Han family who poisoned her. The purple grass poison isn't a medicine. On the contrary, it's a poison without an antidote. Very few people can survive it, let alone Xianxia, who is just a pregnant woman. The Han family's original intention was to kill both her and her child to attack Xianyuanli, Gu Jiao continued. But they didn't expect to go for wool and come home shorn. Instead, I used Jing Yinin's body to transmigrate. It's so strange. Why did both Gu Jiao's mother and Jing Yinin get poisoned by the purple grass poison? Could it be that my transmigration has something to do with the purple grass poison? The state preceptor looked at the purple grass flower in the box and said, what we saw was the shape of the purple grass flower, but maybe the purple grass flower contains dark matter that we can't see. Maybe it was this dark matter that brought you here from another time and space. Gu Jiao frowned. Does this happen to other people? The Imperial Advisor Hall said, as far as I know, no. Gu Jiao fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she thought of something and hurriedly took out the medicine box from the basket on her back. What are you doing? The Imperial Advisor Hall looked at her and asked. Gu Jiao opened the medicine box. You can't put anything in this box. If you do, it will disappear into another dimension. The Imperial Advisor Hall understood what she was going to do. He didn't stop her because he also wanted to know the result. Gu Jiao picked up a dried purple grass flower and gently put it in. Then, she closed the lid with a click. She waited quietly for a while and then opened the lid. The two people's eyes fell on the medicine box and their expressions changed. Digression, some readers are doubting Daoist Qing Feng's gender. Yes, Daoist Qing Feng is a real man. The latest chapter of this book isn't finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are all available here. https://www. zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1050555560. HTML Genius memorized this site's address, www.zhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is more complete and updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. The purple grass is still there. What does this mean? It means that the purple grass came from the small medicine box. Or to be exact, the unknown dark matter attached to the purple grass came from the small medicine box. Gu Jiao blinked in confusion. But, didn't Chongjing say that the purple grass on the island was planted by the first island owner? What the hell is going on? State Preceptor thought for a moment and said, if you want to know the answer, I'm afraid you can only go to the Dark Night Island. This is not urgent. Didn't Yi Qing stay on the island? Maybe when he comes back, he can bring back some useful information. Gu Jiao nodded. That's the only way. Her wedding was imminent. She couldn't leave the groom at this time and go to the Dark Night Island alone. Gu Jiao suddenly said, speaking of this, I forgot to ask adoptive father, has the wedding date been set? It's set. State Preceptor said, October 18th, an auspicious day. Isn't that my 18th birthday? Gu Jiao tilted her head and squinted at him. You calculated an auspicious day? The State Preceptor nonchalantly placed another chess piece on the board. The Imperial Astronomer calculated it. Gu Jiao, there is no Imperial Astronomer in the Yan Kingdom. State Preceptor, now there is. Gu Jiao, State Preceptor said, there are only a few months left. Besides, you are not waiting in the Yan Kingdom. The people of Duke Anhua's mansion have already gone to the Zhao Kingdom. The houses should be ready. A few days ago, Duke Anhua played chess with me. He said that the wedding team is ready and can leave at any time. Adoptive father is so considerate. Gu Jiao was very happy. She held her chin with one hand and leaned her elbow on the small table. She looked at him calmly. Is your transmigration also related to the purple grass poison? State Preceptor said without hesitation, no, my situation is different from yours. Gu Jiao was disappointed. Oh. The State Preceptor looked at the night scene in the forest and said to Gu Jiao, it's getting late. You should go back. Oh. Gu Jiao stood up. It's indeed quite late. I'll go back first. Yes. The state preceptor replied. Under the moonlight, Gu Jiao took out a mask and led Black Wind King out of the purple bamboo forest. When you see your big brother, you have to cover your face. This time, the Gu army also withdrew from the border. However, their route back to the Zhao kingdom did not pass through Xingdu of the Yan kingdom. They went through Cangzhou. Only the old duke, Gu Chongqing, and Tang Yuashan secretly came to Xingdu. The three of them stayed in the public house. Gu Qingfeng had an ulterior motive in showing off his exclusive room to them, indicating that he was among the first batch to stay there. The three of them looked down on him. Gu Chongqing took a hot bath in the public house. After changing into dry clothes, he went to the state preceptor's hall. Gu Chongqing could not let the world know what he was going to do. He waited for his sister to come out before going to the state preceptor. State preceptor. He greeted politely. I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you? You don't look well. Are you too tired these days? He knew more or less about what happened in Xingdu. His brother Gu Qingfeng was only responsible for playing the role of a healthy monarch. The state preceptor was in charge of all the affairs in the imperial court. His Majesty has ascended the throne. I'll be relaxed in the future. His words were tantamount to admitting that his weakness was caused by excessive fatigue. He looked at Gu Chongqing. How are you? Are you recovering well? Gu Chongqing said seriously, I'm recovering well. After becoming a death warrior, I feel that my skills are better than before. A death warrior's life is shorter than ordinary people, but I don't regret it. The state preceptor laughed dryly. As long as you're happy. Gu Chongqing looked at the state preceptor solemnly. There are actually two reasons for my late-night visit. First, to thank you. Second, I finished the medicine you gave me to hide my aura. The state preceptor smiled slightly. I'll get it for you. After saying that, he got up and went to the study to get a bottle of pills and handed it to Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing took it in his hand and thought of something. He asked strangely, I have a question that I've always wanted to ask you. Go ahead. Why does the medicine I took in the state preceptor's palace smell different from the medicine you asked me to take to the border? The color is also different. The state preceptor put on a fake smile and thought, because the first time I gave you the ebony pill, and the second time I gave you the all-nourishment pill. The state preceptor asked, have you had a nosebleed recently? Gu Chongqing said, yes. I'll give you another bottle of medicine. Don't worry, the effect is the same. The state preceptor went to the study without changing his expression and decisively changed a bottle of lotus fire pill. Gu Chongqing left the consultation fee and took the pills back to the public house. Dukan ordered that the wedding procession would set off in 3 days. The public house was busy counting the young master's dowry overnight. As for why the young master wants to marry a man, we don't know, and we don't dare to ask. Marquis Xianping probably didn't expect that Dukan would dare to marry Gu Jiao as the young master, so he was a little naughty. In the public house's phone courtyard, it was a different scene. The old duke, Gu Qingfeng, and Tang Yuashan all lived in the public house. Naturally, they would have heard about the marriage between Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao. Gu Qingfeng had known about Xiaoheng's true identity long ago. The old duke and Tang Yuashan knew about it later, before they entered the Yan kingdom. The old duke was very angry. What are you angry about? Tang Yuashan didn't mind the drama. Are you angry that she didn't want to go back to the marquis's mansion and came to the public house to be a young master? Or are you angry that old Xiao didn't go to the marquis's mansion to send the engagement letter and betrothal gifts here? Since he followed Marquis Xianping, Tang Yuashan had not only learned to be indecent, but also learned to poke the heart. His poke was accurate, and the old duke was very angry. Tang Yuashan gloated. You can't blame her and old Xiao. You didn't recognize her in the first place. Now she doesn't recognize you. Isn't it human nature? Gu Qingfeng pursed his lips. Recognize what? That girl wasn't Gu Jiao's mother at all. The old duke didn't think about not recognizing Gu Jiao, but he didn't value a granddaughter that much. He valued his little brother, but who would have thought that little brother was Gu Jiao? That girl still didn't know that he already knew that she was Gu Jiao. She always wore a mask in front of him. And called him little brother. He was really angry. But he couldn't say anything. Otherwise, it would be awkward. What's wrong with you? Gu Chongqing stepped into the room. The atmosphere in the room was too strange. His brother was dejected, his grandfather looked very cold, and only Tang Yueshan looked gloating. The old duke and Gu Chengfeng didn't want to talk. Tang Yueshan said with a smile, "What else can it be? You're angry about that girl's marriage. You say, she has 3 brothers, but she didn't marry from the marquis's mansion. Who carried her on the sedan chair?" Gu Chengfeng said without thinking, "Of course it's me." Gu Chongqing quickly changed the topic. He frowned. "I'm the eldest brother. I should carry her on the sedan chair." Gu Chengfeng chuckled, "Big brother, are you already engaged? According to the customs of the Zhao kingdom, you can't carry your sister on the sedan chair." "I almost forgot about this." Gu Chongqing clenched his fist. "You can't either. You broke the family rules. You have to reflect on your mistakes behind closed doors." Gu Chengfeng raised his eyebrows. "What family rules did I break?" Gu Chongqing turned to the old duke. "Grandfather, he is the #1 thief in the capital, Fei Shuang." Gu Chengfeng's body trembled. "Damn, my brother sold me out just like that, he just carried that girl on the sedan chair." "Did he have to do that? Don't blame me for what you did." Gu Chengfeng glared. He stood on tiptoe and looked Gu Chongqing in the eyes. He pointed at his nose and said fiercely, "Your Zikao poison has expired. You didn't become a man of sacrifice at all." Gu Chongqing sucked in a cold breath, his eyes widened in disbelief, and something in his mind collapsed with a bang. Tang Yueshan couldn't help laughing. Gu Chongqing had become so powerful because he thought he had become a man of sacrifice. No wonder he had been secretly taking medicine recently. The 3 brothers of the Gu family were famous for their harmony. It was rare to see them fall out with each other. Okay, you guys continue. I'm happy to watch the show." The brothers then remembered that Tang Yueshan was still in the room. How they fought was their own business. They would not allow an outsider to laugh at them. Gu Chengfeng immediately turned his gun to Tang Yueshan. He looked at the precious Tang Bao in his hand and said coldly, "Fatty Tang. What are you so proud of? Your precious Tang family Bao has already been touched by that girl countless times." Gu Chongqing said sarcastically, "She put it back after she touched it. I was the sentry." "You didn't expect that, did you?" Tang Yueshan felt like he was struck by lightning. His Bao, he would never allow anyone to touch his Bao. At that moment, Gu Jiao came back from the purple bamboo forest. Although she left earlier than Gu Chongqing, she went to buy something on the way and came back a little late. She came because she heard the noise in the room. She adjusted the mask on her face and was about to ask what had happened when Tang Yueshan, who was holding his precious Tang Bao, glared at her with a hurt expression. "Old Gu already knew that you were his granddaughter," Tang Yueshan said through gritted teeth. "Gu Jiao. Old Duke." That night, Tang Yueshan was beaten up badly. 3 days later, on a sunny morning, the wedding procession, escorted by the Black Wind Cavalry and the Shadow Troop, left the Duke Angua's mansion and went to the kingdom of Zhao. Digression, there were people in the Himalayas who listened. Little Jingkong's voice was so cute. Search for Chief Concubine's Concubine. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find on the internet. https://www.zhbqg.com/89642896428226/1050544451. HTML Genius memorized this site's address, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more wonderful content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found on the internet are available here. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. The newly ascended empress was busy with state affairs. Shang Guanyan sat in a chair and looked at the mountain of memorials in front of her. She felt a headache coming on. Being a monarch is so tiring. I suddenly regret it. Shang Guanyan gritted her teeth and picked up a memorial. The emperor of a generation had a court of ministers. The original favorite of the imperial study was Zhang Dequan, but now Zhang Dequan followed the retired emperor to Tai Palace. Shang Guanyan promoted a chamberlain named Wu Cixi. Wu Cixi came in with a bowl of boiled lotus seed soup and came to Shang Guanyan's side with a smile. Your Majesty, you have been approving memorials for an hour, take a rest. Shang Guanyan put the writing brush on the holder and tiredly leaned on the back of the chair. I've been approving memorials for an hour, but I haven't approved many memorials. Wu Cixi smiled, Your Majesty has approved a lot of memorials. Moreover, you have just ascended the throne, and all the civil and military officials are counting on you. You must take care of your dragon body. Shang Guanyan looked at the lotus seed soup he handed over. Wu Cixi understood and moved the memorials in front of her away, and carefully put the lotus seed soup in her hand. Shang Guanyan scooped a spoonful and was about to drink when she thought of something and asked, Has the wedding procession set off? They set off. Wu Cixi said, They should have left Chengdu by now. Shang Guanyan sighed. Wu Cixi smiled and wanted to say something but stopped. Shang Guanyan noticed his strangeness and asked, Is there anything else? Wu Cixi smiled embarrassedly. The 20 young masters from Jin country are still arranged in Chuxiu Palace. I don't know how your Majesty plans to settle them. I haven't settled them yet. Shang Guanyan whispered. Jin country could send anything, but they sent 20 handsome men. Why does she want to fill the harem? Her son is already so big, she sternly said. Among these people, maybe they are all spies from Jin country. You arrange it yourself, just don't let them starve to death. Yes. Wu Cixi smiled. He felt sorry for them. Those men were really very handsome. Since the crown princess had become the empress, it was reasonable for her to expand her harem. Your Majesty, Yan Shanjun requests an audience. A young eunuch's report came from outside the door. Shang Guanyan put down the spoon. Serve. Wu Cixi looked at the door and cleared his throat, raising his voice, Summon the Yan Mountain monarch for an audience. Shang Guanyan silently glanced at him. Wu Cixi turned around and smiled embarrassedly. This is the first time for this servant as well. Now that he could announce his arrival, he could have some fun. Yan Shanjun entered the imperial study and cupped his hands in greeting. Your Majesty. Shang Guanyan asked, Why did Imperial Uncle come here today? Yan Shanjun looked around. All of you, withdraw. Shang Guanyan said. Yes. Wu Cixi and the eunuchs and palace maids in the imperial study respectfully retreated. Shang Guanyan saw Yan Shanjun staring at her bowl, so she pushed the bowl to him. Do you want to eat lotus seed soup? I didn't move. Yan Shanjun came to the desk and sat down. He took the lotus seed soup and an empty teacup from the side. He smiled faintly and said, To tell you the truth, I came here today to bid farewell to your Majesty. Shang Guanyan asked, You're leaving again? Yan Shanjun slightly smiled and said, There's nothing for me to do in Chengdu. I want to take Light Shui out for a walk. Shang Guanyan secretly muttered, One after another, they all left. Yan Shanjun paused and said with a pleasant expression, In addition, I came to ask your Majesty to take back my royal status. Shang Guanyan looked at him strangely. Why do you want to take it back? I already said that I won't pursue the matter of you hiding troops. That's not the reason. He bowed his head and smiled bitterly. I'm not a member of the great Yan royal family. I'm the child of imperial mother and the Tujue. I know. Shang Guanyan said. She looked at him without blinking. After experiencing so many life and death situations, her eyes no longer had the naivety of her youth. Instead, they had the perseverance of a superior. The only thing that remained unchanged was that in the face of people she trusted enough, she didn't have any thoughts of beating around the bush. Yan Shanjun averted his gaze and looked at the scenery outside the window. He sighed helplessly. In addition, Imperial Brother and I are not blood brothers of the same mother but different fathers. Imperial Brother is a child that Imperial Mother adopted from Beauty Lu. Back then, Imperial Mother gave birth to a baby girl while Beauty Lu gave birth to a prince. In order to consolidate her position as Empress, Imperial Mother and Beauty Lu exchanged their children. Beauty Lu was unlucky and died a few years later. You can rest assured that it wasn't Imperial Mother who did it. Otherwise, Imperial Brother wouldn't be so filial to Imperial Mother. Shang Wanyan was surprised. There is such a thing. Does he know? Yan Shanjun looked at her again. You mean Imperial Brother? He should know that Princess Annal is Imperial Mother's flesh and blood. Shang Wanyan recalled, no wonder he is so close to Aunt Annal and asked me to be filial to her when I grow up. Yan Shanjun said, Princess Annal's fiefdom is in the South County. It is the richest fiefdom except for your fiefdom. Shang Wanyan looked at him suspiciously. Why did you suddenly tell me this? Yan Shanjun smiled and said, if I don't tell you, how can you agree to take back my royal status? Shang Wanyan said bitterly, you don't want to be my imperial uncle? Yan Shanjun sighed, I was bullied by you since I was a child. It's meaningless to be your imperial uncle. Shang Wanyan whispered, I didn't mean it. Who told you to be so weak? Okay. Yan Shanjun said. What's okay? Shang Wanyan was surprised. Yan Shanjun put the lotus seed soup back in front of her. You like to eat lotus seed soup, but you never eat lotus seeds. Shang Wanyan stared blankly at the lotus seed in the empty cup. I have this problem. She was careless about clothing, food, housing, and transportation. She never cared about such details. When Wu Cixi asked her what she wanted to eat, she casually said lotus seed soup. But when the lotus seed soup was served, she didn't eat it. Is it because she doesn't like the lotus seeds inside? Yan Shanjun smiled and stood up. Your Majesty is busy with state affairs, I'll go first. Shang Wanyan nodded. Yan Shanjun turned and walked out of the imperial study room. When he went out, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Shang Wanyan, the next time we meet, I will not be your imperial uncle. The wedding procession left Chengdu in a grandiose manner. Xianxia doesn't like to sit in a carriage, he rides a horse. Liaochen also rides a horse to accompany him. The father and son enjoyed a rare leisurely time after their reunion. The grandfather and grandson of Gu family and Tang Yueshan, who originally wanted to ride a horse, had to sit in a carriage at this time. Tang Yueshan's face was bruised and swollen. There was a big bump on his head. His left arm was wrapped in a bandage and hung around his neck. His face was covered with a pink page band-aid, and his left nostril was stuffed with cotton. It can be said that he was very miserable. He said with grievance, I just told the truth. Look at how you beat me up. So many people ganged up to bully me. You don't have any morals, Gu Chengfeng coldly snorted, you deserve it. Hiss, as soon as his voice fell, he gasped in pain. His situation was not much better than Tang Yueshan's. After his grandfather learned that he was the great thief Fei Shuang, he severely beat him up. He was also covered with bruises and bandages. Gu Chongqing was different. He hadn't been beaten or punished, but his faith had collapsed. He sat on the horse carriage in a daze, like a puppet that had lost its soul. The old marquis glared at the three of them in exasperation and silently covered the gauze on his head. He was also injured. It was so embarrassing that he slipped and fell in a hurry to leave the scene. His forehead hit the doorsill and his head almost split open. In the whole thing, the only one who was not embarrassed was probably Gu Jiao. She was not affected by the horse at all. She sat in the carriage leisurely and counted the gold that Dukan gave her. Are these all mine? She held a small box and looked at the 9 small boxes on the floor. Dukan smiled dotingly, yes, they are all yours. Gu Jiao was very happy, she concentrated on counting the gold. Dukan looked at her gently. The afternoon sun shone in through the open window. It was quiet and beautiful in the carriage. The road after spring was easier to travel than in winter. After a long journey of a month, the group finally arrived at the capital of the Zhao Kingdom. This was not just an ordinary marriage. It was also the first marriage between the two kingdoms. Xianxia, Dukan, and Liaochen went to the Zhao Kingdom as envoys of the Yan Kingdom. Their whereabouts along the way were sent to the palace by the courier stations. The emperor of the Zhao kingdom was very excited. This was the first visit from the Yan kingdom. He attached great importance to it. He ordered people to go out of the city early to welcome them and set up a welcome banquet in the palace. When the news spread to the Vermilion Bird Avenue, Princess Xianxia was practicing calligraphy with Shang Guanqing in the courtyard. Shang Guanqing finally experienced his mother's strictness. 10 copybooks a day. He was not allowed to eat until he finished practicing. Marquis Xianping was playing with his daughter in the courtyard. Xiaoyi was 5 months old. She had just learned to turn over a few days ago. She was lying on the big bamboo bed, giggling because of her father. What did you say? The envoys of the Yan kingdom are here? Then, the people from the duke's mansion are here too? Princess Xianxia looked at the guard who reported to her at the door. She knew that Gu Jiao lived in the duke's mansion. The guard cupped his hands. Princess, Dukin and the young master of the duke's mansion are here. Tanli Hongshuang is also here. Princess Xianxia was stunned. What young master? Tanli Hongshuang? The guard had just heard the news from the courier station. He glanced at the nonchalant Marquis Xianping and braced himself to say, "It's said that the Marquis sent people to propose marriage to the young master of the duke's mansion. The duke agreed to the marriage and brought his son to marry the young master. Now the whole capital is saying that the young master is going to marry a man." Princess Xianxia looked at Marquis Xianping and snapped the brush in her hand. Xiaoji. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with connotations that can't be found online are all here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/10503447. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that cannot be found online are all available here. She was just wondering why he did not make her angry these past few days. He thought that after having a daughter, he would really become a proper and loving father, but look at what he had done. Xiaoji was so quiet. She must be up to something. Shang Guanqing looked at the broken brush and his eyes widened. No way, is the princess's mother so fierce? Marquis Xianping gently coughed and calmly said, "What are you calling this marquis for?" Princess Xianxia's entire body trembled with anger. "Look at what you've done. When did you go behind my back to propose marriage to the Duke's Manor's young master?" "Young master? What do you take Aheng for?" Marquis Xianping's teeth hurt. The Duke's Manor's young master was Gu Jiao. There was nothing wrong with him going to propose marriage to Gu Jiao for his son. He had just been a little mischievous, and the average person would not take advantage of him. They would marry Gu Jiao off as the daughter of a wealthy family. The one surnamed Jing. "Did you play around so much?" Princess Xianxia's anger continued. "This is great. The entire world knows that Aheng is going to marry a man." She glanced at the inkstone on the table. Shang Guanqing's eyelids twitched, and he quickly reached out to press down on the inkstone. Princess Xianxia gritted her teeth and changed to grabbing the stone on the table. Shang Guanqing nimbly pressed down on the stone. Princess Xianxia went to grab the whip on the stone bench. Shang Guanqing rushed over and pressed down on the whip. Princess Xianxia was furious. "Xiaoqing, get out of my way. Do you also want to be beaten?" Shang Guanqing glanced at his father and hesitated for a moment before silently getting out of the way. Marquis Xianping. Princess Xianxia grabbed the whip. "You. Jean, carry Yi back to her room." Eugene secretly shook her head and walked over to the father and daughter pair. Marquis Xianping naturally would not sit and wait for death. Moving his body, he used his qinggong to rush out. Princess Xianxia became even angrier. She clenched her fists. "Wah! Xiaoyi flipped over on the bamboo bed and lay flat, reaching out her fair and tender little arms towards Princess Xinyang. Princess. Eugene turned to look at her. Princess Xinyang sighed helplessly. She handed the whip to Shang Wanqing and walked over to pick up the little fellow on the bamboo bed. Xiaoyi grabbed her collar, buried her head, and started to look for milk. Princess Xinyang looked at the little guy who had made a move herself. She was both angry and amused. Her anger immediately decreased by half. Little clever. The team of envoys from the Yan Kingdom left the courier station and arrived at the West City Gate in the evening. Outside the city gate, the officials of the Zhao Kingdom had been waiting for a long time. The leader was a young man in a red official robe. In the country of Zhao, the robes of 9th rank sesame officials were cyan, 7th rank and above were green, 5th rank and above were red, and only 3rd rank officials were allowed to wear purple official robes. This man was very young. He looked no more than 20 years old, but he was already a 5th grade martial artist. He wore a black gauze hat, his skin was like jade, and his face was exquisite. He had a jade-like noble temperament, and he didn't seem inferior when standing beside a 1st rank official. When the team got closer, Grand Secretary Yuan raised his hand at him, indicating that he should go greet them. He nodded and walked to the front of the team of Yan Kingdom's envoys. He first cupped his hands at Shan Yuanqi, who was at the front. Grand Marshal. Then he cupped his hands at Shan Yuanzheng. Crown Prince Shan Yuan. Liaochen was wearing armor and a helmet, so no one could see his bald head. Otherwise, who knew how many people would be frightened when he called him Crown Prince? The father and son looked at the young man in front of them. A trace of surprise flashed through their eyes. Was it because he was a crown or because he had changed into an official robe? He seemed to be more mature. Who are you? What are you here for? Shan Yuanqi asked in a tone. He looked at the first carriage in front of the team and said with a deep gaze, Xiaoheng of Marquis Schwamping's mansion is here to welcome my fiancé. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere immediately changed. The Black Wind Cavalry didn't know that Gu Jiao was a girl. They all muttered disdainfully, what fiancé? Our young commander is a man. Hey, Wenren Chong, don't you think this Xiaoheng looks a bit familiar? Have you seen him somewhere before? Wenren Chong said, the emperor's grandson, what? Zhao Dangfeng asked. He looks like the emperor's grandson, Wenren Chong said. Except, he doesn't have that mole on his face. Zhao Dingfeng's jaw almost dropped. No way. Our emperor's grandson. No. He's a prince now. He came to Zhao country to be a young marquis? What's going on? Wenren Chong said indifferently, you ask me? Who should I ask? They and Li Shen were the few people who weren't surprised that the young commander was going to marry a man. After all, they had seen the young commander flirting with the emperor's grandson in the army camp. Sigh, what a good young commander. He could get any woman he wanted, but he just had to like men. The carriage's curtains were tightly shut. They could only hear the youth's clear and bright voice from inside the carriage. Who is your fiancé? Xiaoheng stared at the carriage's curtains without blinking, as if he was looking through the curtains at the woman inside the carriage. It's the person sitting inside the carriage. I am the only one in the carriage. I am a man. Have you thought it over clearly? Do you really want to marry me? Xiaoheng said without any hesitation, I'll marry you. I'll marry you even if the mountains collapse and the earth cracks. It doesn't matter if you are a man or a woman, you are still my, Xiaoheng's, wife. Under the carriage's canopy, the hollow wind chimes gently swayed in the breeze, melodious like a young girl's voice. Grand Secretary. Yuan closed his eyes. His hands were tucked into the wide sleeves of his robe. It's over, it's all over now. His newly promoted cabinet pillar had the matter of marrying a man's wife. So many officials and commoners had heard about it. There was no way to clear this matter. Xiaoheng, oh Xiaoheng, for the sake of marrying a wife, you're even going to disregard your own official reputation? Sigh. Grand Secretary Yuan couldn't bear to watch. Hua, the carriage's curtains were moved aside. A slender figure walked out with a bow. She was dressed in a green corded long skirt. Her slender waist could be grasped with one arm, long hair reaching her waist. Her head of supple black hair was like satin. A single finger was tied into a single bun, the green hair band fluttering about in the wind. Her facial features were exquisite and beautiful, the left side of her face having a vermilion birthmark. Everyone was stupefied. Black Wind Cavalry and Dark Shadow Division's eyeballs almost popped out. It can't be, right? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Why did the young lady in front of them have the exact same face as their young commander? This can't be real. Wenren Chong was the calmest, but right now, even he couldn't hold himself back. He got off his horse and arrived in front of the carriage, moving aside the curtains. The inside of the carriage was completely empty, there wasn't a second person. That was why. She was the young commander, she was a woman. The young commander who had fought with them for so long, was actually really a woman. The young commander had suffered so much with them at such a young age. It was already shocking and distressing enough. Who would have thought that she was actually a young lady? When we crossed the ice lake, she was the first to jump into the water. I stepped on her shoulder to cross it. When we attacked Puching, she took a kick for me. That kick landed on her stomach. We ignored her. I scolded her. What about you guys? Everyone clutched their chests. Damn it. So cruel. So painful. I even asked her to go to the forest to pee. A Black Wind Cavalry soldier said weakly. His companions all looked at him. His body trembled. No, I didn't know she was what? I'll beat you up. The poor soldier was beaten up just like that. Sigh, this girl. Liaochen turned his face away. He didn't want to look anymore. Okay, she spoiled her fiancé so much. Wasn't she afraid that she would be disobedient after marrying him? Gu Jiao came in front of Xiaoheng. She raised her eyes slightly and looked at his deep eyes. Long time no see, fiancé. Xiaoheng tucked her hair that was messed up by the wind behind her ears and smiled gently. Long time no see, fiancé. The officials from both sides went through the formal greetings process. The old chancellor said that the emperor of Zhao country had set up a welcome banquet in the palace and invited all the envoys to the palace. Dukan and the old chancellor went first. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng brought Xianyuanqi and Liaochen to Little Jing Kong in Bai Shui Alley. The alley was full of lights. Sixth aunt was sitting on the threshold feeding her little grandson. When she turned her head and saw Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao, her eyes lit up. Lu Lang. Jiao Jiao. Xiaoheng greeted, Aunt Lu. Gu Jiao smiled. Aunt Lu. Aya. Chui'er. Jiao Jiao is back. Aunt Lu shouted into the house and said to Gu Jiao, I heard that you went to visit your relatives. Why did you take so long? Lu Lang and the others are back. You haven't come back yet. Come in and sit for a while. Eh? Who are they? She saw Liao Chen and Xianyuanqi in armor under the twilight. Xianyuanqi said politely, I'm Jiao Jiao's granduncle. He is my son, Xing'er. Ah. Aunt Lu looked at them without blinking. They were good-looking, but one was a little older and the other was a little younger. She stopped looking at them and pulled her little grandson's wrist. Huzi, greet her. It's your sister Jiao Jiao. The 3-year-old Huzi didn't recognize Gu Jiao anymore. He hid behind Auntie Lu. At this moment, Aunt Lu's daughter, Chui'er, came over and invited them into the house. Gu Jiao declined and said that she would come another day. Aunt Lu smiled considerately. That's true. Everyone at home misses you. You should go back quickly. Jiao Jiao is back? Uncle Zhao's house door was pulled open and Aunt Zhao walked out. Gu Jiao greeted her with a smile. And asked her how the salted eggs were and if she finished eating the pickled vegetables. Xianyuanqi looked at Gu Jiao with a hint of surprise in his eyes. She was able to get along with people. She was so lively. Big brother always wanted to see her like this. Finally, they came to the door of their house. The renovated door was ajar. At this time, the men at home should have come back from school. Gu Jiao deliberately didn't say anything and knocked on the door. Very young footsteps came from the yard. Then, Gu Xiaobao, who had just learned how to walk, peeked out from the crack of the door. The latest chapter of the book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www. zhhbqg. com/89642896428226/1050333964. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. He only stuck out his round little head. He was too short and was only a little taller than the door sill. He raised his head with great effort. A child's head was heavy and this action made his already unstable body wobble. Finally, he fell on his butt. However, he did not fall to the ground. Instead, he was caught by a soft hand in time. Gu Jiao bent down and gently carried him up with both hands. Looking at the face that was almost carved from the same mold as Gu Yan's, Gu Jiao gasped in surprise. This small nose, small mouth, small face, it was practically a small version of Gu Yan. This human child was too cute, she wanted to pinch it. Children were very fragile. Gu Jiao resisted the urge to pinch his face and only used her index finger to poke his little face. Both sides touched. It was so soft that her heart melted. "Do you still remember me?" Gu Jiao asked him with a smile. Gu Xiaobao stared blankly at Gu Jiao. He clearly did not remember. Gu Jiao nodded. "That's right. When I left, you were only 5 months old. In the blink of an eye, you're already a year old." Gu Xiaobao couldn't understand what she was saying. His eyes were wide and round as they rolled around. Gu Jiao turned and said to Xianxia and Liaochen, "My younger brother, Gu Xiaobao." At the end of the corridor, Granny Zhou's son was carrying a few bags of rice home. One of the bags fell down. "I'll go take a look," Xiaoheng said to Gu Jiao. "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded. Xiaobao, Xiaobao," Yaoshi's voice came from the corridor. Gu Xiaobao heard his mother's voice and twisted his little body, wanting to get down from Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao was worried that he would fall in a hurry, so she simply carried him and pushed open the door to the courtyard. Yaoshi immediately saw her daughter who had returned home. She was wearing a long green dress, and her figure was elegant. Her skin was a bit darker than before, and her facial features had developed. There was a bit more of a valiant and heroic aura between her brows, making her even more beautiful than before. In Yaoshi's eyes, her daughter would always be the most beautiful. She looked at her daughter whom she had not seen for more than a year and was so excited that the tip of her nose suddenly turned sour. "Mother, mother." Gu Xiaobao reached his hand out to her. She turned around and wiped her reddened eyes. Smiling, she walked towards Gu Jiao and took Gu Xiaobao in her arms. "When did you come back?" She was referring to when they would arrive at Jade Water Alley. She had more or less learned about what had happened to Gu Jiao in the Yan Kingdom from Xiaoheng and Gu Yan. She also knew that she would return to the capital with the Yan Kingdom's envoy today. But she heard that there was a banquet in the palace and thought that Gu Jiao would enter the palace first and return home after the banquet. Gu Jiao said, "We just arrived. I knocked on the door and Xiaobao came out." Yaoshi looked at her son in amusement. "Normally, you would be too lazy to go out. What happened today? Did you know that older sister is back? Did you especially open the door for older sister? Did you call older sister?" Gu Xiaobao dove into Yaoshi's embrace. Yaoshi could not hold back and laughed. She said to Gu Jiao, "He's shy." Gu Jiao poked his little but that was sticking up. Gu Xiaobao's little face was still buried in Yaoshi's embrace. He raised his little hand and reached behind his little butt, clumsily trying to pry away Gu Jiao's fingers. Gu Jiao laughed loudly. "That's right, I brought 2 guests over." After poking enough, Gu Jiao invited Xianxia and Liaochen into the courtyard. She said to Yaoshi, "Yan Kingdom's Grand Marshal Xianyuan, Jing Kong's granduncle. This is his son, Crown Prince Xianyuan, Jing Kong's uncle." After saying that, she introduced Yaoshi to the two. "This is," she paused. Yao Shi glanced at her and her eyelashes trembled slightly. She said to the two in a gentle voice, I am Jiaojiao's mother. Madame Gu. The father and son cupped their hands and greeted her. As they spoke, the Xianyuan family's carriage arrived. The servants carried a few boxes from the carriage. They were the gifts for their visit. We're all family. There's no need to be so formal, Yao Shi said. It's just a small token of appreciation. Please accept it, Liao Chen said. Gu Jiao held Yao Shi's arm and said softly, accept it. Since her daughter had said so, Yao Shi could only accept it. She looked at the father and son with a pleasant expression. You've come to see Jing Kong, right? Jing Kong, Yan and Xiao Shun went to the orchard to pick fruit. They've been gone for a while and should be back soon. Come in and have a cup of tea first. The father and son obeyed and entered the room with Yao Shi. Huh? You came over from the city gate. Did you run into Aheng? Yao Shi asked Gu Jiao. Liao Chen thought to himself, did I just run into her? There was also a basin full of dog food. My stomach is still full. Gu Jiao said, we came back together. He went to Granny Zhou's house to help. Yao Shi was gratified, that's good, that's good. Granny Feng was not present today, and Yu Yi had gone to buy spices. Yao Shi could not take care of the child on her own, so she invited a maidservant and a cook. The cook was currently cooking in the kitchen, and the maidservant was called Yuan Yang. Yuan Yang has been here for a year. She is quite nimble. Yao Shi said to Yuan Yang, pour tea for the eldest young miss and the guest. When Yuan Yang heard this address, she understood Gu Jiao's identity and hurriedly brewed tea. Gu Xiaobao continued to hide in Yao Shi's embrace, but he would occasionally sneak a peek at Gu Jiao. If he found that Gu Jiao was also looking at him, he would quickly turn his head and bury himself in Yao Shi's embrace. The sky outside was dark, and Yao Shi could not clearly see the two's appearances. There was an oil lamp in the room. Yao Shi's gaze fell on Liao Chen's face and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, I've seen you before. Liao Chen looked at her in surprise, oh? Yao Shi had no intention of offending him, but to verify that her eyes were not playing tricks on her, she looked at him a few more times. Then she said with certainty, that's right, I've seen you before. It was at the temple near Qingchuan village. You were a monk in the temple. I remember, the abbot called you junior martial brother. Liao Chen switched to monk mode in a second and performed a Buddhist salute with one hand. He calmly said, Ba, so benefactor Yao has seen this poor monk before. Yao Shi was shocked. She did not understand what was going on. Was he the heir of Yan or a monk in a temple? After Xiao Heng and Gu Yan returned home, they told Yao Shi about their experiences in Yan, but most of it revolved around Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao explained, it's a long story. Heir Xianyuan is the uncle of Jing Kong and also the master of Jing Kong. Back then, they had both become monks in that temple. Yao Shi suddenly understood, so it's like that. The heir of a superior country actually went to a lower country to become a monk. Many things must have happened. Yao Shi understood, but she did not want to get to the bottom of it in this kind of situation. The four of them did not sit for long before three young men came back with baskets. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong was the first to cross the threshold. He immediately saw Gu Jiao in the main room. He carried the small basket and ran over. He threw himself into Gu Jiao's arms, Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. You're finally back. I missed you so much. Xianyuanqi sat diagonally across from Gu Jiao. When little Jing Kong shouted Jiao Jiao for the first time, he looked over at him. Was this little sixth child? His voice was crisp and pleasant to the ears. Xianyuanqi was like a withered tree that was suddenly rejuvenated. His eyes were shining as he stared at little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong only had eyes for Gu Jiao. He did not notice him and did not notice Liao Chen who was beside him. Liao Chen's mouth twitched. Little stinky monk, I've been your master for so long. You can't even see me? Jiao Jiao, did you miss me? Little Jing Kong said coquettishly. I missed you, Gu Jiao said. Only then did little Jing Kong raise his head in satisfaction. He greeted Yao Shi and Gu Xiaobao, benefactor Yao, Xiaobao. At this moment, Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yan also entered the room. Older sister. Older sister. The two of them called out at the same time. They did not expect to see Gu Jiao at home. The two of them pinched each other. It was painful. They were not dreaming. Jiao was really back. Unlike the little monk, they noticed the guests in the room. Yaoshi smiled and introduced them. This is Jing Kong's great uncle, Marshal Xianyuan. The other one is the son of the marshal. You can call him Crown Prince Xianyuan. The two of them had never seen Liaochen in the country of Yin, let alone Xianyuan Qi who was at the border. However, they knew the Xianyuan family. Even the marshal of the Xianyuan family was in their house. The two of them looked at Xianyuan Qi who was sitting there like a small mountain. They could feel the invincible aura of an army. Gu Yan, wow. Gu Shaoshan, wow. Gu Xiaobao repeated, wow. Jing Kong, your master is here. Gu Jiao reminded little Jing Kong who was lying in his arms and did not want to get up. My master didn't come. Little Jing Kong pouted and said without turning his head, he's so lazy. How can he come? As soon as he finished speaking, a slender hand reached over and lifted him up. The voice said dangerously, who are you calling lazy? Gu Xiaobao, lazy. Little Jing Kong looked at Liaochen and rolled his eyes. Xiaobao is lazy. Gu Xiaobao is lazy. After repeating, he waved his hand and emphasized seriously, Xiaobao is not lazy. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/10501450. HTML Genius remembered the website address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg. Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more interesting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that cannot be found online are available here. Yaoshi lowered her head to look at her son in her arms and guided him. If Xiaobao is not lazy, then what is Xiaobao? Gu Xiaobao spread his fingers and patted his small chest. Xiaobao is smart. Everyone in the room was amused by him. Gu Jiao looked at Gu Xiaobao curiously, you're already so good at talking. When I left, Xiaobao only knew how to cry. Yaoshi smiled, he's 1 year and 8 months old. He walked late and was only willing to stand up when he was 1 year and 2 months old. It was only last month that he completely let go of himself and walked. But he did speak early. He called his mother for the first time when he was 11 months old. She remembered that Yan and Jinyu only spoke when they were 1 year old. She just did not know Jiao. Thinking about how her daughter grew up in the countryside and how she knew nothing about her, Yaoshi felt guilty and uncomfortable. Little Jing Kong drooped his head in despair. Shifu, put me down. I'm dizzy because of you. When did Shifu shake you? He carried him and did not even move. Okay, little Jing Kong sighed. Shifu, you're too handsome. Of course I'm dizzy because of your beauty. Liaochen, everyone, Yaoshi knew that Xianyuan Qi and his son were going to reunite with Jing Kong. She carried Gu Xiaobao and stood up, saying to the two, I'll go to the kitchen to take a look. Then, she gave Gu Shaoshan and Gu Yan a look. We'll go too. Gu Yan understood and pulled Gu Shaoshan, who was still worshipping the Grand Marshal, to the backyard. Yuan Yang, you come too. Yaoshi called for Yuan Yang. Yes, madam. Yuan Yang put down the cut fruits and followed Yaoshi out of the main room. The noisy room instantly quieted down. Before coming, Xianyuan Qi, Gu Jiao, and Liaochen discussed reuniting with little Jing Kong. Between hiding from him and telling him, the three of them unanimously chose the latter. Jing Kong was not an ordinary child. He was precocious, intelligent. At the same time, he also had a very sensitive heart. From the time he was born to the age of 3, he had been abandoned more than once. Gu Jiao remembered the first time they had met and talked. It was when he had packed his little bundle and was about to go down the mountain to be adopted. However, that family had changed their mind and didn't want him anymore. Gu Jiao could still feel the loneliness of little Jing Kong whenever she recalled the little figure sitting alone on the stone bench. He even thought that his parents didn't want him because they didn't like him. Ever since he was adopted by Gu Jiao, he had inadvertently revealed his cautiousness. He was worried that he would become a burden to Gu Jiao and that he would be sent back. At his age, he had endured things that he shouldn't have. He needed to understand that he had parents who loved him very much. He was a child born under the expectations of his parents. He was not abandoned. Liaochen put his disciple down. Gu Jiao took his hand and made him look at Xianxia. She said softly, Jing Kong. That's your granduncle. Granduncle? Little Jing Kong widened his eyes in surprise. Obviously, he didn't quite understand the meaning of this title. Gu Jiao paused and said, he's your father's uncle. Little Jing Kong's eyes widened. I have a father? Gu Jiao touched his little head. Yes, you have a father and a mother who love you very much. Little Jing Kong looked up into Gu Jiao's eyes. Then why don't they want me? Gu Jiao looked at him sincerely. She took a small petal from his head and said softly, they want you, but they're going to a very, very far place. They can't take you with them. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and thought for a while. Just like how they can't take me with them when they go to war in Jiaojiao, right? Xianxia looked at Gu Jiao nervously. They had planned to make it clear, but now, everyone felt that it was cruel. He was only 6 years old. He shouldn't grow up in the pain of his parents' death. Gu Jiao paused for a moment and nodded slowly. Yes, that's about it. Oh. Little Jing Kong nodded thoughtfully. Xianxia secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Why don't you lie to him? What's the use of lying to him? A failure is a failure. White lies are the most boring thing in the world. She had really changed a lot. With compassion, one would be able to empathize with the emotions of others and change one's own principles. Little Jing Kong was a very smart child. He had an amazing learning talent, but some things were beyond his knowledge. He couldn't question them. Will they still come to see me? He asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said softly, they can't come. They've asked granduncle to come and visit you. Will you be disappointed? A little. Little Jing Kong scratched his head and said honestly, but, since they didn't abandon me, I'll forgive them reluctantly. Gu Jiao curled her lips. Xianxia and Liaochen both relaxed. Let him live on with hope in his heart. Little Jing Kong came to Xianxia and looked at him with his big eyes. He said hopefully, granduncle, when I grow up, can you take me to see my parents? Xianxia raised his calloused hand and carefully placed it on his head. His throat was swollen and painful, and his arm was trembling slightly. He smiled and said, okay. Granduncle, my name is Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong introduced himself seriously. Xianxia looked at him as if he was looking at little Six when he was a child. His eyes reddened unconsciously. How old are you? Little Jing Kong stuck out his chest. I'm 9 years old. Liaochen looked at him speechlessly. Little Jing Kong said, okay, I'm 3 years old. Little Six was weak when he was young, and he always liked to pretend to be older. Xianxia looked at him and endured the pain in his throat. He smiled and said, Jing Kong is your Dharma name. You have a name. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at him. Xianxia finally put down the hand on his head. He stroked the top of his head and hugged him in his wide arms. Your name is Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia didn't know that this quiet and sensible name would make the 7 kingdoms tremble many years later. On the other side, Yaoshi went to the kitchen and ordered the kitchen to make more dishes to entertain the guests. Gu Xiaobao was carried away by Gu Yan. She went back to her room. As she was packing up, there was a knock on the door. The door is open. Come in, she said. It was Gu Jiao who came in. Yaoshi looked at her and was slightly stunned. Jiao Jiao? Gu Jiao put her hands behind her back. She hesitated for a moment and walked to her side. She wanted to say something but stopped. Yaoshi glanced at her and lowered her eyes. Smiling, she said, Are you going to leave after eating? She continued to fold clothes. The light was dim, and it was difficult to see whose clothes she was folding. She calmed herself down and endured the bitterness in her heart. She said, "It's okay. Mother knows. I think you might not know." "What?" "I didn't go to the palace because I wanted to bring them to see Jing Kong." Gu Jiao pursed her lips. "I wanted to see you." Xianxia was shocked and looked at her daughter in disbelief. Gu Jiao raised a hand and pointed at her heart. "Here. Want." Xiaoxia's eyes reddened. She always felt that her daughter was very distant from her. It was not that her daughter did not treat her well, but there seemed to be an invisible barrier between them. She tried to get closer to her daughter. She could feel her daughter's kindness towards her. But she could not enter her daughter's heart. Until now, her daughter had never called her mother. Just now, when she was introducing herself to Grand Marshal Xianyuan, her daughter was stuck. She knew that her daughter could not call her mother, but she did not want to call her madam in front of outsiders and embarrass her. Xiaoxia had comforted herself before. Her daughter did not rely on her because she had never raised her daughter. She could silently endure this loneliness. Even if she never called her mother, it was fine. But just now, her daughter said that she missed her. She could no longer suppress her feelings. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Jiao Jiao. Mother doesn't know what to do. I don't know how to make you call me mother, mother." Gu Jiao called her. Xiaoxia looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. She was completely stunned. "It's not that I don't like you." Gu Jiao said, "I had a bad experience, so I can't call you that." "What bad experience?" Xiaoxia's heart clenched. She thought of Gu Jinyu's birth parents. "It's not third Gu and his wife." Gu Jiao did not want to say more. "All right, mother won't ask." Xiaoxia choked with tears. "Then why is it okay now?" Gu Jiao said, "I don't know, but it's okay." The unbearable past from her previous life seemed to be being healed by something. Was it Jing Yining? Was it Gu Jiao's mother? Or was it her who had been abandoned as a monster by no one after losing control? She could not answer. Human emotions were too complicated. She could not understand them. But she did what her intuition told her. She did not know if she was doing the right thing. "Then, do you like it when I call you that?" Gu Jiao sat on the stool. She did not move at all, except for her eyes. The young killing god who had caused people to tremble with fear on the battlefield was now like a child waiting for the right answer. Xiaoxia laughed. Her tears turned into laughter. She walked over and pulled her daughter into her embrace. "I like it. Mother likes it very much. Can you call me mother again?" Gu Jiao was hugged tightly by her, and one of her cheeks was pressed into a pulp. She pouted and said, "Mother." This was the most beautiful voice in the world. Xiaoxia's heart melted. All of her pain was healed. She smiled through her tears and hugged her daughter even tighter. "Hey. Again, say it again." Gu Jiao, whose small mouth had been squashed out of shape. Sheep. Digression, Xiaoxia, this book's newest chapter is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that cannot be found online are all available here. https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428226/10501444. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhhbqg.com BQG's mobile reading website, mzhhbqg.com. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. The novel is updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found online. Granny Zhou's family was going to celebrate their birthday in a few days. They bought rice, flour, and spices, and Xiaoheng helped them move it in. Coincidentally, they bumped into Granny Zhou's grandson revising his homework. The child didn't know how to read and write some words, so Xiaoheng taught him. When he returned home, the children went to the backyard to play. Xianxia also went to the backyard to enjoy the joy of being with his family in Jingkong. Although his son was not bad, he was already past the age of cuteness. How could he be as fun as little Jingkong? Gu Jiao was tidying up her clothes in the east room. She neatly spread the beautiful dresses all over the bed. When Xiaoheng entered the room, she was admiring her clothes one by one. She looked like she was enjoying herself, and she was also a little proud. Xiaoheng came to her side and looked at her in amusement. What happened? Why are you so happy? As he said that, his gaze fell on the clothes on the bed, and he exclaimed, "Where did you get all these clothes?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, "My mother made them." Xiaoheng smiled in surprise. You called her mother? Gu Jiao blinked. Yes. Does this girl know how to be shy? Xiaoheng couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Gu Jiao asked sternly. Xiaoheng cleared his throat. Ahem, it's nothing. You're cute. Of course, Xiaoheng wasn't laughing just because he was amused by her. There was another very important reason. He was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. He didn't know what she had experienced to have such a barrier in her heart. But no matter what, she had overcome it today. In reality, Xiaoheng knew that these clothes had been made for her by Yaoshi. They had left the capital in the 3rd month of the previous year, and it was now the 5th month. For an entire year and 2 months, Yaoshi had not seen Gu Jiao. But Yaoshi did not miss Gu Jiao for a single day. When she had nothing to do, she would make clothes for Gu Jiao. She did not make much for Gu Xiaobao. These were only the best that Yaoshi had carefully selected. There were also many that Yaoshi did not think were good enough and did not take them out. After Gu Jiao showed her clothes to Xiaoheng, she sat on the edge of the bed and folded them one by one. Xiaoheng sat on the other side of the bed and handed her clothes. As he handed her clothes, he said, "I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first?" "All right," Gu Jiao said. It seemed that this girl was really happy tonight. Otherwise, based on her usual personality, she would have heard the bad news first. Xiaoheng was affected by her mood and his lips unconsciously curled up. "The good news is that our wedding date has been brought forward. We don't have to wait until the 10th month. Gu Jiao stopped folding the clothes and looked at him with surprise. Xiaoheng said, "Uncle Emperor changed it to the 18th of next month. He did not have time to announce it to the public. The reason is that the Empress Dowager of Zhao is ill and needs a wedding to drive away the bad luck. So the marriage between the two countries was brought forward." Gu Jiao, great aunt, you're also being naughty. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who had been provoked by Marquis Xianping showing off his daughter all day, finally gave up on her principles. She wanted a little great-grandchild. Now, immediately, Xiaoheng gently looked at her and said, "But don't worry. It's just that the date has been brought forward. The wedding will not be simple." In fact, Princess Xinyang had been preparing for the wedding since the beginning of the 1st month. Everything was ready. Xiaoheng saw that she was silent and said, "Of course, if you don't want to bring it forward, I'll have someone change the date." Gu Jiao said seriously, "It doesn't matter whether it's brought forward or not. The main thing is that we want to drive away the bad luck." Xiaoheng held back his laughter. "Then, what's the bad news?" Gu Jiao asked. At the mention of this, Xiaoheng looked up and sighed, the bad news is that because we're getting married, I'll resume my identity as Xiaoheng. I'm no longer Xiao Lulang. According to the rules, I can't live here before the wedding. Great-aunt will come back late. So, Jing Kong, Gu Yan, and Xiaoxuan's homework. I can only trouble you." Gu Jiao, a bolt from the blue. At night, the family sat in the main room and had dinner together. Little Jing Kong insisted on sitting next to Gu Jiao. He still used his own small cutlery and vegetarian dishes. Xianxia sat on the other side of him and listened to him proudly showing off his cutlery. This wooden bowl was made by Jiao Jiao. This spoon was also made by Jiao Jiao. The pattern on the chopsticks was carved by brother Xiaoshun. He spoke with great familiarity. It was obvious that he was well taken care of in this family. Gu Xiaobao went to grab his chopsticks and messed up the cutlery that he had painstakingly arranged. He was not angry. Instead, he picked up a wooden bowl and passed it to Gu Xiaobao. You can only play with this. The chopsticks and spoon will be poked. Gu Xiaobao obediently took the wooden bowl and played with it clumsily. Xianxia never thought that he would be able to reunite with his family other than his son. Everyone ate happily during the meal. Xianxuanqi's gaze fell on little Jing Kong and Gu Jiao from time to time. Even Liaochen noticed it. There was nothing strange about looking at Jing Kong. After all, he was his grandnephew. But why did he keep staring at that girl? Xianxuanqi sighed softly. I never thought that she would be able to live like a normal person one day. Father, what did you say? Liaochen thought that his father was talking to him. He did not hear him clearly. Ah, nothing, Xianxuanqi said. Let's eat. After dinner, it was time for Xianxuanqi to go back. Dukan's men had bought a house in the capital in advance. Xianxuanqi and Liaochen lived there too. Xianxuanqi bade farewell to his family. Gu Jiao held little Jing Kong's hand and went to the door to send the father and son off. Talk to granduncle for a while. I'll go boil some water, Gu Jiao said to little Jing Kong. Okay, Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong nodded and let go of Gu Jiao's hand. Gu Jiao turned and went into the house. Xianxuanqi knelt down on one knee and looked at him deeply. He removed a piece of rice stuck to the corner of his mouth and said kindly, Jing Kong, do you want to stay with granduncle for a few days? Why? Little Jing Kong asked. Xianxuanqi said, because granduncle misses you a lot. He wants to see you more often. Little Jing Kong said, oh, if you miss me, you can come and see me. I can't leave. Bad brother-in-law has already left. I want to stay and accompany Jiao Jiao. I can't let Jiao Jiao be lonely. Xianxuanqi smiled and patted his little shoulder. Okay, I won't let Jiao Jiao be lonely. Little Jing Kong sent the two of them out of the house. He stood at the doorstep and waved at the two of them. He said goodbye cutely, goodbye, granduncle. Goodbye, master. The father and son rode their horses and left. Little Jing Kong closed the courtyard door and stood on his tiptoes to lock the door. He stopped acting cute in a second. With a serious expression, he put his hands behind his back and walked out of Master Zhao's house next door. After leaving the alley, Xianxuanqi said to his son, Jing Kong is doing well. You were right to entrust him to Jiao Jiao. Liaochen said, I didn't entrust him to do that. The little monk chose him himself. Xianxuanqi was slightly surprised. Really? Liaochen said, yes, the family who wanted to adopt him went back on their words. Coincidentally, that girl came to the temple to buy the mountain, so the little monk went down the mountain with her. Xianxuanqi thought for a while. That's really fate. Liaochen looked at him deeply. Father, why do I feel that you treat that girl differently? Xianxuanqi glanced at his son and said, don't call her girl. You're so rude. Liaochen smiled. Father, she's 2 years older than little Shi. She's the adopted daughter of Dukan and my cousin. According to seniority, she should call me uncle. Xianxuanqi opened his mouth but stopped. Anyway, you're not allowed to call her girl. I know, father. I'll call her by her name, okay? Liaochen said and glanced at his father. I can't even call her by her name, right? Xianxuanqi was thinking about how to answer his son. Suddenly, his ears twitched and he turned around. Someone's heading towards Jade Water Alley. It's an expert. Liaochen's eyes narrowed. I'll go take a look. After saying that, he used his qinggong and disappeared into the night. Gu Jiao was washing little Jing Kong's hair in the backyard when she sensed a rapidly approaching aura. It seemed to be heading towards little Jing Kong. Her eyes flashed and she turned to protect little Jing Kong behind her. Then, she pulled out the red tasseled spear beside her. However, before she could do anything, Liaochen arrived. Liaochen didn't give the person a chance to enter the yard and sent him flying with a palm strike. Liaochen chased after him. Gu Jiao called Jia over and asked her to continue washing little Jing Kong's hair. Then, she chased after him. Liaochen cornered his opponent in the opposite alley, and the two sides began to exchange blows, fighting fiercely. However, the other party's skills were not as good as Liaochen's. Liao Chen slapped him again and sent him flying into the wall behind him. Liao Chen looked at him coldly. Who are you? What's your purpose? The other party clutched his aching chest and didn't answer him. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, You're taking advantage of me. If I were at my peak, I wouldn't lose to you. Gu Jiao came to Liao Chen's side and stared at him. She said in surprise, It's you? The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels with content that can't be found online are all available here. https://www.zhbqg.com/896428964286/1049954429. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. www.zhbqg.com Bikuj mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. The latest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated faster and more frequently. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here. You know him? Liao Chen looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, Oh, he's been stalking Jadewater Alley for a long time. He even bought a golden abacus from Jing Kong. He calls himself Young Master Mingyu. Liao Chen looked at him again, his eyes cold. You're here for Jing Kong? Who are you? Young Master Mingyu also recognized Gu Jiao. He rubbed his chest, straightened up, and said angrily to Liao Chen, I'm not here for that little monk. I'm here for you. Liao Chen said, Me? Young Master Mingyu said angrily, I've been looking for your whereabouts for the past few years. It wasn't easy to follow you to your temple, but you rarely showed up, so I could only keep an eye on your disciple. I've been watching from Zhao to Yen, and then from Yen to here. However, Liao Chen's whereabouts were too secretive. Even if he had been watching little Jing Kong, there would be times when he missed him. Liao Chen didn't understand. Why are you watching me? I don't know you. Young Master Mingyu said coldly, You don't know me, but you hurt my people and stole my things. Give them back to me. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. So it's about the two of you. Gu Jiao withdrew her murderous aura and held her red tasseled spear, calmly watching the show. Liao Chen was not someone who could be threatened. He curled his red lips mockingly and said, Oh? You said I took your things. Do you have any proof? Young Master Mingyu's face darkened. That guard is dead. There's no witness, but you know best whether you took it or not. Liao Chen smiled faintly. What did I take from you? Young Master Mingyu said angrily, A sword. A sword. Liao Chen smiled carelessly. Indeed, many people have given me swords. I wonder which one was given to me by your guard. Young Master Mingyu said in exasperation, What gift? You're the one who snatched it. Liao Chen looked at him with a faint smile, not at all angered by his words. Young Master Mingyu also knew that he was the passive party now. His cultivation had been affected and he was no longer a match for these people. Since they couldn't beat him, they could only try to reason with him. Mingyu Gongzi turned to Gu Jiao and said, Miss, back then, I spent 500 silver taels to buy an abacus from your younger brother. You snatched the abacus back and didn't give me a single silver tael. At the very least, you did earn some silver taels from me. Shouldn't you at least prove my character to him? Oh. Gu Jiao said to Liao Chen, as you can see, he can still take a beating. Young Master Mingyu, he took a deep breath and said, Forget it, I won't argue with you about this. That sword is a treasured sword that my father spent a lot of effort to find. My father passed away and it's the only thing I have left in this world. You can name a price. I'm willing to make a deal with you. Liao Chen's interest was piqued by this man's generosity. What does your sword look like? Young Master Mingyu said, It's a black iron sword. The scabbard and hilt are engraved with sapphire blue peacock feathers. Liao Chen narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully, Now that you mention it, I do think I've seen such a sword before. A trace of eagerness flashed across young Master Mingyu's eyes. As long as you're willing to return it to me, I'll pay you however much you want. Liaochen spread out his hands. Unfortunately, you're too late. The sword isn't with me. I thought it was too heavy, so I threw it away. Young Master Mingyu was stunned. Threw it away? How could that be? You better not lie to me. Gu Jiao thought, why would I lie to you? Is it strange that a prodigal monk who threw the Fushi zither into a charcoal brazier would throw a sword to you? Liaochen said innocently, I'm not lying to you. Believe it or not, I really threw it away. Where did you throw it? Young Master Mingyu asked. Liaochen smiled. I don't remember. I threw away so many things. How can I remember them all? Young Master Mingyu choked. You. Let's go. Liaochen ignored him and led Gu Jiao out of the alley. You really don't remember? Gu Jiao asked. Liaochen said indifferently, even if I do, I won't tell him. How dare he lay a hand on his disciple? Liaochen was lucky that he didn't kill him today. Let's go in. Liaochen walked Gu Jiao to the door. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell her. It was a few years ago. In the Yan Kingdom, I didn't take the initiative to rob him. It was his bodyguard who delivered it to me. His bodyguard bullied a weak old man in the tea shed. I couldn't stand it and taught him a lesson. I wasn't interested in weapons, so I sold it to a blacksmith shop near Xing City. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. I see. In the alley, the guard in gray found his master. He saw his master holding the wall with one hand and clutching his chest with the other. He seemed to be injured. He strode over and held his master's arm. Master? What's wrong? Are you not feeling well again? Young Master Mingyu said with a pale face, I went to catch that little monk. Who knew that person would appear? The gray-clothed guard frowned. Was he the one who injured you? My body is getting weaker and weaker. I'm no match for him. Young Master Mingyu panted. He said the sword wasn't with him. It didn't seem like he was lying. The guard in gray was shocked. What? The sword isn't with him? Then we've been watching his disciple for so long in vain. Master, your condition is getting worse. Why don't we go back? Young Master Mingyu looked at the dark night and said with a complicated expression, without the sword, we can't go back. That night, Gu Jiao rested in the Jadewater Alley. Dukan left the imperial palace and took a carriage back to his servant's residence. Manager Jing also came to Zhao country. He smiled and said to Dukan, young master, no, you should call her Mississippi. Will you be sad if Miss doesn't come back tonight? Dukan smiled. What's there to be sad about? She's been with me for so long. It's right for her to go back and accompany her mother. I'm more than happy to have another person doting on her. Ah, right. Remember to count the dowry. I feel like it's not enough and want to buy more. The wedding date has been brought forward to next month. We have to hurry. Go tomorrow. Manager Jing was dumbfounded. Duke, it can't be. This isn't enough, it's already 10 miles of red dowry. Okay, even marrying a princess wouldn't be so extravagant. In the dowry he brought, besides the family business he had earned over the years, there was also the dowry Xianxia brought to the Duke Manor. When he used up all his family's wealth to collect the corpses of the Xianyuan family's sons, he didn't touch Xianyuanzi's dowry. Now, he brought it all to Gu Jiao. Even so, he still wanted to give her more. The next day, Manager Jing made a trip to Jadewater Alley. Normally speaking, Dukan should have come to visit Yaoshi, but Yaoshi was a female, so it was somewhat inconvenient. Thus, Dukan only had Manager Jing deliver some of the specialties of the Yan Kingdom. This could be considered a greeting. Yaoshi warmly said, Duke is considerate. Please thank him for me. Yaoshi had the servants prepare a gift in return. The next time Gu Jiao went to visit Dukan, she would bring it along with her. After Manager Jing left, Gu Jiao prepared to go out. She had already greeted her husband last night, but she still hadn't seen her grandaunt. She planned to go into the palace in a while. Coincidentally, Yaoshi also wanted to buy Gu Jiao a few sets of beautiful jewelry. Although the family didn't lack jewelry, they were all old styles. She wanted to let her daughter personally choose. The mother and daughter pair carried Gu Xiaobao and took the candied fruits made by their grandaunt and sat in the carriage. Their trip today was to first buy jewelry together and then go into the palace to visit their grandaunt. Grandaunt, Gu Xiaobao said. Gu Jiao looked at him curiously. Yaoshi smiled and said, every time the Empress Dowager comes, she gives him good food. He really likes grandaunt. Today, Gu Xiaobao was wearing tiger-headed shoes and a tiger-headed hat. He looked fierce and cute. Gu Jiao couldn't hold back and gently pinched his little cheeks. Do you want Jie to hold you? Yaoshi asked. Gu Xiaobao dove into his mother's embrace and excitedly kicked his little legs. The three arrived at the capital's largest jewelry store, Baolin Pavilion. Gu Xiaobao didn't like to walk. Yesterday, when he opened the door for Gu Jiao, he had already walked a month's worth of steps. Yaoshi wanted to put him on the ground, but he curled up his little legs and refused to let his feet touch the ground. Yaoshi had no choice but to hold him in her embrace. Gu Jiao was engaged and wore a veil according to the capital's custom. Her birthmark was covered, but her eyes were so beautiful that people couldn't look away. However, when her veil was blown up by the wind, revealing the red birthmark on the left side of her face, everyone immediately shook their heads in disappointment. Yaoshi frowned and held her daughter's hand. Gu Jiao said, I'm fine. She was already used to these gazes. Yaoshi took a deep breath and said, it was right to bring forward the wedding date. The chastity mark was about to fall off, soon, what? Gu Jiao asked. Yaoshi's eyes flashed and she smiled, I'm saying, it's good that your wedding date was brought forward. Just as she said this, a servant girl came from the side and called out to Yaoshi, Madam. Yaoshi stopped in her tracks and looked over with Gu Jiao. The servant girl came in front of her and respectfully bowed, it's really you. The young master also came. Gu Xiaobao's face was cold. The newest chapter of this book is not finished yet. For more exciting content, please scan the QR code below to download the app. Novels are updated even faster. Millions of novels are free to read. Novels that can't be found online are all available here, https://www.zhhbqg.com/89642896428626/1049944484. HTML Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second, www.zhhbqg.com. Bikuga mobile reading website, mzhhbqg. End of chapter 913. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.